As a freshman in high school, Chen Mo awakened his top-tier beast master talent, leveling up once a day, shocking everyone. Ancient Divine Beast Pixiu, contract. Evolved Ear-Mice, contract. First-generation Spirits, contract. While others contract one beast per level, I contract two. Chapter 1. The Beginning of Fate, Storms Rise, Brain Storage. In another world, the protagonist is somewhat cold-blooded. Those who should be killed are never hesitated upon. If this causes discomfort, please forgive me. Thank you. In the Beast Master world, Southern Nation, University City, Social Welfare Beast Master Academy dormitory building. In a shabby four-person dormitory, a smell of blood permeates the air. Drip, drip. Blood-red liquid flows slowly across the floor towards the drain, running down the filthy sewage pipe. Following the direction of the flowing blood, a corpse can be seen, with a buzz cut and a robust figure. The corpse's temple has been smashed in by a blunt object, the area a bloody mess. Next to the corpse stands a person, breathing steadily with a cold gaze. Chen Mo has killed his roommate. The weapon used was a palm-sized gold brick weighing nearly 20 pounds. 5 minutes ago, he awakened his beast master talent. There was no ceremony, it awakened autonomously and suddenly. This is a symbol of genius. A09 a million genius. In this world, the first thing a person does after turning 18 and becoming a college student is to awaken their beast master talent. There are 3 types of beast master talents. The mental type is the strongest, capable of possessing various unpredictable talent skills. The healing type is the most practical, having such a talent often leads to a longer lifespan and youthful appearance. The manifestation type is the most complex, able to conjure various items from thin air using mental power, often related to otherworldly beasts. Chen Mo awakened the manifestation type talent. Manifestation of gold. The awakening came too suddenly. He just went to the bathroom and everything happened naturally. With a clang, a 20-pound gold brick appeared out of thin air at his feet. Shining gold. What does 20 pounds of gold mean? When you successfully awaken your talent and become a beast master, the state provides a subsidy of 10 silver coins per month. 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. And 1 gold coin weighs only 30 grams. This 20 pounds of gold would take approximately 278 years to earn solely from the state subsidy. 278 years, that's a lifespan that only at least a level 7 beast master could hope to possess in this world, especially in this welfare school. Becoming a level 4 beast master is already the lifelong pursuit of most students. The vast majority of people will never have so much money in their lifetime. When you see your roommate possessing the talent to conjure gold out of thin air, what would you think? At any rate, the buzz cut grabbed Chen Mo by the neck, lifting him from the toilet with one hand. The greed in his eyes revealed all his thoughts. Unfortunately, he was killed by Chen Mo in retaliation. Standing beside the corpse, he felt as calm as a deep well. Dead friends, the living monk. If there is no choice, there is no need to be entangled or panicked, just accept it. When humans awaken their beast master talents, using talent and bloodlines as bait, they summon their unique companion beast from void. He had already awakened and vaguely sensed something. Looking down, he saw a small puppy with yellow and white fur. Fluffy and cute, it was utterly useless aside from its adorableness. He searched his mind for all known beasts but found no relevant information. Things not found in textbooks could only mean 2 possibilities. Either it was too trashy, like rats, rabbits, and wild boar types of otherworldly beasts that would be a waste of paper in textbooks. Or it was an ancient divine beast that had already gone extinct and whose literature was lost. Which type it is can only be known after signing the contract through the Beast Attribute panel. Regardless of what it is, companion beasts cannot be chosen, they must be contracted. When Chen Mo dripped his blood on the little puppy's forehead, the contract's light screen descended smoothly. But then, the little puppy casually waved its paw, and the light screen, representing the power of the laws of heaven and earth absolutely invincible and unassailable, shattered like glass. Beast masters are absolutely protected during the contracting process. No force can interfere. This dog actually destroyed the contract light screen and blocked the power of heaven and earth. Chen Mo stood there, stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. The little puppy jumped from his palm and swallowed the 20 pounds of gold in one bite. The gold brick's size was larger than its body, yet it managed to eat it. In all his learned knowledge, there was no beast that could consume gold. He pinched the back of the little puppy's neck with 2 fingers and lifted it. It felt weightless, as if it had no weight at all. So where did it put the gold? Clearly his companion beast, yet it refused the contract, clearly only the size of a fist. yet it swallowed a 20-pound gold brick. What kind of monster is this little thing? Damn, there was no time to ponder. Footsteps were approaching outside, and the dormitory door was being turned. If the murder was discovered, he would be in big trouble. Chen Mo tossed the dog into the bathroom, closed the door, and walked out. At that moment, the dormitory door was just opened, and in walked two people, one fat and one thin. The fat one was called Hou Yongshou, and the thin one was Chen Duojin. They had a very bad relationship with him. Are you alone in the dorm? Hou Yongshou glanced disdainfully at Chen Mo, and the first thing he did upon entering was check his locker. Why is my snack missing a bag? The daily routine began. They were commoners from the lower class of society, but had the care of parents and family. Chen Mo was an orphan, the bottom of the social ladder. Just like fish eat shrimp, shrimp eat insects, and insects eat mud, they bullied Chen Mo as if it were a matter of course. The issue of snacks was merely an excuse, an opening line for bullying and humiliation. Chen Mo was used to it. Whether he defended himself or not, he would invite insults and beatings. Hey, are you deaf? Hou Yongshou stepped forward, grabbing Chen Mo by the collar. I'm asking you, why is my snack missing a bag? Did you steal it? Forget it, forget it. Chen Duojin came over to advise him. He has no parents, no upbringing, you know that. Just treat it like you fed the snacks to a dog. Feed a dog, huh? Then why don't you bark for me? He sneered, his bulging eyes carrying a threatening glare. Suddenly, Hou Yongshou felt the urge to pee. I'll deal with you later. He shoved Chen Mo roughly onto the bed and turned to head for the bathroom. At that moment, Chen Mo's nerves tensed sharply. There was still a corpse lying in the bathroom. Seeing Hou Yongshou's hand already turning the doorknob, a gold brick had quietly appeared in Chen Mo's hand. Chapter 2. Lousy is a fierce beast. Creak. The bathroom door was pushed open, and at the same time, Chen Mo stepped behind Chen Duojin, holding a gold brick. What the hell? Where did that dog come from? Hou Yongshou shouted, startling Chen Mo. It turned out that as he just opened the door, a small puppy dashed out, stepped on his head, and jumped onto Chen Mo's bed, yawning as if it had just had a feast. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as Chen Duojin and Chen Mo locked eyes. Why are you so close to me? Want to hit me? Chen Duojin smirked disdainfully. The sound of water splashed, nothing unusual. Hou Yongshou, still adjusting his pants, swaggered out. Is this your dog? He glanced at the fist-sized puppy on the bed. Fish look for fish, shrimp look for shrimp, turtles look for turtles. Trash can only attract trash. Taking a step forward, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the puppy. So it's just a lifeless teacup dog? Poor as a church mouse and still keeping a dog. No wonder it had to steal my snacks. Humph. Without waiting for Chen Mo to react, he swung his arm and threw the puppy out of the bathroom window. He actually threw someone else's dog down like that? The dog hadn't even provoked him. This was the 34th floor, the top of the dormitory building. Let alone an ordinary dog. Even a non-flying beast would certainly die if thrown from this height. Chen Mo frowned slightly, bypassing Hou Yongshou, and walked into the bathroom. The broken water pipe quietly dripped water outside, and besides that, there was nothing. The corpse had vanished into thin air. Did that little puppy do it? It was less than the size of a fist, and it managed to swallow a grown man. Impossible, right? Can it eat people in addition to gold? Silently. It had devoured a man who was 9 meters tall. Perhaps this little puppy was quite a good beast. What a pity. It was probably smashed into meat paste now. He couldn't help but lean out the window to take a look down. The dog was just too small, and the building was just too high to see anything. Hey, Chen Mo, are you going to cry? Chen Duojin nudged Hou Yongshou. You made him cry. What if he goes to the teacher to report you? Let him report. Hou Yongshou cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. As long as he dares to report, I'll break every bone in his body. The school only said you can't kill people, but didn't he say you can't kill trash? Ha ha ha. The two laughed uproariously, feeling extremely pleased. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and Chen Mo's pupils constricted as he quickly moved away from the window. Whoosh! A yellow-white light flew in through the window, and the next moment, Hou Yongshou's laughter abruptly stopped. Along with his laughter, he disappeared. Huh. He blinked in disbelief. Looking at Chen Mo, did you see anything just now? I didn't see anything, but I did see a man-eating beast. Quick, precise, and ruthless. This little puppy looked harmless, but it could fly. Not only could it fly, but its speed was also incredibly fast. Not only was its flying speed astonishing, but it could also swallow a living person in one bite. This ability is definitely not something a first-tier beast should have. Ordinary first-tier beasts might kill people, but they would definitely not do it so cleanly and without leaving a trace. On the ground, the little puppy seemed a bit uncomfortable, retching repeatedly. He reached out and held the dog in his palm, taking it to the trash can. Ugh! After a pungent sour smell, the little puppy vomited out a pile of already corroded clothing. It was a school uniform. Everything was self-evident. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could guess what had happened. This is... Chen Duojin grabbed the door frame, shocked into silence. You guys. In an instant, he realized that the teacup dog that Chen Mo was holding was definitely not an ordinary dog, but a rather powerful beast. No, it should be Chen Mo's contracted beast. His face turned pale with fear, and he turned to run, but was firmly grabbed by Chen Mo on the shoulder. You can't escape. Chen Mo's voice came from behind him, sending chills down his spine. Don't kill me. He trembled, collapsing to the ground. I promise, I absolutely won't tell anyone. From now on, I'll be your little brother, your follower. I'll follow your lead, please. He heavily knocked his head on the ground, with a faint smell of urine wafting out. Chen Duojin never imagined that Chen Mo had already awakened and possessed a contracted beast. A first-tier beast could actually swallow a living person whole. He had lived this long without ever seeing or even hearing of such a thing. It's over. He felt like his world was collapsing, as if he was falling into an endless darkness. He had bullied Chen Mo like that. And now that Chen Mo had awakened and possessed such a powerful beast, he wouldn't let him go. Those who can awaken independently are hailed as geniuses. At any time, in any country, leaders are particularly indulgent towards such geniuses. Today, even if Chen Mo killed him, there would be no punishment. Death was so close to him that he was terrified. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely choose to be Chen Mo's sycophant. A thorough and complete sycophant. The room was eerily silent, and Chen Duojin nervously stole a glance up, only to see Chen Mo looking at him. And he immediately lowered his head again. Chen Mo was stroking the puppy's fur, and it seemed to have lost its appetite, lying motionless in his palm. He took out the gold brick in his hand and placed it in front of the puppy. The little puppy's furry ears twitched, then it sniffed, suddenly awakened in surprise. And upon seeing the gold brick in front of it, happily swallowed it in one bite. This guy had teeth, but didn't he need to chew? After swallowing a gold brick, it seemed to feel better, wagged its tail, and jumped onto Chen Mo's bed, falling into a deep sleep. It was evident that this dog had its own emotions and was not just a mindless man-eating beast. It seemed to prefer eating gold over humans. This matched perfectly with his talent and skills. Get up. He smiled as he looked at Chen Duojin. Are you really willing to be my follower? I am. 100% willing. Chen Duojin nodded enthusiastically like a dog, thinking that following a talented person, even if he was a dog, would not be an easy target for others to bully. But in this world, only the dead can keep secrets. In one breath, Chen Duojin knelt back down. Spare my life. Spare my life. I swear on my whole family's life. I swear on my ancestors for 8 generations. I absolutely won't mention anything about Hou Sanliang to anyone. Chen Mo, no, master, please believe me no matter what. If 2 people die in the dormitory, it won't be good for your reputation, right? It sounds quite reasonable. Chen Mo reached out to help him up, but the secret I want to keep is another one. A flash of golden light appeared, and a gold brick reappeared in his palm. Chapter 3, Azure Sky, Thunderbird. The wind blew away the smell of blood. Chen Mo sat on the windowsill, gazing into the distance. The densely packed dormitory buildings looked like a forest of steel and concrete, making one feel suffocated. Social Welfare University had nearly 100,000 students. But the area only covered 8 square kilometers. There was no greenery, no recreational areas, only building after building of dormitories and classrooms. It felt like a huge garbage dump, accommodating common students from all over the country. And Chen Mo belonged to the poor. Tomorrow was the day when new university students would awaken their beast taming talents. Orphans like him, if they couldn't awaken their talents, would be deprived of a living allowance of 2 silver coins for a month. Tomorrow, he was destined not to awaken. In this world, no one could awaken twice. He also couldn't let anyone discover that he had already awakened his manifestation talent. Rather than being caged like a hen laying golden eggs, it would be better to die? Huh. Chen Mo exhaled deeply, looking into the distance, his gaze profound. The next day, the weather was gloomy. All the freshmen were gathered in the beast fighting square. In the center of the venue stood a massive statue of a 9-headed pterosaur. Beneath the statue sat 10 mentors, their expressions lazy, even tinged with disdain and arrogance. They were not mentors from the Welfare Academy, but representatives from the 10 prestigious academies of the southern country. The chance of a genius emerging among common students is 1 in a million, but for this minuscule probability, these mentors were still willing to make the trip. Because the value of a genius beast master can rival that of 1,000 soldiers. Below them were 300 mentors from the Welfare Academy, all specializing in mental abilities. After the awakening ceremony begins, the mentors would inject a trace of their enlightenment into the students' brains, stimulating the awakening of their own talents. Before that, each student would be given a bottle of enlightenment water. This water is essentially the clear heart liquid that nobles drink during their awakening, diluted 1,000 times. The bottles were roughly shoved into the students' hands, and after drinking them in one gulp, they would step forward in turn to receive the mentor's enlightenment. This year's freshmen numbered nearly 40,000, and all had to awaken within a single day, putting immense pressure on the mentors. Mental power is the ability to communicate with beasts, control them, and promote their advancement. Among the 3 types of beast mastery talents, it is the best and strongest ability. A powerful mental beast master can not only control their contracted beast, but also manipulate wild beasts, making them a terrifying existence. However, a person's mental power is limited. With 300 mentors corresponding to 40,000 students, even injecting just a trace of mental power each time would be exhausting. In such a setting, whoever shows fatigue first would be looked down upon by colleagues and students alike. It represented that they were incapable. Thus, some people took advantage of the situation, pretending to be enlightened. Whether or not they would inject you with enlightenment power depended entirely on their mood. Some sensible students would bring gifts to the mentors before the enlightenment, hoping to receive more enlightenment power and increase their chances of awakening. The first batch of 300 students stepped forward in turn to receive enlightenment. When a mentor's index finger touched their forehead, a trace of mental power flowed in. Those who comprehended quickly would have a halo appear around them. The color of the halo determined the level of talent: white, green, blue, or gold. White clay represents the lowest talent, indicating the ability to tame beasts but with poor affinity for wild beasts and slow advancement. Green wood is a common talent level with average indicators. Blue sky is relatively rare. Beast masters with this level of talent have a beast advancement speed twice that of green wood and 10 times that of white clay. The sun gold is a bright, dazzling color. Those who awaken with this brilliance are the chosen ones. Their advancement speed is generally more than twice that of blue sky. Indeed remarkable, 300 students. Such a uniform white halo, TSK tisk, truly worthy of the Welfare Academy. You saw wrong. There are still 2 with nothing at all. A woman in a purple robe, filing her long nails, said carelessly, "Get used to it." An elderly man with white hair spoke. Since the establishment of the academy, there has only been one genius student with sun gold talent. But even this one nearly shook the entire southern country's foundation. Talents born from poverty crave power and strength even more, cultivating harder and growing at a speed incomparable to those pampered nobles. The reason we are here is to prevent a repeat of last time, to ensure that geniuses grow under our watchful eyes and do not go astray. Alas, I fear that instance was already a rare occurrence, and we might just be wasting our time. The woman leaned lazily against the back of her chair, arms crossed. But the next moment, a blue light shot up into the sky, startling her into sitting upright. There were no objects falling, no strange fragrances wafting, just blue sky. Mental system. Not only her, but the other 9 mentors also turned to look. Blue sky is not unusual, but blue sky in the mental system is an absolute treasure. Tweet. A sharp bird cry pierced the air, and above the blue halo appeared a black hole, from which flew out a half-human, half-bird beast. From the moment it appeared, the overcast sky thundered and lightning flashed. It was a thunderbird, a divine beast. All the mentors were shocked, staring dumbfounded at the fiery red thunderbird in the sky, which circled down to land on the girl's shoulder. Beasts are divided into 4 types: Beast King, Demon King, Sacred Beast, and Divine Beast. Lightning is not part of the 5 elements. It belongs to the power of the laws of nature. And the thunderbird, as a divine beast capable of controlling lightning, possesses incredibly strong power. Anyone with such a companion beast will undoubtedly become the highest class of the empire. I never expected such a genius to appear at the Welfare Academy. This person, we at the Royal Beast Academy want. A man in a golden robe confidently stood up, flicking his robe. Allowing such a commoner to enter the Royal Beast Academy would be a disgrace. Perhaps our Rose Academy is more suitable. After all, she is a girl. The woman in the purple robe slightly curled her lips, her eyes gleaming with determination. Everyone need not fight over her. The white-haired elder interrupted the argument. The 10 academies are the backbone of the southern country, and there should be no division of you and me. As for where this child will go, let her decide as per the old rules. Please, Blue Sky Beastmaster, step forward to choose your school. A melodious voice rang out, and the girl who had just contracted the Thunderbird was surrounded by envious gazes. She wore a sky-blue long dress, her long hair reaching her waist, and her beautiful apricot eyes were filled with determination. She was indeed a stunning beauty. However, she did not immediately walk onto the stage. Instead, she walked towards a thin boy in the crowd. This boy was 1.75 meters tall, with an ordinary appearance, wearing a faded welfare high school uniform, completely unremarkable. He was Chen Mo. As everyone's gaze was drawn to this newly emerged genius girl, he lowered his head to fiddle with an ant. Only when he sensed the atmosphere was off did he slowly raise his head, revealing an indifferent smile. Is there something? Chapter 4, Sun Gold. This is the second time. And also the last time. The girl took a deep breath, as if making an important decision. I now have a bright future. And I hope you can seriously consider the question I asked you last time. Last time, Chen Mo looked at the girl who grew up with him in the same orphanage, falling silent. He was actually a very indifferent person, but for some reason, among the children at the orphanage, there were two who were particularly clingy to him. One was Xian Ran, who had been shouting since childhood that she wanted to marry him, and the other was the timid and fearful Hou Yongshou, who would cry if he just glared at him. But now, they were no longer in the orphanage. His life had already begun, and apart from becoming stronger, he did not want to think about anything else. Xian Ran, congratulations. The words were not loud, but in the intentionally quiet square, they traveled far. What the hell? What's going on? What does he mean by that? Such a beautiful girl, and she was publicly rejected? If it were me, I would agree immediately. This is called self-awareness. The beauty is about to go to the 10 prestigious academies, and a poor loser from the welfare academy doesn't even know if he can awaken. How could he have the face to date her? But this is too cruel, completely disregarding the girl's feelings. Xian Ran's hands were tightly clenched. Her eyes slightly red. Got it. After saying that, she resolutely turned around, taking the Thunderbird on her shoulder, and walked towards the purple-clad representative of the Rose Academy. Bowing gracefully, "Teacher, please let me join the Rose Academy." The purple-clad woman was taken aback, not expecting such a good fortune to fall into her lap so easily. She had initially thought it would take some effort to argue with these old fogies. What a pity, such a beautiful girl actually went to Rose. I heard that all the women in that school hate men. If she goes there, she will definitely be brainwashed in less than a month. But the Dean of Rose is the top general of the southern country, very powerful. If she weren't powerful, how could she be called the extermination master? The students were still discussing Xian Ran's situation, while Chen Mo seemed indifferent, remaining silent. The awakening ceremony continued, with white and green lights shimmering together. And in the blink of an eye, out of 40,000 new students, only the last few rows remained. Chen Mo noticed a pattern. The further back they went, the lower the awakening rate, and even the white mud-level awakeners were gradually decreasing. Among the 300 students in front of him, 1/5 failed to awaken successfully. A mentor had falsely enlightened them, but this had nothing to do with him. No matter whether the mentor infused him with the power of enlightenment or not, he could not awaken his talent again. Pippi, a skinny boy beside him, tugged at his clothes. Later, secretly slipped this into the mentor's sleeve. And he will give you the power of enlightenment. Chen Mo took a look and was surprised to find it was a gold coin. A gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins, equivalent to 50 months of living allowances for Chen Mo. He frowned slightly and asked in a lowered voice, "Hou Yongshou, where did you get this gold coin? Don't mind how I got it. Just remember to pay me back when you become successful in the future." Hou Yongshou winked at him, smiling pale. "Did you sell blood?" Chen Mo grabbed Hou Yongshou's shoulder and pulled down his collar to take a look. There were indeed 2 bite marks on his neck. "Are you stupid? If you're not careful, you could die. It's fine, I know my limits." Hou Yongshou smiled weakly. "We grew up in the same welfare home. And I can tell you have a better future than me. I'm counting on you to continue protecting this useless me." Chen Mo was stunned. "But he wouldn't awaken again. How could I possibly awaken?" Hou Yongshou murmured, but didn't pull at him anymore. When they stood in front of the mentor, he quickly grasped the mentor's hand who was going to awaken Chen Mo and slipped the gold coin into the mentor's palm. "Teacher, you've worked hard." He chuckled foolishly, not taking it seriously. As expected, the mentor only tapped his forehead and did not infuse any power of enlightenment at all. "Sigh, this fool." Chen Mo sighed helplessly, but soon felt a trace of power wandering in his mind. Could this be the power of enlightenment? He seemed to see a vast golden desert in his mind, endless. A blazing sun hung above the desert, the scorching temperature almost baking the desert into a golden river. Puff! With a muffled sound, Chen Mo felt some power within him expanding outward, a sensation somewhat familiar. The gloomy sky suddenly became tinged with gold. "Solar Day?" someone exclaimed, and the representatives from 10 prestigious schools almost simultaneously stood up from their seats. "Solar Day, it's Solar Day?" An elderly man with white hair hurriedly bypassed the table in front of him and rushed to Chen Mo's side, with other representatives following closely, fearing to be left behind. Solar Day level talent is rare even among the top 10 schools. Since the founding of the southern country, fewer than 100 people have possessed such talent. If any school could take him as their student, not only would their status be elevated, but the empire would also appropriately tilt resources in their favor. The Royal Beast Tamer School, the empire's #1 Beast Tamer School. Come to our school. You will possess honor and status. You are the empire's #1. Then what is my National Guardian Beast Academy? In terms of actual combat, when have you ever won? Young man, come to our academy. Here you can freely unleash your youth and blood. Just die young and be reborn early. The purple-clad female mentor smiled. Young man, come to our academy. Among 100 flowers, you will be the most dazzling one. The mentors were competing with each other, eager to claim Chen Mo for themselves. All right, stop arguing. Together you are thousands of years old. What a joke. The white-haired mentor looked at Chen Mo. You seem to have a mental talent. Could you reveal what specific talent skill it is? This will help us choose a suitable mentor for you and avoid detours. Chapter 5. Genius or useless. Talent skills are like a man's savings, belonging to privacy and are generally not disclosed. Especially mental skills, which are often concealed. Some people, even after becoming famous, have never revealed their skills. Chen Mo was also unwilling to speak, only vaguely stating, "It's not a big deal of a skill." The white-haired mentor frowned slightly. Generally, boys of this age who awakened the supreme solar day level talent would be extremely excited and proud, eager for the whole world to know. But the boy before him showed no signs of excitement at all. Moreover, it was strange. He had already awakened. Why hadn't he seen a companion beast? In that case, I will personally check it. I won't tell anyone else. It's for your future, so please don't resist too much. The horror of solar day talent. The southern country has learned a bloody lesson. If the talent skill is too evil or against the heavens, it must be strictly monitored. The white-haired mentor must know what Chen Mo's talent skill is. No need. Chen Mo quickly dodged his contact. He could not let anyone know he possessed dual talents. Transforming gold into gas, nurturing all beasts. As he spoke his talent skill, the expressions of everyone varied. The confused students began to discuss. Sounds so awesome. Is it a so-called non-limited skill? Can it even nurture uncontracted beasts? It sounds like it. Then this is impressive. This can be considered the first auxiliary skill, right? Such an impressive person, yet he is still a commoner like us. This is the pride of us commoners. Who said all commoners are trash? Hou Yongshou could hardly believe that his investment of 1 gold coin had paid off immensely. With Chen Mo shielding him, he would never be bullied again. He looked at Chen Mo excitedly, his gaze fervent. Transforming gold into gas, nurturing all beasts. The white-haired mentor looked at the other mentors in confusion. Is this considered a mental skill? Mental skills are varied and difficult to define. How about you demonstrate it, okay? He didn't quite understand how this so-called transforming gold into gas worked, and how nurturing was done. It seemed that they would not give up until they figured it out. Faced with the pressure, Chen Mo could only helplessly speak. I need a gold coin. Can you give me one? Gold coin. Although the white-haired mentor had anticipated it, he was still somewhat surprised to hear that it was really needed. He took out a gold coin and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo then transformed this gold coin into a cloud of golden mist in the blink of an eye. The mist floated towards the contracted beasts of other students. Quickly absorbed, and then nothing happened. Only some beasts burped. The scene fell into silence, and suddenly, someone burst out laughing. Isn't this just the pet food skill of the manifestation system? So awesome. No need for the beasts to eat themselves. Not only do they not need to eat, but they can also be fed in groups. I've never heard of such an awesome skill in my life. A gold coin bought enough food to satisfy hundreds of initial-level beasts. This was even worse than the manifestation system. Simply garbage. What a pity. How could it be such a garbage skill? With such a talent, even if it advanced to the 10th level, it would only be suitable as feed. Useless. No wonder there were no companion beasts. It was completely non-targeted. Whether contracted or not, it was the same. May I choose a school now? Chen Mo felt not too optimistic, but even the worst school was better than the welfare academy. He would give it a try. The white-haired mentor looked around. All the mentors had left, leaving only himself. But he was also unwilling to accept. Sunday's beast leveling is fast, but who can afford such a gold-consuming beast? If it were some prince or noble, perhaps with their family's capabilities, it wouldn't be a problem. But who would be willing to spend so much for someone else? His words were very tactful. The choice of institutions has become predetermined, and anyone can tell that there is no hope. This is life, in a short time, going from trash to genius, then from genius to waste. If it were me, I would rather not awaken. At least there would be a glimmer of hope. Now it's completely over. Well, it's not all bad. At least the subsidy has turned into 10 silver coins. 10 silver coins. Enough to use a skill once a year. After 100 years, can we level up and advance a tier? The surroundings were filled with mockery. And many people were gloating. Some people are like that. When others win the lottery, they feel worse than when they lose money themselves. If someone loses money, they are happier than if they found money. Come on. It's just gold coins. We can earn it, right? Hou Yongshou comforted Chen Mo. It's okay. I'm strong. I'll take on more jobs to help you level up. If we buy a beast, we can start taking on tasks, and everything will get better. We have Sunday talents, rare as a phoenix. Can we still be afraid of such small difficulties? Let us demolish those old houses and build all new ones. Who would have thought that such a thin, sharp-featured man could say such bold words? He was sincere, and his words moved people. Good. Chen Mo smiled and high-fived Hou Yongshou, their hands clasped together. Let us achieve success together. Achieve success? A fat man scoffed. Next month's new student assessment. If you fail, you'll be asked to withdraw. You should think about how to deal with someone who isn't awakened and someone who doesn't have a beast. The ideals are plentiful, but reality is stark. No one would think that two people like them would have a day of success. Not to mention, tomorrow they might even have a problem getting money to eat at the cafeteria. Hou Yongshou's expression became serious. But he still smiled to comfort Chen Mo. It's okay. There's still a month. We'll find a way. He silently clenched his fists. It doesn't matter if he can stay in school. As long as Chen Mo can stay, there's hope. At that moment, a trumpet sound suddenly echoed across the square. Building 1078, Dormitory 3401, Chen Duojin and 3 others, come to the square for awakening. Latecomers will be left behind. 3401. Hou Yongshou looked at Chen Mo. Your roommates haven't come? I'm not familiar with them. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Will the school investigate? Chapter 6, Bounty Tasks. Chen Mo, are you okay? At the entrance of the teaching office, Hou Yongshou anxiously waited for Chen Mo to come out. I'm fine. Chen Mo smiled, looking relaxed. But there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The school was quite powerful. Not only did they find out that Chen Duojin and the others were dead, but they also concluded that they died almost at the same time. They even detected the bloody scent of the 3 on Chen Mo, planting the seeds of suspicion. However, due to Chen Mo's Sunday talent, they did not conduct a more rigorous examination. The disappearance of common students is not a big deal, but Chen Duojin and the others all have family members. If it causes a stir, the school, out of humanitarianism, still has to compensate. When the time comes, whether it's compensation in money or life will depend on how useful Chen Mo's Sunday talent is. If he is lucky enough to contract a good exotic beast, there might still be some prospects. However, without a companion beast and without family support, wanting to contract a good exotic beast is simply a dream. The situation is a bit more serious than Chen Mo imagined. He must show some strength in next month's assessment. It's good if you're fine. Hou Yongshou breathed a sigh of relief. I have to go work. I'll come find you in a couple of days. Wait. Chen Mo grabbed Hou Yongshou's wrist. What kind of work are you doing? You don't need to worry about that. Hou Yongshou tried to pull his hand away. Anyway, the money is definitely clean, I swear. Is it a matter of cleanliness? Chen Mo's nature is cold. He has always been indifferent towards his childhood friend Hou Yongshou, but he didn't expect the other party to be so sincere towards him. Selling blood is a very dangerous thing. Some people awaken slightly demonic exotic beasts that require regular blood consumption. Human blood is the most nourishing for these beasts among all species. In this world, occasionally some homeless people, some commoners, and even students from welfare colleges mysteriously disappear, all somewhat related to those who raise demonic beasts. Killing people without reason is explicitly prohibited by the laws of the Southern Kingdom. Therefore, they also use high rewards to entice the poor to voluntarily donate blood. But demonic beasts are difficult to control. It's easy for them to get blood drunk and turn a person into a dried corpse. Chen Mo doesn't want Hou Yongshou to sell blood anymore. He thought for a moment and had a bold idea. Let us not work. Let us go out of the city and hunt beasts. Huh, hunt beasts? Hou Yongshou could hardly believe his ears. Just us? We'll probably become food for exotic beasts once we leave the city, right? Fortune favors the bold. If we don't take a risk, do you really think we can rely on your jobs to earn gold coins? Chen Mo grabbed Hou Yongshou's arm and pulled him toward the city gate. How about we buy some weapons? Hou Yongshou was a bit scared. Once outside the city, a group of sawtooth rats could chew them to bits. Buy weapons? Do you have money? The worst knife costs at least 50 silver coins. I don't have money to buy. Chen Mo pulled out a small yellow and white dog from his pocket. Don't be afraid. I have it. A teacup dog? Hou Yongshou's eyes widened even more. He wondered if Chen Mo had been stimulated by today's ups and downs. It's not a teacup dog. It's an exotic beast and very fierce. Hou Yongshou is willing to sell blood for him, just like a brother, so Chen Mo is willing to trust him. Is it real? Don't joke with your life. Hou Yongshou incredulously extended a finger to pet the little dog. Ow! The fist-sized little dog suddenly opened its huge mouth, releasing an incredibly strong suction like a black hole. The moment he was caught by the suction, Hou Yongshou felt death. Shut your mouth. Chen Mo quickly stuffed a gold brick into the little dog's mouth, finally silencing it. It's my friend. Can you distinguish between friend and foe? Ow! The little dog shot him a glance, jumped onto his shoulder, and found a comfortable angle to nestle down. Hou Yongshou was so scared he couldn't speak. He didn't expect that the seemingly harmless little dog could be so terrifying. Such a fearsome exotic beast, and Chen Mo could control it without a contract? He felt that everything he learned about beast taming theory had been overturned. Let us go. Let us go out and try our luck. Maybe we can find treasure. The huge notice board at the city gate displayed various organizations' bounty materials. The corpses of exotic beasts can be used for medicine, as well as for making armor and weapons. Moreover, exotic beasts can accumulate combat experience and level up in battle, and with proper nourishment, They can enhance their levels and strength more quickly. The teeth of a second-tier sawtooth rat are worth a silver coin. Hou Yongshou looked at the bounty board and felt that earning money this way would be much easier than working. What do we need sawtooth rats for? Chen Mo knocked on the notice board. For the same second tier, the corpse of a is worth 50 silver coins. The pig that shoots poison arrows? Hou Yongshou's eyes widened. Haha, I can't even think about sawtooth rats, and you're aiming for? Goals should definitely be set higher. Chen Mo reached out to remove the bounty, but was stopped by someone. Only beast tamers can take on tasks. The man was dressed in black tight clothing, holding a long knife, with a mighty lion with wings behind him. He glanced at Chen Mo with a blank expression and uttered 2 words. Will die. I am a beastmaster. You are a beastmaster? The man scrutinized Chen Mo suspiciously. Upon seeing the little dog on his shoulder, he frowned and said, Don't joke around. You can't just call yourself a beastmaster because you have a small animal with you. A beastmaster is someone who signs a contract with a strange beast, like me. As he spoke, he used his mental power to command the flying lion behind him to stand up, shaking its fur majestically. A blue mark could be seen on the forehead of the flying lion. This signified that the beastmaster who contracted it was a human with a talent level of azure sky. Both the talent level and the type of beast were matters of great pride. The man before him was quite impressive. His flying lion had probably evolved to the 3rd tier, standing taller than an adult on all 4s, its massive form exuding an aura of dominance with just a glance. Compared to the flying lion, the small dog on Chen Mo's shoulder seemed like a toy. A woo. The flying lion opened its massive mouth and lazily yawned. The terrifying aura scared Hou Yongshou into instinctively hiding behind Chen Mo. At that moment, the little dog on Chen Mo's shoulder lifted its head and shot the flying lion a fierce glare. The flying lion, with its mouth agape, suddenly froze, its whip-like tail involuntarily tucking between its legs. The strange behavior of the beast was clearly sensed by its beast master, who looked at the little dog on Chen Mo's shoulder in disbelief. How is this possible? My flying lion is a beast king class, a 3rd-tier beast. How could it be afraid of a little puppy? Chapter 7, Talent Skills. Faced with the shock of the man in black, Chen Mo remained unfazed. Among strange beasts, hierarchy is important, but bloodline is even more crucial. Bloodline. Both the man in black and Hou Yongshou fell into thought. Generally, there are 4 types of bloodlines for chosen beasts: Beast King, Demon Beast, Sacred Beast, and Divine Beast. The flying lion is likely the highest tier among the Beast King category, but it pales in comparison to the other 3 categories. However, the Hellhound is considered a lower tier existence within the Demon Beast category. If we follow this theory, does it mean that the little dog on Chen Mo's shoulder has a higher bloodline than the flying lion? The expression of the man in black turned serious as he cupped his fists and bowed to Chen Mo. I wonder if you could tell me what type of strange beast is on your shoulder? I have never seen this in my studies of strange beasts. I don't know either. Without a contract, I can't see the attributes of the beast. He speculated that the dog was either a sacred beast or a divine beast. That was why he had the courage to venture out of the city to hunt beasts. Regardless of whether it was a sacred beast or a divine beast, they naturally exert a bloodline suppression over lower-tier beasts in the dense forest. It's like how a mouse would be too scared to move when it sees a cat. Such phenomena exist among strange beasts as well. It's getting late. We still have tasks to complete. Farewell. He nodded slightly and walked towards the city exit. Hey, I'm coming with you. The man in black hurried to catch up. I'm a sophomore at the National Beastmaster Academy. My name is Wang Suiyuan. And you? Chen Mo stopped and coldly looked at the man in black. Sorry, please don't follow us. Otherwise I will think you have ulterior motives. No, I'm just curious about you. Wang Suiyuan chuckled awkwardly. All right, take care on your way. Once inside the city, everyone is human. Outside the city, whether one is human, ghost, or beast is uncertain. Without a relationship of trust, it is very taboo to venture out of the city together. The dense forest outside the city is divided into several areas. Within a mile of the university town is a zone where small, strange beasts roam. Typically, this area is home to snakes, insects, rats, ants, rabbits, and pheasants. A little further in is the territory of the wild boar. Of course, where there are wild boars, there will also be saber-toothed leopards that prey on them. This is also why the corpse of a wild boar is worth 50 silver coins. Wild boars are second-tier beasts, while saber-toothed leopards are third-tier. Don't underestimate the difference of one tier. Just one tier can mean a world of difference. Wild boars are among the fiercest second-tier beasts. They have tough skin and thick meat, and if they take a disliking to you, they will shoot a volley of poisonous quills at you. Their quills are not only long and sharp, but also have barbs. Once hit, even a beastmaster may die without treatment. Chen Mo led Hou Yongshou off the main road, heading deeper into the forest. Why is there nothing here? Hou Yongshou snapped a twig to use as a weapon, vigilantly observing the surroundings. They had walked for half a day without seeing a single beast, not even a bird, which was very strange. Chen Mo carefully observed and sensed the presence of strange beasts. They were not in an empty area. On the contrary, they were surrounded. However, due to the presence of the little puppy, none of the strange beasts dared to approach. If this continued, they would not catch anything. How about this? You act as bait and see if you can lure a couple of wild boars. Me as bait. Hou Yongshou swallowed nervously. Chen Mo, does it really have to be like this? You won't trick me and leave me behind, right? In a life-and-death situation, it was understandable that Hou Yongshou would think irrationally. Who would willingly act as bait to lure strange beasts? Neither of them were proper beast masters. This fellow's bloodline is too strong. The strange beasts won't dare to come close. Don't be afraid, just walk normally. Even if a wild boar comes, it won't die immediately from a volley of poison quills. Chen Mo's attempt at reassurance did little to calm Hou Yongshou, who became even more frightened. All right. He was so scared he was almost crying. But he still gripped the twig tightly and cautiously moved forward. As they walked, the sky grew darker and the thick forest blocked the sunlight, resembling night. Chen Mo, are you still following me? Chen Mo, he shouted loudly, his voice tinged with tears. Chen Mo, I haven't wronged you. How could you do this to me? He finally lost control and cried out. Since childhood, they have all bullied me. You were the only one who didn't, and even helped me drive them away. I thought you were a good person, treating you like a brother. How could you trick me into coming here to feed pigs? The sky grew darker, and through small gaps, they could occasionally see the blood-red remnants of the setting sun. Hou Yongshou wiped his tears with his sleeve, deciding to run away. Just as he turned, he felt a shadow overhead, and an invisible pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Gulping, he struggled to turn his head and saw a pair of blood-red eyes. A wild boar on the edge of fury. It stood on all fours, nearly 1.5 meters tall, its poisonous quills raised like sharp blades glinting coldly. Roar! The wild boar suddenly opened its mouth, charging at Hou Yongshou with its half-meter-long tusks. Help! Help me! Hou Yongshou's legs lost control from fear, and just as the sharp tusks were about to reach him, he fainted. At that moment, a golden mist enveloped the wild boar. That was Chen Mo's talent skill, transforming gold into gas, nourishing all beasts. Everyone thought this was a skill similar to pet food, but it was far from it. Since it was classified under the mental category, it naturally originated from the mind and acted upon the mind. Its true purpose was to satiate strange beasts while instilling a sense of dependency in them. Using the act of feeding as a bridge, it established a relationship similar to that of a pet and its owner. The furious wild boar was momentarily confused by the sudden feeling of fullness, stopping in its tracks, tilting its head, and regarding the man approaching it with its bean-like eyes. A woo! The little puppy flew in the air, scratching its ears and cheeks as it searched for the golden mist from earlier. The already dazed wild boar suddenly snapped back to reality and tried to flee. Only then did Chen Mo activate his skill again, using the golden mist to trap the wild boar. Good boy, don't run. Chen Mo reached out to touch the wild boar's snout, and a pure golden sword appeared in his other hand. Talent skill, transforming gas into gold, manifesting all forms. Chapter 8. Entering the treasure mountain empty-handed. The golden long sword pierced through the mouth of the fierce beast, the Haoji, and came out at the base of its tail. It traveled through its heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, large intestine, small intestine, bladder, and reproductive organs. A piercing scream erupted from the Haoji's shattered throat, shaking the mountains and forests, startling a flock of tired birds into flight. Chen Mo quickly grabbed Hou Yongshou and hid to the side. The dying Haoji thrashed and rolled, crashing into trees as thick as a person's waist, breaking them one after another until it finally collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. It seemed he needed to study how to achieve a one-hit kill without any counterattack. He stepped forward to examine the corpse of the Haoji, and a white light quickly swept past. Without even looking, Chen Mo knew what it was. He reached out a big hand and caught it. I need to sell this. The little puppy frowned and bared its teeth, looking fierce. You eat this. Chen Mo drew out the golden long sword and tossed it to the puppy. Ha! Strangely, Chen Mo understood what the little puppy meant. Just eat it. It's not like you have no teeth. Why should I transform it? Chen Mo refused impatiently. No transformation. It's a waste of my energy. To manifest gold once consumes energy, and transforming it into a physical form requires another consumption. With his current ability, he had already reached his limit for the day. Hey, what are you doing? The little creature had quite a temper. Was it planning to run away from home? Forget it. What I gain is my fortune. What I lose is my life. Although the little puppy was a very good exotic beast, given the current situation, Chen Mo absolutely could not rashly rush into the dense forest to find it. Hou Yongshou, wake up. Chen Mo? Hou Yongshou opened his eyes drowsily. The moment he saw Chen Mo, A feeling of grievance almost made him cry. I thought you had abandoned me. How could that be? Chen Mo pulled him up. Look, what is that? Following his gaze, Hou Yongshou saw the corpse of the Haoji, intact and unbelievable. You actually did it? How did you do that? Hou Yongshou's mouth dropped open in astonishment, completely unable to believe that Chen Mo had truly hunted a Haoji. And the corpse was so intact that it could fetch a good price. Oh, right, we need to hurry. Even with the slippery devil's taro leaves laid down, the two of them still couldn't move the 1 or 2,000 gene heavy Haoji. Beast tamers are ultimately just humans, lacking such immense strength. How about we dismember the Haoji? Just take the poison stinger, teeth, and skin. Hou Yongshou panted, suggesting his opinion. All right. Chen Mo nodded. When it's time to discard, one must not be greedy. It flew around Chen Mo, its tail spinning like a top. Puffed. With a mouthful, it spat out a pile of Haoji corpses, forming a small mountain. Ha! It wagged its tail, its eager eyes looking at Chen Mo. What is going on? Hou Yongshou stared at the pile of corpses taller than him, his jaw dropping. The Haoji, the most ferocious existence among second-tier exotic beasts. Is this dog really a dog? Of course, it's not an ordinary dog. Chen Mo frowned. Although there was no contract, he was surprisingly clear about the dog's intentions. It wanted to eat gold, and specifically the transformed kind. Glancing at Hou Yongshou, who was still in shock at the mountain of Haoji, Chen Mo secretly reached into his robe. A burst of golden light quietly spilling out, transforming into a cloud of golden mist flying towards the little puppy. Unlike other beasts that passively accepted Chen Mo's skills, the little puppy opened its mouth wide and inhaled the mist entirely. Then it stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. Satisfied, it flew to Chen Mo's shoulder and burrowed into his clothes from the collar. Hou Yongshou was still staring at the mountain of Haoji, bitterly smiling. They couldn't move even one of them, and now it looked like there were 2 or 3 dozen. They couldn't take any. And leaving it would mean losing more than 10 gold coins. This was wealth they had saved up for many years without eating or drinking. Hou Yongshou's eyes brightened, feeling his idea was brilliant. It seemed indeed feasible, but Chen Mo furrowed his brows. He observed the Haoji corpses, which showed no signs of decay. Unlike the last time when the little puppy spit out Chen Duijin's clothing, these corpses had not a trace of digestive fluid. This meant the little puppy's belly could serve as both a stomach and a storage space. Such an ability was extremely rare among exotic beasts. Furthermore, it had killed these Haoji with almost no chaos and in a very short time. To be able to instantly kill second-tier beasts at the initial stage. What would the consequences be if outsiders found out? No way. Chen Mo shook his head. I haven't contracted with it yet. If people find out how strong its abilities are, the school might force me to give it up. He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to dismember the Haoji. Money and exotic beasts, which is more important, he was still clear about that. Hey, classmate, is that you? In the distance, a flickering light came closer, and Wang Suiyuan's voice grew nearer as he approached with the team, looking somewhat worried. It really is you. This is the beast tamer you mentioned who has no contracted beast? The middle-aged man scrutinized Chen Mo sharply, aside from looking a bit thin. There was nothing particularly special about him. Quite bold. Even if there is a high bloodline exotic beast, it is only an initial stage juvenile. If they encounter a highly intelligent exotic beast, it would consider you as food. Teacher, look. A student suddenly exclaimed. So many Haoji. Chapter 9, Bloodthirsty Bat. Everyone looked with torches, astonished at the pile of Haoji corpses that towered a floor high. The middle-aged teacher's eyes widened as he examined the corpses of the Haoji, finding no obvious wounds. This meant that these irritable Haoji were killed without any awareness. Is your skill or the ability of your exotic beast poison? The man couldn't think of any other way to achieve this. If the youth before him truly possessed the ability to silently poison so many Haoji, it would be terrifying. Although the Haoji was a second-tier exotic beast, it was the most brutal existence among second-tier beasts. Its skin was tough, with high defense and attack power. Hunting a Haoji often required several junior beast tamers working together just to barely kill it. Yet this youth was able to kill so many Haoji without a contracted beast, which could only imply one possibility. His innate skill is extremely powerful. My skill increases the fullness of exotic beasts. Chen Mo spoke calmly. But I didn't kill these Haoji. They were already like this when we found them. He pointed at the bound Haoji on the ground and added, that one is the one we killed. The leading teacher followed his finger and indeed saw a Haoji that had been packed up and was ready to be dragged away. Unlike the pile, this one had obvious wounds, and blood was still dripping out. So that's how it is. He seemed relieved, having thought he encountered some genius monster. This seemed to make more sense. He re-evaluated Chen Mo. You say your innate skill is to increase the fullness of exotic beasts? Not exotic beasts, it's pets. Chen Mo corrected him seriously. It applies to all kinds, regardless of whether they are contracted or not. That does sound quite impressive. You could become a remarkable auxiliary beast tamer. The leading teacher smiled sincerely. his tone making it seem as if he genuinely believed Chen Mo could become a remarkable auxiliary beast tamer. It was neither sarcastic nor dismissive. He truly thought so. He looked at the mountain of Haoji. You are already very lucky to have hunted one Haoji, and now you encounter even more fortunate circumstances. Perhaps some powerful figure was hunting here, and after killing so many Haoji, they disdainfully left them behind for you to pick up. Can't move? Wang Suiyuan looked surprised. With such a little prey, at most 2 space rings could hold it. How could it possibly be immovable? Space rings. Hou Yongshou had an awkward expression. How could they possess such precious treasures? You must be students from the Welfare Academy, right? The lead teacher noticed the clues. Children from the lower social strata live in hardship, but they shouldn't take such risks. Not every time can they have luck like today. He raised his palm and waved it towards Haoshi Mountain, and all the Haoshi corpses instantly disappeared. General. The lead teacher raised his waist badge and shouted to the soldiers on the city tower, "Protect the nation, Beast Academy." Senior instructor Zhou Wenbin. Leading a practical team returning late, please open the city gate. I told you not to go out just now. Do you know how troublesome it is to open the city gate once? A man in armor shouted impatiently from the city tower. People's lives are at stake. Thank you. General. Zhou Wenbin smiled apologetically. These children might one day be your subordinates. Please have mercy, General. Mercy my foot. I can't stand people like you who don't follow the rules. The armored man muttered, but what came out of his mouth was, just wait a moment. It will be opened soon. Time passed little by little, but this soon took a long time. Chirp, chirp. A noise that pierced the cerebral cortex made people's heads ache. Not good, it's the bloodthirsty bats. Zhou Wenbin shielded the students behind him. Summon your beasts and prepare for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the students behind him summoned their beasts from the shadows beneath them. Each person's beast was as imposing as Wang Suiyuan's flying lion, and almost all were Beast King types. The characteristic of Beast King beasts lies in close combat and strength. The bloodthirsty bats belong to the monster category of exotic beasts, excelling in long-range and mental group attacks, making them the natural nemesis of Beast King types. Zhou Wenbin also summoned his beast, and in a flash of light, it turned out to be a gnome rabbit. This rabbit was enormous, as if a bungalow was squatting there. Countless bloodthirsty bats simultaneously released ultrasonic waves, creating pits in the ground and sending dust flying. The sound waves echoed in their ears, making everyone feel as if their heads were boiling, as if their skulls were about to be lifted. The students hid behind their beasts, having no chance to fight back at all. The gnome rabbit's eyes flashed red, leaping high, and with a single pounce, it tore down more than 10 bats. It jumped repeatedly, disrupting the formation of the bats, allowing the students to recover from the mental attack of the bloodthirsty bats. However, after scoring a hit, it was not so easy to pounce again. The bloodthirsty bats were inherently evasive experts, and with their large numbers, despite suffering considerable losses, they were not afraid of death at all. The gnome rabbit's back began to hang with the successfully ambushed bloodthirsty bats. However, its thick fur made it difficult for these bats to gain a firm grip. With the gnome rabbit entangled, some bloodthirsty bats found the opportunity to ambush the students. Like well-trained soldiers, some bloodthirsty bats were responsible for releasing sound waves to disturb the students' beasts, while others lay in wait to ambush and suck blood. Fortunately, the Protect the Nation Beast Academy placed great emphasis on the students' physical training. They each took out weapons and managed to fend off the attacks. However, this was only a temporary situation. The bloodthirsty bats seemed endless, and if this continued, it would be very dangerous. General, please open the city gate quickly and let us in. Zhou Wenbin shouted again. Some students were already beginning to exhaust their strength. The bloodthirsty bats carried a toxin, and once bitten, they would experience fever and confusion, ultimately leading to death within a short time. The bat swarm could make countless mistakes, but the students could not afford even one. Be careful. Wang Suiyuan swung his knife and cut a bloodthirsty bat attacking Chen Mo in half. You two stay hidden. Don't show your heads. He was panting heavily, looking extremely fatigued. Do you have gold coins? Chen Mo's sudden question left Wang Suiyuan momentarily stunned. What do you need gold coins for? If you have them, give me 2 quickly. Seeing Chen Mo's serious expression, Wang Suiyuan, though suspicious, still swept his hand and took out 2 gold coins from the space ring to hand to Chen Mo, transform gold into gas, nourishing all beasts. A wave of golden mist rose, enveloping the battlefield. Whether it was the bloodthirsty bats or the students' beasts, all bathed in the golden mist. A strange scene occurred. Both sides of the intense battle suddenly stopped, appearing lethargic. Zhou Wenbin looked at Chen Mo, who was casting the skill, surprised to see that the 2 gold coins in his hand had already transformed into golden energy, which the exotic beasts absorbed. Chapter 10, Advancement. Transform gold into gas. Nourishing all beasts. This is my innate skill. Any creature, after being well fed, will feel a sense of fatigue and unwillingness to move. As long as we don't provoke them, We basically won't be attacked again. This group of practical teams from the Protect the Nation Beast Academy seemed somewhat weak. Even the lead teacher, Zhou Wenbin, gave off a weak impression. After all, they were just bats. If the little puppy was awakened, it wouldn't take so much effort. Because these people were unable to handle the situation for a long time, they might even face total annihilation, forcing him to intervene, resulting in severe mental energy depletion. Feeling as if his eyelids were 1,000 pounds heavy, and he was about to collapse. So there is such a magical innate skill. Zhou Wenbin looked at Chen Mo with great surprise. Why don't you transfer to our Protect the Nation Beast Academy? Such a good innate skill would probably only be buried in the Welfare Academy. Is this innate skill really that good? Chen Mo stared into Zhou Wenbin's eyes, which didn't seem like he was lying. However, none of the mentors from the top 10 academies had looked favorably upon him before. The golden energy was quickly absorbed by the bat swarm and the beasts. After a brief ceasefire, the tendency to exchange fire re-emerged. There were simply too many exotic beasts. And the golden energy transformed from Chen Mo's 2 gold coins was not enough to distribute. That's all right. I still have gold coins. Zhou Wenbin took out 2 more gold coins and handed them to Chen Mo. As long as we can slightly delay the actions of these bats for a moment, I have a way to exterminate them all. Thank you for your hard work. He patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, his eyes filled with trust. Chen Mo, holding the gold coins, fell into a dilemma. Using the skill again would likely lead to excessive mental energy depletion, resulting in fainting at best or becoming an idiot at worst. Was this risk worth it? The bloodthirsty bats became active again, having eaten half full. They seemed to move even more swiftly. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry up, Zhou Wenbin shouted, standing at the front of the group, protecting the students, as well as Chen Mo and Hou Yongshou. He already bore some scratches from the bats. Let's go for it. Chen Mo closed his eyes and activated the skill to transform gold into gas, the shining golden energy quickly surrounding the exotic beasts. Everyone else, retreat. At this moment, the gnome rabbit suddenly flashed with bright light. It raised a silver pestle with its front paws high, its eyes flashing red, and the entire rabbit seemed to transform into a frenzied medicine-pounding machine, striking dozens of times in a second. Not only were the pestle strikes left with afterimages, but the gnome rabbit itself also seemed to create several clones. Bang, bang. The sound echoed like an electric mosquito racket, as large swathes of bloodthirsty bats were turned into mush, falling to the ground. In just a few breaths, the sky was left with very few bloodthirsty bats. Suffering heavy losses, they perhaps suddenly learned to assess the situation, or perhaps they were simply full, and they began to retreat, disappearing into the dense forest. Zhou Wenbin finally breathed a sigh of relief and took out a detoxification pill from his space ring, swallowing it. You did very well. If it weren't for you, we would have had to work much harder. He smiled and turned around, only to see Chen Mo shining with golden light, releasing the unique aura of a beast master advancing. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't today the awakening ceremony for the freshmen? They were already advancing, and it was a golden light. Sun level. Zhou Wenbin couldn't believe his eyes. Your talent is actually at the sun level? Isn't that top-tier talent? The students began to discuss among themselves, filled with envy. A student from the Welfare Academy actually possessed sun-level talent. Among the students at their National Guardian Beast Academy, there wasn't even anyone with such high talent. I never expected to encounter a genius today. Zhou Wenbin excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Chen Mo's shoulder. Come to our school. Choose me as your mentor, and I will definitely pass on everything I've learned to you. He looked at Chen Mo with burning eyes. If he could take in a student with sun-level talent in this lifetime, he would have no regrets. Unfortunately, such a good seedling probably wouldn't fall into his hands, right? The golden light radiating from Chen Mo was also seen by a man in armor on the city tower. He frowned for a moment and ordered someone to open the city gate. Oh dear, are you all okay? You look quite dangerous just now. The armored man walked over with a smile, assessing Chen Mo. We couldn't help it either. Each city gate weighs 10 tons. And we have to report to our superiors to close the barrier. It's really a hassle. Thankfully, you all are fine. Otherwise, I would feel really bad. At such a moment, no one cared how much truth there was in his words. They just wanted to get into the city quickly. Thank you, General. Zhou Wenbin's expression was calm. After a simple greeting, he hurriedly led the team into the city. Even though he knew the armored man was deliberately making things difficult, he had no intention of arguing or complaining. The National Guardian Beast Academy trains the backbone of the southern nation, which, put simply, means they are the cannon fodder that charges to the front lines during battles, putting them in a very awkward position. He was just a common mentor without any background, leading students who also had no background. Offending the general guarding the city over such a matter would bring no benefits. I wonder which academy this student is from and who his mentor is? The armored man smiled, looking at Chen Mo with a hint of suspicion. The young man in front of him didn't seem like a noble, but his sun-level talent was evident, so he must have a very powerful mentor. He was somewhat worried that today's actions would anger the other party, and if necessary, he would have to go and apologize. He is a freshman, and his mentor has not yet been confirmed. Before the man could speak again, Zhou Wenbin quickly led everyone away. In the central area of the university town, there was a Wanhua trading company, an official resource trading institution. The bounty tasks posted at the city gate were basically from the Wanhua trading company. At this moment, it was the peak trading period for the Wanhua trading company. Most hunting teams would come to trade their hunted items during this time. Boss lady. Zhou Wenbin waved at the woman who was calculating accounts. She glanced at him, tossed the account book aside, and walked over, swaying her hips. Oh, you're still alive? TSK. I knew it. The woman rolled her eyes and seemed a bit helpless. 2 silver coins more than the bounty price for each one. Is that okay? Can you add a little more? The quality is very good. Zhou Wenbin looked at Chen Mo and Hou Yongshou. They still have one who hasn't awakened. Hunting these wild boars isn't easy. I really owe you for my last life. The woman waved her hand impatiently. You're still haggling over a wild boar? Let us consider this a personal subsidy for you. 60 silver coins each. Is that fine? Thank you, boss lady. Zhou Wenbin's hand brushed over his spatial ring. And suddenly a small mountain of wild boar appeared in the trading hall. What the hell? Zhou Wenbin, you bastard, you're cheating me. The woman put her hands on her hips and pointed at his nose. Are you telling me these were all hunted by those two? Chapter 11. Let us talk about it now. I thought it was only 1 or 2, and I didn't mind subsidizing a little, but now there are almost 30, right? The boss lady glared at Zhou Wenbin with her hands on her hips. Do you want to cheat me out of 3 gold coins? How could it be cheating? Zhou Wenbin smiled and explained. Look at the quality. Not a single poisonous thorn is missing, not a scratch on the skin. Moreover, they died instantly, without suffering. The meat is in the best condition. Each one weighs 500 to 600 pounds. You would make a fortune just selling the meat. No external injuries, instant death. And everyone is like this? The boss lady waved her hand dismissively. You're just bragging. Even if these 2 fools can do it, you yourself couldn't possibly do it. What is a wild boar? It's one of the most difficult second-tier beasts to deal with high attack and defense power and a very strong territorial instinct, especially aggressive. To kill one in one blow without any external injuries, you at least need to be a level 5 beast master, and it must be one with very powerful skills. But Zhou Wenbin is only level 4, and his beast is a weak little dwarf rabbit. She simply didn't believe what Zhou Wenbin said. But when she took a closer look, she was stunned. The pile of wild boar corpses in front of her actually had no external injuries, and they looked peaceful in death, as if they were just sleeping. There is a difference between a wild boar killed brutally and one killed unconsciously. If a wild boar experiences the pain and fear of death, its body releases an acid that makes the meat loose and gives it a gamey taste, making it unsuitable for human consumption. However, if there was no such gamey taste, the meat of the wild boar is quite good. It has more lean meat and less fat, making it a very economical choice for the common people. This means that these wild boars can not only be used to make armor, but also sold as food, so it definitely won't be a loss. And they could even make a lot of profit. But how is this possible? The boss lady was well aware of Zhou Wenbin and his practice team's level. They could catch wild boars, but every time they brought them in, they were usually battered beyond recognition, often leaving only the wild boar's teeth usable. The most crucial point was that they could never hunt so many wild boars at once. With their strength, encountering 30 wild boars at the same time would likely lead to their annihilation. How did you do it? She looked at the 3 with surprise, and then realized that Chen Mo and Hou Yongshou looked unfamiliar. To be honest, these 2 kids got lucky and picked them up in the woods. Picked them up, and such good luck? She counted the number of wild boars and found one that was a bit different, but said nothing, calculating at the same price. In total, there were 32 wild boars. 60 silver coins each, totaling 1,920 silver coins. Converted into gold coins, that's more than 19 gold coins. When she received the heavy bag of money, Hou Yongshou felt excited. He had never seen so much money in his life. In the future, if you have materials to sell, just come to find the boss lady. I have some connections with her, and I can get you a good price. Zhou Wenbin looked at Chen Mo, his eyes complex. You should have already been selected by a high-level mentor, right? Shouldn't be. Really? Zhou Wenbin was overjoyed. Which class are you in? What's your name? I'll go talk to your principal tomorrow. No, I'll go tonight. He excitedly grabbed Chen Mo's wrist. Let us go. We said it today, and tomorrow I'll transfer your student status to the National Guardian Beast Academy. Teacher Zhou, don't you think my skills are useless? Chen Mo was dragged forward and couldn't help but ask. It's precisely because it seems useless that it gives me the chance to pick up such a big advantage. Zhou Wenbin laughed so hard his mouth seemed to reach his ears. What do those people know? There are no useless skills in this world. Only skills that are not well utilized. He walked quickly, excitedly explaining. My talent as a beast master is a dwarf rabbit, and my talent skill is brave heart. which can provide a corresponding percentage of rage value based on the beast's level. When I awakened such a talent, my family was ashamed of me. But thankfully my teacher did not give up on me. I have been continuously researching the direction of beast evolution, and finally helped create what should be the only offensive gnome rabbit in the world. Your innate skill seems rather useless and requires gold consumption, but you have the solar level innate beast mastery ability. This means you can gain the maximum evolution experience with minimal consumption. Just like today, you have just awakened and already advanced to a level 1 beast master. This is something others would take at least a month to achieve. The higher the level of a beast master, the stronger their mental power. When you possess sufficiently strong mental power, you can contract one or even multiple powerful beasts. As long as your beasts are strong enough, whether your innate skill is strong or not is just an embellishment. Moreover, in my opinion, your innate skill can turn the tide at critical moments. Just like today. Think about it. A skill that can change the course of battle at a crucial moment. Even if it requires gold, what does it matter? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his analysis of Chen Mo's skills was quite reasonable. But Chen Mo didn't care about it. The only information he caught was, "You just said that the direction of beast evolution can be determined?" This theory is quite different from what the textbooks say. The textbooks detail what skills different levels of beasts possess, and do not mention that there is a choice in the direction of evolution. Of course it can. But have you ever seen a flying rabbit? My gnome rabbit can. Chapter 12, Transferring Schools. Have you ever seen a flying rabbit? My gnome rabbit can. A statement from Hou Wenbin reminded Chen Mo of the introduction to gnome rabbits in the basic knowledge of beast mastery. There was only one line: slow evolution, high consumption. Not good at combat. Innate skill type is supportive, no offensive skills. However, Chen Mo had witnessed Hou Wenbin's rabbit using an attack skill at the city gate. The hit rate seemed a bit low, but with that kind of weight and attack frequency, once it hit, it would definitely turn into meat sauce. Does Teacher Hou have a way to change the innate skills of beasts? Chen Mo asked in confusion, following Hou Wenbin quickly. The method is actually quite simple. Find suitable sacred beast or divine beast-type beasts, and use their flesh and blood to improve the genes of the gnome rabbit. If that doesn't work, using demon king-type beasts is also possible, but it can easily backfire and is not very safe. Hou Wenbin casually revealed his method. As it was not a secret, yet very few people would do it like he does. Sacred beasts are already rare enough, and divine beasts are even harder to come by. If someone obtained such a beast, they would have directly contracted it. Why bother putting in the effort to enhance a useless beast? I don't quite understand, since you need to use the flesh and blood of sacred or divine beasts. Why not directly contract such beasts instead of choosing to evolve the gnome rabbit, which is not favored? Chen Mo candidly expressed his doubts, to which Hou Wenbin seemed to have anticipated, smiling casually as he replied, because only companion beasts possess this evolutionary trait. This means that wild contracted beasts, no matter how strong their innate abilities, have a fixed evolutionary path and a visible limit. My gnome rabbit is different. As long as new flesh and blood continues to be integrated, its potential is limitless. It does sound good, but it's really difficult to achieve, right? To use rare beasts to enhance a worthless companion beast, the research significance for the beast master may outweigh the practical significance. Chen Mo didn't say anything more, as Hou Wenbin led him to the faculty dormitory of the Welfare Academy. The principal has an independent yard, complete with security and servants. After Hou Wenbin explained his purpose to the doorman, he was led to the living room to wait. Teacher Hou, if I transfer to the National Guardian Beast Academy, can I bring my classmate along? Chen Mo wanted to take Hou Yongshou with him. Otherwise, with his current state of not having awakened, he would surely be expelled after a month of assessment. Hou Wenbin examined Hou Yongshou and frowned slightly. Sure, I'll try my best, but he must awaken within a year. Otherwise, no matter what, he cannot stay in the Beast Academy. A year? Chen Mo looked at Hou Yongshou. If it weren't for the gold coin he had earned by selling blood, he might not have awakened a second time and would have no chance to go to the National Guardian Beast Academy. He must repay this favor. This man, he has to help. Find an opportunity to buy more calming liquid and give him some good stuff to restore his health. At the very least, he should awaken an innate skill of white clay level. Who is looking for me? The principal's voice interrupted Chen Mo's thoughts. He looked over to see a man with a scruffy beard and a serious expression. Hello, Principal Hou. I am Hou Wenbin, a senior mentor at the National Guardian Beast Academy. Hou Wenbin extended his right hand, but the other party averted his gaze, pretending not to see it, and did not respond. I wonder why Teacher Hou has come so late. Do you have any guidance? Guidance is too much to say. I just want to request 2 students from your school, these 2 right here. Hou Wenbin awkwardly smiled, pushing Chen Mo and Hou Yongshou towards the principal. These 2. A bit troublesome. Principal Hou raised an eyebrow. Chen Mo has a solar level innate ability, and the 10 major academies have not yet decided on his fate. If you really want him, you should contact your school's principal and send a letter. As for this one who hasn't awakened, there's no need to make it so complicated. I can have someone transfer his student status to you tomorrow. Is that so? Zhou Wenbin revealed a somewhat disappointed smile. Thank you, Principal Hu. I apologize for disturbing you so late. Please don't mind. Goodbye. Wait. Principal Hu said softly. Chen Mo stays. He raised his eyes, looking at Chen Mo with a half-smile, and waited until Zhou Wenbin and Hou Yongshou had completely left before continuing. Did you kill the three from Qinduojin? His sharp gaze seemed to see through people's hearts. It doesn't matter. I just need you to tell me the truth. You have top-level talents, and your future is limitless. I would never make things difficult for you over 3 useless students. You know, this world is inherently survival of the fittest. The strong are always worthy of respect. The strong are always worthy of respect. But this has a premise. The premise is that this strong person accepts management and is one of our own. Otherwise, they can only be a hidden danger. How could I quietly kill 3 people, hide the murder weapon, and dispose of the bodies? As you said, I have awakened a solar-level talent and have no need to hide such matters. But I can seriously tell you that I did not do it. His face did not flush, nor did his heart race. He looked righteous. Principal Hu narrowed his eyes and then smiled. It does sound that way. But I am curious why you wanted to have a teacher from the National Guardian Beast Academy come to transfer your student status? This seems like a behavior of there's no silver here, telling others that he wants to escape. He recounted the battle against the bloodthirsty bats at the city gate. Teacher Zhou said that although my skill seems useless, it can turn the tide at critical moments and that I level up quickly, which is why he wanted to take me as a disciple. You mean to say, you are already a level 1 Beastmaster now? Principal Hu stood up in surprise, carefully examining Chen Mo. For he could not see the contract markings on his forehead due to not having contracted a beast, so he could not see his level at a glance. But this aura, no doubt about it, is level 1 Beastmaster. A solar-level talent is simply terrifying. Awakened in the morning and upgraded in the afternoon. What a mind-boggling speed. He had lived for so long and had never heard of such a thing. Chapter 13, Stay. Awakening and leveling up in one day. Never heard of it from ancient times to now. Principal Hu looked at Chen Mo, his heart unable to be measured by shock anymore. Unfortunately, it was truly a pity. If his talent skill was not the indiscriminate ability to feed exotic beasts, but rather a temporary enhancement of beast taming combat power, even if it required consuming gold, any academy would be willing to cultivate him. The country would see him as a strategic weapon, granting him a sufficiently high status and protection. Why did it have to be such a useless skill? Human talent skills at least come with additional attributes besides increasing satiety, such as improving the understanding of exotic beasts or enhancing the bond between the beast tamer and the exotic beast. Does your skill have any additional attributes besides being indiscriminate? Principal Hu felt somewhat unwilling and tentatively asked. Of course, there are additional attributes, but if this were to be said out loud, Chen Mo would likely become a target. Transforming gold into energy to nourish countless beasts, this nourishment is not given for free. Whoever consumes his golden energy must listen to him. The greater the level difference between him and the exotic beast, the less the latter can resist his will. In other words, as long as he is strong enough, he can easily incite rebellion among the exotic beasts. Who wouldn't be afraid of such an ability? If he were even stronger, he could use his skill to control a pack of beasts. A man capable of controlling a pack would be something even the country would be wary of, right? He couldn't expose himself, otherwise it would attract covetous eyes, and the consequences would be unimaginable. After feeding the exotic beasts, it would make them lose their will to fight and could cause a short period of laziness and sluggishness. Chen Mo asked seriously and sincerely, does this count as an additional attribute? What kind of additional attribute is this? This is at most a normal physiological response. Principal Hu felt a chill in his heart. Such a great talent was wasted on the skill aspect. What a pity. His expression turned serious as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. With such a rapid advancement speed, even without a good skill, he could still be superior as a beast tamer in the future. After some thought, he made a decision. Stay at the Welfare Academy, and I can give you the best treatment. You just need to rank in the top 10 in the end-of-term freshman exam, and I will reserve a position for you as a senior mentor at our school. Becoming a senior mentor at the school is equivalent to having a stable job with a relatively high social status. Every year, the entire Welfare Academy graduates tens of thousands of students, and they generally end up in the lowest tier of society, working hard for a lifetime. They can only make a living, and then have 1 or 2 poor second-generation descendants who continue to attend the Welfare Academy, repeating the cycle like chives. Becoming a school mentor is truly a leap in class for an orphan like Chen Mo. Better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. Zhou Wenbin is indeed a good person, but as Principal Hu said, the so-called senior mentor is actually the lowest level mentor in the university. In the National Beast Taming Academy, most students come from well-off families. An orphan like him transferring over without a strong background would easily be bullied. He had no interest in wasting time dealing with such meaningless matters. May I ask, if I stay, what kind of treatment can I expect? Chen Mo looked calmly at Principal Hou. He knew the other party's intentions, so he needed to clearly know what he could gain from his efforts. The end-of-term freshman exam is a collective major exam for all freshmen in the university town. It involves almost 50,000 participants, including many outstanding talents. To seize a top 10 position from these 50,000, how easy could that be? You can live in the teacher's dormitory. Principal Hou smiled slightly. Moreover, before the baseline test, I will prepare a holy beast-type exotic beast for you to contract. A holy beast-type exotic beast? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Holy beast-type exotic beasts are rare and hard to come by. Even money cannot guarantee a purchase. If Principal Hou is willing to help him find a holy beast-type exotic beast, that would indeed be a significant temptation. Thank you, Principal Hou. I will go tell Teacher Zhou and strive towards the direction promised by the principal. He slightly bowed and exited, where Zhou Wenbin and Hou Yongshou were still waiting. Teacher Zhou, I'm sorry. The principal hopes I will stay at the school and has promised me a holy beast-type exotic beast. I can only thank you for your kindness. Zhou Wenbin couldn't help but sigh. I knew it wouldn't be that good of luck. He smiled wryly. Although I can't be your mentor, I hope we can become friends. If we meet while hunting outside, we can fight side by side, okay? After sending off Zhou Wenbin, only Hou Yongshou remained to accompany him back to the dormitory. Chen Mo, take these gold coins. I hope they can help you level up quickly. This way, before the baseline test, you will be a level 2 beast tamer. And you will definitely take first place. Hou Yongshou handed Chen Mo a bag filled with gold coins, his face beaming with excitement and sincerity. You keep one. Chen Mo took out a gold coin from the bag and placed it in his hand. After the theory class tomorrow, I will go hunting again. We will have endless money in the future. Going again tomorrow? Hou Yongshou initially didn't want to accept the gold coins, as Chen Mo's upgrade was more important. But then he thought, Chen Mo has a very powerful little puppy, right? All right, I will go with you tomorrow and be your bait. He laughed and accepted the coins without further hesitation. You don't need to go. Chen Mo stopped and looked at him seriously. What you need to do now is to take care of your health. After half a month, I will find a way to help you awaken. You better awaken your talent. Otherwise, I won't keep a friend who holds me back by my side. Hou Yongshou was stunned, staring at Chen Mo without blinking. His clenched fist tightened and then relaxed, finally giving a somewhat bleak smile. I understand. I will work hard. If circumstances allowed, who would want to be a waste? Hou Yongshou understood Chen Mo's meaning and was aware of his intentions. What made him anxious was that he might not have that talent at all. But since Chen Mo was willing to help him this way, if he didn't work hard, who would he be able to face? Chen Mo was very satisfied with his reaction. In this world, the vast majority of people actually have talent, just varying in levels. Chen Mo needed to help Hou Yongshou grow stronger. One tree cannot form a forest. Humans are social creatures. And he needs loyal partners to help him deal with things he is unwilling to handle. In this life, he wants more than just to survive. Chapter 14, Prosperity. In the dormitory corridor on the 34th floor, Chen Mo found a crowd gathered at his dormitory door. What happened? The crowd parted, and pairs of eyes were fixed on Chen Mo approaching the door. Upon seeing the light azure figure, he realized it was Xian Ran waiting for him. As the only student in the school to awaken the azure sky-level talent, Xian Ran's reputation had spread throughout the entire school. Her failed confession during the awakening ceremony also became a topic of laughter among the students. At this time, her presence here led many to speculate whether it was out of unrequited love, turning to hatred, and she intended to kill Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo had awakened a higher-level sun-level talent, his skills were poor, and he had no accompanying exotic beasts, leading to his abandonment by the top 10 academies. If Xian Ran truly wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. In this world, strength is everything. This place isn't suitable for you. Chen Mo glanced at the surrounding classmates, his expression cold. I will say 2 things and leave. Xian Ran looked directly at Chen Mo and slowly approached. Every year, my foster parents save some gold coins for me, and I also withdrew some living subsidies from my mentor. It's all here. She handed him a heavy bag, forcibly stuffing it into Chen Mo's hands. Don't give up. Don't make me feel like I'm a woman who can't even get a waist. You must be stronger than me. Otherwise, for my dignity, I will personally kill you. After speaking, she did not linger any longer and brushed past Chen Mo, quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. TSK. Some people are really lucky. A dark-skinned boy looked at Chen Mo with a hint of mockery. Even if you become a waste, there are still people who like you and help you. That little girl hasn't seen the world. If she had experienced the good side of men, she wouldn't like a waste. Then why don't you let her see for herself? The crowd burst into laughter, their laughter oozing lewdness. Chen Mo said nothing, only memorizing the appearances of these people one by one, then reached out to close the door. Wait. The dark-faced boy propped the door with his palm. looking disdainfully at Chen Mo. You, a waste with no skills, don't even know how much money it takes to level up. You might as well not waste the girl's money. He grabbed Chen Mo by the collar, pulling him in front of him, while his other hand reached for Chen Mo's money pouch. The children living in this building were all from poor families. Many had never seen a pouch full of gold coins. Greed easily leads to foolishness. They thought that since the top 10 academies did not want Chen Mo, he was equivalent to being a waste. Little did they know, even if his skills were rubbish, he still had a solar-level talent, something they, with their white clay and green wood, could never hope to reach. Chen Mo lowered his gaze, glancing at the hand grabbing his collar. I'll say it once, let go. His voice was cold, his eyes indifferent, looking at the man who was a head taller than him, without the slightest hint of fear. If I don't let go, what can you do? A waste without even a companion beast. Do you dare to hit me? The dark-faced boy laughed, pointing to his temple. Come on, if you have the ability, hit me here. Bang, clang, clang, clang. Before his words fell, Chen Mo had already struck. A pouch of gold coins, weighing 2 or 3 pounds, smashed heavily onto the dark-faced boy's head. The sturdy burlap bag broke, and gold coins spilled out, rolling all over the ground. Drip, drip. Red blood flowed down from the dark-faced boy's head, dripping onto the floor. He felt a bit dizzy, swaying unsteadily. You. He raised his hand to point at Chen Mo, his eyes somewhat dazed, and the next moment, he knelt forward and collapsed to the ground. Murder! Murder! Terrified cries erupted, and the students scattered in all directions. The corridor became eerily quiet. Chen Mo crouched down, picking up the gold coins one by one. After counting, there were a total of 20 coins. In fact, he understood what Xian Ran had said. She mentioned that her adoptive parents saved some gold coins for her every year, and the half-sentence she didn't finish was, as her dowry. Alas, it seems he has incurred quite a debt of gratitude. After picking up the coins, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Chen Mo stood there, not intending to hide. Thankfully, he still had some breath left. We're all classmates. Why go so hard on each other? The dormitory supervisor took out a pill from her spatial ring and stuffed it into the dark-faced boy's mouth, before glaring at Chen Mo. What else could I do? Chen Mo retorted expressionlessly. He robbed my gold coins. Should I just let him? Then go crying to the teacher? His gaze swept over the other students watching. I just want to make an example. Don't come to provoke me for no reason. If anyone thinks I'm a waste, feel free to come and try. He said this right in front of the dormitory supervisor. The atmosphere became strange, but no one dared to say anything further. After closing the door, Chen Mo looked at the empty dormitory, took out the little puppy from his pocket. I am now a level 1 beast master. I should be able to tame you, little thing, right? He drew the curtains, bit his fingertip, and dripped his blood onto the puppy's forehead. The contract circle lit up as expected, but just like last time, the little puppy yawned, and the contract shattered. What on earth are you? He frowned, genuinely puzzled as to why this situation occurred. The little puppy in front of him seemed to have changed from when he first saw it. It now had golden fur on its 4 paws, faintly showing cloud patterns. Damn, you didn't T-level up too, did you? From initial stage to level 1? The little puppy looked at him like he was an idiot, sniffing around, its gaze locking onto the pouch of gold coins. It happily picked up the coins and dropped them in front of Chen Mo, tapping them with its paw. You eat my food and drink my water, yet 1 tea let me contract you. Chen Mo ground his teeth, temporarily unable to think of a good way to deal with this dog. Let us give you a name. He converted all the gold coins, including those he earned from selling the luxury pig, and fed them to the little puppy. Let us call you Wonkai. The little puppy absorbed the golden energy, contentedly squinting its eyes, but upon hearing the name Chen Mo gave it, it immediately widened its eyes and bared its teeth at him. Humph, you don't like it? Chen Mo pouted. If you have the ability, let me contract you. If I contract you, I can know your name, otherwise, you'll just have to be called Wonkai. Chapter 15, Spatial Ring. I'm not called Wonkai. The little puppy bared its teeth, its expression seeming to roar. It didn't speak, but its thoughts were conveyed to Chen Mo. Whether the contract could succeed was not up to it. It was Chen Mo himself who was too weak to bear its power, which led to the failure of the contract. Chen Mo felt bad all over. What do you mean he is too weak? When will he be strong enough? He levels up, and the little puppy levels up too. Isn't that a lifetime of not having enough power to contract? He had never heard of a companion beast being so powerful that it couldn't be contracted by its master. The birth of a companion beast was precisely to allow the master to successfully contract and become a beast master, right? Grr. The little puppy was in no mood to care about Chen Mo's gloominess. It found a comfortable spot on the bed, ate its fill, and fell asleep. Sigh, forget it. These things can't be rushed. If he isn't strong enough, he should find ways to get stronger, to become stronger and level up. A beast master must accumulate skill experience. When the level is low, the more time skills are used, the easier it is to level up. Above level 3. It requires accumulating control skills over the beasts and practical experience. Above level 5, not only must various experiences be accumulated, but a large amount of spiritual medicine must also be consumed to enhance physical strength, matching powerful mental strength. Having just leveled up, his mental strength was already very exhausted. He needed a good rest. After locking the door and closing the windows tightly, Chen Mo fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he only went to the classroom to sign in and then left school for the commercial street. "Excuse me, how much is this spatial ring?" He pointed to a golden spatial ring in the display case, looking at the salesgirl. The female salesgirl glanced at him and impatiently said, 2,000. Does it really cost that much? Chen Mo wasn't he short on money, but such a valuable item appearing in his hands might raise suspicions. When going out, having a spatial ring was essential. Do you have anything cheaper? He knew that the value of spatial rings was related to the size of the space they carried. The largest could have over 1,000 cubic meters, while the smallest only half a cubic meter. Even the cheapest one, you can't afford. The female salesgirl curled her lip disdainfully. Fine, go find somewhere cool to stay. Without even a Beastmaster inscription, you'll never use a spatial ring in your life. The so-called Beastmaster inscription is a contract mark that appears on the forehead of a Beastmaster after contracting with a beast, based on the color of their talent. Chen Mo had never contracted a beast, so naturally, he had no inscription. He stood there, neither arguing nor leaving, contemplating whether to directly buy this spatial ring worth 2,000. Finally, "I found you, kid." A voice came from behind, and Chen Mo turned around to see a dark face. It was the one he had beaten yesterday. "Humph, you got money, and instead of thinking about improving yourself, you come to squander it in a place like this?" The black-faced boy had a bandage wrapped around his head, and behind him were two small lackeys. "Kid, do you know why I won't let the school hold you accountable?" His finger jabbed heavily into Chen Mo's shoulder. "I want to kill you with my own hands." As the words fell, a phantom of a blue frost wolf appeared behind him. "Don't cause trouble here." The female salesperson behind the counter scolded sharply. "If you want to fight or kill, get out of my place. Don't dirty my space." She slammed her palm on the counter, her anger lifting her bangs, revealing a green contract mark that glowed like two pear blossom petals on her forehead. She is actually a second-level Beastmaster. The difference between second level and first level was like a 5 or 6-year-old child fighting with a 1-month-old baby. Both were novices, but their strengths were vastly different. The black-faced boy immediately backed down, and the phantom of the blue frost wolf quickly faded away, merging into his shadow. "Chen Mo, do you dare to have a match at the Beast Arena?" He held his head high, trying to maintain his arrogance. "Get out, get out, get out." The female salesperson glared at the two, and behind her, a giant green python flicked its terrifying tongue, as if it could swallow a person whole with a single bite. The black-faced boy swallowed nervously and hurriedly ran outside, stretching his neck to wait for Chen Mo to come out. "Aren't you going to hurry up and leave? You're both poor and unlucky." The woman glared at Chen Mo, and the giant python assumed an attacking posture, slowly bringing its face, as big as a basin, closer. "I'm here to buy something. I'm not haggling or asking for freebies. You're also from the lower class, just a worker. Is it appropriate to be so overbearing?" Chen Mo's expression was cold, inexplicably giving off a sense of pressure. How could a second-level beast master be afraid of an ordinary person? The female salesperson attributed her inexplicable fear to the influence of her beast, but why would her beast be afraid? Her gaze fixed on the small puppy on the boy's shoulder, and she seemed to realize, bloodline suppression. So that's how it is. The inconspicuous boy in front of her had a high-level bloodline beast protector. Either he belonged to a powerful family, or he had a very caring mentor. Since he had a background, it would be unwise to provoke him easily. "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize a gem in the rough." She quickly bowed in apology, her face full of a flattering smile. "The cheapest space ring we have here requires 50 gold coins, with a storage space of 0.3 cubic meters. Do you need it?" She reached into the counter and took out an unremarkable iron ring, embedded with a small space stone. Such a small space could only be used to store some medicines. "Then I'll take this one." Chen Mo placed a bag of gold coins on the counter and took the ring, putting it on his hand. The moment the ring fit onto his finger, a faint glow lit up, and the ring automatically adjusted its size, fitting snugly against Chen Mo's finger. At the same time, a space appeared in Chen Mo's mind. It was small and empty. So this is what a space ring is. Chen Mo felt a bit curious and quite satisfied. He turned to walk towards the door, where the black-faced boy was still waiting for him. Chapter 16, Beast Fight. "You finally came out. I thought you were going to hide inside like a turtle." The black-faced boy surrounded Chen Mo with his lackeys, looking ready to fight. "Now that no one is protecting you, let's go with us." Two of his lackeys pinned Chen Mo's shoulders, trying to drag him away. Why are there such stupid people in this world? Chen Mo was somewhat confused. Didn't the hit he took yesterday teach them not to provoke him? "Where are you taking me?" "Where? Didn't I just say? To the Beast Arena. I want to have a showdown with you." The black-faced boy smirked, his eyes gleaming with pride and malice. In this world where strength speaks, the Beast Arena is a legal killing ground. As long as both parties agree, the moment they step into the arena, life and death depend on skill. Not only can disputes be resolved there, but it is also a place to gain fame and attract the attention of various organizations. You, a beast master with a contract beast, fighting against me, a person without a contract beast. Do you think it will be glorious if you win? Chen Mo spoke helplessly. He had other matters to attend to and really didn't want to waste time on these idiots. Glorious? How is that not glorious? The black-faced boy laughed mockingly. You are a once-in-a-century solar-level talent. If I kill you, I'll be the first to kill a solar-level talent. So that's how it is. But don't you think, if you really kill me, will the school let you off? Chen Mo chuckled, hoping these people still had some brains. School? The black-faced boy laughed heartily. If I kill, what can the school do to us for a worthless orphan like you? Although I have a green wood-level talent, I am still a rare presence at the Welfare Academy. Besides, I'm not like you. My awakened blue frost wolf, when grown, will have extremely high attack power and will become a major force for the Empire. So, obediently become my experience points and stepping stone, since you dared to injure me. His eyes turned fierce as he grabbed Chen Mo by the collar. Let's go? To the center of the city, the Beast Arena. After registering their names, levels, and contracted beasts, they could engage in a beast fight. It was currently class time at the university town, so there weren't many spectators at the arena, mostly just some delinquents. After the administrator looked over the registration information of the two, he frowned. Which law states that you can't fight without a contracted beast? Saying this, he slammed 10 silver coins onto the table. Here, the money is paid. We are reasonable and legal, so you just do your job and stop meddling. Hey, you brat. The administrator looked at Chen Mo. Are you really sure you want to fight without a beast? People can die. Don't act on impulse. Thanks for the concern. Let us do it as he says. Chen Mo chuckled. This administrator was a rare good person. The two sides took their positions in the arena, no rules. No time limit. Life and death at fate's mercy. Start. On the Tianzhong Square arena, after the administrator announced the start of the beast fight, he stepped away from between the two and jumped off the stage. His only job now was to wait until one side failed or died. Then announce the result to the public and notify the school or parents to collect the body. Look, there's a beast fight. No way. Why is there a person without a contract mark? A junior beast master against an ordinary person? What is there to see? A few men and women gathered in the stands, watching the two on the arena with some boredom. The discussions reached the black-faced boy's ears, and he smirked, proudly saying, You guys are wrong. There's a lot to see. You can watch how my blue frost wolf tears open his belly, pulls out his intestines, and devours them piece by piece. His tone was perverse, and his words were gruesome, yet they successfully piqued the interest of the crowd. So it's torture. That is somewhat interesting. Make it exciting. Don't let us down. Hey, that guy without the mark, you better not die right away. Otherwise, let us place bets on how long this guy can last. Haha, that is a good idea. Perfect for passing the time. Everyone thought Chen Mo was doomed and would die a very miserable death, and they looked forward to his death being entertaining. So, have you thought of your last words? The black-faced boy waved his hand, and a blue frost wolf leaped out from his shadow, quickly transforming from a puppy into a giant beast taller than a person, showing its sharp wolf teeth. My talent skill is total attribute enhancement, including strength, speed, and defense. My blue frost wolf can fight even against an ordinary second-level alien beast. The first stage is equivalent to 0, and there is still a first stage in between the first and second stages. To be able to cross 2 stages and still have the strength to fight, one could say that this black-faced youth is quite impressive. I thought he was a noob, but it turns out he is quite capable. His innate skills and accompanying beast complement each other well. This close combat type of exotic beast is very visually appealing in battle. How pitiful. That ordinary person must have had his brain pinched by a door to come here to deliver himself to death. The audience was waiting for the blue frost wolf to tear Chen Mo apart, while he stood in the center of the arena, calm and composed. Just wait a moment. Let me find an exotic beast to contract first. He raised his palm, stopping the blue frost wolf's attack stance. Now you want to make a contract? The black-faced youth stared in disbelief. Don't tell me you still want to go find an exotic beast? I don't have that much time to wait for you. Just a moment. Chen Mo took out a gold coin, which transformed into golden energy and floated toward the drain beside the arena. The university town is separated from the world of humans and exotic beasts by tall city walls and barriers. There are almost no wild exotic beasts inside the city, except for one type of creature. That is the wild ear mouse, a beast with a rabbit's head that can fly using its tail. Because of its small size, after blending into the city, it lives in the sewers like a rat. Now that he was about to fight beasts, Chen Mo couldn't bring a gold brick to slap someone, so he could only temporarily find an exotic beast to contract. Once Principal Hou found him a holy beast-type exotic beast, he could release the one he temporarily contracted without any impact. It would just be a waste of some energy. Before long, a large-eared rat indeed crawled out from the drainage outlet. It was covered in mud and exuded a foul odor, climbing up the golden energy to Chen Mo's side. A mouse? The black-faced youth was surprised to see the ear mouse lying on the ground, and then he laughed out loud. Ha! It turns out you're not only useless, but also not very bright. You actually thought of temporarily contracting a mouse to defeat my blue frost wolf? Chapter 17. Ear Mouse. A mouse against a wolf is indeed asking for death. But Chen Mo just smiled, bit his thumb, and dripped blood onto the ear mouse's head. In an instant, a golden light surrounded Chen Mo and the ear mouse, with obscure runes appearing above them. Sun level? Sun level. It turned out to be the top-tier talent, Sun level. The audience in the stands widened their eyes in shock, forgetting to put the snacks in their hands into their mouths, dropping them to the ground. The golden light attracted more people to look toward the beast fighting arena. For a beast master with sun-level talent to contract an exotic beast, that was something that only existed in legends. Since the founding of the Southern Kingdom, there had been only a few dozen beast masters with sun-level talent. And those still alive today were all at the highest levels of the empire, enjoying the admiration of the people. It was such a lucky thing to see a sun-level talent beast master contract an exotic beast in the beast fighting arena today. An exotic beast contracted by such a high-level talent should be extremely rare, right? As the crowd quickly surged into the beast fighting arena, they found that beneath the golden light was a thin youth and a tiny ear mouse, and everyone was stunned. Oh my, doesn't this kid have a mentor? How can he contract a mouse? A beast master below level 5 can contract one accompanying exotic beast and one wild exotic beast. This beast rank is very precious. Generally, beast masters would ask their mentors or families to find a stronger exotic beast than their accompanying beast to contract. But this boy in front of them actually wasted such a precious beast rank on an ear mouse. It should be noted that many beast masters never reach level 5 in their entire lives. The experience and opportunities for leveling up are so precious. Wasting it on a worthless exotic beast is equivalent to wasting a life, wasting a future. This fool actually contracted a mouse. The black-faced youth sneered. As expected, trash should stay in the trash heap. Useless beings are only fit to contract useless beasts. He held his head high, patiently waiting for Chen Mo's contract to be completed. Runes quickly surged into the foreheads of Chen Mo and the ear mouse, forming two identical golden inscriptions. Just as the contract formation faded, the ear mouse suddenly underwent a mutation. The ear mouse, originally the size of an adult's palm, visibly expanded, eventually stabilizing into the shape of a small dog. The black, muddy fur fell off, turning golden yellow in an instant. With a pair of upright rabbit ears and a tail like a paddle behind it, its obsidian-like eyes blinked, surprisingly exuding some cuteness. Exotic beast, ear mouse. Category, mutated beast king category. Rank, first stage. Innate skills, crazy gnawing. Thousands of offspring. It turned out to be a mutated beast king type. Chen Mo looked at the ear mouse as attribute panel, somewhat surprised. Wild exotic beasts occasionally have mutations, usually due to external influences causing genetic changes. The direction of mutation can be good or bad, but in any case, it is very rare. The ear mouse in front of him shed its original appearance. Although it didn't look particularly strong, it was still quite visually appealing. Is that really the ear mouse after the contract? So cute. Have you all noticed a problem? That youth just contracted an exotic beast, and its rank is actually 1. Shouldn't it be at the beginner level upon awakening? It's definitely level 1. Just look at his inscriptions, and besides, the ear mouse has changed its form. Right? A beginner cannot change its form. Only then did the crowd realize that Chen Mo's inscriptions were indeed those of a first-level beast master. The sun-level talent is actually so terrifying. The vast majority of beast masters often need a month to level up from the awakened state to a first-level beast master. Even those nobles, who take all sorts of elixirs, can only shorten this process by half at most. Yet this boy right in front of them, after one contract, is already at level 1. The sounds of admiration were endless, and the audience in the beast fighting arena grew increasingly larger. The news of the sun-level talent youth temporarily contracting an exotic beast to duel spread quickly. Before long, the originally empty beast fighting arena was already filled to 1/4 of its capacity. A vulture flew in from a distance and landed on the stands, its eyes like cameras, staring unblinkingly at the center of the arena. So noisy, the black-faced youth suddenly shouted, "What are you all so amazed about? ISNT sun level, just about leveling up faster than ordinary people? What is so special about that? No matter how fast he levels up, if his skills are trash, it's equivalent to having none. And now he has contracted a mouse. How strong can he be?" He disdainfully looked at Chen Mo. "Stop pretending to be impressive here. I'll immediately tear you and your broken mouse apart. Roar. The blue frost wolf let out a howl and charged toward Chen Mo. With each step it took forward, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The blue frost wolf's innate skill, Ice Age, activated. Everything within its target range would be covered in frost, effectively blocking the opponent's movements. Meanwhile, it itself moved with extraordinary speed thanks to the power of the frost. The black-faced youth indeed had the capital to be arrogant. With a Demon King type accompanying exotic beast and enhanced innate skills, although his talent level was somewhat lacking, it in no way hindered his potential to become a top-tier beast master. Perhaps he could become a legend among civilian beast masters, a pride of the Welfare Academy. But unfortunately, he provoked Chen Mo. His legend was destined to be nipped in the bud. The black-faced youth claimed that his enhanced blue frost wolf could contend with an ordinary second-stage exotic beast. Chen Mo believed this was true, but he had one prefix, which was ordinary. The ear mouse is indeed the most worthless exotic beast, but the mutated ear mouse is not. Chen Mo's mind moved, and the ear mouse's skill. Thousands of offspring, activated. All the ear mice in the city seemed to respond to some kind of call, rushing toward the beast fighting arena. Countless ear mice surged out of the drainage outlet like black water. Just as the frost wolf charged forward, its master was attacked by a swarm of ear mice. Being attacked by the ear mice wouldn't lead to immediate death, but if the frost wolf bit down, Chen Mo might be in serious trouble. To think that a duel between beginner beast tamers could be so intense. The audience in the stands held their breath, fully focused on the arena. Would this end in mutual destruction? The frost wolf's dagger-like teeth gleamed ominously as they aimed for the carotid artery in Chen Mo's neck. The ear mice, at a disadvantage in size, couldn't stop it, and as a human, Chen Mo was even less capable of defending himself. If it bit down, blood would surely spurt everywhere. The audience seemed to foresee Chen Mo's death. Some covered their eyes in fear, while others revealed bloodthirsty smiles. In the stands, a massive vulture tilted its head, its eyes unblinking. Chapter 18. Subverting Common Sense. In the president's office of the Social Welfare Academy, principal Hu looked at the projection on the wall and asked the director of education beside him, Director Wang, what do you think? The entire southern nation had 6 cities, with the imperial center being the royal city, surrounded by 4 guardian cities. The university city was located between 2 of the guardian cities, facing the beast wilderness. Within the university city, there were a total of 11 colleges, and the other colleges mainly accepted children from prominent families, at the very least from wealthy households. Attending these universities required paying tuition fees. In contrast, the Social Welfare University was aimed at all the common students of the southern nation. Not only did they not have to pay tuition, but each student also received regular subsidies. As the president of the Social Welfare Academy, who held the fate of 100,000 students in his hands, but his social status was far below that of the other college presidents. This was because nearly all of his 100,000 students were useless. Not only was his salary lower than that of other principals, but he also had to unconditionally cooperate with them. Clearly, he was also an 8th-level beast tamer like the other principals. His strength was no worse than theirs. But because he came from a common background, he had no connections. A man, especially a capable one, could never be content with a life of ease and mediocrity. As a principal, who could not bear the thought of being looked down upon for his entire life. As long as Chen Mo could rise successfully as one of his students, those who looked down on him would have to think twice. He held great hope for Chen Mo's extraordinary leveling speed. Reaching level 5 as a beast tamer was a watershed moment. Above level 5, leveling up became extremely difficult. Not only did it require accumulating sufficient practical experience, but it also needed the right opportunity for enlightenment. The key to leveling up lay in this opportunity. As for what this opportunity was, it was hard to say clearly, but past experiences suggested that the level of one's beast taming talent played a decisive role in this. In the entire southern nation, there was only one 9th-level beast tamer, the leader of the 4 guardians of the southern nation, who also served as the president of the Rose Academy, Li Moyan, and she was the owner of a solar-level beast taming talent. If Chen Mo could eventually advance to a 9th-level beast tamer, then the quality of his talent skills would not really matter. A 9th-level beast tamer could possess a 9th-tier beast. The higher the level of the beast, the greater the disparity in strength. One could say that the difference in power between an 8th-tier beast and a 9th-tier beast was like heaven and earth. A beast tamer could use their own talent skills to bridge the gap in beast levels. Conversely, the theory also applied. A beast tamer could rely on their level to make up for the gap in talent skills compared to other beast tamers. These thoughts occurred to Principal Hu upon learning of Chen Mo's rapid leveling. But after watching his duel with the black-faced youth, he felt he had underestimated Chen Mo's talent. Defeating the Frost Wolf, a mid-tier beast of the Demon King system, with the most useless ear mouse was something that would typically be considered impossible. Yet it happened right before his eyes. At the moment the Frost Wolf lunged at Chen Mo, despite its size, strength, and speed being far superior to that of the ear mouse. It somehow leaped into the air, knocked the Frostwolf down, and unleashed its talent skill to gnaw furiously, directly piercing the Frostwolf's throat. The most useless beast of the Beast King system defeated the mid-tier Frostwolf of the Demon King system. Even if the ear mouse was level 1 and the Frostwolf was equivalent to level 0, this was still an extraordinary subversion of common sense. The black-skinned youth was eventually gnawed to death by countless ear mice, leaving no remains, and his accompanying beast also dissipated into smoke upon his death. For the Welfare Academy, they lost a very promising student. But for Principal Hou, Chen Mo's displayed strength amazed him. If a contracted ear mouse could be so powerful, how effective would it be to contract a sacred beast? However, before that, he had to address the possibility that Chen Mo's outstanding performance could attract competition from other colleges. In the beast arena, the duel had concluded. In the stands, some spectators were so nauseated they vomited. Being eaten alive by mice, with bones crushed, was too terrifying. They had always thought that the most useless and ineffective beast could be so vicious. Meanwhile, the boy controlling this beast stood there indifferently, not even moving a single step. Even when the Frostwolf lunged at him, he remained calm, as if nothing was happening. Who was he? Which school was he from? A solar-level talent was truly terrifying. Having just contracted, without even harmonizing with the beast, he could achieve such a feat. So, was it the ear mouse that was powerful, or was it that boy? Chen Mo looked down at the ear mouse at his feet. Its golden fur looked soft, more like a rabbit than a mouse. Speaking almost to himself, he expressed his fondness for the ear mouse he had temporarily contracted. Ear mice had a natural ability for perception, so having it follow him would provide a certain level of danger warning. With one person and one mouse, they left the beast arena. The administrator watched him leave, speechless for a long time. Was there a need to notify the family to claim the body? Probably not. Just as he had finished his thoughts, before the onlookers could fully comprehend, a vulture swooped down, snatched the duel notice, and flew away in an instant. At the city gate, Chen Mo registered his name and exited the city. Hunting, earning money, gaining experience. He needed to grow stronger quickly, so that if he ever revealed his skills, he would have enough power to protect his freedom. Chen, are you going hunting again? I'll go too. Shall we team up? Chapter 19, Earth Louse. Sorry, I'm not used to teaming up with others. But he showed no concern for Wang Suiyuan's feelings and headed straight into the depths of the jungle with his ear mouse. The beasts below level 2 on the outskirts of the jungle were not worth much, and they provided little experience. His target this time was a fierce beast called the Earth Louse, which lived on the edge of the jungle. This beast looked similar to a goat, both in shape and size, with the only difference being that it had 2 pairs of horns. Its value lay in those 2 pairs of horns. The Earth Louse belonged to the psychic type of beasts and was generally level 3. With its antenna-like horns, it emitted a mental wave that could confuse its prey, luring them close before devouring them. Its favorite meals were monkeys and humans. 4 sets of horns could be worth 10 gold coins, making it much easier to hunt than wild boars. As Chen Mo delved deeper, the environment gradually changed. He found himself in a peach orchard, with faint monkey calls echoing nearby. Spotting monkeys meant there was a possibility of finding earth louses. Whoosh! A stone shot towards Chen Mo, although it was a regular attack. Being hit would still cause serious injury. The ear mice were quick to sense the danger. Chen Mo tilted his head slightly and dodged the stone. Seeing that the attack had missed, the monkey on the branch was taken aback for a moment before it started dancing and clapping its hands excitedly. Ooh! It let out strange calls, and soon, the branches around were filled with monkeys. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Hundreds of monkeys, each holding peach pits, hurled them towards Chen Mo. Damn it! These mischievous monkeys are indeed the most annoying creatures. I haven't done anything to you. Why are you throwing stuff at me? With such a dense and widespread attack, dodging was not easy. The ear mice didn't have suitable defensive skills, which seemed to be a bit of a problem. Squeak squeak. The monkey troop let out cries of agony as they scattered in all directions. This place is very dangerous. You shouldn't have come here alone. Why are you following me? Chen Mo frowned, looking displeased at Wang Suiyuan instead of thanking him for saving him. Wang Suiyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Following a beast master in the dense forest was actually considered a taboo. I'm just worried about you. If it weren't for me just now, you'd have been smashed into a beehive. Really? Chen Mo's expression was cold, clearly disagreeing with Wang Suiyuan's words. Just then, the monkey troop let out cries of agony again. Following the sound, he saw that on the branches, each monkey was being gnawed at by dozens of ear mice. As the lowest rank of exotic beasts, the only treasure that ear mice have for survival is their incredible reproductive ability. They resemble both rats and rabbits. A rat can give birth to up to 80 offspring in a year, while rabbits have 2 sets of wombs and can alternate pregnancies without taboo against inbreeding. Ear mice possess the advantages of both, Wherever there is air, there will be ear mice. In this dense forest of exotic beasts, the number of ear mice is even beyond counting. Any creature, even ants, will become a terrifying presence when they reach a certain number. The skill Myriad Offspring was activated. A mere monkey troop was easily dealt with. Squeak, squeak. The monkey's cries were incessant, sending chills down Wang Suiyuan's spine. He never expected Chen Mo could control ear mice. The one you contracted is an ear mouse? He stared incredulously at the creature at Chen Mo's feet, a small being with golden fur, the size of a puppy. Do ear mice also have innate skills? After living for so many years and reading so many books, he had never heard of a beast master contracting an ear mouse. Thank you for your concern, but you're hindering my hunt. Chen Mo commanded the group of ear mice to eat the monkey's corpses, leaving only their heads. The brain matter is the favorite food of the soil beetle. Watching as the trained ear mice neatly arranged the monkey heads and then quietly hid away, Wang Suiyuan's jaw nearly dropped. This is impossible. It absolutely can't be true. Looking at the contract marks on Chen Mo's forehead, he should only be a first-level beast master. So his ear mouse should also be first level. As a beast king-type beast master, being able to control wild exotic beasts of the same kind is possible. However, controlling nearly 10,000 at once is definitely not something a first-level beast master could achieve. Could this also be the ability of a solar-level talent? A sour emotion quietly rose in Wang Suiyuan's heart. Chen Mo's talent was enviably exceptional. I'm sorry, I thought you had just awakened and casually contracted an inconspicuous beast. Perhaps not fully understanding the dangers of the dense forest. Wang Suiyuan explained with shame, I just wanted to protect you. I hope you don't misunderstand. Too many emotional ties would only hinder his advancement. Chen Mo turned his face away, no longer looking at Wang Suiyuan. It seemed he was being rejected. Wang Suiyuan felt utterly dejected. Indeed, he was only of green wood-level talent, and his starting point had already determined the height of his endpoint. In the future, he and Chen Mo were destined to belong to two different worlds, a being he could only look up to. With the flying lion, Wang Suiyuan silently left. He's a good person, but unfortunately too weak. When he turned back, Chen Mo felt the air in front of him seem to twist, and many wonderful things appeared before his eyes. Money, bodies, people's praises, and parents. As an orphan, he had longed for a family, for the love of parents. Now, he saw it, the childlike version of himself being cared for by his parents. A long-lost sense of happiness made a strange smile curl at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were hollow, and he walked forward in a daze. Not far from him, a goat as tall as a person, with 4 sharp horns, exuded an arrogant light like that of a king from its straight-line pupils. Just as Chen Mo approached it, the goat lifted its front hooves. Its sharp hooves suspended above Chen Mo's head. When the goat's hooves came crashing down, Chen Mo would undoubtedly be split in half. A third-level exotic beast. And it was of the spiritual type. The soil beetle possessed wisdom that this level of exotic beast did not have. Chen Mo's idea of luring it out with monkey brains was simply an insult to it. Chapter 20. Don't eat my beast. What? He contracted an ear mouse? The director of the Education Management Committee was utterly disappointed after receiving the report from Principal Hou of the Welfare Academy regarding Chen Mo, a solar-level talent. The highest talent in the world. Even if the innate skills were subpar, the advancement speed would be several times that of an ordinary beast master. As long as he contracted a good exotic beast, he could still have a bright future. But unexpectedly, he contracted an ear mouse. This made the director doubt that Chen Mo had somewhat given up on himself and had a poor mindset. As a beast master, mindset was extremely important. Chen Mo came from a poor background and had never seen much money in his life, and his skills just happened to require gold for sustenance. Now that his mindset was problematic, his character seemed to have flaws, allegedly involving the death of his roommate. A person like this, if the education organization used gold to support him, he might squander it instead of improving himself. This kid is already a waste. Let him be. He put pen to paper, approving Chen Mo to continue staying at the Welfare Academy. As long as he didn't do anything outrageous, they wouldn't interfere. In the dense forest of exotic beasts, Chen Mo stood under the sharp hooves of the soil beetle, and his hollow gaze suddenly regained clarity. He suddenly dodged to the side, and the ear mice surged like a tide from all directions, quickly surrounding the entire soil beetle. Hello! The soil beetle let out a cry of pain, desperately shaking its body to try to throw off the ear mice clinging to it. Unfortunately, its entire body was covered in ear mice, and once they bit into its flesh, they wouldn't let go. The intense pain made it unable to concentrate and release skills. It could only desperately charge at tree trunks and rocks. Boom, boom, boom. The trees were knocked down, and the rocks were shattered. The ear mice were knocked off and killed, but soon, countless ear mice climbed back onto its body. The low-level ear mice had low intelligence, but were very obedient to commands, even when they clearly saw their companions die executing commands. they would still carry them out without hesitation. Go, give it the final blow. The golden ear mouse obeyed the command, its paddle-like tail spinning rapidly, lifting it into the air towards the struggling soil beetle. The skill-frenzied gnawing activated. Its two golden incisors, sharp as daggers, bit into the soil beetle's carotid artery. The hide of a third-level exotic beast, tougher than iron, was like fruit before these incisors, easily bitten open. However, the blood did not spurt out. Instead, it was all absorbed by the golden ear mouse, becoming its strength. Bang! The massive body of the soil beetle finally crashed to the ground. The golden ear mouse that had drained the soil beetle's blood shone brightly, and its body seemed to grow a size larger. Indeed, only by hunting above your level can you gain more experience points. Using the perception of the ear mice, Chen Mo observed his surroundings and reached out to pull out Wang Kai from his arms. He pointed at the corpse of the soil beetle on the ground and commanded Wang Kai like a hunting dog. The little puppy stretched its paws and yawned, tilting its head to look at the soil beetles, eventually locking its gaze on the ear mouse. Suddenly, it became excited and even wanted to eat the ear mouse. No eating. Chen Mo quickly grabbed it. Are you stupid? This is my contracted beast. The puppy whined in protest, flailing its paws, which scared the ear mouse so much that it went limp and nearly wet itself. Strange, when Wang Kai saw Wang Sui Yuan's flying lion, it didn't react like this. Why did it open its appetite upon seeing the ear mouse? Chen Mo had no choice but to turn anger into gold, materializing a large gold brick and stuffing it into Wang Kai's mouth. My contracted beast can't be eaten. There's plenty of gold, okay? Uffed. Wang Kai spat out the gold brick, glaring at Chen Mo as if sulking. If you eat it, what will I use? If you're capable, let me contract you. Hearing this, the ear mouse became even more scared, kneeling on the ground and bowing, almost begging for mercy. Wang Kai disdainfully curled its lips and tapped the gold brick with its paw. It wanted to eat the gold energy. Woo! Wang Kai raised its front paw, spreading its claw like a hand showing the number 5. You're really greedy. Chen Mo slapped his palm on its paw. It's a deal. Now get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Kai turned and vanished without a trace. Time passed little by little, and Chen Mo sat on a rock, closing his eyes to rest. About an hour later, he opened his eyes. A gust of wind blew, and Wang Kai came to a sudden stop in midair, opening its mouth and spitting out a mountain of soil beetle corpses. Just like the last time with the lavish boar, each corpse was intact, without any wounds. After roughly counting, there were about 50. Selling one for 10 gold coins would amount to around 500 gold coins. Oh whoa, oh whoa. Wang Kai anxiously called out in front of Chen Mo, fearing that if it waited too long for the gold energy, it would cause a ruckus. I know. Turning gold into gas, 5 palm-sized gold bricks were transformed into a cloud of golden mist surrounding Wang Kai. The ear mouse beside them stood up on its hind legs, its eyes full of desire. Do you want to eat too? Chen Mo separated a bit of the gold energy and moved it toward the ear mouse. However, before the ear mouse could absorb it, Wang Kai slapped it away, sending it rolling over 10 times. It opened its mouth wide and absorbed all the gold energy, leaving not a trace behind. You're so stingy. What's wrong with sharing a little? Chen Mo walked over, picked up the ear mouse from the ground, and patted the dirt off it. The little fellow looked very aggrieved, burying its head in his arms, sobbing softly. Wang Kai burped, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Mo before flying onto his shoulder and burrowing into his collar. Wow, who has ever seen a contracted beast throwing shade at its beastmaster? Chen Mo helplessly materialized another piece of gold and then transformed it, feeding it to the ear mouse. Just after using the skill, he felt exhausted. Not good. He had used too much mental energy today. He had already consumed a lot of mental energy resisting the soil beetle's mental manipulation. And now he had materialized multiple times and nourished with gas. His mental energy was running low, and he might faint in the forest. He needed to rest a bit before dealing with these corpses. He found a rock, sat cross-legged, and kept the ear mouse beside him for protection. About 30 miles away, a hunting team of 3, a man and a woman, was heading this way. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be students from the Royal Beastmaster Academy. Chapter 21, Gujiao. What a strong smell of blood. Following the scent, they found Chen Mo's location. Princess, look over there. So many soil beetle corpses. Soil beetles generally live alone and rarely appear in groups, and they are cunning by nature, making them hard to hunt. How could there be so many soil beetle corpses here? Princess, look, there's a person. After the reminder, the 3 finally focused their attention on Chen Mo, who was still resting with his eyes closed. The ear mouse under him seemed to sense the presence of outsiders, raising its head and looking in their direction. What is that thing? It's golden and shiny, never seen it before. Aside from its fur color and size, it somewhat resembled an ear mouse. An ear mouse? How is that possible? That's clearly a contracted beast. How could it be an ear mouse? Who would be foolish enough to contract an ear mouse? The woman called the princess frowned slightly. So many soil beetles, just what I need for my alchemy. Let us go take a look. So it's a student from the Welfare Academy. Hey, where are your instructors or the other members of your hunting team? The woman's followers shouted rudely. But instead of looking at Chen Mo, he was examining the pile of corpses. These soil beetles have no external injuries at all. How did you achieve that? Welfare Academy. Do they have such powerful instructors? Maybe they've developed some new hunting techniques? We should send someone to ask about it another day. If it's useful, we can use it too. One of the men looked a bit annoyed. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't just stand there silent. Chen Mo slowly raised his head, the golden contract markings on his forehead faintly shimmering with light, causing the three to pause in surprise. Day-Sun. The one closest to him involuntarily took a step back. A Day-Sun level talent meant that the person in front of them was bound to be part of the highest echelon of the empire. Someone who should never be underestimated or insulted. Who are you? The woman asked in confusion. From your attire, you seem like a student from the Welfare Academy. But you don't look like a freshman. Who exactly are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others' names? Chen Mo slowly stood up, sizing up the people in front of him. They seemed to have quite a background. But this was a dense forest and a legal area. The royal family and whatnot didn't matter much in life and death situations. I am Huang Quanluli, a second-year student at the Royal Beastmaster Academy. May I ask who you are? She retracted her previous arrogance, and her tone was relatively sincere. Chen Mo, a first-year student at the Welfare Academy. Chen Mo, you are that Chen Mo? Huang Quanluli's expression suddenly turned mocking. So you are the oddity who awakened a Day-Sun level talent, and your skill is pet food. As she said this, the two men beside her seemed to remember and couldn't help but sneer. We were just saying we wanted to see what this famous genius in the university city looks like, and we ran into you. Perfect. We've been in the forest for half a day, and our contracted beasts are tired. Help us feed them. Feeding beasts requires gold. Do you think it's free? It's just gold. I have plenty. The man swiped at his spatial ring, and immediately 2 gold coins appeared in his hand. He weighed them and smirked. You should be in urgent need of gold to upgrade your skills. Come on, feed our beasts until they're full. He raised his hand, and the gold coin slipped from his hand, falling at Chen Mo's feet. This is the true face of nobility, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When they found out he had Day-Sun level talent, they acted like cowards, but once they learned he was useless, they insulted him recklessly. Chen Mo despised these people who were full of themselves. Why did it matter to them if someone else was useless? He wasn't eating their food or spending their money. Did stepping on someone else make them that happy? Chen Mo lowered his gaze to the gold coins that had fallen into the dust. Sorry, I just exhausted too much energy and can't use my skills for now. Not enough strength, so he had to endure. Exhausted too much energy? Ha! The two men laughed heartily. Don't tell us that all these soil beetles were hunted by you alone. How could someone who makes pet food hunt? Did you suffocate the soil beetles to death? Ha! What I do to hunt is none of your business. Laughing so loudly. Aren't you afraid your heads will fall off? Chen Mo remained expressionless, neither refuting nor explaining, just quietly standing there. Huang Quanluli frowned slightly. Enough. She sternly called out, stopping the two from laughing. I don't care how you killed so many earth beetles. It seems your space ring can't hold them all. How about this? If you can make the decision, sell these earth beetles to me. What do you say? As expected of the royal family, well informed, she immediately recognized that the ring he had was of low quality. Chen Mo glanced at the beast on the woman's shoulder, a humanoid creature with 6 wings, so small that if it stayed still, one would think it was a decoration. But Chen Mo knew it was a rare beast from the sacred beast category. The little dog in his arms seemed to wake up, crawled out of his collar, and looked outside. When its gaze landed on the beast on the woman's shoulder, it excitedly stuck out its tongue. Unless absolutely necessary. He didn't want to offend the royal family. Sure, as long as you can pay the price, take them all. What price do you want? Me? Of course. The more the better. The woman frowned, looking at Chen Mo with a hint of disdain. How about this? I will buy these earth beetles from you at twice the market price. Without waiting for Chen Mo to agree, her hand swept across the space ring, and a large bag of gold coins was thrown onto the ground. Then with another sweep, a small mountain of earth beetle corpses disappeared without a trace. Let's go? Without any unnecessary words, the woman quickly vanished into the dense forest with her 2 attendants. 1,000 gold coins. It was heavy and valuable. For students at the Welfare Institute who awakened their talents, the monthly subsidy was 10 silver coins, and a mentor's monthly salary ranged from 20 to 50 gold coins. Even for noble offspring, monthly pocket money was only a few dozen gold coins. Kid, you are very lucky. He smirked, a huge phantom appearing behind him. A large bird with antlers. Gudiao, a demon king-level beast. 3rd tier. Chapter 22. The goal is to reach level 4 in half a month. Why do you think I'm lucky? Chen Mo smiled, still not picking up the money bag in front of him. You didn't hunt those earth beetles alone, did you? Where's your mentor? What happened to them? The man squinted his eyes, not looking at Chen Mo, but rather observing the surroundings. What if I said I didn't have a mentor with me? The little dog peeked out from his collar again, looking at the solidified Gu Jiao with little interest, but still tilted its head to look at Chen Mo. Its expression seemed to say, "This thing, can it be eaten? No mentor?" The man looked down at the ear mouse on the ground, and then turned his gaze back to Chen Mo. "Are you trying to say that you hunted those earth beetles all by yourself? With your pet's food, to the point of bursting?" This idea sounded ridiculous. But thinking about the state of the dead earth beetles, there were no external injuries. Not from bursting. Your skill has a secondary effect. Is it poison? That also seemed incorrect. Those earth beetles looked more like they died from asphyxiation. Haha, everyone thought you were useless, but didn't expect your skill actually has a secondary effect. The man's eyes became more frenzied. Such a good skill. Why don't you want to tell the school? Did you just comprehend it? Or is it that making such an ability public would be detrimental to your future development? The use of this skill has restrictions, doesn't it? Hehe, how come you're so smart? Chen Mo didn't speak, connecting to the ear mouse, which then connected to another ear mouse. Within a 1-mile radius, there were no human presences, nor any monitoring beasts. He smiled slightly. "Wankai, go eat." Receiving the command, the little dog curled up in his collar like a gust of wind and flew towards Gu Jiao. Woo! Gu Jiao only let out a half-hearted scream before disappearing without a trace. A headache, like the pain of being torn apart in his brain, made the man unable to help but kneel on the ground, clutching his head tightly. "What have you done to me?" The contract runes on his forehead became unstable, slowly fading away. When a beast master dies, the beast must die. When the beast dies, the beast master will be fine. But the pain of having the contract withdrawn is still torturous. Stupid dog, couldn't you eat both the human and the beast? Chen Mo didn't look at the man, just slightly raised his hand, and a golden light shot out, with the ear mouse biting the man's throat. A beast master without a beast is just a little stronger than an ordinary person. Ugh, countless ear mice surged in like a tide, then retreated like a tide, leaving only a pool of blood and tattered clothing. This area of the forest had long lost any trace of Chen Mo. The monkeys once again occupied the place, tearing the clothes and ornaments on the ground into shreds. With the experience from last time, Chen Mo learned to use the existing conditions to eliminate residual traces. As long as there were no solid human witnesses, any inference could be firmly denied. Clang. The bag hit the counter, making a dull metallic sound. The female salesperson looked up in astonishment, realizing it was the previous boy, and immediately put on a professional smile. "Hello, what do you need?" Before she could finish her sentence, her expression froze, becoming incredulous. The golden contract runes indicated that the boy in front of her had a solar-level talent, a key target for the Empire's cultivation. She gasped in shock. You awakened? Oh, there. The female salesperson counted the number of gold coins and quickly handed over a beautiful box. "This one is 100 cubic, originally priced at 2,000. But you are a valued customer, just give me the material cost." A space ring worth 2,000 gold coins was sold to him for 1,000? Chen Mo glanced at her. From her initial disdain and insults to her now actively trying to win him over, this woman changed her attitude without any effort. "Then thank you." With the space ring, he could take out gold coins anytime without exposing his skill. As for why he became wealthy, he didn't need to find excuses. His legend had already spread. She soon received surprising news that the principal of the Welfare Academy was personally mentoring Chen Mo and privately subsidizing his advancement. No wonder he could hunt so many earth beetles. It turned out to be the work of an 8th-level beastmaster. The royal authority, Luoli, was left with nothing but contempt for Chen Mo. Only such trash would be treated as treasure by the Welfare Academy. Upon returning to school, someone was already waiting for Chen Mo at the school gate. "Classmate Chen, your new dormitory has been prepared. Please follow me." The two walked one after the other to the faculty living area. The houses here are divided into 3 types. Teaching assistants live in apartment buildings, which are slightly better than student dormitories. Senior mentors live in stacked villas, which can accommodate family members. Master level and above, including the principal, live in standalone villas. There are very few master level mentors at the Welfare Academy. Those with connections have been promoted to better academies. Principal who arranged an independent villa for Chen Mo, just across a small road from where he lived, enjoying the treatment of a master level. This gold is given to you by the principal. He hopes you can use all the resources for your advancement. Once you grow, you will have everything, whether it's wealth or status. Before that, he hopes you can focus entirely on leveling up. In the following months, he will provide you with some gold coins regularly. As for courses, you will need to study the materials yourself. The practical course schedule is here. You will receive guidance from the principal along with the 3rd-year seniors. After leaving these words, the person left. In the large room, only Chen Mo remained. For the first time in his life, he lived in a big house. The decor here is very simple. with only various materials filling the study. On the wall of his bedroom hangs a calligraphy piece, written in a vigorous style. Heaven rewards diligence. Does heaven really reward diligence? Chen Mo looked at the money bag in his hand, which contained 100 gold coins. As the principal managing nearly 100,000 students. Principal who was busy with administrative duties every day, yet his salary was not high. Being able to allocate him 100 gold coins each month was quite remarkable. Although it was mutual benefit, Chen Mo still felt grateful for his generosity. The big banner has been raised, and from now on, it can be upgraded recklessly. In half a month, reaching level 4 will allow me to help Hou Yongshou awaken. Chapter 23, Closed Door Training. Principal, I have already checked. In the principal's office. The assistant reported to Principal Hou. Chen Mo has been hunting in the dense forest these past few days, with great success. Especially yesterday, he reportedly encountered Princess Yui, Huangquan Luoli, who bought some materials from him and gave him a particularly generous reward. Some say he was rewarded with 1,000 gold coins, while others say it was 10,000. In any case, it was a very lavish amount. However, he took these gold coins and did not use them to enhance his strength, but instead bought a spatial ring. Early this morning, he went to the elixir shop and bought a lot of nourishing medicines. Did he only buy the ring and medicines? Yes. What is he doing now? I see. Principal who stood in front of the office's floor-to-ceiling window, pondering for a moment. Chen Mo's mindset is more stable than I imagined. He must have begun closed-door training to enhance himself. Enhancing locked up at home? The assistant found it hard to believe. Having never heard of a beast master leveling up at home. His skills are different from others. Most beast masters need to accumulate experience through actual combat, especially those with enhancement skills. But Chen Mo only needs to convert gold into energy for nourishing exotic beasts. Right now, he has contracted a mouse, if I guess correctly. Whether this mouse levels up or not doesn't matter to him. He only wants to level up himself. Then, I will find him a holy beast to replace the mouse. As long as his level is high enough, with his mental attribute talent, he will already be able to stand firm in this world. But there is a problem. The assistant spoke with some confusion. The manifestation system can use skills infinitely and store the changed items. However, his skill requires feeding exotic beasts, right? What kind of beast can eat infinitely? What kind of question is that? Principal who chuckled. You forgot. His skill has no target limitation. The mice under the entire university city number in the billions. Even if he feeds them nonstop for 24 hours, it wouldn't be enough. Perhaps we should revise the textbook and include the mice in the ranks of beast masters. No one knew before that the mouse is also a beast king type and can summon its kind to fight. The assistant nodded. Indeed. Based on feedback from the beast fighting arena, the combat power of the mouse is quite impressive. However, we do not know whether the mouse has this ability after being contracted by anyone, or if only Chen Mo can contract it to give birth to such skills. As soon as these words were spoken, Principal Hu's expression tightened. The combat ability of the mouse relies on its population size. But if two beast masters simultaneously use summoning skills, which mouse group will listen to whom? He smiled. It seems this kind of exotic beast can only be used by Chen Mo alone. In the dim room, a flash of light appeared, and a warm breath radiated from Chen Mo's body. He leveled up. Just as I thought, it's easier to level up after completely exhausting mental energy. This idea came to him last time when he encountered the bloodthirsty bats at the city gate. It's like an athlete training for a race. Once you reach your physical limit, it will be painful, but as long as you persist and break through that limit, you can reach a faster and stronger realm. Previously, it took him a day to go from level 0 to level 1. This time, it took 3 days to reach level 2. During these 3 days, he exhausted all his energy, fell asleep, and then continued upon waking. This repeated over and over, engaging in simple yet monotonous actions. Such behavior seems simple but places immense pressure on the mind. A normal person has a daily communication need of 20,000 words. This is both mentally and physically taxing. Once a person lives in a single environment and endlessly repeats this life with no interaction with the outside world, they will go crazy. But at this moment, Chen Mo only feels that his leveling up is still too slow. If it takes 3 days to go from level 1 to level 2, then going from level 2 to level 3 might take 9 days, and from level 3 to level 4, perhaps 81 days. He can't wait that long. Hou Yongshou needs to awaken quickly and then adapt to his companion beast. The key point is that he is not sure whether Hou Yongshou can awaken at once. Leveling up cannot be rushed, especially with his mental system. A slight misstep could lead to a mental breakdown. Just go with the flow. If he doesn't make it to level 4 in time, he can ask Principal Hou for help. Their interests are tied together, so this small favor should be manageable, right? In the following days, Chen Mo continued as such, manifesting gold blocks, converting gold into energy, and feeding Wangkai and the mouse. As he leveled up, both Wangkai and the mouse underwent changes. Wangkai's size slightly increased, and the golden cloud patterns on its 4 feet became more pronounced. The mouse's transformation was much more significant. It grew from the size of a small dog to that of a medium dog, with black and gold stripes appearing on its back and ear tips, giving it a more majestic appearance. Checking its attributes revealed that its skills had also changed. Exotic Beast, Mouse. Type, Mutated Beast King. Rank, Level 2. Innate skills, Fatal Bite. Bloodline Summon. Judging from the skill names, it seems its attack attributes and commanding abilities have been enhanced. From several practical experiences, the mouse's skills are indeed quite useful, and Chen Mo is somewhat reluctant to replace it. However, if he doesn't replace the mouse, he will have to wait until level 5 to contract a holy beast. Let's wait and see. Once Principal Hou finds a holy beast, he can make a comparison to know for sure. Principal, Chen Mo has been in the room for half a month. Is everything all right? The assistant of Principal Hou expressed some concern, having never seen any beast master level up like this. It's fine. I sent a vulture to check. And its vitality is very strong, even more so than half a month ago. Principal Hou stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. All signs in the room indicated that Chen Mo should have successfully leveled up. The Day Sun level talent is truly monstrous. In just half a month, he has reached a level that would take others a year to achieve. This bet is bound to be won. Principal, Chen Mo is outside and wants to see you. Yes, out? Principal Hou's eyes sparkled. Hurry, ask him to come in. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo walked in with Hou Yongshou. Hello, Principal. The two greeted, and Chen Mo calmly said, I would like to ask the Principal to help my friend awaken. That's easy. Let me see what level you are at now. Principal Hou walked over excitedly, grabbing Chen Mo's shoulders with both hands, his gaze intense. Chapter 24, Azure Sky Level Talent. Level 3. It's level 3. Principal Hou's eyes were filled with shock and joy. To level up 3 levels in half a month. Such a speed is simply against the heavens. The white mud level talent could take a lifetime to reach level 3. Even the green wood level might take several years. Chen Mo completed in half a month what an ordinary beastmaster would take a lifetime to accomplish. This is the difference in talent. What does it matter if the skills are subpar? As long as the level is high enough, he can still crush his peers. Great, simply wonderful. Principal Hou beamed. Where's your mouse? Summon it. Let me take a look. Chen Mo didn't he expect Principal Hou to be so excited. So he could only summon the mouse. He originally thought the mouse would grow larger with the level up, but to his surprise, it actually shrank after reaching level 3. What's different now is that it prefers to stand on 2 legs, like a person. Level 3? Principal Hou's eyes widened. Why hasn't he been in combat? And it's still level 3? How is this possible? The upgrade of exotic beasts is influenced by the beast masters, but more importantly, it comes from real combat experience. No exotic beast will completely upgrade along with its beast master, unless Chen Mo's skill not only increases the fullness, but also has other functions. For example, increasing the experience of the exotic beasts? If that's the case, it would be terrifying. His skill does not limit the target. And if it really can help exotic beasts level up, he means that as long as he consumes gold, he can cultivate an army of exotic beasts. If this news reaches the military, Chen Mo is very likely to be drafted. Then his plan. If that's the case, Chen Mo wouldn't care about the meager resources of the Welfare Academy at all. He would go directly to the military, and within a few years, he would surely be granted titles and become the winning treasure of the Southern Kingdom. But Chen Mo could see through his thoughts. The ear mouse is a special exotic beast. It can level up just by eating. He spoke lightly, instantly dispelling Principal Hou's doubts. So that's how it is. It's not surprising. After all, it's a mouse, and its attributes are just like that. I've decided that in the next couple of days, I will hand over my work and take you to the Holy Land to find suitable sacred beasts. Principal Hou was excited. He thought Chen Mo was at most at level 2, but unexpectedly, he had risen to level 3. Time cannot be wasted, and energy cannot be squandered. Sacred beasts have strong innate skills, but they level up slower than lower-level exotic beasts. The sooner we contract them, the sooner they can level up. Just arrange it as you see fit. Chen Mo's expression remained normal, and he did not appear overly excited. I hope Principal Hou can enlighten my friend. I hope he can pass the baseline test at the end of the month. Oh, Principal Hou shifted his gaze from Chen Mo to Hou Yongshou. After half a month of recuperation, his complexion looked a little better, but he still appeared malnourished. He also looked unremarkable, as if he had no great achievements. However, since it was Chen Mo's request, Principal Hou was still willing to give him this favor. Has he drunk the cleansing heart liquid? Has he been drinking it for half a month? How many gold coins does that cost? Principal Hou glanced at Chen Mo in disbelief. This child could actually use his precious resources to support a friend? He remembered that they grew up in an orphanage. So that's how it is. He used to think Chen Mo was alone and hard to control, but now that he has a weakness, although it somewhat affects the speed of leveling up, it may not be a bad thing. Principal Hou said nothing more, raised his hand, and pointed at Hou Yongshou's forehead. The insight from an 8th level beast master is completely different from the mental power of an ordinary 4th level senior tutor. The insight of an 8th level Lord Beast Master directly opens the door to awakening abilities. Take a step forward, and you can transform from an ordinary person into a beast master. Blue light emerged, and a black hole appeared in the void above Hou Yongshou's head, with strands of fluorescence gathering in the black hole, forming a small figure the size of a palm, with 6 transparent wings behind it. Quickly close the window. Without having time to instruct others, Principal Hou rushed to the window and pulled the curtain shut, darkening the entire room. The Azure level talent, with the accompanying exotic beast being a 6-winged fairy, is a sacred beast that can only be contracted by royalty. No one expected that the unremarkable Hou Yongshou would have such a talent, until the glowing contract inscription on his forehead dimmed. Everyone in the room awakened as if from a dream. What is the innate skill? Principal Hou asked solemnly, causing the honest and straightforward Hou Yongshou to stutter a bit. Absolute healing. He swallowed nervously and continued. The ability of the exotic beast is Blessing Chant, which does not limit the target. At this moment, everyone in the room was so shocked that they could not speak. It turned out to be a top-tier healing type. You're not bad, Chen Mo exclaimed, genuinely happy for Hou Yongshou. It seems I'll have to rely on you in the future. Me? No way, no way. Hou Yongshou waved his hands repeatedly. I can't do it. His cowardly demeanor was quite amusing. This made Chen Mo think that the ability each person awakens should be related to their personality and what they desire most. Hou Yongshou, who fears for his life, is best suited for healing abilities. Therefore, his ability is tied to gold. You all promise me one thing. Principal Hou suddenly spoke, his tone very serious. I will allow Hou to pass the baseline test without examination, but from now on, Hou must not use his skills or summon exotic beasts in front of others. Everything must be kept confidential. As he spoke, he casually drew a line on his space ring and then pointed to Hou Yongshou's forehead. The originally blue contract inscription turned white. Why is that? The only reason Chen Mo could think of was that Principal Hou wanted to hide Hou Yongshou from the education committee, so he could make a stunning appearance during the end-of-term exam for new students. But harboring an excellent student like this would likely draw warnings from the education committee, right? After all, Hou Yongshou's situation is different from his. He was rejected by all 10 major academies. Principal Hou glanced at the two with a meaningful expression. Why? The appearance of an accompanying exotic beast that can only be born from royalty on an orphan means something that is self-evident. But he could not say it, as the implications were too significant. Chapter 25, Cerberus. What the 10 major academies can teach you, I can teach too. Principal Hou turned around and slowly opened the curtains. If Hou's abilities are exposed, he will inevitably be sent to one of the top 10 academies. And you two will have to separate. When the end-of-term exam for new students comes, if you belong to 2 different factions, would you be able to fight each other? No, 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 I won't separate from Chen Mo. Hou Yongshou hurriedly waved his hands, clearly believing Principal Hou's excuse. But Chen Mo frowned slightly, always feeling that this reasoning was forced. Principal Hou was being overly understanding. But no matter what, keeping Hou Yongshou by his side was indeed the right choice. Why would he send away the top-tier healer he had spent money and effort cultivating? After leaving Principal Hou, the expression on Hou Yongshou's face was unable to conceal his excitement. He had never thought that one day he would awaken a talent, let alone such a powerful skill. Chen Mo, thank you. If it weren't for all the tonics you made me take these days, and for Principal Hou personally enlightening me, I would have definitely been useless for the rest of my life. The reason I could awaken such a great talent must be because of the tonics and Principal Hou. An 8th level beast master is indeed different from those at level 4. Be more low-key. Chen Mo was a bit worried that Hou Yongshou, who had been treated as a useless person since childhood and had self-denial, would be unable to resist wanting to reveal his talent. Really? Hou Yongshou's eyes widened in surprise. Can I have a room to myself? I've never lived in a big room before. You don't want to live alone. Do you want to squeeze in with me? Chen Mo rolled his eyes in disgust. Hurry up, while there's time. Let's go to the dense forest and grind some experience for you to level up quickly to level 1. Grind experience? Doesn't that require someone to get hurt? Hou Yongshou blurted out. It doesn't limit the target. We can find an exotic beast to injure, then heal it, and kill it again. Huh. The two arrived at Hou Yongshou's dormitory. The dormitory building he was in was adjacent to the back wall of the Royal Beast Academy, shabby and run down, with 20 students sharing one room, only slightly better than a slum. As soon as they entered, a pair of smelly socks was thrown at Hou Yongshou's face. The whole dormitory was filled with mocking laughter. It is often the poor who bully the poor and the weak. When society presses down hard, they can only find a sense of existence and superiority by targeting those even weaker. Hou Yongshou's figure visibly paused as he peeled the smelly socks off his face. Got it. The habit had become second nature. He was actually preparing to wash the dirty clothes. Put it down. Chen Mo snatched the dirty clothes from his arms. From now on, you are not allowed to be so subservient. You are also a beast master. The low shout instantly woke Hou Yongshou up. Right, he was also a beast master now. No longer a useless person. Beast master? Let me see. A big fat guy walked over, looking up and down at Hou Yongshou. Oh, you really awakened? No way. How did you awaken? Another tall guy came over. Didn't you fail your awakening? That contract mark can't be drawn by yourself, right? He reached out his hand, trying to poke Hou Yongshou's forehead. Get lost. A golden light flashed, and the ear mouse jumped out from behind Chen Mo, pouncing towards the tall guy's arm, forcing him to retreat several steps, looking at Chen Mo in fear. Level 3 Beastmaster? The dormitory suddenly fell silent. Everyone stood up from their original positions, looking over with tense expressions. A level 3 Beastmaster is usually at least a senior in their third year. In this world of Beastmasters, having a higher level allows one to command those of lower levels. In this room, where everyone was still level 0 rookies, Chen Mo had absolute authority. Who were the ones making Hou Yongshou do laundry and chores? Chen Mo's gaze swept over everyone, and whoever he looked at shrank back like a quail. Shouldn't you settle the labor fees? Labor fees? A group of people exchanged glances, quickly understanding Chen Mo's meaning. He voluntarily took on the chores. We didn't force him. The fat guy tried to explain. Didn't force him? Chen Mo's gaze turned cold. Did he willingly become your slave? He suddenly raised his voice, scaring everyone. I don't care what the reason is. Now each of you pay 1 gold coin. You, and you, pay 2. The fat guy and the tall guy exchanged glances, their faces full of grievance and helplessness. How could we possibly have that much money? The fat guy forced a humble smile. We're living in the worst dormitory. How could we have something like gold coins? Please let us go. We won't dare to bully Hou Yongshou anymore. If apologies and pleas worked, why bother with hell? Chen Mo's hands were behind his back, his gaze icy. We really don't have money. Even if we pooled all our belongings, we couldn't come up with a single gold coin. The fat guy was so scared he was almost crying. Don't be afraid of him. The tall guy straightened his back, standing tall. It's just that Hou Yongshou voluntarily wanted to wash our clothes. He was afraid others would think he was useless, so he actively licked us all. You think you can extort us like this? The school definitely won't let you do that. He had a righteous demeanor, facing Chen Mo directly. If it weren't for knowing Hou Yongshou's character, Chen Mo might have believed him. What do you mean by actively licking? Hou Yongshou was bullied since childhood and was afraid. He almost didn't dare to talk to outsiders. He looked timid, but he had pride and would never actively lick people he had no relation with. Even less likely to lick an entire dormitory. Greenwood level talent is indeed quite good in this school. Chen Mo coldly curled his lips. So, is this your confidence to challenge me? The contract mark on his forehead suddenly lit up, and the golden light was somewhat dazzling. Chen Mo's expression suddenly became serious, his gaze sharp. The tall guy stammered. We really have no money. Those living in such dormitories are the lowest in society. Most of them are children raised in various orphanages, and some come from poor families. They might have never seen gold coins in their lives. Forget it. Hou Yongshou, being kind-hearted, spoke up to persuade Chen Mo. Everyone has it hard. We are classmates. Let us just take what we have and leave. No. Chen Mo's attitude was very firm. If you become strong just to forgive those who have harmed you, then why bother becoming strong? If those who once committed violence can easily receive forgiveness, how can you justify the injuries you've suffered? Then what do you want? No money, then take a life. If you have the ability, go ahead. The tall guy puffed out his chest, looking as if he was ready to face death. Suddenly, the already broken glass window was shattered into pieces, and before anyone could react, a hellhound rushed in. The tall guy was the most obvious target. The hellhound bit down, tearing off his head. Chapter 26. It's not me. Screams erupted, blood spraying like a fountain, warm and splattering across the dormitory corners, hitting the students on their bodies and faces. The terrified screams and distorted expressions made the dormitory look like hell. The hellhound, with its 3 heads, quickly devoured the nearly 2-meter tall guy. Outside the window, a figure in a yellow school uniform hovered. He easily stepped into the dormitory, a smile on his face. Sorry, my beast is a bit out of control. No need to be afraid. It usually doesn't bite. This is why the best academy in the empire is right next to the worst academy. Because some nobles raise magical beasts. The best supplement for magical beasts to advance is humans, especially gifted humans. Welfare Academy has new students every year who mysteriously disappear before they even have a chance to take the placement test. The hellhound licked its lips, seemingly still hungry, its eyes scanning for other targets. With just one glance, it chose Chen Mo. No. Hou Yongshou's legs went weak, but his upper body lunged towards Chen Mo. His instincts and emotions made conflicting choices. Unsurprisingly, he fell to the ground, right under the hellhound's feet. The offering of human flesh startled the hellhound. All 3 heads tilted in unison. as if considering which to eat first. Whichever is closer, I'll eat that, based on proximity. It opened its mouth towards Hou Yongshou's head, preparing to bite his waist, and the last mouth could only start from the legs. Behind the hellhound. Its master didn't seem to intend to stop the beast from eating again. Just then, golden mist filled the entire dormitory, blocking everyone's line of sight. The boy in the yellow uniform frowned, suddenly experiencing a splitting headache. He clutched his head, kneeling in pain. Who dares to kill my beast? Spit it out. You give it back to me. Chen Mo used both hands to pry open Wang Kai's mouth, warning it with his eyes. You better spit it out. Do you know it'll cause trouble? Wang Kai bared its teeth, unwilling to give up the food it had in its mouth. It rolled its eyes, looked at the golden mist filling the room, thought for a moment, and finally complied with Chen Mo. But the hellhound that was spat out was already unrecognizable, reduced to just a skeleton with some flesh left. Wang Kai opened its mouth wide, sucking in the golden mist in the room, then burped and slipped into Chen Mo's clothes. As the vision cleared up, there were hardly any people left in the dormitory. Most had run away. Some were fainted or too scared to come out, hiding under the bed. The boy in the yellow uniform slowly raised his head, surveying the surroundings, and saw his beast. A massive body, now only a skeleton on the ground. Some ear mice were scurrying around its remains. Come out. He angrily stood up, his gaze sweeping over Chen Mo. In the entire dormitory, only he was standing, expressionless. Beside him stood a small, golden exotic beast with long ears, looking harmless and quite cute. Is it you? The boy stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. Level 3 Beast Master? How is this possible? Even a level 3 Beast Master would easily kill my hellhound. Who exactly are you? Footsteps approached, along with the sound of wings flapping. Outside the door, the dormitory supervisor ran over, and at the window, Principal Hou stepped in on a vulture. The dormitory became crowded again, and the crowd outside the door stood far back, afraid to come closer. The dorm supervisor and Principal Hou were both surveying the dormitory, their expressions increasingly grim. Principal Hou, you're just in time. Your student killed my hellhound. What happened? The young man glared angrily, completely shedding his earlier nonchalant demeanor. Principal Hou glanced at Chen Mo, visibly furious but at a loss for words. Instead, Chen Mo spoke up to continue the conversation. This senior from the Royal Beast Taming School. You must be mistaken. How could I possibly kill your hellhound? Not you? Then who? The young man searched the room again, his gaze pausing momentarily on the dorm supervisor, as if scrutinizing him. Of course it was Principal Hou. Chen Mo said seriously, I ask everyone present, who has the ability to easily slay a 4th-tier demon beast? That's my skill. Chen Mo continued, his tone incredibly sincere. My skill is to increase a pet's satiety. I was startled earlier and thought if I fed the hellhound, it wouldn't eat me. I had no idea Principal Hou acted so quickly. I didn't even know what happened. Suddenly being blamed, Principal Hou had no choice but to take the heat. He shot Chen Mo a glare and cleared his throat. Ahem, I thought a magical beast had invaded the school and dealt with it. I hope young Master Moron won't hold it against me. He slightly cupped his hands in a gesture of apology. Hold it against you? Tell me how I'm supposed to let it go. The young man's chest heaved violently with anger. That hellhound was obtained after my father gathered the strength of a whole battalion and took a year to find. You just killed it like that. So tell me, how will you compensate me? He was a student, also a noble, and even though Principal Hou was the principal, he was ultimately just a commoner. However, this world ultimately spoke in terms of strength. Young Master Moron, isn't that a bit excessive? Principal Hou's expression turned cold, his attitude no longer respectful. You came to my school and let your beast run rampant. I didn't ask you to compensate for my student's life. Yet you want me to compensate for your dog? What do you mean by letting the beast run rampant? Murong Xiao was not easily intimidated. As a noble, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Demon beasts are inherently difficult to control. My level is low, and it was unintentional that it harmed someone. His gaze was steady, his attitude arrogant. This matter is to be settled equally. I'll compensate for your student's life, and you'll compensate for my hellhound. Saying this, he pulled out a bag of gold coins and waved it in front of him. I have 100 gold coins here, enough to buy a commoner's life. I believe the deceased's family will have no objections. So now, Principal Hou, how will you compensate me for my hellhound? Chapter 27, Family. So now, Principal Hou, how will you compensate me for my hellhound? Murong Xiao pressed aggressively, seemingly justified, but exuding tyranny and dominance. A life could be quantified in gold. Yet a magical beast was considered even more valuable. Could gold not measure that? Principal Hou frowned. He was indeed a manager and had moved beyond the commoner class. But in the eyes of these nobles, he was still a commoner. That feeling was very unpleasant. I wonder how young Master Moron wants me to compensate. Principal Hou's hands were clasped behind his back, and there was a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Knowing Principal Hou's anger, Murong Xiao remained unfazed. still maintaining his arrogant demeanor. Either you find me an identical hellhound, or I'll have my father strip you of your position as principal. Ha! Principal Hou laughed loudly, then suddenly became serious, his gaze sharp as he stared at Hou Yongshou. Young Master Hou, do you think I, an 8th-tier beast tamer, am a soft persimmon? He suddenly reached out and grabbed Hou Yongshou by the neck. I'm going to find your father right now, and I'll ask him how he plans to strip me of my position. The physical strength of a beast tamer increases with their level. Without the interference of other beasts, an 8th-tier beast tamer could easily overpower a 3rd-tier beast tamer. Hou Yongshou's eyes widened in shock, his face quickly turning a deep purple as he struggled to no avail. Don't cause any more trouble. Principal Hou glanced at Chen Mo before dragging Hou Yongshou away on a griffin. Chen Mo walked to the window, watching the principal's departing figure. Hou Yongshou got up from the ground, his legs still trembling. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed a living person being dismembered. It was terrifying. Is there anything important you need to grab? Hurry and go. Yes. Hou Yongshou opened his storage cabinet and took out a bundle of old clothes. The ones he wore when he was left at the orphanage. Because they were hand-embroidered, they were very exquisite, and the caretaker had kept them for him. Sometimes, Chen Mo envied Hou Yongshou. At least he knew his mother had no choice but to abandon him. If you find your parents in the future, will you recognize them? Chen Mo glanced at the somewhat faded clothes and couldn't help but ask. No. Hou Yongshou shook his head with a smile. No matter what, abandonment is abandonment. No excuse can change the fact that I was abandoned. Chen Mo lowered his gaze. What about himself? If one day in the future he found his biological parents, would he recognize them? He didn't know. Although this family member was somewhat unreliable and had scared him to the point of trembling, this unreliable person, scared as they were, still thought about protecting him. Together forever, family? Hou Yongshou looked up at Chen Mo's profile and smiled back. Yes, we are family, forever family. As night fell, Chen Mo planned to use up the last bit of his energy and then sleep, but something knocked on the window. He paused for a moment before walking over to pull back the curtain. It was indeed Principal Hou. The window opened, and Principal Hou jumped in. Why does the principal like to come through the window? Chen Mo found it somewhat amusing. Principal Hou seemed to have been in a fight. His clothes were somewhat disheveled, and he bore some injuries. Humph. Stop grinning. Principal Hou glared at him. Whereas Hou Yongshou, tell him to come over and heal me. I want to see how effective it is. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and went next door to call for the already sleeping Hou Yongshou. He was groggy. But the moment he saw Principal Hou, he instantly woke up. I'll heal you right away. He summoned a glow from his forehead. And 6-winged fairies flitted around Principal Hou, singing and dancing. The visible injuries on Principal Hou's body began to heal before their eyes. For this level, the effect was quite good. Principal Hou moved his body and let out a long breath. Chen Mo, you little rascal, you've caused me a lot of trouble. Caused you trouble? How did I trouble you? Hou Yongshou looked puzzled, his eyes darting between the two. Chen Mo slightly lowered his gaze, clearly not intending to respond. Humph. You're quite something. Principal Hou pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs as he looked at Chen Mo. The worst skill, the lowest tier beast. Yet you managed to instantly kill a 4th-tier hellhound. If I had known you were so brave, I should have rushed over sooner to witness it. These words raced through Chen Mo's mind at lightning speed. It was definitely not as simple as praise or complaint. Principal Hou was likely testing him, suspecting that Chen Mo was hiding something about his skills. Any explanation, given the current situation, would seem like an excuse. Chen Mo placed his right hand over his left, and with a twist of his palm, a gold coin appeared in his hand. Soon, the gold coin transformed into a mist of golden energy, floating out the window. Outside, there was Principal Hou's contracted beast, the griffin. The griffin didn't need to open its mouth or agree. The golden energy enveloped it entirely and entered its body. The senses of a contracted beast and its tamer are linked, especially for high-tier tamers like Principal Hou, who could almost directly influence their beasts with their consciousness. After the griffin absorbed the golden energy, the effects were fed back to Principal Hou in great detail. After experiencing Chen Mo's skill, he frowned. As Chen Mo said, this skill indeed only increases satiety. However, after the beast is full, it will feel a bit sluggish, just like humans wanting to sleep after a big meal. But this feeling is not strong and has almost no effect, especially for beasts that are already very tired. It is simply invigorating for them. He couldn't perceive the effect of the golden energy on the beast's spirit because the level difference was too great, and that little effect was immune. Principal Hou looked at Chen Mo with confusion. How did you kill the Cerberus? Such a fierce demon king type is not easy to deal with even for a level 5 beastmaster. Chapter 28. The Territory of Sacred Beasts. How did you kill the Cerberus? It was nothing difficult? Principal Hou was stunned. If other beast masters heard this, they would spit blood. Even being one level higher than the opponent might not guarantee a win. The Cerberus's healing ability is several times that of a beast king, violent and unafraid of death. Ordinary beast kings are simply no match. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the scene, the Cerberus was already just a skeleton. However, from the residual aura, it seemed that the Cerberus did not fully exhibit its attacking form. This indicates that it died before it had a chance to sense danger. But with Chen Mo's skills, this shouldn't be possible. His gaze fell on the ear mouse on Chen Mo's bed. This little creature was actually resting its head on a pillow and covered with a blanket. His pupils constricted sharply. No wonder. What skill does your ear mouse have? Must I say? Chen Mo smiled helplessly. Fatal Bite. Bloodline Ascension. Only 2 skills. Principal, who was clearly a bit disappointed. Generally, a level 3 beast should have at least 3 skills. My ear mouse has always had just 2 skills. Chen Mo smiled and said, Fatal Bite can deliver a fatal blow based on the opponent's weakness, with a success rate of 50%. Bloodline Ascension temporarily enhances its own and its lineage's bloodline, capable of elevating to a mid-level Beast King bloodline, similar to that of a Grey Wolf. What? Such skills. If an ear mouse were to launch a sneak attack on a vital spot, it could indeed kill it. But this is only a possibility. Principal, who was still somewhat skeptical of Chen Mo's statement, but did not want to delve deeper. As a beast master, it's normal to keep some of your abilities reserved. Just like him, he had never revealed his trump card over the years. Am I going to? Hou Yongshou was somewhat surprised. But Principal, who had already disappeared into the night. Go get some rest. Chen Mo's gaze became deep. The territory of sacred beasts is fraught with danger. Even with Principal who accompanying us, we must not be careless. Then I won't go. I'm afraid of dragging you down. You must go. Principal, who may want to keep you under his watchful eye. Hou Yongshou was filled with questions, but Chen Mo no longer spoke. After using up his last bit of energy, Chen Mo vaguely felt he was about to level up. The leap from level 3 to 4 requires some opportunity. Perhaps this trip to the sacred land could provide such an opportunity. The next morning, Principal, who waited for Chen Mo and the others in his yard. 3 enormous vultures were parked in the yard. Get on. Principal, who urged them to sit on the vultures, while he stood on one, arms crossed, looking quite impressive. It was Hou Yongshou's first time flying. He was so scared he didn't dare to open his eyes, tightly clutching the vulture's neck. Don't hold so tight. You're going to choke it. I'm scared. Seeing him so cowardly, Principal, who said nothing more, only feeling sorry for the vulture, which was flying with great difficulty. They flew for 3 hours and then rested for a while, continuing this for 6 days. On the morning of the 7th day, they switched to walking. Legend has it that the entrance to the territory of sacred beasts is elusive and unstable. It is almost a forbidden area for humans. Sacred beasts are mostly spirits, possessing very high intelligence, some even surpassing humans. Noble spirits should not be contracted by lowly humans, becoming slaves and tools. However, the human population is simply too large, and they are cunning and treacherous. Spirits have attempted to wage war to rescue their kind, but have never succeeded. They could only hide away, no longer allowing humans to find them. If a human intrudes into their territory, they will face a painful backlash. Principal, who released all his vultures. And about an hour later, he locked onto a location. Follow me closely, don't stray too far. In front of a rock, he seriously handed each of Chen Mo and Hou Yongshou a necklace made of vulture feathers. This necklace will ensure your aura is not detected. You must not lose it before you come out. After giving his instructions, he walked straight towards the rock, and just as he was about to collide with it, a wave of energy rippled out, and he vanished before their eyes. Hou Yongshou was dumbfounded, and Chen Mo pushed him from behind. Don't fall behind. The energy wave swept past their bodies, and the world before them instantly became dreamlike. Mountains floated in the air, one after another, stretching towards the horizon. The grass on the ground felt like a velvet carpet, soft and smooth. Chen Mo could feel the abundant elemental power in the air, which is also the source of the sacred beast strength. What? I don't know. Chen Mo cursed inwardly, but his face was blank. Could there be dangerous things here? Principal, who was cautiously observing the surroundings, while the vulture beside him looked in the direction where Wang Kai left, inexplicably feeling a bit scared. You must follow me closely. This place is not like the outside. Here, sacred beasts can exert their full strength. Even a young beast is equivalent to a level 5 strength in the outside world. Young beasts are all level 5? Chen Mo was somewhat excited, not knowing what kind of sacred beast he could contract in the end. But that dog Wang Kai must not clear this place out. It really is. It eats anything slightly better. It eats magical beasts. It eats sacred beasts. And as soon as it entered the territory of sacred beasts, it rushed out like crazy. Fortunately, it wasn't discovered by Principal Hou. Wait. It even thought about eating the ear mouse. Could it be that this ear mouse has mutated to be comparable to magical and sacred beasts? Thinking of this possibility, Chen Mo felt a bit conflicted. The ear mouse is actually quite useful, but if he doesn't give it up, he won't have a spot to contract a sacred beast. The only way is to reach level 5, gaining an additional contracting qualification, and then proceed with the contract. Chapter 29, A Dead End. What is this? Chen Mo was curious. Why was Principal Hou laying out candies, snacks, and toys on the ground? Regardless of whether it is humans or sacred beasts, children love to eat and play. We can't go too deep. It's easy to expose ourselves. Even I have no chance against a sacred beast king. This trip is quite risky. So that is how it is. Principal Hou has indeed made sacrifices for him. We will hide from a distance. Once we attract a young beast, you need to feel which one resonates best with your aura. Before Principal Hou could finish speaking, the sky of the territory of sacred beasts suddenly turned red, and the vultures became restless. Whoosh! An ice arrow shot out, freezing the air as it passed. In just a breath, both Chen Mo and Hou Yongshou felt their lungs freezing painfully. They couldn't dodge this attack, nor could they withstand it. At that moment, blue light surged around Principal Hou, and several figures appeared in front of him out of thin air. A giant tortoise entwined by a snake blocked in front of them, barely intercepting the incoming ice arrow. In an instant, the massive body of the tortoise snake turned into an ice sculpture. Almost at the same time, Principal Hou summoned his beast. Wonkai darted like the wind into Chen Mo's clothes, let out a satisfying belch, curled up, and went to sleep. It turned out that this dog had exposed them. Not a moment was wasted. Chen Mo, will Principal Hou be okay? He should be fine. Chen Mo glanced at the vulture beneath him. These vultures were all Principal Hou's beasts. If he were in danger, these vultures would disappear. It seemed that this trip was in vain. He never expected that the biggest obstacle to contracting a sacred beast would be this dog in his arms. How many sacred beasts had it eaten to level up twice? Chen Mo felt a burning heat in his arms. The energy fluctuations from Wangsai's level up were like pouring water into quicklime, unbearably hot. Fortunately, Principal Hou should be busy dealing with the sacred beasts right now. Otherwise, such energy fluctuations would not go unnoticed by his vultures. After an unknown amount of time, the vultures found a flat area to land and waited a moment before seeing Principal Hou's figure. He was still in the air but couldn't hold on anymore and fell from the sky. Not good. Ear mouse. With a thought, Chen Mo's ear mouse, the size of a cat, instantly expanded and flew into the air, catching the person steadily. Hurry, provide treatment. Hearing the command, Hou Yongshou quickly summoned a six-winged spirit and cast his skills. Over and over again, the six-winged spirit chanted, but unfortunately, the effect was not significant. No good. My level isn't high enough. I can't heal such heavy elemental damage. Hou Yongshou's mental power was depleted, and his face turned pale. He had really tried his best, but a zero-level healing beast master had no ability to heal elemental damage caused by sacred beasts above level 8. Chen Mo looked at Principal Hou's wound, which was showing signs of being eroded, and felt it was dire. Keep going, don't stop. He took out a bottle of potion to replenish mental power. Drink this. After saying that, he took out 2 gold coins, transforming them into golden energy to nourish the already exhausted six-winged spirit. Even without Hou Yongshou's skill enhancement, the six-winged spirit's own blessing chant could at least prevent Principal Hou's wound from worsening. First, ensure his life, and then slowly figure out the rest. The ear mouse looked up at the distant sky, as if something was flying towards them. Seeing this, Chen Mo frowned tightly. He couldn't possibly die here today. Could he? Before long, 3 glowing figures flew closer to them. When they could see clearly, they realized it was 3 four-winged spirits. Humans are still enslaving our noble kin. The middle spirit could speak human language. Looking down from above, it sneered at the 2. I command you to immediately dissolve the contract, or I will make you turn to ashes. This conversation was on a completely different level. For the first time, Chen Mo felt the terror of a high-ranking power. However, surrendering was not his style. The bloodline sublimation skill activated and centered around them. All the ear mice within a 30-mile radius glowed faintly and flew towards them at the fastest speed. The ear mice could fly, but their speed was not fast. Usually, they preferred to walk on the ground rather than fly. At their flying speed, once they were in the air, they would become live targets for other predators. But now, as far as the eye could see, there were ear mice filling the sky. The overwhelming momentum drew the attention of the 3 spirits. The lowest-ranked exotic beasts actually had the guts to surround such high-ranking sacred beasts. Not only that, but a mass of golden mist also rose from the ground. This mist not only obscured their vision, but also blocked any perception of breath and energy fluctuations. Transforming gold into mist, this golden energy mass itself was an energy body. Within such a massive energy body, how could they perceive other energies? Not good. They have to escape. In the moment their vision was obscured, the spirits anticipated what was about to happen, but they couldn't analyze what this golden mist was for the time being and dared not rashly charge in. At the same time, the ear mouse swarm launched an attack. This low-level beast, which would scare off any creature it encountered, was actually taking the initiative to attack a sacred beast. Seeking death, flames blazed in the air, and the ear mouse swarm flew toward the flames like moths to a flame, then fell from the sky one after another. The charred bodies fell to the ground like raindrops, quickly forming a mountain of black. The power disparity was too great. Even with an absolute numerical advantage, it was of no use. However, the massive death of their kind did not deter the ear mouse swarm. Equally unyielding was Chen Mo. He controlled the ear mice to dig a tunnel and took Principal Hou and Hou Yongshou inside. He himself stayed on the ground and pulled out Wankai. You caused this trouble. Can you solve it? Watching the ear mice nearly die out, Chen Mo felt a pang in his heart. This grudge must be avenged. Wankai seemed still half asleep. Its eyes opened slightly, but did not fully awaken. You useless thing. Chen Mo had no choice. This dog could sleep through thunder after a full meal. It's now or never. He materialized a gold bar weighing a ton and pressed his palm heavily on it. Charge. A large amount of golden energy rose, forming a golden path over the flames, blocking the high temperature, allowing the ear mice to take the opportunity to pass through and charge at the 3 four-winged spirits. What a strange skill. Unfortunately, too foolish. The male spirit in a fiery red outfit curled its lips in disdain. With a wave of its hand, flames erupted from in front of it. And before the ear mice could get close, they had already turned to ashes. The temperature of this flame was actually dozens of times higher than before. Chapter 30, Fusion. The black ashes fell to the ground with the wind, accumulating into a thick layer of soil. Hundreds of thousands of ear mice were gone just like that. It turned out that the gap in levels could be so despairing. Chen Mo slumped down, the depletion of his mental power causing him to kneel on the ground. Hunched over. Interesting, really interesting. The red-clad spirit dipped a finger into some golden energy and brought it to its mouth. Unable to help but brighten its eyes. This is actually nourishing energy, helpful for leveling up. It looked at Chen Mo with great interest. So there are useful people among humans. Capture him and present him to Her Majesty the Queen. There will definitely be a reward. With a gesture, the 2 spirits on either side dove down, trying to take Chen Mo away. Just as they approached, Wankai suddenly opened its eyes, sensing danger. Its limbs, adorned with cloud patterns, seemed to come alive and began to swirl. 2 flesh lumps bulged on its head, as if horns were about to emerge. Its originally yellow and white fur almost entirely turned golden, shimmering with flowing light. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted, seeming somewhat cranky. Wankai opened its mouth, which was now 100 times larger than its original body. The black hole-like suction suddenly pulled the 2 spirits toward its mouth. It's this thing. The spirits were alarmed. Huge fireballs and ice balls quickly formed and collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent both Wankai and Chen Mo flying nearly 100 meters away. Uffed. Chen Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't know how many trees he crashed into before stopping. If it weren't for the ear mice protecting him, he would probably have met the King of Hell by now. The situation was dire. He lay on the ground, nearly slipping into unconsciousness. In his dazed state, he felt Wankai rub its forehead against him. The contract's light curtain then enveloped them, keeping the pursuing spirits outside. This was the power of the laws of heaven and earth. No external factors could interfere. Within the light curtain, Chen Mo and Wankai were in an absolutely inviolable state. Power surged within both of them. Chen Mo felt his injuries healing and even reorganizing, seemingly becoming stronger than before. The golden light surged, and symbols rapidly condensed on their foreheads, forming a seal. As a level 3 beast master, Chen Mo successfully contracted his second beast. The attribute panel automatically popped up, and he finally realized what kind of beast Wankai was. Divine Beast, Pixiu. Realm, Juvenile Stage. Innate skills, Devour All. Heavenly Blessing and Fortune, Worry-Free. Transforming evil and mastering kill. It turned out to be a divine beast. Chen Mo had indeed suspected that Wankai's origins were not simple, but he never expected it to be of the divine beast category. No, its attribute panel was completely different from that of the ear mouse. In the beast atlas distributed by the school, there was no known divine beast called Pixiu. It seems that Wankai's identity still requires more research. The attribute panel also did not show the rank, and Chen Mo could not determine whether he could rely on Wankai to escape alive. The moment the contract light curtain disappeared, the spirits would attack. The feeling of anxiety and the inability to control his fate made him restless. Kid, let me borrow your body. The voice of Pixiu echoed in Chen Mo's mind, sounding childish yet referring to itself as Grandpa. It transformed into a shadow and merged into Chen Mo's body. Chen Mo's body then grew taller, his hands turned into sharp claws. A pair of dragon horns appeared on his head, his gaze became sharp, and a smile with disdainful killing intent appeared at the corners of his mouth. You dare to injure me, Grandpa? Get ready to die? After transforming, Chen Mo took a charging stance but froze there, unable to move. In his mind, there were 2 figures. One was the original Chen Mo, and the other was a small boy with a tiger-like head. At this moment, the boy was squatting on the ground, holding his head, glaring at Chen Mo in defiance. What are you staring at? Once you sign the contract, you're just a beast. Be honest. Chen Mo raised his fist, intimidating Pixiu, and took control of his body. What exactly are you? The red spirit looked at Chen Mo in disbelief. It knew that humans could contract beasts, but had never seen a human merge with their beast. Humph. Chen Mo flexed his claws, and without a word, he suddenly kicked the ground with his right leg, charging towards the three spirits in the sky. Unaware of their impending doom, the red spirit raised its palm, and a wall of fire ignited in the air, blocking Chen Mo. In the next moment, a pair of sharp claws tore through the firewall, and Chen Mo's triumphant smile appeared right in front of the red spirit, transforming evil and mastering kill. At this moment, he was the unstoppable god of death. The red spirit's pupils constricted, elemental power rapidly converging, stronger and fiercer flames would be summoned. But it was already too late. Chen Mo's claws pierced its heart. Squeezing slightly, PFF. Fiery red blood burst forth like fireworks, dyeing the sky with a layer of red mist. This is impossible. The red spirit's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe that its elemental armor could be so easily broken. It was ranked at 9, even though it had left the Holy Realm and its power had decreased. It shouldn't be killed by a mere level 3 human, but it ultimately still died, as if extinguished like a blown-out lamp. Everything fell into ignorant darkness. Master! Master! The other 2 spirits exclaimed. The look in their eyes when they looked at Chen Mo was as if they had seen a ghost. The strength disparity was immediately apparent, and they chose to flee. The spirits could fly extremely fast. If they wanted to escape, a human of the same level could never catch up to them. The 2 spirits transformed into balls of light and fled in opposite directions. The strategy was correct, but they underestimated their opponent's strength. In terms of flying speed, Pixiu was even faster than them. As if teleporting, Chen Mo appeared before one of the spirits in an instant. And it didn't even have time to stop before crashing onto his claws. As their figures crossed, Chen Mo's claws clutched another heart. Before the smile at the corner of his mouth could fully form, he had already disappeared from his spot, reappearing alongside the last spirit's fallen figure. This is the feeling of power. Chen Mo looked at his palm, an unprecedented sense of pleasure filling his entire being. He slowly descended from the sky, and a sudden headache struck. Not just his head, every inch of his skin, every vein in his body ached. The pain felt like it was tearing him apart, making him wish for death. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, fainting, and Wang Kai was also separated from his body, in a similarly unconscious state. The ear mouse whimpered, licking Chen Mo, but he remained motionless. In the underground cave, Hou Yongshou was on the verge of collapsing. He felt as if he was burning his life away, but Principal Hu's wounds were still deteriorating slowly. If this continued, both of them would be exhausted to death. Chen Mo, where are you? I'm about to give up. Chapter 31, Don't Give Up. Chen Mo. Hou Yongshou forced his body, his mental energy nearly depleted. The chanting of the 6-winged spirits grew fainter. They could not hold on any longer. Ugh. A muffled sound came from Principal Hu's nostrils as he slowly opened his eyes. Everything around him was pitch black, with only the faint glow from the 6-winged spirits illuminating the darkness. But this light was growing dimmer, and it seemed it would soon extinguish. Is it Hou Yongshou? He struggled to take out a pill from his spatial ring and put it in his mouth. This was a special medicine for dealing with spirit curses. He had already taken one before, and now taking another should ensure his survival. I've tried my best. I really can't hold on any longer. His senses shut down as his mental energy drained away, his eyelids struggling to open and close. No, I can't give up. Chen Mo, you must not die. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes wide open like copper bells. PFF. The aura of leveling up emanated from within him. Power surged again, and the chanting of the 6-winged spirits resumed. The glow surrounding her became even more dazzling, and the healing effect became more apparent. Principal Hu felt his body gradually recovering under the dual effects of the medicine and blessings. Truly royal, the most excellent bloodline. Just at level 1, it could have such a strong healing effect. The curse effect attached to the spirit's attacks was like a parasite, very difficult to resolve. Ordinary low-level beast tamers would find it hard even to contain it. But Hou Yongshou's ability clearly could heal. All right, I'm fine now. Thank you for your hard work. Principal Hu pressed down on Hou Yongshou's shoulder. Where is Chen Mo? He is outside, fighting against the pursuing spirits. Hou Yongshou spoke urgently. Principal Hu, can you still fight? Whether I can or not, I must fight. Principal Hu's gaze was firm. A man should die on the battlefield, never live through the sacrifice of students. Let us go. The two arrived at the tunnel entrance, and to avoid being tracked, the ear mouse had sealed the entrance. This was nothing for Principal Hu. He summoned a golden-armored armadillo, which quickly broke through the tunnel entrance. Fresh air rushed in, and both of them took a deep breath. The forest ahead had been severely damaged, with still smoldering flames on the ground. Chen Mo was not here. Judging from the remnants of the battle, the situation seemed dire. What is this? Principal Hou approached and discovered the heap of black objects were the corpses of ear mice. Some had been reduced to dust. Chen Mo, Chen Mo. Hou Yongshou called out anxiously. These are Chen Mo's beasts. They are all dead, all dead. His eyes reddened due to panic. Originally timid and fearful, he was on the verge of tears. Don't panic, he is fine. Principal Hou squeezed his shoulder. I can sense his presence. Although it's weak, he is definitely alive. Found him. The two quickly ran towards where Chen Mo was, finally seeing him lying on the ground. Chen Mo. Hou Yongshou rushed over first. And when he lowered his head, he saw the little puppy lying beside Chen Mo. A thought quickly flashed through his mind. Chen Mo had said that the little puppy was a secret and couldn't be known by others. He naturally summoned the six-winged sprite and casually stuffed the little puppy into Chen Mo's clothes. To still have a breath of life in the hands of a 9th-level sprite was indeed a stroke of luck. Principal Hou briefly examined Chen Mo's injuries, which were very serious. His entire body was barely held together by skin, with all his bones and muscles shattered. At this level of injury, he would probably need to invite the highest-level healing Beastmaster to use resurrection-level skills to save him. Principal Hou was extremely frustrated. Such a talented individual had been ruined because of his oversight. First, they needed to find a safe place to rest and heal. You just leveled up and needed to recuperate and stabilize your realm. The new student assessment was coming at the end of the month, and Principal Hou had to be present. After a brief rest, they set off on their way back. Along the way, Hou Yongshou was treating Chen Mo, but the effects were minimal. For a full 7 days, there had been no signs of him waking up. I have already sent a message to the principal of Shenmue Academy. No matter what the cost, I will make sure he saves Chen Mo. Principal Hou patted Hou Yongshou's shoulder and sighed as he left. Shenmue Academy was the gathering place for healing Beastmasters. The principal was an 8th-level healing Beastmaster with resurrection skills. However, using this skill came at a price. Life was the most precious thing in this world. To resurrect a person, one had to use a life of equal value as a substitute. Chen Mo was a 3rd-level Beastmaster. To save him, it would require another 3rd-level Beastmaster to contribute their life force. One life for another. Rather than calling it resurrection, it was more like a killing. If the person who needed saving wasn't particularly important, this kind of skill would never be used. Without absolutely strong ties, who would help you do such a morally questionable thing? Now there was only one way to make it possible for the principal of Shenmue to agree. Principal Hou raced a long distance to capture a 3rd-level Beast Master from the enemy nation. In Chen Mo's room, Hou Yongshou could no longer remember how many times he had exhausted himself and fallen asleep beside Chen Mo. The night deepened, and the world was silent. A faint light emanated from Chen Mo's body. In his mind, he opened his eyes in a tranquil azure sky. Where's this? Am I dead? Fool, I'm hungry. Hurry up and make me something to eat. Who's talking, Wonkai? You're the Wonkai. Your whole family is Wonkai. I'm a Pixiu. Pixiu? Isn't that just Wonkai? Where are you? And where am I? Fool, you're in your own consciousness. Stop sleeping and wake up. But I'm awake, aren't I? Your body, your physical form needs to wake up. What does it matter if consciousness is awake? The Pixiu's voice sounded exasperated. Hurry up. If you don't hurry, I'll eat your useless friend. As soon as he finished speaking, a projection appeared in the sky, showing Hou Yongshou guarding him, having fallen asleep. Chapter 32. Exclusive Exam. This kid has poor skills, levels up slowly, purely just fodder. The Pixiu complained. It had been awake for several days and was hungry for several days. Forcing a fusion with Chen Mo had consumed too much of his stamina. The key was that Chen Mo's level wasn't high enough, and his physical body wasn't strong enough to maintain his corporeal form. It needed to expend some of its own power. He had only eaten 2 7th-level moths and dared to chase him? He was that weak. And you still want to eat him? Chen Mo chuckled, knowing that the Pixiu was just complaining. If it wanted to eat, it could have done so long ago. This guy still had a bit of humanity. In the room, the golden light on Chen Mo's body surged as his flesh was rapidly reconstituting. Golden threads flowed continuously from his pituitary gland, connecting and repairing his damaged meridians and bones. He radiated a golden light from the inside out. Time passed little by little, and when the morning sun woke Hou Yongshou, he almost slipped off the bed and fell to the ground. I'm so hungry. Hou Yongshou rubbed his eyes and glanced at Chen Mo. I'm going to get something to eat. I'll come back to treat you after eating. Just as he turned around, he inexplicably felt he had missed something and froze in place. Hou Yongshou bent down, as if to smell, sensing Chen Mo's life force. A hand quickly pressed against his face, pushing him away. Just look. Why get so close? I'm not interested in men. You're alive? Hou Yongshou jumped up in joy. You're really alive? Principal Hou said you can't be revived without skills. He was even prepared to kidnap the principal of Shenmue Academy. Do I really look that severely injured? Chen Mo was somewhat surprised and didn't expect Principal Hou to say such things. Kidnapping a principal of a higher rank than him to heal himself, if that really happened, would be quite a favor. All these days, it was you treating me? Chen Mo sat up from the bed and patted Hou Yongshou's shoulder. So, you're my lifesaver now? Me? Hou Yongshou blinked in disbelief. I saved you? Is my skill that amazing? Gathering small efforts can lead to great results. Perhaps your relentless effort these past few days is what saved me. Chen Mo threw an arm around his shoulder and laughed casually. Aren't you hungry? Let's go eat something delicious. To celebrate my revival, and thank you for saving me. In the large square of the Welfare Academy, the first-year students lined up neatly, preparing for the baseline exam. Just like training dogs. The content of the exam was actually quite simple, mainly testing the closeness and loyalty between students and their beasts. In front of each instructor, there was a bowl of high-grade pet food that was hard for the beasts to refuse. Not only was it delicious, but it also had the effect of strengthening the beasts' physiques. What the students had to do was bring their beasts before the instructor and command them to perform specified actions: summon, follow, stay, attack, and finally be collected into shadows. Completing this series of actions would be considered qualified. If the beasts disobeyed commands or sneaked food during the process, they would be placed on probation. If such a situation occurred again in the next retest, they would be expelled. Originally, everything was proceeding smoothly, and today would easily pass. But that previous white-haired instructor had come again. Where's Chen Mo? Why haven't I seen him? The white-haired instructor was the academic director of the extraordinary Beast Master Academy, surnamed Qi. In terms of title, he should be one rank lower than Principal Hou, but his attitude in speaking did not seem to regard the other party. He is injured and can't come to today's exam. Injured? How could he be injured? Director Qi seemed to doubt Principal Hou's words. Just right, I have medicine. Let me go take a look. The faculty dormitory area. Principal Hou did not stop him, as Chen Mo indeed had sustained very serious injuries. The two walked toward the villa one after the other, only to see Chen Mo and Hou Yongshou walking out with their arms around each other. Principal Hou was shocked. Although he was not a healing beast master, his perception would not be wrong. Chen Mo's injuries could not be healed without an 8th-level beast master. Could it be that he severely underestimated Hou Yongshou? The astonished expression on his face was noticed by Director Qi, who felt it didn't seem like an act. So he asked Chen Mo, the exam is happening. Where are you two going? Chen Mo realized what had happened the moment he saw Director Qi. I'm injured and going to buy some medicine. He released Hou Yongshou, stepped forward, and blocked the way. I see you're looking quite well. Are you slacking off because you think you're already a 3rd-level beast master? Director Qi had a look as if he saw through him. Your future is at stake. You still need to go to this exam, so let's go. He turned his back and walked toward the exam square. On the square, the students and instructors were all ready. Chen Mo was also forced to join in, standing at the forefront. To his surprise, in just 1 month, he had already reached level 3. As expected, Riyao was indeed Riyao. Director Qi's intention was to take him to the extraordinary Beast Taming Academy. Principal Hou frowned. How could he allow someone else to uproot the tree he had planted? No, he needed to observe further. Director Qi smiled meaningfully and gestured to a nearby attendant. The attendants quickly set up a transparent enclosed area in the square, and then they brought over a huge cage. Inside the cage was a 4th-tier ghost-faced tiger. What are you trying to do? Principal Hou quickly intervened, saying, he is only level 3, and his contracted beast is just an ear mouse. You will kill him like this. Director Qi ignored Principal Hou and instead ordered in front of everyone. Chen Mo, this is a test specially designed for you. As long as you pass, I will personally take you as my disciple. How many people dream of being taught by an 8th-level beast tamer? But Chen Mo showed no interest. Thank you for your concern, Director Qi, but I have already accepted one-on-one instruction from Principal Hou and cannot change mentors. You have no say in this. Director Qi smirked, and a 9th-level Iron Arm ape appeared behind him, grabbing Chen Mo. I'm doing this for your own good. If you truly have a bright future, staying here will only hinder you. Saying this, he manipulated the Iron Arm ape to throw Chen Mo into the transparent space. Chapter 33, Interception. Director Qi, isn't this a bit too arrogant? Principal Hou glared at the white-haired old man, his fists clenched tightly. Principal Hou, there's no need to be angry. Director Qi chuckled, stroking his snowy beard. I'm doing this for your own good. You only earn that little salary throughout the year, which is not enough to support a gold-devouring beast like Chen Mo. Moreover, if he really has no use but just a level, supporting him won't bring you any benefits. If he truly has great potential and you keep him here, do you think he won't hate you when he realizes it in the future? Director Qi's words were irrefutable. As expected of a cunning old fox who had lived over 100 years, he was tougher to deal with than the person from the Education Bureau. Perhaps from the moment Principal Hou spared no expense to support Chen Mo, he had already begun to doubt. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Without enough benefits, how could someone like Principal who invests so much in a student who seemed useless? Even if Chen Mo leveled up faster than others, encountering truly talented opponents with good skills and strong beasts would ultimately just make him a joke. Therefore, Director Chi absolutely did not believe that Principal who was simply acting out of kindness. He wanted to see for himself just how much potential this Chen Mo had. At this moment, the exam in the square also came to a halt, and everyone's attention was focused on the transparent beast cage. Chen Mo's somewhat slender figure appeared so small in front of the gigantic ghost-faced tiger, which was as big as a house. Not only the freshmen were discussing it, but even students from other grades sneaked out of classrooms to watch. It was the first time they had seen first-year students facing a fourth-tier exotic beast in such an exam. Didn't they say that this person awakened a trash skill? Yes, it seems to be something like pet food. How could he possibly defeat a fourth-tier exotic beast? Starve it to death? Starve it? Do you know what his skill consumes? Gold coins. Without gold coins, wouldn't he just wait to die? It wouldn't be too painful. He would be killed with a single claw. But I heard that the ghost-faced tiger is the most sinister exotic beast. It likes to absorb human fear, so it tortures humans. The ghost-faced tiger, a magical beast, has intelligence, high attack power, fast speed, and is good at both mental and physical attacks. It enjoys eating human brains and is keen on torture. There have been records of a ghost-faced tiger torturing a woman for 7 days, forcing her to eat maggots from her wounds. This is the introduction to the ghost-faced tiger from textbooks, which Chen Mo had memorized. At this moment, he was about to face such a ferocious exotic beast. Director Chi's intention was probably to force him to use all his abilities to assess his value. In the eyes of these people, Chen Mo was not a person. At least not someone deserving of respect. There were countless ways to test him, but they chose the most disgusting one. If he really was useless, wouldn't he be humiliated in front of tens of thousands of people? Even if he was saved in the end, he would have to live in the shadow of that experience for the rest of his life. He was angry but did not show it. He just shouted loudly at Director Chi. Director Chi, my skills require gold coins. Without gold coins, aren't you just trying to take my life? As if he had anticipated this, Director Chi waved his hand, and the attendants tossed a bag of gold coins to Chen Mo. He bent down to pick it up and casually counted. There were about 100 coins. Quite generous. Get ready. Open the beast cage. With Director Chi's command, the cage containing the ghost-faced tiger was opened. Unlike typical exotic beasts that had been caged for a long time and would rush out to escape once freed, the ghost-faced tiger calmly walked out of the cage and elegantly shook its fur in front of Chen Mo. When its gaze fell on Chen Mo, the ghost face above its head revealed a sinister smile. It clearly understood its situation and knew exactly what it should do. It was not in a hurry and seemed to enjoy the moment of being watched. Fear is an emotion that needs to brew. It used its reputation to create pressure, making Chen Mo tremble with fear. However, Chen Mo did not intend to play the cat-and-mouse game with it because he was not a mouse. With the gold coins in hand, he converted all 100 coins at once, forming a heavy mist. Gold is a highly malleable metal. 1 gram of gold can be hammered into 1 square meter of gold leaf, dense and impenetrable. As the mist quickly spread and covered the entire transparent cage, everyone realized they could no longer see what was happening inside. Not only could they not see, but even probing skills could not discern what was hidden beneath the golden mist. Can this skill be used like this? Director Chi frowned. He was clearly displeased that Chen Mo blocked the view, which rendered his transparent cage completely meaningless. But what he couldn't understand was, did blocking the view of the outside people even matter? Even if he wanted to block, it should be the ghost-faced tiger's view that needed to be obstructed. The square, filled with tens of thousands of people, fell silent. If they couldn't see, they could only rely on sound to listen to what was happening inside the cage. However, there was no sound at all. Just a little while later, the golden mist was instantly absorbed by something. The situation inside the cage was once again clearly presented to everyone. Had it disappeared? Or had it used a skill to hide? Have you ever heard of a ghost-faced tiger being invisible? The students were dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. Why couldn't they see even a shadow of the ghost-faced tiger that they had clearly seen being put inside? On the high platform, the expressions of Director Chi and Principal Hou were strikingly similar, with their brows knitted into A shape, extremely serious. Eaten. A 4th-tier ghost-faced tiger was silently devoured by a 3rd-tier ear mouse. Director Chi couldn't help but speak, his tone filled with disbelief. He had thought about the possibility of Chen Mo defeating the ghost-faced tiger, but he never expected it to be in such a manner. There was almost no trace of battle, not even a hint of movement. The speed was simply astonishing. Even if he himself took action, he could not achieve such silence. Was his ear mouse really just an ear mouse? Director Chi fixed his gaze on the ear mouse beside Chen Mo, only to see its golden yellow fur, which appeared so richly golden that it had 3 dark horizontal stripes. It looked somewhat similar to the character for King on a Tiger's Head. He lived for over 100 years. When did he ever see such an ear mouse? It's indeed an ear mouse. Principal Hou didn't want to explain, but he had to clarify. He once fought beasts with someone and, out of necessity, casually contracted an ear mouse to use. At that time, many people saw it. After hearing Principal Hou's explanation, Director Chi looked at Chen Mo and made a decision. It is quite normal for a level 3 beast master to kill a level 4 beast, but for someone like Chen Mo, not only did he accomplish it, but he did it more skillfully than others. I have decided. Let him follow me to the Extraordinary Beast Master Academy. Principal Hou has no objections, right? He smiled confidently, his eyes filled with assurance. Chapter 34. I refuse. This is simply too much. Principal Hou clenched his fist. Despite the countless anger in his heart, he couldn't vent it. The Welfare Beast Master Academy is akin to the vegetable patch of the 10 great academies of the Southern Kingdom. Leeks can grow here, weeds can grow here. But ginseng and Ganoderma cannot grow here. He, Hou Duan, is also an 8th level beast master with sky blue talent. Why should he endure such humiliation? All other principals have students who can be conferred titles and become officials, while his students are only fit to be sent off to mine coal. Why is that? He has tried. Even if the talent is ordinary, as long as one is willing to study hard, students can still stand out. He has encountered such children before. And there are many of them. They rely on their extraordinary perseverance and strive to improve, indeed achieving higher cultivation with the most ordinary talent. But so what? When war comes, these children are assigned to the front lines. In their innocence, they think they are being valued and that their time to shine has come. War is ruthless, and the enemy is cunning. They are merely sent to collect intelligence as discarded pawns. Without absolute strength, they will never have a day of success and recognition. The long-suppressed emotions made him wish he could smash Director Chi's head with a punch. But he couldn't. He has no power, no influence, no family, no background, and even the Beast Master skills he takes pride in are mostly supportive. He doesn't have the ability to fight against thousands. He is not worthy of official attention. He gritted his teeth, not out of personal resentment, but for the tens of thousands of impoverished students. Their future has no way out. If Chen Mo could stay at the Welfare Academy and grow smoothly. Once he has enough strength, he could surely secure a fair chance for the impoverished students. But if he is incorporated into the 10 great academies, if brainwashing succeeds, it might be okay. If it doesn't succeed, only destruction awaits him. At this moment, Principal Hou felt deep pain for his own helplessness. The transparent cage opened, and Chen Mo stepped forward. Congratulations. Director Chi smiled and nodded at him. From now on, you are a member of the Extraordinary Beast Master Academy. A direct disciple of this esteemed one. As the words fell, the surroundings were filled with envious gasps. The Extraordinary Beast Master Academy has a long history. Even before the Southern Kingdom existed, it was already established. They have the most profound historical accumulation in this continent and possess the most numerous and powerful beast mastery legacies. Every student of the Extraordinary Beast Master Academy must have one or even multiple sacred beast-type beasts, because the Extraordinary Beast Master Academy can breed sacred beasts on its own. Such an ability allows the Southern Kingdom to stand firm on the entire continent and enables the Extraordinary Beast Master Academy to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Royal Beast Master Academy. How many common students dream of going to such a Beast Master Academy? Thank you, but please allow me to refuse. Chen Mo's emotionless words were firm, like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly stirring up waves. Did I hear it wrong? Did he just say he refuses? Is he crazy? Not wanting to go to the Extraordinary Academy, where does he want to go? Sigh, geniuses always have pride. On the day of awakening, none of the 10 great academies wanted him. He must be holding a grudge. When it comes to the future, a lifetime matter. How can one act on impulse like this? I actually quite admire this temper. It's powerful. He smiled lightly. Let's hear it. Your reason for refusal? Everyone's gaze focused back on Chen Mo, and Principal Hou felt anxious. Like Director Chi, he had a moment where he thought Chen Mo wanted to fight for more resources, retreating to advance. After all, what he promised Chen Mo was negligible compared to the Extraordinary Beast Master Academy. Wearing the extraordinary uniform meant crossing classes. Yet, he held a glimmer of hope, wishing that Chen Mo genuinely wanted to stay. Stay in this dirty and chaotic environment, with these imperial commoners. Because I am Principal Hou's student. Chen Mo repeated his reason. Principal Hou not only has the grace of imparting knowledge to me, but he also saved my life. I can only have Principal Hou as my teacher. That day in the sacred beast domain, when the ice arrow shot towards me, if it weren't for Principal Hou's defense, I might have really died there. Therefore, saying it's a life-saving grace is not an exaggeration. Oh, Director Chi's expression turned serious. Such reasoning was unexpected for him. If he were trying to secure more resources, Chen Mo shouldn't have said such things. So, he really doesn't want to go to the Extraordinary Academy? Director Chi turned his head to glance at Principal Hou. Principal Hou, you must value this child's future as well. Why don't you persuade him? Once he joins the Extraordinary Academy, the gold coins for cultivation will be unlimited. Just think, if he stays at the Welfare Academy, what can you give him? We can't let our selfish desires delay the child's future. The hat was thrown down, and all the teachers and students in the school were watching. You, as a principal, for your own selfish interests, disregard the student's future. If you really do such a thing, how will you have any prestige in the future? How will you earn the respect of the students? Principal Hou's brows furrowed tightly. His reputation, Chen Mo's future, the future of common students. How should he choose? What Principal Hou can give me is something that gold coins cannot buy. Chen Mo straightened his body and bowed to Director Chi. Please forgive my interruption. What I want to say is, gold coins, I can earn myself, my friends, and I will help me hunt in the dense forest. The money earned will not only be enough to support my cultivation, but will also enhance my skills in actual combat. So gold coins have never been a problem. Please rest assured, Director Chi, and please rest assured, Principal Hou. This was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline, completely removing Principal Hou's worries. Director Chi, I'm afraid this time you won't get what you want. This child is my direct disciple and cannot be given to you. Principal Hou's expression relaxed, and his robust body straightened, gaining even more presence. You don't have the authority. Director Chi's face finally fell. Glaring at Principal Hou, the rules since ancient times state that any seedling favored by the 10 great academies cannot be forcibly retained by the Welfare Academy. I advise Principal Hou to abide by the rules. Don't make me go find the education director. Chapter 35. Come on, let's compete. If this matter reaches the Education Bureau, Principal Hou, someone without a background, no matter how reasonable he is, cannot gain the support of the higher-ups. He felt a surge of killing intent, but had to endure. Director Chi, you are underestimating me. Who doing too much, aren't you? How about this? Let's have a fight. Whoever wins will take this child. The unchanging rule in the Beastmaster world is to fight with fists when disputes arise. Last time, at the Royal Beastmaster School, when Murong Xiao let 3 dogs run amok, it was Principal Hou who went to find his father and fought to resolve the matter. Principal Hou's skills are not particularly strong, but he fights for his life. Nobles are all protective of their lives, even if they have an advantage in skills. If their mentality falters, they can't win at anything. Who wants to fight you? I'm over 100 years old. And you dare to say you want to fight me? Ever since I reached the 8th level of Beastmaster, it's been many years since I've fought. How could Director Chi possibly agree to a fight with Principal Hou? I have a suggestion. I wonder if both of you would consider it? Chen Mo once again clasped his hands respectfully and spoke. Why don't I compete with Director Chi's most accomplished student of the same age? If he wins, it proves that Director Chi's teaching level is higher than Principal Hou's. I will gladly become his disciple. But if I win, it proves that Director Chi has nothing to teach me. This idea is good, I agree. Principal Hou shouted loudly, Director Chi, how about I take this method to consult with the director? General, I'll smash your crystal directly. You want to be someone else's mentor, but you have to see if you have the ability. If you can't do anything but want to harvest the wheat from someone else's field, you really know how to think nonsense. Director Chi's face turned red with anger. His most accomplished student must be quite extraordinary, a pillar of the empire. But where can he find a 3rd-level student of the same age as Chen Mo? What does it mean to be a 3rd-level Beastmaster? Is Chen Mo's current level the result of Principal Hou's teaching? Chen Mo, do you know you're ruining your future? Director Chi looked at him with disappointment. Do you think having some gold coins means everything will be fine? Your ear mouse is still just an ear mouse. Its bloodline is there, and it cannot lead you to greater achievements. Come, extraordinary, I'll make a decision. This year as top-grade Holy Beast will be yours. When you reach level 5, you can still contract Holy Beasts of different attributes, as long as your commanding power is strong enough. Every future beast you contract can be the top-grade Holy Beast. Think about it. To independently own a legion of Holy Beasts, how powerful is that? Strength is always a deadly temptation for a man. Director Chi didn't believe that Chen Mo could remain indifferent to the top-grade Holy Beasts. Top-grade Holy Beasts? Chen Mo chuckled. It's easy to agree now, but when the time comes, this promise may not be fulfilled. The ruling class is most averse to people not belonging to their class becoming powerful. If he really has a legion of holy beasts, it's likely he would be close to being hunted down. Weakness is original sin, and being too powerful is also original sin. I can relax the conditions a bit. You can find a 3rd-level student to compete with me. Age doesn't matter. Chen Mo did not pick up on Director Chi's words, but instead proposed again, as long as your student wins. I still believe that your education is better than Principal Hou's. Do you think this is appropriate? It seems humble, but is extremely arrogant. Principal Hou pursed his lips, not daring to laugh out loud. The bad air in his heart seemed to dissipate in an instant. You. Director Chi's face turned red and white. furious enough to spit blood. He offered such good conditions, yet Chen Mo didn't appreciate it at all and insisted on embarrassing him. Fine. I want to see how arrogant you can be. Have you thought it through? A third-level Beastmaster is not easy to deal with compared to a fourth-level ghost-faced tiger. Thought it through, ready to be taught at any time. Chen Mo humbly bowed, polite to the point where one could find no fault. This child is too arrogant, believing his talent is top-notch and becoming disregarding. Now it's just right to suppress him. Director Chi raised his hand, and a shadow of a four-winged sprite flew out, heading towards the extraordinary Beastmaster Academy. Before long, two figures descended from the sky. One was an extraordinary healer, a 7th-level mentor. The other was an extraordinary third-year student with a cold and proud demeanor. Director Chi was indeed thoughtful, even calling a healer, afraid his precious student would get hurt. Principal Hou mocked, "Enjoy your moment of pride while you can. You don't know how it will turn out." Director Chi shot him a glance, explained a few things to his student, and transmitted Chen Mo's skills and combat methods directly to the other party through mental communication. After doing all this, he turned to Chen Mo. "Let us start the next match. As for the gold coins you need for consumption, Principal Hou will surely be willing to give them to you." "Thank you for the reminder, Director Chi. I've said it before, gold coins have never been a problem. I have plenty." Chen Mo shook his spatial ring with a confident smile. "Damn, it's actually the top-grade ring?" Director Chi was about to explode with anger. "You have money, yet you still asked me for it earlier? You too, enter the arena." He waved his hand helplessly, feeling a bit congested in his chest. "Wait a moment." Chen Mo looked seriously at Director Chi. "What are the rules of the competition? My ear mouse only knows how to bite when it attacks. It's a lethal move. If you limit it to not killing, I can't compete." "Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. You can only use lethal moves. Does that mean you can definitely kill someone?" The 7th-level healer smiled, his gaze confident. "That's good." Chen Mo slightly curled his lips. "Senior, please." "Humph." The extraordinary senior shot him a glance and stepped onto the stage alone. In the square, more and more students gathered to watch. Senior students also skipped classes. If there wasn't enough space on the ground, they controlled their beasts to fly in the sky. All around the square, it was crowded with people. This was not just a duel between two students. It also involved the competition between the Welfare Beastmaster Academy and the Extraordinary Beastmaster Academy regarding teaching quality. It concerned the honor of both schools. To put it bigger, it was a contest between the commoners and the nobles, two classes. "Chen Mo, go for it. Chen Mo, go for it. Let those nobles see that we commoners are not trash. Go for it. Chen Mo, go for it." With each shout, more and more students joined the cheering ranks, the sound waves surging like a tide, stirring one's heart. Chapter 36 I Overcome You. On the 30-meter square arena, Chen Mo and the student from the Extraordinary Beastmaster Academy stood facing each other. Chen Mo, a first-year freshman from the Welfare Beastmaster Academy, Spiritual System, 3rd-level Beastmaster. The student from the Extraordinary Academy, a 3rd-year student, Spiritual Enhancement System, 3rd-level Beastmaster. As for the name, we'll talk about it after you win against me. The man was dressed in an extraordinary and exquisite platinum uniform, standing in the wind like a deity. On his shoulder stood a 4-winged black dragon-like sprite. From its appearance, it could be judged to be female. The holy beast-type Beastmasters are generally good at spellcasting and long-range attacks, with high damage potential. Combined with the Beastmaster's enhancement skills, the damage level can reach that of the sprite in an environment rich in elemental power within the territory of holy beasts. After a simple observation, Chen Mo knew that this opponent would not be easy to deal with. "Do you know why the Extraordinary has so many outstanding students, yet the director specifically chose me?" The man curled one side of his mouth, a smile filled with disdain. "Because I overcome you. Your skill. Isn't it to summon countless ear mice to swarm the opponent? It won't work here." After saying this, the sprite on his shoulder began to chant. As the song rang out, Chen Mo felt the ground tremble, almost making him unsteady. Suddenly, thick iron plates rose from the original stone floor. These iron plates not only surrounded the bottom of the arena, but also formed walls that rose upwards, densely covered with sharp steel blades. In such an environment, it would be nearly impossible for the ear mice to climb in. Wow. So this is the power of a 3rd-level Beastmaster. So impressive. It must be quite difficult for a manifestation type to create such a large area of iron plates, right? The skills of the Holy Beast system are different from the manifestation skills of Beastmasters. The things manifested truly exist, while the skills released by Holy Beasts will disappear after the battle ends. Chen Mo glanced around and found it somewhat amusing that the man said he could overcome him. But the opponent's strength was undeniable, so he couldn't let his guard down. The man seemed quite satisfied with his opening act and asked with a smile, "Ready to die?" As the voice fell, before Chen Mo could summon his ear mice, he had already begun to attack. Various strange beasts surged from the iron plate, pouncing towards Chen Mo. when the entire arena turned into an iron plate. It was equivalent to the man creating a private domain. He was the king of this domain. If Chen Mo were to use such a skill, he wouldn't make such a grand show of it. Since he could conjure so many sharp blades, wouldn't it be better to stealthily stab the enemy beneath him? It wouldn't take a second to resolve the battle. Now, summoning so many steel beasts, is he showing off? Outside the arena, Director Chi's face was full of pride. My student actually doesn't perform that well. Among his peers, he only ranks in the top 10, barely acceptable. He was modest, but why? Seeing his student gain the upper hand, did he look like he was about to grin ear to ear? Principal Hou glanced at him with a serious expression. Chen Mo had advanced too quickly, and in a closed environment, he had leveled up alone. Having just levels without practical experience would put him at a disadvantage. The opponent's skills were hard to break. Without the assistance of the ear mice, his little mouse king couldn't possibly handle so many steel beasts. Moreover, Chen Mo himself was within the range of the enemy's attack and could be hit at any moment. The situation was dire. It's over. I can't imagine how to resolve such an attack. He would be torn to pieces, right? If that's the case, could he even be saved? On the arena, Chen Mo stood there, and the steel beasts had already rushed to his front, yet he still showed no intention of dodging. The entire arena was made of steel. Where could he hide? Running around carelessly would just lead him to crash onto the sharp blades. Have you given up resisting? The man's excited voice rang out. Then go die? With a wave of his arm, the chanting of the four-winged spirit became even more fervent. The steel beasts suddenly increased their speed and strength, leaping high and heavily pouncing towards Chen Mo. So, he wouldn't tear Chen Mo to pieces, but he could crush him into a meat pie. As long as he left the head intact, he wouldn't die right away, would he? Thinking of the scene of blood and flesh bursting, a hint of perversion flickered in the man's eyes. He loved the feeling of slaughter, especially overwhelming torture. Boom. The metallic sound shook violently, the stone slab shattered, and dust rose. At that moment, everyone's hearts seemed to be suspended in midair. Such an attack. How could it be avoided? It's over, he's dead. The hope of the commoners has shattered once again. Is this the gap between commoners and nobles? Even if one awakens a top-tier solar-level talent, they are still vulnerable? Principal Hu's heart tightened, almost rushing out, his clenched fists crackling. Indeed, he was too arrogant. Though the levels were the same, social experience was different, and the opponent had a clear advantage. There was truly nothing he could do. How could you think that blocking the path below means my ear mice can't get in? Chen Mo's voice rang out, but not from the arena, rather from above. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw countless ear mice flying in the air, with Chen Mo standing on their backs. The ear mice can fly. The ear mice can fly. Yes, ear mice can fly. There was no introduction to ear mice in textbooks, and during practical lessons, no one paid attention to ear mice that would flee when startled. So the common knowledge that ear mice can fly gradually faded from people's memory. I even forgot. Ear mice are good at digging, immune to toxins, have keen perception, and can fly using their tails. Principal Hou breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was no longer a matter of who had the advantage, right? Humph. They can just fly. Ear mice are still ear mice. Director Chi scoffed disdainfully. On the arena, watching Chen Mo soar into the sky, the extraordinary students felt a bit regretful. If only they had thought to create an iron cage. So what if you can fly? If you hide so far away, can you attack me? But I can attack you. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. And as he spoke, the beasts on the iron plate transformed again. Rows of towering orcs rose from the ground, each wielding a steel spear. They took up a throwing stance, aiming at Chen Mo's position. This skill is really quite good. Chen Mo was very interested in the man's beast-controlling ability. Offense and defense combined, endlessly changing. It would be great if he could have that too. He was increasingly interested in having a spirit as a contracted beast. Whoosh. Countless steel spears shot up into the sky. If he got hit, wouldn't he turn into a hedgehog? Chapter 37. The Burning of Origin. It's over. You can't escape even if you fly. No. Are you only thinking that he can't escape? When these steel spears fall, can we dodge them? The sky darkened, and only then did the onlooking students realize they would also be affected. The scene descended into chaos, screams erupted, some were knocked down, trampled, and panic spread through the crowd as the situation continued to escalate. This is the quality of the students at your welfare Beastmaster Academy. Director Chi sneered, as if the students getting hurt was a very amusing matter. Principal Hou ignored him and shouted loudly, "Don't panic." A massive snake turtle was summoned at the same time, firmly protecting the students within the affected area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of whistling sounds filled the air as countless steel spears were hurled into the sky. Chen Mo focused his thoughts, directing the ear mice to carry him to a higher altitude. The first batch of steel spears shot over, but they were already losing power. The ear mice casually kicked, and those steel spears fell down. Boom, boom, boom. The The steel spears thrown into the sky might lose power the further back they were. But the ones that fell to the ground became even more powerful. The blue stone slab surface was smashed into deep pits, and fragments flew everywhere. The chanting of the four-winged spirit abruptly stopped, and those steel spears still in midair vanished into thin air. You are too shameless. He pointed up at Chen Mo. Since this is a match, you're just running away. How can we compare? Why don't you run all the way to the ends of the sky? He looked somewhat embarrassed and angry. His shouting was not a good sight. But after all, he was his student. Director Chi had to defend him. Chen Mo, if you continue to fight passively, I will declare you the loser. Who said I'm fighting passively? Haven't I been attacking all along? Chen Mo slowly descended, a calm smile on his face. Attacking? If exhausting my spiritual power by running away counts as a form of attack, then you really have won. The man shouted in frustration. If you have the ability, then act like a man, and let us have a real fight. Hee. I don't need to act like a man. I am a man. Chen Mo chuckled. I am a beast master, not a brainless warrior. Why fight with real weapons? But you, I have already targeted your vital point. Didn't you notice at all? As his words fell, Director Chi and the Extraordinary Academy's people all had their pupils constrict. Targeted the vital point? He has something behind him. Someone screamed, and only then did everyone realize that behind the man lay Chen Mo's contracted beast, a golden ear mouse. When did that thing sneak up behind him? Director Chi was shocked. He had been observing the battle and had specifically paid attention to Chen Mo's movements, wanting to see how his ear mice attacked. But until his student launched an attack, he had never seen him summon the ear mice. Why were they appearing there now? You forgot. Ear mice are good at digging. Principal Hou said leisurely. Ordinary ear mice indeed can't dig through steel plates. But you forgot. Chen Mo's ear mice are tier 3 contracted beasts. Digging through a steel plate is just a bit more effort. Even if it can dig through the steel plate, when did it dig? Director Chi couldn't accept this fact. The enemy was already close, yet his student hadn't realized it. At such close distance, if it were in a real battle, heads would have already fallen. The ear mouse can dig through steel plates. Can it not dig through a human head? He lost. He really lost just like that. Now, do you still think you can defeat me? Chen Mo descended from the sky, but did not stand on the arena. The opponent's steel plate had not yet been retracted. The man snorted in dissatisfaction. Humph, do you think getting close to me means you've won? The four-winged spirit suddenly began to chant, and a steel knife pierced out from the man's body, seemingly wanting to instantly penetrate the ear mouse behind him. At the same time, a sharp weapon shot out from under Chen Mo, at an incredibly tricky angle, directly aimed at Chen Mo's back door. Considering it was a contest between students from two schools, Chen Mo did not want to make Principal Hou too uncomfortable, so he didn't go all out. But unexpectedly, the opponent was attacking his life with every move. Chen Mo successfully dodged the attack. He did not step back onto the steel plate, but was on guard for this moment. The ear mouse was very sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment and fluctuations in power, and as the attack was initiated, it had already reacted, helping Chen Mo evade. You lost. Chen Mo looked down from above, gazing at the Extraordinary Beast Taming Academy. At this senior from the 3rd year, if you don't call for a healer soon, you will die? I didn't lose. The man caught the blood pouring from his wounds and roared hoarsely. Die for me. The four-winged spirit's eyes were bleeding, its painful chant sending chills down people's spines. It melded with the iron plate, and the iron plate that was originally on the ground quickly formed a closed shape, trapping Chen Mo inside. Stop now. I command you to stop. Director Chi shouted loudly, but the steel prison had already formed, and the compression was continuing. Don't you hurry up and think of a way to stop it? Principal Hou rushed over, but he couldn't determine Chen Mo's location, and couldn't ensure he wouldn't harm Chen Mo while destroying the steel prison. Useless. He burned his essence. The hardness of the steel was 10 times that of normal. Even a 9th-grade beast tamer might not have a way. Director Chi finally panicked. He did not expect his student to have such a poor mindset. Unable to withstand such failure, I have already messaged the principal of Chen Mo. We may have to prepare for resurrection spells. But resurrection spells must be implemented within 5 seconds after death. Where are we going to find the life force to replenish? Principal Hou yelled. With me here. I can stabilize the life force. An extraordinary healer also came over. The steel prison was getting smaller and smaller. And soon it was only the size of a small room. But the space inside was filled with spikes. At this moment, Chen Mo must have been pierced by 1,000 swords. No, we can't wait. Principal Hou grabbed Director Chi by the collar. I need to find out where that bastard is right now and kill him. If you dare interfere, I will kill you along with him. Think carefully. His father is a general in the Northwest Battle Team, commanding a heavy army. Director Chi understood Principal Hou's anger. But it was also a matter of helplessness. It would be a pity if Chen Mo died, but weighing it out, if he died, this matter would be much smaller. Chapter 38. I want to see who dares. Noble lives matter, but common lives don't, right? Even if he is a once-in-a-century genius, it doesn't matter, right? Principal Hou roared, throwing Director Chi back forcefully. He called out his vulture. His vulture had a scientific name, called the ghost-eyed vulture, a type of demon king class. Exploratory type beast. It could sense life and death energy, and its tracking ability was very strong, able to analyze the target's location through the air from thousands of meters away. What he needed to do now was find out which part of the iron plate the extraordinary student was hiding in and kill him in one blow. There's no time to waste. If I delay even a second, Chen Mo will be in danger. He would rather bear all the blame afterward than allow this once-in-a-century hope to be destroyed just like that. Strangely, he had a premonition that Chen Mo's growth would definitely exceed everyone's expectations. Found it. Fortunately, the opponent's level was not high enough to completely merge with the steel plate. To avoid being attacked from the inside, he chose to hide in the outer layer of the steel prison, making it easier for Principal Hou to find him. Principal Hou's eyes flashed, and he called out the golden armadillo. In terms of digging skills, the ear mouse could not match the armadillo. With a full strike from the 9th grade golden armadillo, even if it couldn't completely penetrate the steel plate produced from burning essence, it could still kill the beast tamer hiding in the outer layer. There was only one chance. If he failed and let him escape, it would be too late. Charge. The golden armadillo's front claws, like a pickaxe, glowed with concentrated energy. Just by the naked eye, one could see the tremendous power of this strike. Who-da-one. Director Chi shouted, "Is it worth it? You might lose your position as principal and even be exiled as a criminal. Anyone can become the principal of the Welfare Beast Taming Academy, but the general guarding the border must be someone trusted by the royal family. Even if Hou Yongshou worked diligently for decades, he still wouldn't compare to a mere finger of theirs. Of course it's worth it." Principal Hou's gaze was firm, and the expression on the golden armadillo's face seemed to mirror its master's one-to-one. It had already locked onto its target. Once this strike went down, it would surely yield a result. Just then, the steel prison suddenly collapsed and disintegrated like sand, revealing the person standing inside. Chen Mo stood in the center, with the extraordinary student from the Beast Taming Academy hanging from his arm. "Principal Hou, what are you going to do?" He smiled, looking relaxed. "How is this possible?" Director Chi could hardly believe his eyes. After burning the essence, the spell was almost irreversible. Could it be that he is dead? Not dead. Chen Mo threw the man, who was hanging limply like a dead fish, to the healer. "I have severed his contract with the beast." With a wave of his hand, the four-winged dragon spirit appeared on his shoulder. Unlike her initial appearance, her black cloak was now tinged with gold, making her look even more imposing. What? How is this possible? Both Principal Hou and Director Chi were stunned. Only they understood how terrifying the so-called severing of the beast contract was. This is absolutely impossible. Director Chi yanked his studentess body, took a look, and was struck by lightning. It really was gone. The contract markings on his forehead had disappeared. "How did you do it?" Director Chi's eyes widened, still in disbelief. Chen Mo's gaze swept over everyone. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the square. But now it was quiet, as if these people did not exist at all. Who has ever heard that a beast contract can be severed? If anyone had such ability, wouldn't they be invincible in the world? Chen Mo appeared extremely terrifying in their eyes. No one wanted their hard-earned contracts and nurtured beasts to be easily severed by someone else. He burned his essence, and his spirit was already chaotic, making it easy to invade. One sentence opened the doubts of Principal Hou and Director Chi. So it was that simple? He was mentally chaotic. But the beast spirit was not chaotic. How did you manage to sever the contract? Director Chi's gaze turned fierce as he attempted to grab Chen Mo's arm, but unexpectedly, he dodged. His hand hung in midair, awkwardly, making him even more furious. Burning the essence also caused great harm to the beast. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, patiently explaining, "I fed her some of my golden energy, replenished some strength, and she listened to me. I had them both agree to terminate the beast contract. And that is how it happened." He spoke casually, but those listening were filled with fear. Just by giving her a bit of food. He turned a 4th-grade beast to his side. Holy beasts naturally yearn for freedom and are difficult to subdue. Being easily turned was to be expected. Principal Hou couldn't help but smirk. It seems this pet food-like skill is not completely useless. At a critical moment, it can really save lives. "Ha ha ha, you're happy? Sorry, I've already contracted her." Chen Mo smiled faintly, pointing to the golden contract rune on the elf's forehead. "Isn't it more beautiful than the previous blue rune?" "What?" Director Chi was so shocked that he took 2 steps back, almost sitting down on the ground. For so many years, even when the Beast King attacked, he had never lost his composure like today. Why you're only at level 3, right? Let's not even talk about a level 5 beast tamer being able to contract a second beast. Just the level of this 4-winged elf makes it impossible for you to succeed in the contract. The contract requires a beast tamer and a beast to have mutual understanding. Generally, initial level beasts that are like blank sheets of paper are the easiest to contract. The higher the beast's level, the stronger its self-awareness, especially for holy beasts. They possess extraordinary intelligence, yearn for freedom, and once they gain power, they would never willingly become a human's beast. Yet, Chen Mo actually managed to contract her. What on earth did you do? How did you do it? Director Chi's eyes were nearly popping out. Everything that happened today was simply unbelievable. As if he thought of something, his gaze became sharp. I need to know everything about you, your mental strength, skills, and all the metrics of your beast. Behind him, a massive iron-armed ape appeared, exuding a murderous aura. Let's see who dares. Principal Hou roared, and 9 beasts formed a circle, each with a different shape but all fierce, surrounding the iron-armed ape and Director Chi in the middle. Chapter 39. Isn't this brainless? Something big is about to happen. If 2 level 8 beast tamers bring their beasts to fight, this whole academy won't survive. Hudoi, do you realize how serious this is? Director Chi straightened his back, refusing to back down. Have you ever heard of a level 3 beast tamer contracting 2 beasts? I've never heard of it, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Principal Hou shouted back, his voice so loud it nearly hurt everyone's eardrums in the square. The number of beasts a beast tamer can contract is based on their mental strength. Theoretically, as long as the mental strength is sufficient, even a level 0 beast tamer can contract more than 2 beasts. So, Chen Mo is just exceptionally gifted in mental strength. What's so strange about him contracting 2 beasts at level 3? Do we need to involve the inspection team? What kind of organization is that? Good people who get sent there come out with only half their lives left. A genius like Chen Mo, are you intent on destroying him, ruining our nation's future? You can throw around accusations, who can't? In this world, all empires are class-based, but the ruling class will tell you that all people are equal. Everyone enjoys equal rights. There are no high or low identities, no noble or lowly jobs, only abilities that vary in level. Even if you dig ditches, you deserve respect. In such a context, are you going to send a genius from a commoner background to the inspection team for no reason? The common people won't accept it. They can't. They can't be sent there. Someone in the crowd of students shouted out. Once the first voice was raised, there was a second and a third. Students are the most passionate group, their emotions easily stirred. One person led another, and even if some didn't fully understand the significance, they vaguely felt they should act this way. Chen Mo, Chen Mo, Chen Mo. They shouted his name, transitioning from chaos to an orderly chant. The roar of tens of thousands shook the heavens. This is public opinion. Irreversible. Director Chi looked at the united students, his expression beginning to waver. At that moment, a bluish-green figure appeared in the sky. You all seem to be having a great time. I hope it's nothing too serious. A woman slowly descended from the sky, wearing a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. The principal of the Divine Wood Beast Academy, whose actual age was nearly 200 years, looked like an 18-year-old girl. So youthful she seemed to exude moisture. Green Princess, you're just in time. Help me persuade Hudui, he's lost his mind. Director Chi sighed and recounted the events. Such a big deal. Shouldn't we get to the bottom of it? Even if we don't send him to the inspection team, shouldn't we investigate this kid's mental state? What if he's a spy hidden by a hostile nation? He spoke with conviction, sounding logical, but Green Princess chuckled upon hearing this. I think you're just sour grapes because you can't have the grapes. Green Princess covered her mouth with her sleeve, laughing. If I had such a genius among my students, not to mention you, Director Chi, even if the Southern Emperor came, I wouldn't let him go. My student, whom I've carefully nurtured. Why should I let you take him just as he is about to bear fruit? It's easy to check the records of students in this welfare academy, especially for orphans like Chen Mo. Everything about him is under the control of the welfare system. If he were really a spy from an enemy nation, then our entire welfare system should be dismantled. Green Princess rolled her eyes at Director Chi, then looked at Chen Mo. Just a day ago, Little Who sent me a message saying you were about to die, asking me to come revive you. Today, Director Chi urgently sent me a message to rush over and save you. But looking at you, you seem more vibrant than anyone else. Even this old bone of mine feels inferior. Under the scrutiny of the woman's bright eyes, Chen Mo didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He slightly bowed. Thank you for coming. I'm lucky to be alive, and I don't need saving for now. It's Director Chi's student who seems to be seriously injured. As soon as he said this, everyone remembered that there was someone who was about to die. Green Princess, hurry. Nalan Hongji burned his origins. You must preserve his level, or I won't know how to explain to his father. On the ground, Nalan Hongji's blood had dried into clots, and due to treatment, countless granulations were wriggling in his empty abdomen, looking very disgusting. You did this. A 6-winged green-clad elf appeared out of nowhere, haughtily glancing at the injured on the ground. No chance. Burning origins and severing contracts basically ruins him. He should take good care of himself. Maybe a miracle will happen, and he can regain his beast taming ability. Her voice was somewhat strange, but it was incredibly pleasant, crisp, and clear. It was as if countless starlights fell upon Hou Yongshou, and his hollow abdomen was repairing at an accelerated rate. In an instant, his injuries were fully healed, lying on the ground as if in a deep slumber. All right, I've saved the person. I won't interfere with other matters. Green Princess smiled slightly and turned to Chen Mo. If Director Chi insists on sending you to one of the top 10 academies, come to me. Our school specializes in mental systems, and there are plenty of beautiful girls. It's definitely paradise. She winked at Chen Mo, patted his shoulder, and flew into the sky. Director Chi watched Green Princess's retreating figure, feeling an anger rising within. He hadn't dealt with Hou Yongshou yet, and this woman had come to steal his business? He looked at Hou Yongshou and then at Chen Mo, realizing he might have overreacted. Now that he thought about it, blowing this matter up would bring him no benefits. With Chen Mo's talent, not only would Green Princess want to compete for him, but the Royal Beast Academy would definitely not let him go. It was as if he had offended Hou Yongshou alone, while others reaped the benefits. Wasn't that brainless? He cupped his hands to Principal Hou. However, our school has been established for so many years and has never lost a holy beast. Chen Mo's severing of Hou Yongshou's beast can be considered a last resort. However, he took our school's holy beast without permission. You must give us an explanation. Explanation for what? What's there to explain? Principal Hou pushed Director Chi back a step with a wave of his hand. In ancient times, in duels, the winner can take the loser's prize. Your student lacks skill and lost the holy beast. You should hold him responsible. What does it have to do with Chen Mo? You're being unreasonable. Chapter 40, Idle. Director Chi left with his team, and the entire Welfare Beast Academy suddenly erupted in enthusiastic cheers, as if they had just won a great victory. Excitement radiated from everyone's faces. What were they so happy about? Chen Mo was somewhat confused. What did this have to do with them? Chen, from now on, you are my idol. A thin, frail boy squeezed in front of Chen Mo, looking at him with shining eyes. You were mocked before, but you didn't give up. Now you've proven yourself and slapped the faces of the top 10 academies. I want to learn from you. Even though my talent is mediocre, my skills are good. I believe that as long as I never give up like you and work hard to develop my skills, I can become an extraordinary person like you. Yes, I want to learn from you too. Another student excitedly clenched his fist. Everyone has their use. There are no useless skills in this world. Only talents used in the wrong places. I may be weak alone, but if we all work hard together, we can achieve great things. Exactly. We are not useless. We can also make contributions and become the backbone of the empire. The crowd was passionate, but Chen Mo's eyes were cold. Such fervor seemed ridiculous in front of the national machinery. Were they delusional? Were they dreaming? Chen Mo didn't know. People should have dreams, otherwise, knowing that no matter how hard they work, they would only be cannon fodder. Wouldn't that be cruel? He stood there like a monument. If his existence could give these humble commoners a bit of hope for the future, then so be it. Chen Mo. But all of this was only temporary. His rise could not be hidden. All factions would come to woo him, to curry favor with him, and they would also want to destroy him. Once they felt they could no longer control him. Chen Mo. Principal Hou looked at Chen Mo earnestly and said, the taller the tree, the stronger the wind. You must be careful on the road ahead. The final exam may be very dangerous. The Extraordinary Academy might send people to ambush you. In terms of level, you are above all the new students, but two fists cannot fight four hands. Especially since they will target you and conduct specialized training against you. They might even cheat. You must be careful. He sighed deeply. If your classmates had enough strength, at least they could help hold them back. In terms of numbers, no academy can compare to Welfare Beast Academy. But a crowd of rabble is still just cannon fodder. A bunch of common students with mediocre talent, lacking resources and equipment, may find it hard to even break through level 0 to level 1 by the time of the final exam. How can such people compare with noble students who start with sky blue level talent? Especially in the Extraordinary Beast Academy, where everyone has a powerful sacred beast. They could crush the Welfare Academy students with just a finger. How about this? Are you really willing to do this? This will require a huge amount of gold. Principal Hou was surprised, but also worried that this would be too much pressure for Chen Mo. It can help my classmates and improve my skill experience. At worst, I'll just hunt more diligently outside. It'll be fine. The students of Welfare Beast Academy would become his personal strength, and they must not betray him. I'm very pleased that you have such awareness. Principal Hou placed his hand on Chen Mo's shoulder with a kind smile. Don't worry. I will do my best to support you. I promise to find you a sacred beast, and I will definitely do it. Thank you, Principal. Back at the dormitory, Hou Yongshou rushed over. I just heard a huge commotion outside. What happened? He was told to stay in the dorm and not go out. So even if he was curious, he peeked outside. It's nothing major. Chen Mo smiled casually and then summoned his four-winged dragon spirit. A small and very cute creature. Wow, you have a spirit like this too? It's similar to mine. Hou Yongshou excitedly reached out to touch it. but it dodged away in disdain. What should I call her? Little Dragon? Chen Mo extended his hand, allowing the spirit to stand in his palm. Is Little Dragon okay? Let me eat her, even better. The voice of the Pixiu echoed in Chen Mo's mind as it poked its head out from his collar and licked its tongue. Don't eat me. The spirit hugged Chen Mo's finger tightly, trembling in fear. Master can call me whatever he wants. Please, just don't let him eat me. Then let's call you Little Dragon. Chen Mo took out a gold ingot and summoned the ear mouse, dividing the gold energy into 3 parts to feed them. From now on, we are companions. Don't always think about eating others. He lifted the Pixiu, which was preparing to consume the gold energy, and looked at it seriously. Did you hear that? 1, 2, 3. 3 of them. Hou Yongshou looked at Chen Mo in disbelief. You contracted 3 exotic beasts? Yeah. Chen Mo nodded casually. Hou Yongshou was still trustworthy. Given his several life-threatening acts of protection, if he was still untrustworthy, then there would be no one Chen Mo could trust in this world. Wow, you must be a god incarnate, Hou Yongshou said with wide eyes full of wonder and envy. I've read so many beast taming materials, and no legendary hero has been like you. He leaned closer to Chen Mo. In the future, if you become a king or a noble, don't forget me. I want a fief, a big house, a beautiful wife, and a bunch of kids. This wish was overly simple-minded. Hunt level for beasts? Hou Yongshou swallowed nervously. What are we hunting for a level 4 beast? It's a turtle. A relatively docile beast, its blood can be used for medicine, and its shell can be made into armor. With a purchase price of 50 gold coins each. Chapter 41, Level 5 Beast Tamer. Chen Mo led Hou Yongshou towards the southern city gate. Today, they would go to the marshy forest to hunt the turtles. Just as they left the school, Chen Mo noticed someone was following them. The pursuer was a level 5 beast tamer. Sharing the senses of the ear mouse, Chen Mo gained a clear understanding of the enemy's situation. Level 5. Hou Yongshou was so scared he could hardly walk, his hands and feet moving awkwardly. Isn't that good? Chen Mo smirked. Don't you still not have a space ring? The one in his hand should be a high-level ring. A space ring? Hou Yongshou's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stopped moving awkwardly, straightening his back. A space ring is standard for beast tamers, like generals with BMWs or handsome guys with beauties. Only with a space ring can one be considered a complete beast tamer. Do you have confidence? He leaned closer to Chen Mo's ear, feeling a bit excited. Who dares to say they have confidence when facing a level 5 beast tamer against a level 3 beast tamer? There is no such thing as absolute certainty in this world, and for this reason, a level 5 beast tamer cannot guarantee to easily defeat a level 3 beast tamer. The gamble lies in that minuscule chance. The gamble also relies on the opponent thinking, a level 5 can't even deal with a level 3? Chen Mo's blood began to flow rapidly, and he felt exhilarated. Perhaps there was an unruly factor hidden deep within him. The thought of the impending crisis didn't scare him at all. Instead, he felt a bit of anticipation. A level 5 challenge was interesting enough. The two registered to leave the city at the gate and then plunged into the dense forest. The forest was vast, and they quickly ran through it, leaving the university town behind, where the noise could no longer be heard. The Pixiu lay lazily on Chen Mo's shoulder, yawning. He released his aura slightly, causing the low-level exotic beasts to cower in their dens, afraid to come out, as the soil beneath their feet gradually became soft and unsuitable for running. Chen Mo knew they were close to their destination. Let us take a break. He stopped Hou Yongshou and surveyed the surroundings. The vegetation here was becoming sparse towards the swamp, sunlight filtering in and the moisture on the ground evaporating, forming a mist that made everything appear hazy. It was beautiful, like a fairyland, if not for the killing intent in the air, as expected of a 5th-level beastmaster, despite their fastest pace. The other person not only kept up, but made no noise at all. Is he still following us? Hou Yongshou gasped, clutching a tree, wishing he could expel his lungs. There was no one around, not even any strange beasts. It was indeed a good place to kill and bury bodies. Chen Mo glanced at him, shoving the Pixiu from his shoulder into his arms. Protect it well. Huh. Hou Yongshou looked down at the soft Pixiu, and after a moment of surprise, he nodded firmly. Don't worry, I will protect it. TCH. The Pixiu rolled its eyes, clearly disdainful. Come out, or I'll attack directly. Chen Mo took a few steps forward, creating distance between himself and Hou Yongshou. A small figure in black emerged from behind a tree 100 meters away. He squinted and smiled, his neck drawn in, looking both lewd and sinister. Truly a rare genius. You actually discovered me. The man moved closer, and beside him, a creature slightly taller than him appeared unknowingly. Chen Mo felt the suppression of bloodlines from the countless ear mice around. It was a Dark Knight civet, the natural enemy of ear mice. As expected, this was a targeted action. What was his purpose? Who are you? Why are you following us? The question sounded somewhat foolish. But Chen Mo thought everything should be done step by step. Want to know? We can exchange information. You tell me why you brought me here, and I'll tell you what you want to know. the man said with a sinister smile. His expression and the sounds from his mouth sent chills down Hou Yongshou's spine, making him instinctively clutch the Pixiu even tighter. I'm going to be strangled. The voice of the Pixiu echoed in Chen Mo's mind. Why waste so much breath with him? I can just swallow him whole. That's a 9th level spirit. How can it compare with this trash? TCH. The Pixiu rolled its eyes again, but remained silent. We brought you here because it's deserted. Just the right place to kill you. Chen Mo's words made the man's pupils constrict, his gloomy face becoming even darker. Indeed, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. I admire your courage. The man took 2 steps forward, a faint aura of menace emanating from him. I'm a bounty hunter. I do anything. I just took an order yesterday, and it's your life they want. So he is a bounty hunter. Then you've really failed. Chen Mo's tone was laced with mockery. The most basic quality of a bounty hunter is to remain undetected and kill invisibly. You've already revealed your whereabouts. Why not leave quickly? You seem to understand quite well. Chen Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened. It was bad. He had talked too much. This man was using the robust Dark Knight civet to draw his attention and suppress the immerse's perception, while the real action was happening underground. It was bugs. Fire-eating candleworms. A 5th level beastmaster can contract 2 beasts, but summoning them to fight at the same time requires high mental strength. Therefore, this seemingly unremarkable man was definitely an expert. The Dark Knight civet suppressed his immerse, while the fire-eating candleworms suppressed his 4-winged spirit, completely negating his beast attributes, adding a layer of gravity to Chen Mo's expression. Oh, you discovered me again? The man's eyes glinted with malice, seemingly unconcerned that his intentions had been discovered. But unfortunately, it's too late. Chen Mo. Hou Yongshou's voice trembled from behind, filled with dread. Turning back, he found his feet crawling with numerous reddish-brown bugs. Slowly inching up towards him, his back and neck were soon covered, creating a horrifying sight. Fire-eating candleworms, creatures born from the Earth's core, feed on magma. They also consume some metals to suppress the fire within them. When frightened, they self-detonate, possessing a reproductive ability similar to cockroaches, launching tiny eggs in all directions during the explosion, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Chapter 42. Inescapable. Don't move. Chen Mo's face turned extremely serious. These bugs had low defense, and if he accidentally stepped on one, Hou Yongshou might not even have a corpse left. What is it going to be? Make a choice. The man, with his hands behind his back, seemed as if he had already won. Will you choose a comfortable way to die, or boom, get blown to bits? I choose neither. Chen Mo turned around, his expression still grave, as a 4-winged dragon spirit appeared before him. I thought you were smart, but turns out you're so foolish. The man's squinting eyes revealed more amusement. A 2nd-tier sacred beast. How dare you bring it out? Do you need me to teach you? Your sacred beast controls metal, right? Unfortunately, my bugs happen to eat metal. You're completely suppressed, don't you realize? Is that so? Chen Mo's expression was slightly relaxed. Then let us see who suppresses whom. As his words fell, a series of popping sounds echoed, and the man looked closely to see his fire-eating candleworms being held in the paws of immerse, devouring them as if they were juicy snacks. Immerse counter fire-eating candleworms. Just like ferrets eating snakes, immerse could accurately avoid the explosion sacks of fire-eating candleworms, only consuming their delicious flesh. As for the high-temperature magma still in their bellies, the immerse didn't care at all. Burning their mouths didn't stop them from eating. Just like how people enjoy spicy food. How could the number of fire-eating candleworms from the Earth's core possibly match the countless immerse in the forest? The confident man, seeing tens of thousands of immerse, instantly panicked. Don't move. Tell your immerse to stop, or I'll detonate them immediately. And your friend will be turned to dust. I think you wouldn't want to see that, would you? Chen Mo's perception was too sharp. He had to compromise and target Hou Yongshou. According to the data, the two were as close as brothers, and the situation was still under his control. Oh, try detonating one. Chen Mo's eyes turned cold, and the 4-winged spirit began to chant. An iron cage burst forth from the ground, trapping the man. Damn it. If that is the case, don't blame me. The man suddenly opened his eyes wide, transmitting the detonation command through mental power to every fire-eating candleworm. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. He stared in shock, not knowing when, but all the fire-eating candleworms around Hou Yongshou had vanished. This seemingly cowardly and foolish boy did nothing. His dog in his arms lazily burped. How is this possible? No wonder your bounty is 1,000 gold coins. You're truly not easy to deal with. The man gripped the iron bars of the cage with a vicious glare. He growled lowly, as if he intended to pry open Chen Mo's steel cage with his bare hands. Huh. Veins bulged on his hands as he exerted force, bending a steel bar thicker than an adult's thumb. Do you know why I became a bounty hunter? The man slowly walked out of the cage, the Dark Knight civet elegantly following behind him. Because I need to change my fate with my own strength. So what if my talent is poor? So what if I have no sacred beasts? I possess the worst talent and the worst beasts, yet I can still kill geniuses like you. His gaze turned fierce, and he suddenly revealed a sharp dagger in his hand. Like all predators before hunting, he lowered his body alongside the Dark Knight Serval. As a beastmaster, was he really preparing to fight himself? In Chen Mo's shock, the man charged forward with his Dark Knight Serval in perfect coordination. Whoosh! The blade cut through the air, emitting a metallic ringing. Chen Mo had never seen a beastmaster with such skill. The man in black moved like a ghost, incredibly swift. His movements were devoid of any flourish. Each strike aimed directly at vital points. The synergy with his beast reached the level of unity. In just one encounter, Chen Mo was already wounded, a deep gash on his arm exposing bone. But the attack continued. Another knife plunged in, nearly grazing his heart, stabbing into his shoulder blade. The ear mice were nearly useless. In terms of rank, bloodline, speed, and attack power, they were completely suppressed by the Dark Knight Serval. The sudden loss of blood made Chen Mo's head spin. He grasped the black-clad man's wrist tightly, trying to halt his next move. The sound of an elf's chant rang out, and in that moment, Chen Mo's bleeding was stopped. Huh. The man in black did not immediately withdraw his dagger, but instead turned his gaze to Hou Yongshou. 6 wings? You are all nobles. Full of hatred. The man became even more frenzied, stepping on Chen Mo's chest and slowly pulling out his dagger with force. His strength was immense, making Chen Mo feel as if he were facing a monstrous beast. You shouldn't be this close to me. Chen Mo smiled weakly, but his eyes shone bright. The man in black froze, his expression suddenly petrified. Something pierced through his body, vertically, from the weakest point of his defense. When Nalan Hongji attempted to ambush Chen Mo, he had used this very move. Unfortunately, at that time, Chen Mo had been prepared and did not stand on the steel plate. But now, the black-clad man was not only standing on the steel plate, but was also so close to Chen Mo. The proximity allowed the energy fluctuations to go unnoticed. The black-clad man's attention was on the knife, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. Bang! The Dark Knight Serval broke the rebar embedded in its master's body with a claw, grasping its master's neck and swiping at Chen Mo's heart. Clang! The sound of metal clashing sparked in front of Chen Mo. The Dark Knight Serval shredded the steel plate, its claws clashing with the ear mice's paws. Both sides refusing to yield. However, the ear mice were still ear mice. Not only was their bloodline suppressed, but their rank was also significantly lower than that of the Dark Knight Serval. Seeing the ear mice struggling, Chen Mo pulled out the short knife from his shoulder and stabbed it into the black-clad man's eye. Blood gushed forth as the man in black lowered his head, seemingly falling into a coma. Yet his beast did not vanish. Sensing something was wrong, the serval acted on its own, trying to escape with the man in its mouth. A sudden, immense suction force emerged, immobilizing the fleeing serval in midair. Damn it! Chen Mo steadied himself against a tree, struggling to breathe. Without the Pixiu, he would surely have faced disaster today. Chapter 43. A despicable person must have their pitiful side. Layers upon layers of steel cages trapped the Dark Knight Serval and its master, with added rebar preventing the serval from moving or exerting force. Time passed slowly, and under Hou Yongshou's treatment, Chen Mo's injuries gradually improved. Your treatment time is really too long. Chen Mo moved his arm. Although the external wounds had healed, the blood loss still required time to recover. He brushed his palm over his spatial ring, taking out a pill and putting it in his mouth, alleviating some discomfort from the blood loss. Hou Yongshou approached with some apology. I'm only at level 1 right now. Once I level up, I can perform more efficient treatments. Keep it up. Chen Mo walked towards the steel cage, puzzled as to why this Dark Knight Serval could still move freely after its master lost consciousness. It was rare to see a beast that could act freely and make autonomous judgments. He needed to wake him up and ask who hired someone to kill him. Hou Yongshou looked at the black-clad man, whose breathing was more labored than normal, contemplating the possibility of waking him. No need. Chen Mo removed the spatial ring from the man's hand. In this world, aside from my own people, everyone else can be an enemy. I don't have the time or energy to focus on just one of them. Scanning the black-clad man's spatial ring with his spiritual power, Chen Mo found a few gold coins, some silver coins, clothing, medicine, and an ancient-looking diary. He took the diary and tossed the rest of the items and the ring to Hou Yongshou. After flipping through it carefully, he realized this man was also a tragic figure. The black-clad man originally had parents, a family business, and a few acres of farmland. Life was better than some, but worse than others. However, unexpectedly, a noble came hunting and trampled their crops. His mother did not dare to speak ill of the nobles, only lamenting, "What should we do? What should we do?" The noble then killed his parents, trampling their bodies in the fields, laughing as they said, "Now you don't have to worry." The black-clad man hid in a corner, watching his parents die tragically, biting his teeth until they bled. but lacking the courage to rush out. Without the talent for beast mastery, he practiced assassination techniques in order to seek revenge. By chance, he saved an injured Dark Knight serval. The man and the cat depended on each other until one day, he suddenly awakened. But the beast that accompanied him was a fire-loving candle bug. Even though he contracted the lowest-level Demon King type, the black-clad man never gave up. He trained with extraordinary perseverance and eventually became a level 5 beast master. This process took him 60 years. If he completed this job today, he would be invited to the noble's castle for a banquet. He would finally meet his enemy. The 60 years of repressed hatred would finally be resolved. Chen Mo closed the diary and changed his mind. Wake him up. Huh. Hou Yongshou hesitated for a moment before immediately summoning his six-winged elf. Just waking him up. Without treatment, wouldn't take long. The moment the consciousness cleared, the pain from the wound made the black-clad man grit his teeth. He instinctively struggled, but found himself tightly restrained by the steel bars. The moment he met Chen Mo's gaze, he understood his situation. What do you want to torture me for? He mocked. No matter how you torture me, you won't get the information you want from me. I want nothing. Chen Mo spoke expressionlessly. Waking you up is just to tell you that I will help you take revenge. So rest easy and die. What? The black-clad man's pupils constricted, staring incredulously at Chen Mo. After a long moment, as if he understood something, he burst into laughter, but after a couple of laughs, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. All right, I believe you. But I have one request. Let my cat follow you. Cough, cough. Don't worry. It won't cause you trouble. I just hope it can witness my enemy's death. As for who wants to kill you, I really don't know. However, my cat will help you find out who sent me the task based on its scent. You'll be able to trace it back to the source. After saying this, he bit his finger, squeezing out blood and pressing it against the Dark Knight serval's forehead. Ow! The serval struggled, unwilling to break the contract. Listen, the man shouted, unwilling yet helpless. A faint green light lit up on both of them as the contract was dissolved. The man was stripped of his rank, and his lifespan was instantly up. In just a few breaths, his hair had turned gray, his skin sagging and wrinkled. In the final moment of life, he looked at the night civet cat, his eyes filled with a smile. Bury him. With a thought, Chen Mo released the cage. Countless ear mice began to dig pits, preparing to bury the corpse of the man in black. The freed night civet roared and charged at him. Its claw, sharp like a curved knife, aimed at the carotid artery in his neck. Clang! Sparks flew as the night civet's claws collided with the ear mice's claws once again. But this time was different from the last. The ear mice were in peak condition, while the night civet had been stripped of its rank and was in a weakened state, despite the ear mice being less than 1/5 the size of the night civet. In the next moment, it flipped the civet over, stepping on its chest and exposing its victorious fangs. If your master has provided you a way out, and you don't want it, you can die now. Chen Mo coldly spoke. I don't need you to tell me who wants to kill me. I kept you alive merely out of pity for your master. The night civet's bared teeth gradually retreated, its body relaxed, and complex emotions swirled in its eyes. At this moment, it resembled not a beast, but a human rich in feelings. Chen Mo took out 5 gold coins, transforming them into golden energy to nourish all the beasts around him, including the night civet. Fine, do whatever you like. He ignored the night civet and headed toward the swamp with Hou Yongshou. The swamp in the dense forest was a death zone. It was filled with miasma, venomous insects, and various snake-like beasts, which made ordinary beast tamers reluctant to come here. If it weren't for the marsh turtle, Chen Mo wouldn't have come either. Among the level 4 beasts, the marsh turtle was relatively easier to capture and had higher value. Their blood could enhance human lifespan and mental strength, making it a great choice whether sold for money or kept for personal consumption. Every noon, when the sun was shining brightly, the marsh turtles would come out of the water and bask in the sun. At this time, the timing was just right. Chapter 44, Robbery on the Way. So many? Hou Yongshou looked at the marsh turtles, stacked like giant stones by the water's edge, as if he saw piles of gold coins. He had no grand aspirations, only wanting to live a rich and peaceful life. Chen Mo glanced at him, knowing he had likely already thought about how to build a house and how many children to have. What good is getting rich if you can't keep it? Like a bucket of cold water, it chilled Hou Yongshou to the bone. He pouted and awkwardly asked, what should we do next? With so many, where do we start? Just the oldest. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the group of marsh turtles. These beasts had a prominent feature. Their age was written on their shells. The older the marsh turtle lived, the larger it grew, and the more complex the patterns on its shell became. For every 10 years it lived, a golden line would appear on its shell. Under the sun, if you see a turtle shining with golden light, it must be an old turtle. A casual glance revealed that every old turtle was surrounded by numerous smaller turtles. An old turtle had at least 100 small turtles around it, either its offspring or its mate. This might be somewhat difficult. Hou Yongshou frowned slightly. If we just catch one, the others will run away. Humph. It's not that hard. Little Dragon nodded obediently, looking serious. Bang, bang, bang. Steel pillars rose from the ground, forming a continuous line of iron plum blossom stakes stretching for kilometers. There was at least a 5-meter gap between each iron pillar, just enough for the small turtles to escape smoothly, while the large turtles would be trapped. However, the marsh turtles were not foolish creatures waiting to be caught. Adult marsh turtles were at least rank 4, and the longer they lived, the higher their rank could be. The mere second-rank iron pillars made by the four-winged spirit were completely insufficient to block them. With just their weight, a casual bump would make these steel pillars crumble like noodles. So at this moment, the ear mice needed to take the stage. In the world of beasts, ear mice were the lowest-ranked beasts, with some only able to reach rank 3 in their lifetime. However, they were natural enemies of many high-ranked beasts, including marsh turtles. When countless ear mice stood guard by the water like a levee, the massive marsh turtles were frightened and retreated repeatedly. They had incredibly tough shells, but that did not stop ear mice from burrowing into their shells and gnawing at their flesh. Ear mice moved swiftly and reacted quickly, and they could swim as well. Even if the marsh turtles dove into the water, they couldn't evade the ear mice's attacks. Hey, this could indeed separate the old turtles from the young ones. Hou Yongshou felt a bit excited, as if gold coins were already filling his pockets, but then he became troubled. But just trapping them won't help. Once the ear mice gnaw, their blood will be useless, and if the blood is useless, it can't be sold for money, right? Why bother with the ear mice gnawing? Chen Mo reached out and picked up the wealth he was carrying, suggesting that this guy just swallow the marsh turtles into space to suffocate them, right? What? Hou Yongshou looked puzzled, following Chen Mo's gaze into the distance. Come out. Otherwise, if anyone gets hurt, I want to be responsible. Chen Mo coldly spoke, his voice full of strength. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause rang out. And across the shore, a group of men and women in golden uniforms appeared. The Royal Beast Tamer Academy. One man with red hair, marked with a symbol on his forehead, indicated he was a sky blue level talent, a third-rank beast tamer. Along with him were 7 others, 3 men and 4 women. All third-rank beast tamers. We've been guarding here all morning, but we didn't expect that you would come and trap all our prey. How about this? There are a total of 18 300-year-old marsh turtles and 2 500-year-olds here. We can share one with you. How about that? How shameless is that? You didn't raise them, and you didn't catch them. Why should you get a share, and you want the vast majority? How can you be so brazen? But they are nobles, and that is how nobles are. What if I don't agree? Chen Mo stood there, his expression calm. See, I told you. There is no way to communicate with these commoners. A woman with a red hairpin stepped forward, glancing disdainfully at Chen Mo. Hey, that statement is wrong. They are not commoners. They are the proud children of the Social Welfare Beast Tamer Academy, with sun-level talent. For him, principal who didn't hesitate to personally go to the Morong family, apologizing and getting beaten, nearly dying there. What? Principal who went to the Morong family not to fight, but to get beaten? Chen Mo frowned, pondering the truth of this statement. Principal who was indeed an 8th-rank beast tamer, but he was confronting a noble family. And they surely wouldn't lack high-ranked beast tamers. Moreover, he wasn't a combat-type beast tamer, so getting beaten seemed unlikely. Realizing this, a faint anger began to burn within Chen Mo. He needed to become stronger quickly. Neither he nor the people around him should suffer such humiliation again. What should we do now? If he used the power of the Pixiu, his trump card would be exposed. So far, he didn't have enough strength to protect himself from being taken away. A divine beast-level familiar was rare throughout the entire beast tamer world, and there probably weren't many to be found. If anyone knew he had a divine beast, it would not only lead to competition from all sides, but also potentially spark a war. But if he didn't use the power of the Pixiu, how could he properly gather these 20 marsh turtles? I don't care what kind of thing it is. Everything has to follow the order of arrival, right? The woman raised her voice, shouting at Chen Mo. These marsh turtles were ours first. You should go somewhere else. Otherwise, according to the rules of the dense forest, whoever has the ability gets to keep them. If anyone dies or gets hurt, don't blame others. Huh? Chen Mo laughed. Indeed, the logic of robbers is that each family is stronger than the last. All right, whoever grabs it gets to keep it. With a thought, the ear mice and iron pillar disappeared simultaneously. How could he possibly give away what he hunted? The Zay turtles regained their freedom, and frightened, they raised their long necks, expelling air rapidly from their tracheas, producing sharp and piercing sounds. What are you doing? Who let you release them? The woman raised her hand and pointed fiercely at Chen Mo. Level 4 exotic beasts. The Zay turtles are not to be underestimated. Their massive bodies spun rapidly, and with the boost of speed, their tough shells became giant axes and sharp blades. They could crush mountains and kill people. Chapter 45, Avenge Me. The entire swamp trembled, mud flying everywhere. It's true that Zay turtles are relatively docile exotic beasts, but they are still the masters of this swamp, possessing level 4 to 5 strength. The hunting team from the Royal Beast Academy was scattered in disarray by 20 Zay turtles. The brilliance of elemental power flickered. But neither ice nor earth could trap or harm these giants. One force breaks 10,000 laws. In the face of the Zay turtles' absolute tonnage and solid defense. The spells of these 7 students from the Royal Beast Academy were like child's play. Instantly, they collapsed. With no other choice. They could only choose to fly into the sky. It's all him. The girl with the red hairpin angrily pointed at Chen Mo. It's all the lowly commoners ruining our hunt. As she spoke, a fireball was hurled, crossing the water's surface and speeding towards Chen Mo. Damn it. Killing exotic beasts is one thing, but harming one's own kind is another. The fireball gradually enlarged in Chen Mo's pupils. He certainly didn't have a shell as thick as the Zay turtles. There was no time to dodge. He could only brace himself. The ear mice and the little dragon were already prepared, and at that moment, a figure streaked like black lightning across the fireball, splitting it in two. The night raccoon, leveraging its speed advantage, neutralized the fireball's attack. But its actions didn't end there. In a flash, it pounced towards the girl with the red hairpin, seeking death. The woman glared angrily, and more fireballs were hurled towards the night raccoon. However, the night raccoon dodged like a ghost and waved its claws at the woman. Oh no. When the attack came, the woman actually raised her arm, trying to protect her face. Bang! The red-haired man intervened, and just as the night raccoon touched her, it was instantly knocked away, rolling several times in the mud. Die, you lowly scum. This remark seemed to be scolding the raccoon, but it was also aimed at more than just the raccoon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of steel nails shot through the air, aiming to pin the night raccoon to the ground. Chen Mo's thoughts stirred, and the four-winged sprite glowed faintly, creating a steel wall in front of the raccoon. However, how could a level 2 four-winged sprite withstand the attack of a level 4 six-winged sprite? The steel nails pierced through the steel wall, still rushing towards the raccoon. Although the steel plate couldn't stop the attack, it blocked it for a moment, which was enough for the raccoon. It transformed into a shadow, and in an instant was by Chen Mo's side. The night raccoon gently pushed aside Chen Mo's palm, spitting out a spatial ring, still stained with its blood. This, scanning the inside of the ring with his mental power. Chen Mo found quite a lot of items inside, including thousands of gold coins, various nourishing herbs, precious gems, and clothing. My ring. The woman with the red hairpin screamed. You thief, give me back my ring. Stealing is indeed wrong, but in this situation, it can't be considered theft. Especially since these nobles seem to have never read or been educated, casually cursing others as lowly or thieves, it sounded really unpleasant. Didn't you just say you would follow the rules of the forest? Why are you not following them now? Chen Mo brushed over his own spatial ring, storing the one he had taken. The woman pointed at his nose and cursed. Today, I will make you understand what the rules of the forest are. As her voice fell, 7 sprites began to chant simultaneously. Such an attack, even without sensing the energy fluctuations, one would know that with Chen Mo's current strength, it would be absolutely impossible to withstand it. It carries an adult and can escape so fast. This shows just how lucky it was that the Pixiu could hold on to it. Stop, stop. Chen Mo called the night raccoon to a halt, getting off it, feeling helpless and anxious. He had successfully escaped, but what about Hou Yongshou? That kid was only level 1. Couldn't he fly using sprite power? And didn't he have enough mental power to support doing so? Sigh. He looked at the night raccoon, which had already run out of blood. It was truly fighting for its life. There was no way to blame it, after all. From its perspective, what it did was right. Chen Mo took out a gold ingot, transforming it into golden energy to nourish the raccoon. Exotic beasts have a rapid self-recovery ability. As long as they are well fed, their wounds will heal quickly. Especially for a low-level creature like the night raccoon, which still has attributes of a magical beast. Its self-healing ability is stronger than that of ordinary beast kings. Stay here, don't go over there. I have friends to save, it's none of your business. A scream came. It was Hou Yongshou's. A level 1 white mud even dares to come to this place. Truly tired of living. Your good brother has run away. Doesn't he want you anymore? If you're willing to be a witness and testify against your good brother at school, we'll let you go. How about it? Hou Yongshou was suspended in midair, head down, crocodiles swimming in the water below. He was already timid, and at this moment, he was so scared that his muscles trembled uncontrollably. A steel nail shot into his left leg, embedding itself in the bone, blood instantly staining his underwear. He couldn't help but scream in agony, but immediately forced himself to shut up, gritting his teeth, bleeding and crying at the same time. What a lowly scum. They don't want you anymore, and you're still talking about brotherhood? The woman waved her hand, and those beside her immediately understood, plunging Hou Yongshou's head into the water. The crocodiles, seeing food, immediately swam over, their mouths wide open. ready to snap his head off in a flurry of death rolls. Just as it seemed he would be bitten, he was pulled up in time. The crocodile's teeth grazing his scalp, pulling out a few strands of hair. Blood dripped onto the water's surface, and the smell of blood drove the crocodiles into a frenzy. They thrashed their powerful tails, leaping out of the water, but each time, it was just a hair's breadth away. No one knew if Hou Yongshou's head would still be there the next time they jumped. Cough, cough. Hou Yongshou choked on water and coughed violently, his mental endurance on the brink of collapse. Chen Mo, remember to avenge me, he weakly murmured, as if talking to himself. In the next life, I must become very strong and never let anyone bully me again. Chapter 46. Wang Kai Go. Avenge? What revenge? The woman with the red hairpin sneered. Don't say he doesn't have the ability. Even if he did, he wouldn't have the guts. Anyone here? Would he dare to try anything? We are not like the Moron family, so useless. Fine. Keeping him is useless. As she spoke, Hou Yongshou plopped into the water. Not even a bubble rising, sinking straight down. Huge waves surged on the water's surface, and the crocodiles thrashed violently in the water. How unlucky. The woman disdainfully glanced at the water's surface and led her people out of the forest. Once their figures disappeared into the woods, Chen Mo slowly walked to the water's edge. His face was dark, not knowing what he was thinking. Not long after, one by one, the crocodiles floated to the surface. Belly up, their numbers increased rapidly, soon covering a large area of water. The sound of water rose again as ear mice dragged the wet Hou Yongshou up from the water's edge. Stop playing dead. Get up and heal yourself quickly. Chen Mo kicked him in the butt, just the right amount of force. Cough, cough. I'm not dead. Spitting out a mouthful of smelly water mixed with river mud. Hou Yongshou was a bit confused. How could he not be dead? Move a bit faster, or they run far away, and I'll have to wait for the next time. Chen Mo looked into the distance, a bit impatient. They? Hou Yongshou immediately recalled something and stood up. Are you sure? Sure. Then let us chase. Hou Yongshou summoned his six-winged spirit, preparing to heal himself while chasing. He hadn't used his abilities until now because Principal Hu and Chen Mo had told him not to expose himself, but now there was nothing to worry about. Humph. You need to level up to 5 quickly. I've already thought about it. I'll get you a highly poisonous exotic beast. Then no one will be able to get close to you. Chen Mo's eyes were firm as he chased after the group of students from the Royal Beast Academy. Along the way, he had the ear mice as his eyes and ears, tracking them all the way. Soon, he found them. The battle had begun. The hunting team from the Royal Beast Academy encountered a 5th-tier Emperor Python. Pythons are generally non-venomous. However, they have huge bodies and exceptionally strong defensive scales. The Emperor Python is immune to all elemental attacks of the same tier. Clang. Several steel nails hit the Emperor Python's body, but left not even a scratch. All bouncing off. The gap in levels was clearly presented at this moment. Forget it, just give up. Someone in the team lost hope and was ready to leave. They were nobles. They could have their subordinates risk their lives to capture any exotic beast they wanted, so there was no need to confront the beast head-on here. No way. A woman with a red hairpin was extremely angry. We can't deal with a single snake. How can we justify our noble title? She thought for a moment and made a decision. Even if this snake has unbeatable defense, its insides can't possibly be just as tough, right? You guys lure it to open its mouth, and I'll shoot a fireball into it. I don't believe we can't kill it. The strategy was indeed correct. But the 5th-tier Emperor Python was no fool. Its mouth wasn't something you could just blow up whenever you wanted. Whack! The snake's tail swept like a giant whip, and wherever it passed, even the air was torn apart. After the tail swept by, the snake's head came crashing down like a hammer. Especially these noble young masters and ladies, they completely lacked the fighting spirit of risking their lives. In actual combat, any thought of fear or giving up can be fatal. Finally, the fireball didn't hit the snake's mouth. One of the 7 was the first to be slammed into the mud. Coincidentally, it was the healer responsible for treatment. This snake understood strategy. Support-type beast tamers are seen as dispensable by many, especially the nobles, who have elixirs that commoners can't afford. No one felt sorry for the healer when he was hit. They only criticized him for being useless. The battle between man and snake continued, and no one noticed the figure hiding in the shadows of the trees. The golden ear mouse rushed to the healer's side with its offspring and, before he could call for help, bit through his throat, dragging him to Chen Mo's side. The Pixiu was also quite clever. Before the opponent's spirits disappeared, it swallowed the healer in one bite. This is taken care of too. Chen Mo forcefully tore open the opponent's clothes. Wang Kai was a bit disgusted. He didn't really like eating people, they were too smelly. But since it was Chen Mo's order, he reluctantly obliged, sucking the body from the clothes into his mouth like a jelly. Over there, the battle was intense, and the situation began to clarify. The Emperor Python's left eye was severely injured, its mouth was rotten, and its red tongue was hanging out, with its 2 most important sensory organs destroyed. It was already showing signs of retreat. Don't let it run. Walls of earth sprang up to trap it, and the Emperor Python was clearly exhausted, unwilling to crash into the walls anymore. It tried to find a gap to escape, but the nobles wouldn't allow that. More and more walls of earth rose, layer upon layer, trapping it tightly. At this moment, a wave of golden mist drifted in from somewhere and entered the Emperor Python's body. Suddenly, it regained strength. Its tail swept, sending dust flying. One person got too close and was swept away by the snake's tail, crashing to the ground. Just as he hit the ground, a group of ear mice rushed over, biting at him. His spirit prepared to protect him, but the next moment, the spirit vanished into thin air, leaving only Wankai happily licking his lips. Only 5 left. The nobles began to take pills one by one. The long battle had severely drained their mental energy. At this moment, they inexplicably felt uneasy. It's like someone is here. Everyone turned their gaze behind them, but they couldn't see anything but trees. Come out. The red-haired man shouted loudly. Chen Mo, I know it's you. Don't think that hiding there means I can't do anything about you. A very impressive threat. The last bit of hesitation in Chen Mo's heart vanished. Wankai, go, leave no one behind. Owl. The Pixiu rolled its eyes and transformed into a flash of light that was hard to catch with the naked eye, shooting out. Before everyone could react, the spirits flying in the sky began to disappear one by one. Without the support of spirit power, the nobles flying in the air fell to the ground like bird droppings. The death of the beasts and the disappearance of the contracts caused them excruciating headaches. But this was just the beginning. A tide of ear mice surged in, quickly overwhelming them. Chen Mo, hello. Before the words were finished, only a pile of bones remained. A head peeked out from the shadow beneath Chen Mo. The Night Stalker had seen everything and remained silent. Chapter 47. I eat, I eat, I eat, eat, eat. Everything returned to calm. The remaining eye of the Emperor Python was filled with fear, and it didn't dare to escape. The ear mice were busy handling the scene, using their super high perception to disrupt the surrounding atmosphere. The clothes left behind by the nobles were taken to the swamp and sunk underwater. Space rings were carried one by one to Chen Mo's side. Glancing casually, there were a total of 12 rings, all high-level large space rings. Wow. Just these rings alone are worth a lot of money, and there are so many good things inside. Hou Yongshou casually picked up a ring. Beaming with joy, we're rich, we're rich. With this money, we could build a city. Throw away everything except the gold coins. Chen Mo coldly said, already starting to move his hands. He took out the gold coins from the space rings, not even bothering with the potions, preparing to let the ear mice take them underwater. Why? The rings and the things inside can be sold for a lot of gold coins. Hou Yongshou was a bit reluctant. Chen Mo shot him a glance and continued his actions. Hearing him say that, Hou Yongshou understood. Money that should be greedily taken should be taken, but what shouldn't be taken absolutely cannot be. He also learned from Chen Mo and took out the gold coins from the rings, tossing the rings to the ear mice. That snake is dumb. Doesn't it know to escape? Hou Yongshou tossed the last ring out, unable to help glancing at the Emperor Python, which was sitting there obediently. It wasn't that it was dumb. It knew it couldn't escape. Chen Mo clapped his hands, stood up, but saw Wankai, who was already extremely full and sleepy, slapped the ear mouse on the face with its paw, knocking the space ring out of its mouth, and then swallowing it. Forget it. Space rings don't need to be sunk in the lake. This guy loves eating treasures like space rings the most. It could be seen that it swallowed one ring after another, and by the end, its eyes were completely closed, its mouth still moving. The ear mice, fearing a slap, proactively fed the rings into its mouth, making the scene look somewhat amusing. Chen Mo picked it up, manually closed its mouth, and tucked it into his clothes. This guy was full and should be ready to level up. However, his rank is not apparent, no matter when you open his attribute panel. It always shows his juvenile phase. This is not important for now. Chen Mo walked up to the Emperor Python and looked up to meet its gaze. Aren't you going to run away? A 5th-tier exotic beast already possesses some intelligence, and Chen Mo believes that this Emperor Python can understand. Please spare me. The mental waves of the Emperor Python transformed into sound, and after Chen Mo's permission, it presented in his mind. I have lived for 500 years. It hasn't been easy. Please let me go. In return, I am willing to offer my treasured possession. The snake tail moved a nearby stone, revealing a plant filled with red berries. Inside those fiery red berries, something seemed to be swimming, resembling both an insect and a dragon. Chen Mo's brain raced, searching through the texts he had learned for a corresponding illustration of this plant. Candle dragon grass, fire attribute, one of the high-level pet food materials. Helps to raise the rank of exotic beasts, especially beneficial for serpentine species. According to the records, high-tier serpentine exotic beasts need candle dragon grass to break through. It seems this Emperor Python is quite sincere. This can be considered a supreme treasure for it. Killing it wouldn't be easy. It has tough skin and thick flesh. And the Pixiu is still asleep, making it impossible to come out for now. Chen Mo nodded, agreeing to the Emperor Python's suggestion. He slowly walked up to the candle dragon grass and carefully picked the ripe berries, leaving the plant intact. The world is vast, but human destruction is even faster. He doesn't know if he will have children in the future, so it's always a good idea to keep some for later. You might encounter stronger enemies later, don't die. Chen Mo took out a handful of gold coins, transforming them into golden energy to nourish the Emperor Python. With a powerful exotic beast attracting attention, those nobles should be busy for a while. He prefers things to be a bit more stable. The Emperor Python raised its massive head, seemingly enjoying itself. The golden energy entered its body, transforming into strength, activating its powerful recovery ability. Its previously injured eyes were visibly healing. Its body was too large, so Chen Mo pulled out another gold coin to continue nourishing it. As the Emperor Python's body fully recovered, a light suddenly illuminated from it, and the aura of ascension rippled out, surprising even itself. 6th tier. It actually ascended to the 6th tier. Although it had waited over 100 years for this day, it had finally come. Whether it was genuine submission or the effect of the golden energy, the Emperor Python lay prostrate before Chen Mo. Master, from now on, you are my master. Please give any orders. Chen Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Unfortunately, this Emperor Python is destined to meet a tragic end. Otherwise, if it were left in the dense forest, he would be the first to receive news of any treasures. Listen carefully. In the next few days, survive. There may be beast tamers above 7th tier coming to hunt you. After you survive, you can call me master. After leaving this message, Chen Mo left with Hou Yongshou, while many ear mice behind were cleaning up the traces they had left. On the way, faint sounds of fighting could be heard. Let's go have a look. Watching others fight is also a way to learn. The two stealthily approached, and the battling sides seemed to be at a stalemate. It's Zhou Wenbin's practical team. Hou Yongshou immediately recognized the uniforms of the National Beast Taming Academy, and Zhou Wenbin's gnome rabbit was also very conspicuous. Who are they? Their uniforms are the same. Internal conflict. Chen Mo said faintly. Even in a school like the National Beast Taming Academy, which emphasizes dedication and knightly spirit, it still cannot escape the common trope of strong bullying the weak. Zhou Wenbin's 5 students are all Beast King tier, while the opposing mentor only brought 3 students, 2 of whom are Holy Beast tier and 1 is Demon King tier. The opposing mentor did not intervene, and relying solely on the 3 third-tier students. They had forced Zhou Wenbin's 6 into a tough battle. Should we help? Hou Yongshou looked up at Chen Mo. After all, they were acquaintances. Zhou Wenbin was a decent person, and he had almost become Chen Mo's mentor before. But Chen Mo didn't want to cause trouble. This was an internal conflict of the National Beast Taming Academy, and intervening rashly could easily lead to dissatisfaction from both sides. Who are you? An ice arrow shot out, directly aimed at Chen Mo's face. Chapter 48. You are all trash. The ice arrow, a water attribute exotic technique, was fast and highly damaging. Ice arrows shot by high-level spirits carry a curse. Just like the attacks encountered in the Holy Beast territory, this ice arrow needed to be dodged from a distance. Otherwise, even a slight touch of cold would be troublesome. Knowing this is one thing, but actually acting on it is another. Chen Mo couldn't dodge. In an instant, it was a matter of life and death. 2 figures rushed toward the ice arrow simultaneously. The golden one was Chen Mo's ear mouse, and the black one was the Night Savannah Cat. The ear mouse was 3rd tier, while the Night Savannah Cat had dropped in rank, but was still 3rd tier. However, in terms of speed, the Night Savannah Cat was more than twice as fast as the ear mouse. As its claws swiped, the Night Savannah Cat severed the ice arrow while also freezing half of its arm. The remaining ice arrow fragments were blocked by the ear mouse's body, preventing any from hitting Chen Mo. Watching the ear mouse turn into an ice mouse, Chen Mo frowned slightly. He found a gold coin in his hand without realizing it. The coin vaporized and entered the bodies of the ear mouse and Night Savannah Cat. Exotic beasts possess a strong self-repair ability, and even without any healing spells, they can still rely on their robust bodies to heal injuries. However, this process consumes a lot of their stamina and even vitality. The speed of recovery is also quite slow. Chen Mo's golden energy has a nourishing effect, replenishing the stamina and vitality of the exotic beasts, allowing them to recover from their wounds better. As the golden energy flowed in, the frost on the ear mouse and Night Savannah Cat gradually melted away, restoring them to their original state. This scene left both battling sides stunned. Golden Light, Sun God, the coin is actually the pride of the Welfare Academy. A man with crossed arms scoffed. From the markings on his forehead, it was evident that he was a 5th-tier beast tamer, 1 level higher than Zhou Wenbin. This surprised Chen Mo. Had his reputation grown so large? Even ordinary people knew of him. Chen Mo, Zhou Wenbin exclaimed in surprise. I heard you leveled up to the 3rd tier. I didn't expect it to be true, but He looked at the trembling Night Savannah Cat with some astonishment. Why did you take in a low-level monster? The Night Savannah Cat licked its paw and gave him a disdainful glance, as if to say, no matter how low-level I am still a monster, far superior to your rabbit. It voluntarily transformed into a shadow, diving into Chen Mo's shadow. Hee. Greetings to both mentors. Chen Mo nodded slightly to the two mentors, acknowledging their presence. After nodding again, Chen Mo prepared to leave, but was blocked by an ice wall. A boy with 3 tufts of blue fur walked up to Chen Mo, crossing his arms. I heard you crippled Nailin Hongji. I really want to see what a once-in-a-century genius is like. He raised his chin with a provocative tone. Shall we have a match? Match your mother. Skills are meant for hunting, not for playing around. Who has the interest to compete with you? TCH. The food in your cafeteria is like pig food. Just stop eating it. The boy grinned. Fight me, and if you win, I'll treat you to KFC. Uft. Who wants your treat? We have our own money. Hou Yongshou couldn't help but interject. We have no interest in competing with you and don't care for your KFC. Please step aside. Quite the attitude. The blue-haired boy looked up and down at Hou Yongshou, a third tier bringing along a first-tier hunter. Can you even catch anything? Why not? We had a great haul today. Hou Yongshou refused to back down, lifting his head defiantly, but while his mouth was tough, his legs were shaking. This kind of cowardice couldn't be changed overnight. Oh, let's hear it. What have you all hunted? It would be good for us to broaden our horizons, the blue-haired youth said, followed by a burst of laughter filled with mockery. We, Hou Yongshou started, but with a glance from Chen Mo, he quickly shut his mouth. What good things can we hunt? Chen Mo smiled. We just caught some rabbits around the outskirts of the dense forest. We wouldn't want to disturb the seniors and mentors, so we'll take our leave. He intended to bypass the ice wall and leave, but it gave off an impression of trying to cover up something. Could it be that they really caught something good? Perhaps the two poor guys just hadn't seen much of the world and thought everything was good. Chen Mo, wait up, let us go together. Zhou Wenbin saw this and immediately gathered the students, preparing to leave together. Stop. Who allowed you to leave? The 5th-level mentor, who had been silent. Stop them. In this world, the weak have no value, especially soldiers. He stood in front of everyone, casting a glance at Chen Mo, then turned to Zhou Wenbin. Trash like you should take your little trash and roll back to the welfare academy. In the future, just take them to mine coal and build cities. Why come to the dense forest and embarrass yourselves? Weakness means you must strive to cultivate. Weakness means you cannot give up even more. Zhou Wenbin shouted. I don't understand why you think that way, but I absolutely believe that my students will become excellent warriors in the future, protecting our home and country. Ha. The man laughed loudly. Striving? Look at him. He pointed at Chen Mo, a 3rd level in a month. Your efforts are just a joke in front of a genius. You still want to become someone else's mentor? Within a year, their level will surpass yours, and you will be stuck at level 4 for life. Not even worthy to step onto the battlefield. Killing with words. When the facts were laid bare, all aspirations were just illusions. Zhou Wenbin was so angry he couldn't speak. All the encouraging words he had said in front of his students turned into self-deceiving lies. The 5 students lowered their heads in unison, beginning to question whether they were really trash. Chen Mo didn't expect the topic to change so quickly. He admitted that talent was indeed very important, but he couldn't stand the man's arrogant attitude. Just because someone has poor talent, what is it to you? They aren't eating your food. Effort is useful. Chen Mo looked at the man. If I don't work hard, I might take 1 or 2 years to surpass your level, but if I do work hard, I might surpass you this semester. Such simple words made the man's face turn red with anger. When you look down on others as trash, geniuses see you as trash too. Little trash calling big trash. Where do you get the face? Mr. Zhou, let us go. Chen Mo turned to Zhou Wenbin. Today we're lucky. We found some spiritual fruits. Later, let us sell them and treat you all to a meal at Quanjinda. Great. Zhou Wenbin and the students instantly lifted their heads, smiling happily. Our harvest today is not bad either. Let us have a good meal together. Chapter 49. There are no trash beastmasters in the world. A sudden chill arose, and snowflakes fell. A dark leopard leaped over Chen Mo's head, blocking their path. Apologize to Teacher Sue. The blue-haired youth growled. I praised you a bit, and you're already getting cocky. So what if you have a solar-level talent? Skills trash. Beastmaster trash. You think just because you wasted that useless Morong family member you're invincible? Get it straight, those nobles from the Royal Beastmaster Academy. With their levels fed by spiritual medicine, how can they compare to our practical combat academy? Kneel and apologize. Otherwise, it would be a pity if a once-in-a-century genius was lost here. Zhou Wenbin's expression grew serious. He didn't expect Mentor Su to let his students run wild to this extent. Everyone is human, a student of the university city. And as people from the National Defense Academy, aren't they supposed to protect these kids in the future? Watching the snowflakes freeze upon landing, Chen Mo pondered slightly. Elites are indeed different from ordinary students. Ice-type magic is a variant of water elements, Wind-type magic is a variant of metal elements, and having such powerful four-winged spirits as companion beasts signifies undeniable talent. As for the Dark Leopard, like the Night Stalker, it belongs to the Dark-type magical beasts. The difference is that the Dark Leopard has faster attack speed, stronger damage, and carries a death curse. The combination of these three beasts provides both ranged and close-range attacks, magical and physical, making it perfect. But they forgot what it means to be the king of beasts. This is a dense forest, not a sacred beast domain, nor a demon realm. This is the territory of countless ordinary exotic beasts. A large amount of gold coins appeared in his palm. Clusters of golden energy swirling in the cold wind, accurately wrapping around all the beasts, including the gnome rabbits. Chen Mo conveyed his intentions through his mental power, and soon, vibrations came from the ground. First came the ear mice, surging like a black tide. As the lowest-level exotic beasts, they are everywhere, ruling this world in another form due to their strong reproductive and adaptive abilities. Next, the gnome rabbits also arrived, their numbers surprisingly matching those of the ear mice. Flying lions, stone-armed gibbons, golden-crowned red falcons, saber-toothed tigers, and armored rhinos all surged toward this direction, centered around the 8-person group. Exotic beasts of the same kind from a radius of 100 miles rushed over at the fastest speed. The sky darkened, looking up. All that filled the sky were flying lions and golden-crowned red falcons. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled more strongly and more rhythmically in the distance. Large trees fell one after another, and the weaker exotic beasts scattered in a panic. Before long, the giant horn of the armored rhino was thrust right in front of everyone. The saber-toothed tiger's hot breath, thick with a fishy smell, made one feel uncomfortable. The rules of the exotic beast world are simple. If they're milk, they're a mother. As long as the Beast King can provide enough food, loyalty from the group will be obtained. Chen Mo's golden energy, through the bloodline power of the Beast Masters and wild exotic beasts, was evenly distributed to every beast that arrived. The Beast Masters summoned, while Chen Mo handled the food distribution, giving birth to a massive army of exotic beasts. Even more exotic beasts were on their way, and the ground's vibrations showed no signs of stopping. The commotion here alarmed the garrison of the university city not far away. Beast Tide. The Beast Tide is coming. Alarm bells rang. The city gates were urgently closed, and the protective barrier was activated to its strongest. The higher-ups of various colleges were notified immediately and rushed to the southern city gate. Within the school, elite students were being mobilized and concentrated, ready to fight at any moment. The originally open forest area suddenly became extremely crowded. You have 3 guns that hit 100 of the time, but the enemies you face have 30,000, even 300,000, or 3 million. Every shot you take could be lethal, but what can you do? The simplest sentence is, one person's urine can drown you. The gold coins in Chen Mo's hand were still vaporizing. His mental energy seemed inexhaustible, and even more mysteriously, the gold coins in his spatial ring also seemed endless. How much money does he actually have? The shock left everyone present, including Hou Yongshou, dumbfounded. I think what Mentor Su said is correct. I followed his words. Is that wrong? Chen Mo's voice suppressed the low noise of the beast crowd, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The blue-haired youth was already speechless. With ear mice having no place to stand, all crawling onto him. He didn't dare to shout, didn't dare to yell, fearing embarrassment and also fearing being bitten. The so-called difference between geniuses and ordinary people, Chen Mo provided a very concrete answer. As a 5th-level Beastmaster, Mentor Su had seen a lot. I admit, compared to you, I am indeed trash. His tone carried a hint of unwillingness, for the first time in his life. He was suppressed by someone else's talent and found himself unable to refute it. The saying that one person can withstand 1,000 troops was not just a legend after all. I think you misunderstood. Chen Mo lowered his palm and stopped summoning the otherworldly beasts. Teacher Zhou said that in this world, there are no trash beast tamers. Existence is justified. He looked at the blue-haired boy. Maybe your ice magic is impressive, but when it comes to the battlefield, you might not even get the chance to use it. Holy beasts have extraordinary perception of elements, but can they help you detect an ear mouse burrowing out of the ground? Clearly, they cannot. With a slightly regretful tone, he smiled and said, "Oh dear, I accidentally used up all my money. Teacher Zhou, could you treat us later?" "No problem. I'll treat." Zhou Wenbin brushed his hand across his spatial ring, but only found a handful of silver coins, freezing in embarrassment. "I have money. I also have money." Several people were excited, as Chen Mo showed them a different way of fighting and made them truly believe that they were definitely not trash. Behind them, Mentor Su led his 3 students, feeling extremely dejected. What did they go wrong? Chen Mo revealed the strength of a genius, but also told them that in this world, there are no trash beast tamers. Their minds felt like they were about to crack, unable to comprehend these words. Above in the sky, 11 figures flew by. Strange. Why did so many otherworldly beasts gather here only to vanish in an instant? Look, there seems to be someone over there. It's a student from the National Guardian Beast Academy. The high-ranking officials from various schools slowly descended, suspiciously eyeing the stunned four. What just happened here? Hou Duan released his vulture, capturing the scent of the ear mouse in the air. This ear mouse was not an ordinary one. It was the one belonging to Chen Mo. Chapter 50. Whoever killed him, I will kill. One by one, they either remained silent or sighed. Who would want to tell others that they went to mock someone as trash, only to be proven that they themselves were trash? The high-ranking officials could not figure out what had happened and could only investigate the scene themselves. But the chaotic aura made it impossible for the group to discern anything after half a day's study. Only Hou Duan realized that this incident was related to Chen Mo. He followed the scent and entered the city. Inside the university city, Chen Mo automatically shut down upon entering the city gate, falling asleep. As they walked, everyone was still joking and laughing when he suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, the night-night civet managed to catch him. Otherwise, this rare genius might have only lived to the age of 18. Although they didn't get to eat, Zhou Wenbin and the 5 students escorted him to the dormitory. And before leaving, each of them left behind all the gold coins they had on them. He slept for 3 days. During these 3 days, the high-ranking officials from various schools in the university city were collectively summoned to the royal court for an emergency meeting, discussing matters concerning Chen Mo. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Minter Su eventually reported the incident to the school. The principal of the National Guardian Beast Academy then escalated the matter to the Education Bureau director, and layer by layer, it finally reached the Southern Emperor. The highest authorities of the entire Southern Kingdom argued fiercely about Chen Mo's fate. Have you all forgotten? The last student from the Welfare Beast Academy, Sun Yang, almost caused the Empire's downfall. This child cannot be kept. The head of the Morong family slammed the table first. The Nalan family, who had enmity with Chen Mo, fanned the flames further. This Chen Mo is ruthless. If he achieves something in the future, he will definitely be a great threat to the Empire. These two families were old aristocrats, and once they spoke, others naturally echoed their sentiments. Indeed, he cannot be kept. Now that one can contract 2 beasts at level 3. Although they are not top-tier beasts, it is still 2 against the natural order. Coupled with his ability to command millions of otherworldly beasts, the threat is simply too great. The intent behind the words was already very clear, but the Southern Emperor had yet to speak. The Southern Emperor, at 40, was in his prime. The meeting hall fell into a brief silence. Finally, the Southern Emperor turned his gaze to Hou Duan. Principal who should know this student best. What is your opinion? Me? I have no opinion. Principal who stood up as if out of frustration. Originally, this student wasn't even mine. Don't mention Sun Yang. I wouldn't even qualify to teach a BUN level student. 100 years ago, that Sun Yang was also unwanted. Although I wasn't the principal at that time, he was still a student of the Welfare Beast Academy. Our school doesn't produce good people. They are either trash or social outcasts, or even national subverters. If that's the case, then what are we even doing? Just destroy it all. Years of resentment erupted at that moment. And he no longer cared about the decorum between monarch and minister, nor his humble status, glaring at everyone present. You tell me, regarding that incident 100 years ago, were you all wrong? Such a good talent. You didn't nurture him, and allowed another country to take notice, using beauty as bait to deceive him away. Now you ask yourselves, who dares to guarantee that this time the news hasn't leaked? That Chen Mo hasn't been noticed by enemy countries? You didn't cherish your own talent and handed him over, only to kill his parents and force him to rebel, yet the blame falls on my Welfare Academy. Is this fair? Is this reasonable? You must know that the students and parents of the Welfare Beast Academy make up 90% of the entire Southern Kingdom's population. If all my Welfare Beast Academy students are trash, then this country is a trash country. His roar echoed throughout the hall, stirring emotions. Outrageous. Who allowed you to speak to His Majesty like that? The head of the Morong family slammed the table, but it was only left with rules to speak of. Then just kill me. Principal who looked like he had nothing left to lose. If I'm not killed today, I Hou Duan vow that from now on. Anyone who dares to enter my campus and feed my students to magical beasts, I will destroy both the beasts and the people. Who fed your students to magical beasts? That was an accident. The head of the Morong family was filled with rage, others were fine. But his Morong family's student had gone and was torn apart by the Hellhound. All right. The Southern Emperor interrupted the quarrel between the two. Principal Hou, speak calmly. What is Chen Mo's strength really like? What kind of person is he? I want to hear the truth. Sigh. Principal Hou sighed deeply. His advancement is very fast. This is evident to all. 1 month to level 3, unprecedented. But similarly, the restrictions are great and it consumes a lot of money. Our Southern Kingdom has no gold mines. Gold resources need to be traded from the Northern Kingdom. Based on the feedback from the National Guardian Beast Academy, Summoning a beast tide requires about 1,000 gold coins. This is just for summoning, not including the costs of battle. Moreover, if no other beast tamers assist him, he can only summon ear mice. Is there a threat? There certainly is. But is it that significant? Not really, right? As for this child's character, let me give you an example from my personal experience. I originally wanted to take him to the holy domain to select a suitable holy beast, but the matter was exposed, and we were chased. I'm not afraid of you laughing. I almost died, or rather, I fainted. He hid me in an ear mouse cave and faced a 9th tier elf alone, summoning 1,000,000 ear mice to counter it, only to be brutally killed. Perhaps his level was simply too low. The elf disdainfully left him alive. This matter is known to Principal Nangong of the Divine Wood Beast Academy. If he wasn't so lucky, he would have died long ago. And it wouldn't be your discussion now whether to keep him or not. I say this here. He is my savior. I won't care about anything else. Whoever wants to kill him, I will kill whoever. Hu Duan, you are too outrageous. The head of the Murong family had a sinister glint in his eyes. If your majesty says to kill him, would you also kill your majesty? Humph. Don't try to trap me. His majesty isn't as biased as you. Principal Hu sneered. To kill one hellhound. You want to put the backbone of our southern kingdom to death. I ask you, when the enemy invades and demons attack, will you be the one to charge into battle? You are now forcing Chen Mo to his death over some personal grudge. Everyone knows what it means for one person to withstand 1,000 troops. He only needs one person to spare our southern kingdom's millions of warriors from bloodshed. What are your true intentions in wanting to kill such a talent? He has saved you. Of course, you would protect him. If he rebels in the future, he alone could lead millions of warriors from our southern kingdom to their deaths on the battlefield. A heart for a heart. If the country treats him well, why would he rebel? Human nature is greedy. Who would want to possess strength and remain subservient? Ha ha. Principal Hu laughed to the sky. So the Murong family hasn't rebelled because you lack strength? As soon as these words fell, the room was stunned. Chapter 51. Eating Imperial Rations. So, the Murong family hasn't rebelled because you lack strength? The head of the Murong family immediately realized he had committed a great taboo and hurriedly stood up to explain. That's not what I meant. What I meant is that orphans like Chen Mo, with no ties, are difficult to control. Enough, stop painting it. The more you paint, the darker it gets. A woman's voice interrupted him. I'm not interested in your schemes. I just want to remind you that Dongi has produced a 200-year-old level 9 Beastmaster. And combined with their original ones, that makes 2 level 9s. The speaker was none other than Li Moyan, the principal of the Rose Academy, known as the Demon Slayer. The top Beastmaster of the Southern Kingdom, and the only level 9 Beastmaster. Her words were simple, seemingly unrelated to the topic of discussion today. Yet they expressed her stance. As someone whom even the Southern Emperor must treat with respect, no one dared to refute her words. Dongi, being coastal, has fierce exotic beasts and a difficult livelihood. They often send people to hunt in the dense forests of the Southern Kingdom, inevitably leading to friction. No matter how vast the forest is, the resources that can be utilized are limited. Exotic beasts need time to grow, and spiritual plants also need time to mature. If one side hunts too much, the other side will have nothing left. The Southern Kingdom and Dongi have been hostile since ancient times. Now that they have acquired another level 9 Beast Master, it signifies that they have the capital to go to war. The meeting hall fell silent again. After a moment of contemplation, the Southern Emperor spoke. We must not neglect talent. Although Chen Mo has no family, his willingness to risk his life to save Principal Hu shows that he is a person of feelings and loyalty. I have decided to allocate 1,000 gold coins each month to encourage his cultivation. 1,000? The hall buzzed with discussions. They knew the Southern Emperor would lean towards Chen Mo, but they didn't expect it to be so much. Even Li Moyan's salary was only 100 gold coins. Others' gold, no matter how spent, simply transfers from one person to another, but Chen Mo consumes gold. Once used, it's gone. The Southern Kingdom originally had no gold mines. If this continues, before he even reaches level 9, the Southern Kingdom might run out of gold. Some people had their complaints, but at such a time, they dared not voice them. Once the Southern Emperor spoke, it was as good as settled. Chen Mo would now eat imperial rations, but Principal Hu was not happy. The taller the tree, the harder it is to withstand the wind. The Southern Emperor's generous gesture likely aimed not only to encourage Chen Mo's cultivation, but also to employ a strategy of the Emperor. In the dormitory, Chen Mo had slept for 3 days and finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, the dark night civet cat under the bed shook its ears and lifted its head. Then, he received a heavy blow to his chest as the Pixiu leaped over from somewhere and slapped his chin with a paw. Hurry up, I'm starving. Are you a ghost? If you're hungry, go hunt for yourself. The door was pushed open, and Hou Yongshou peeked in with a grin. You're awake? I'll go get you something to eat. I didn't know when you'd wake up, so the food has been kept warm on the stove. After heating 3 times, I just tossed it. Only this soup has been simmering the whole time. It's delicious. You should try it. Chen Mo took the bowl and chopsticks. Feeling somewhat amused. Why do you act like a woman? TSK, don't talk nonsense. When I get rich in the future, I'm going to marry a wife and have sons. Hou Yongshou made a face of disdain. Let me tell you some news. I don't know if it's good or bad, but Zhou Wenbin and the others have transferred schools. Huh. Chen Mo swallowed a mouthful of food in surprise. They wouldn't have really transferred to our school, would they? They did. Hou Yongshou nodded. Zhou Wenbin got special approval from the principal. They came to see you a few days ago and left a lot of gold coins. They said that aside from daily expenses, all extra gold coins will be given to you. Did they mention anything else besides giving gold coins, like hunting together? No, they didn't. Didn't you tell Wang Sui Yuan before that you don't like teaming up with others? They understand. What now? Chen Mo didn't like owing others favors. You go to the academic affairs office and say that I will feed the students beasts later. Any students who need it should gather under the statue of the nine-headed wyvern. Especially call out Zhou Wenbin and the others. All right, I'll go now. Eat more. We'll wait for you. No rush. After Hou Yongshou finished speaking, he dashed out. Soon, the school's loudspeaker began broadcasting, calling students in need of feeding their beasts to gather in the square. A bag of low-level pet food has no nutrition and only fills the stomach, costing about 1 silver coin. The better the food, the more expensive it is. Those that promote growth can cost as much as 1 gold coin per meal. Students from the Welfare Academy were all poor. This set them apart from students in other schools regarding food. If they couldn't afford the food, they'd have to hunt for themselves. But first and second year students going into the dense forest weren't hunting, they were being hunted. When the students heard there was free food, the entire square quickly filled up. Wow, why are there so many people? Hou Yongshou, bringing Zhou Wenbin and the others to the square, was stunned by the scene before him. Oh no, I forgot to limit the number of people. At that moment, a massive vulture flew down from the sky, with a middle-aged man standing on it. Sporting a general's belly. Attention, students, today's feeding is limited to 0 to 1st level beasts. Those exceeding this tier, come back the day after tomorrow. Hearing Principal Hu's words, the older students had no choice but to leave reluctantly. However, looking around, there were still many types of beasts, about 30,000 in total. Chen Mo walked to the statue of the nine-headed wyvern under the gaze of the crowd, took a deep breath, and said, "Hello, students, I am Chen Mo. You must have heard of my skills. Starting today, every other day, I will increase the feeding level of your beasts. Go for it, go for it, go for it." Coins transformed into streams of golden energy in Chen Mo's hands, flowing into nearly 40,000 beasts in the square. Puff, puff, puff. Waves of ascending energy rippled out. And those beasts that had awakened for a month without leveling up suddenly rose from 0 to 1st level once their feeding levels were full. Just like newborn babies. They only needed to eat and grow. There was no need to grind for battle experience. Yet, such simple requirements were unattainable for the impoverished students. After awakening to become beast masters, their subsidies could increase from 2 silver coins a month to 10. But a portion of low-level pet food costs 1 silver coin. Once the beasts were full, the humans couldn't fill their own stomachs. Moreover, the subsidy wasn't given right after awakening. The joy of the beasts leveling up made the students in the square cheer with excitement, and Principal Hu felt very gratified. Although the impact of satiety is particularly obvious for level 0 beast tamers, it is enough for many students in the school to significantly shorten the time required for leveling up. The future looks promising. I want to ask. A chubby boy standing in the front row suddenly shouted, "Wasn't it said that high-level beasts shouldn't come? Why are they still here?" He was pointing at Zhou Wenbin and his 5 students. The square fell silent because of his question. Chen Mo, who had consumed a lot of mental energy and was a bit fatigued at the moment, patiently spoke up. "They are my friends. I specifically called them over." "Is there a problem? Your friends?" The chubby boy incredulously raised his voice. "How can you use the benefits that belong to us to help your friends? We all know that the principal personally subsidizes you, and the Southern Emperor has also issued a decree, giving you a subsidy of 1,000 gold coins every month. Since you've taken the money, you should fairly and justly help each and every one of us, not use state funds to benefit your own friends." His words left Chen Mo's mind in disarray. Chapter 52, Bottleneck. Yes, this is indeed very unfair. If you want to help your friends, you could just do it secretly. How can you act like this and expect people not to think about it? Their beasts are at such a high level. And they are so big, they must eat more than us. If they eat more, doesn't that mean we won't have enough to eat? There were more than 1 or 2 people who thought the chubby boy made sense. They chimed in, making Zhou Wenbin blush with embarrassment. When Hou Yongshou called them over, they didn't think much of it. They just felt that Chen Mo wanted to gain skill experience, and they could save some money on food, which was pretty good. Moreover, they really didn't have much money. They had given all their gold coins to Chen Mo. Sorry. Zhou Wenbin was about to explain, but was stopped by Chen Mo raising his palm. He coldly scanned the crowd in the square and slowly spoke. Anyone who thinks what I'm doing is unfair, please come up. I will apologize to them. No need for that. The chubby boy appeared generous. You can just give us another supplement tomorrow. That won't do. Chen Mo smiled, in doing things. There must be rules. If you make a mistake, you should apologize. Please come up. The chubby boy hesitated for a moment and stepped onto the platform. As soon as he stepped up, a few others followed him, giggling as if they were heroes, waving at the other students. After confirming that it was indeed these people, Zhao Chen finally spoke. Before I apologize, I want to say two things. First, the subsidy principal who gave me has already been used up, and I haven't seen the 1,000 gold coins promised by the Southern Emperor. What I'm using now is from my friends, their wages, savings, and living expenses. In other words, it's not that they took advantage of you. It's that you shared their gold coins. Second, I, Chen Mo, am never a saint. I am an extremely selfish person. Whether it's the gold coins given to me by Principal Hou or those from the Southern Emperor, they are for me, and I can use them however I want. Today, I am willing to use them to feed your beasts and alleviate your financial burdens. Not because I want to save you, but because of Principal Hou. Principal Hou is my principal and also your principal, but you are trash. I don't want to associate with trash, nor do I want Principal Hou to be told by other principals that his students are all trash. And he is a trash principal. So, I did this, but I realize I was wrong. Trash is always trash. It's trash from the inside out. I apologize to you. I shouldn't have fed the trash too much, causing you to spew trash everywhere. You. The chubby boy was so angry he couldn't speak. But Chen Mo ignored him and turned to all the students in the square. If anyone still feels they've been wronged, that what I'm doing is unfair, don't come next time. As soon as he finished speaking, a student immediately shouted, don't pay attention to those idiots. Chen, I'm very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know when my beast could level up. Me too. My beast needs special food. I work late into the night and can't afford even one portion. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be worried about leveling up. I'd be afraid it would starve to death. Thank you, Chen Mo. I will remember this kindness. Chen Mo, Chen Mo, Chen Mo. One after another. Expressions of gratitude finally merged into a uniform chant, with nearly 40,000 people in the square shouting Chen Mo's name in unison. The few people on the platform seemed to finally realize their mistake and tried to apologize to Chen Mo. At that moment, Principal Hou descended from the sky. I announce. His authoritative voice rang out, making the entire square quiet down. Expel these 7 students from school immediately. What? The chubby boy and the others exclaimed in shock. We realized our mistakes. You can't expel us for such a trivial matter, right? No, you haven't. Principal Hou glanced at them and then turned to survey all the students. Selfishness and greed are ingrained in your genes. Today, you can blame those who help you for not providing enough help. Tomorrow, you will betray or even kill your compatriots on the battlefield for personal gain. Such inherent flaws cannot be changed. My school can be a garbage dump, but it absolutely cannot be a toxic swamp. Go ahead with your selfishness. You might fare better outside the school. The teachings of today, I have noted. The chubby boy bowed and left, but the last look he cast was filled with resentment. Principal Hou, I really admire you. Zhou Wenbin slightly bowed to Principal Hou. The National Beast Taming Academy is no longer the academy I envisioned. One that serves the country and the people. Everyone is competing for fame and profit, only thinking about making a name for themselves and breaking through class barriers. Sigh. Huh. Principal Hou smiled and shook his head, not commenting on his words, just patting him on the shoulder. You won't regret today as decision. Principal. Chen Mo interjected, somewhat confused, interrupting their conversation. Why do I feel like I'm stuck at a leveling point? I want to level up, but I can't. According to past experience. After exhausting his mental energy this time, he should have leveled up. This. Principal Hou was slightly surprised for a moment. Then revealed a kind smile. Level 3 to level 4 is indeed a hurdle. You need to hunt a level 4 mental-type beast and gain enlightenment from it. The stronger the level 4 beast, the better, but the stronger it is, the more dangerous it becomes. Level 4 beasts, especially mental-type ones, already possess intelligence similar to that of humans. So that is how it is. There's no need to hunt it myself. Zhou Wenbin glanced at the two of them. The Imperial City has various beast trading shops and auction houses. Just buy one and kill it. Principal Hou pondered for a moment. That's a safe approach, but Chen Mo probably doesn't have gold coins left, right? Why not wait a bit for the 1,000 gold coins from the Southern Emperor to come through? Gold coins aren't the problem. The problem is which type of beast to buy. Chen Mo thought for a moment and asked. Principal Hou smiled. The higher the level, the better, the stronger the ability. The better. It's like digging a pond. The wider you dig, the more water it can hold. According to this theory, using a level 10 beast or even a higher level beast would be the best, but isn't that just a dream? A level 10 beast is equivalent to a divine being. How could it be used as material for leveling up? Moreover, even if it could be used as material, could your mind withstand such powerful enlightenment? So, this matter should still be based on one's own situation. Based on one's own situation? Then I need to study what my maximum tolerance is. Chen Mo contemplated for a moment and formulated a plan. Chapter 53, Tracking. The key to beast taming is whether it's taming or the beast, no matter what others do. Chen Mo believes that his own strength is very important given his actual situation. This time, he must achieve perfection in his upgrade. Flipping through the Alien Beast Encyclopedia, he has selected several targets. The nine-tailed fox, located in the northern part of the South Country, is best at mental attacks. The female merman, also a strong mental attacker, is in the southern part of the South Country. Both of these alien beasts are social creatures with their own territories, and hunting them alone could take a long time before he finds a suitable one. In fact, the strongest in terms of mental power should be the holy beasts. The elves possess extremely high intelligence, and their mental power is far superior to that of other types of alien beasts. But the true spirit of all things is humans. A mental beast master should have a level of understanding that surpasses any alien beast. This is something that the school and mentors would not mention. Chen Mo decided to take a trip to the royal city. Even if the auction house does not have exactly what he needs, he will at least take a look. If it really doesn't work, he can leave a deposit and issue a bounty task. He will surely find something. I'm going to the royal city, don't tell anyone. He briefly explained to Hou Yongshou, and, after a simple disguise, set out. At the city gate, a gaze locked onto him from the shadows. Humph. As expected. Still just a child. The woman had a princess-cut short hairstyle and wore loose clothing with a black transparent mesh bodysuit underneath. Her fiery figure was partially visible. As Chen Mo slipped into the dense forest, she followed him. Roar. A furious roar scattered countless birds and beasts. A massive armored bear, as tall as a 3-story building, raised its front claws and opened its gaping mouth. Beneath it were 2 cubs. Chen Mo had frightened them. The armored bear is a Tier 3 alien beast, with some reaching Tier 4, boasting high attack power and intelligence. However, it has little hunting value. Its meat is too tough, and its armor is not resilient enough, making it difficult to hunt. Generally, beast masters would choose to avoid it. But Chen Mo did not want to avoid it. He summoned his 4-winged spirit, the little dragon. Typically, a beast would be 1 tier higher than its master, meaning that Chen Mo, at Tier 3, should have a Tier 4 beast. The little dragon needed to level up twice. Steel pillars rose from the ground, trapping the 3 armored bears. However, the Tier 2 little dragon could only trap the 2 cubs, while the mother bear easily smashed through his steel cage with a single paw. Roar. This act further enraged the mother bear, which charged at Chen Mo. The ground shook as the bear's long, sharp teeth loomed larger in his vision. A full-strength strike from an armored bear could reach 10 tons. This is enough force to punch through steel plates. A bulletproof armored vehicle would feel as flimsy as paper before such power. Although Chen Mo is a beastmaster, his physical strength certainly cannot compare to steel plates. If he doesn't escape, he will likely become meat paste. But he remained expressionless. And the little dragon steadily released its skills, sending short steel bars sprouting up along the mother bear's path, repeatedly tripping her. Finally, one succeeded, and the massive bear fell like a mountain. Boom. The ground trembled, nearly bouncing Chen Mo up. The 2 sides were close. The mother bear wrinkled her nose, bared her teeth, and emitted a hissing warning. The small human before her, however, was an unbeatable presence. But she had to fight for her cubs in the cage. She must fight to the death. Roar. The bear's paw slammed into the ground, forcibly pulling out the steel bars that trapped it. Before the bear could fully rise, its massive paw swept toward Chen Mo. He leapt back lightly. This strike could definitely be dodged. The Tier 2 spirit's ability was not enough to support its master in flight. But a brief jump was no problem. The mother bear seemed to be waiting for this moment. Once a person is airborne, changing direction becomes difficult. Its paw came crashing down heavily onto the ground, and the entire bear leapt toward Chen Mo. Its gaping mouth was wide open. One bite would take half of Chen Mo's body without any doubt. Originally, Chen Mo had intended to let the little dragon fight for a while longer to gain experience. But now, it seemed the battle should end prematurely. Wang Kai was forced to crawl out from his collar, lazily opening its mouth. But in the next moment, Chen Mo frowned. Uft, uft, uft. A series of white threads wrapped around the mother bear, quickly encasing it like a white mummy, and it fell heavily to the ground. Are you okay? A woman stood atop a massive ghost-faced spider, her round face resembling a doll, complemented by an exquisite princess-cut hairstyle, making her look very cute. Why are you crossing the dense forest alone? It's very dangerous. The ghost-faced spider calmly crawled onto the mother bear's body, its huge fangs piercing through the bear's neck along with the white threads. As digestive fluid was injected, the bear's massive body visibly shrank. Chen Mo did not say a word as he watched the bear being consumed. Why aren't you speaking? The woman jumped off the spider and walked up to him, extending her hand. Hello, my name is Sasha, a Tier 5 Beast Master. What is your name? Her hand looked soft, white, and straight. Chen Mo glanced at it, but did not take it. He focused his mind and withdrew the cage trapping the two bear cubs. Alien beasts have strong survival abilities. These two cubs should be able to survive. Hey, you're quite strange. I asked you a question. At least tell me your name since I saved you. The woman hurried a few steps to catch up with him. But Chen Mo simply quickened his pace, showing no intention of responding. Savannah cat? The woman frowned, puzzled. The data says it's an ear mouse and a four-winged earth dragon. Did I find the wrong person? Her gaze swept over the Savannah cat's forehead. There was no contract mark. So that's how it is. A genius truly is extraordinary. Without a contract, it can still make alien beasts loyal. You're so ungrateful. Didn't your mother teach you to be grateful and at least to be polite? Indeed, Chen Mo stopped, slowly turned around, and his gaze was cold. According to the rules of the dense forest in the South Country, no one is allowed to track a beast master within the forest, otherwise. Killing them is not a crime. Chapter 54, The Demon Sound Conch. I kindly saved you, and you're going to kill me? The woman couldn't help but laugh. Come on, I want to see how a Tier 3 beast master like you plans to kill me. She took a stance, the ghost-faced spider protecting her, its claw-like fangs writhing. The killing intent had been there from the very beginning. Chen Mo had already harbored thoughts of killing since he discovered he was being followed. He possessed an ear mouse with an exceptionally strong perception ability, but had not detected the woman's presence immediately. This was not merely a difference in levels. This woman definitely did not appear here by chance. However, her Tier 5 strength made him somewhat uncertain. If he could not achieve a one-hit kill, it would be better not to act rashly. He assessed the woman and her spider. This was not an ordinary ghost-faced spider. It seemed to be a hybrid species infused with the flesh of high-tier alien beasts, much like Zhou Wenbin's dwarf rabbit. Such alien beasts cannot be judged by common sense. Just like its previous attack, which could bind the Tier 3 armored bear in an instant and render it immobile. The ghost-faced spider's silk should be more than just as strong as steel rebar. The purpose of this trip should not provoke more trouble. With a thought, steel walls rose. As the little dragon chanted, tall steel walls broke ground, quickly forming a closed cage that trapped the woman and the spider inside. Hee, you really are ruthless. You say to strike, and then strike. The woman coldly laughed in the dark iron cage, as the ghost-faced spider's face suddenly glowed with red light, and all 8 of its legs also lit up with red. Then, centered on the tip of a toe, the iron plate seemed to burn and melt like paper meeting fire. The whole process appeared slow, but it didn't take long at all. Kid, to think you could trap me like this, you really underestimate people. The woman laughed as she walked out of the iron cage, but looking around, there was no trace of Chen Mo. He had actually escaped. Hee. The woman licked her lips, her smile carrying an inexplicable meaning. Escape? You can't get out of my grasp. Countless invisible spider silk threads shot out from the face of the ghost-faced spider, drifting through the air and capturing Chen Mo's scent. However, after a few breaths, the woman couldn't help but frown. Strange, where is he? She hadn't caught Chen Mo's scent. Could it be that he escaped far away in such a short time? No matter. He is going to the Imperial City to buy exotic beasts. I can just wait for him at the Merchant's Guild. The woman climbed onto the back of the ghost-faced spider and quickly headed towards the Imperial City. Under the shade of the trees, a wild ear mouse was holding a hazelnut, its dark eyes reflecting the traces left by the spider. Time passed slowly, and Chen Mo emerged from underground, a slight smile on his lips. The distance between the University City and the Imperial City would take about 2 to 4 hours by flight, and walking would probably require a whole day. On the main road between the two cities, there were many people coming and going, making it almost impossible for powerful exotic beasts to appear. To conveniently gain experience, Chen Mo didn't take the main road. Crows cawed as they flew overhead, indicating something had happened ahead. He didn't rush over immediately, but observed through the eyes of the wild ear mouse. The battle ended quickly. The hunting team of 5 was instantly wiped out, becoming food for the ghost-faced spider. Beast tamers in the dense forest inevitably have conflicts due to prey, but just now, the hunting team was merely on alert, taking no action or even verbal confrontation, yet she still killed them. Why would a beast tamer who is eager to save others kill a hunting team she doesn't know? In 3 instances of killing, she hadn't summoned a second beast. The ghost-faced spider's abilities were terrifying. Its 8 long claws were tougher and sharper than steel blades, and the spider silk had paralyzing and corrosive effects. Once entangled, a beast tamer would immediately feel weak, immune to toxins, immune to mental attacks, and physical attacks couldn't even get close. This was simply invincible at the same level, and even surpassing levels could be won easily. Why would such a powerful character show goodwill towards him? Chen Mo found it hard to understand. But one thing was certain. Killing her would definitely be better than letting her go. The woman moved very quickly, and before noon, the tall towers of the Imperial City could already be seen from afar. It was almost time to act. At that moment, an ear mouse was caught in the spider silk. The woman's face appeared magnified in Chen Mo's mind through the ear mouse's eyes. Got you. She smiled slyly. No wonder I couldn't catch up even when I chased at my fastest speed. It turns out you were behind me? Squeak. The last image transmitted by the ear mouse was the black fangs of the ghost-faced spider. Soon, the woman's aura approached, and the ghost-faced spider silently appeared in front of Chen Mo, with both sides less than 10 meters apart, staring at each other. A genius is indeed a genius. The woman got off the spider and walked slowly towards Chen Mo, shedding a piece of clothing with each step. You are so cautious and so smart. You really make me love you. Don't be afraid. I just want to borrow some seeds from you. While she spoke, she was already in front of Chen Mo, wearing only a black, transparent, mesh bodysuit. I really want to have a child as talented as you. Please help me, okay? The woman tilted her head slightly, her adorable face resembling that of a pure young girl, hiding an alluringly beautiful figure. No male creature could resist such temptation. But Chen Mo was human. Do you know? My Beast Taming theoretical knowledge class is almost all full marks. He looked directly into the woman's eyes. A relaxed smile on his face. The type of companion beast one can summon is often related to the beast tamer's personality and inner self. The ghost-faced spider is a creature that eats the male after mating, and as its master, I think you are the same. The woman paused, then smiled innocently. Don't worry, I won tea. Sister will take good care of you. I can help you have a country in 3 years. A fair, delicate hand reached up, wanting to caress Chen Mo's face. At that moment, a cold light flashed, and the dagger in Chen Mo's hand stabbed into the woman's lower abdomen. The woman frowned slightly. You really are ruthless. But there were no wounds on her body, not even a tear in that thin, cicada-like black bodysuit. Since kind words don't work, I can only use force. You. Z. A piercing sound suddenly invaded Chen Mo's brain, causing him to kneel in pain. The sound magic conch? Relax, it will be very pleasurable. Chapter 55, The Imperial City. Great. The sound magic conch, a mental type exotic beast. Level 6, one level higher than its master, which proves its master is also a mental type. Non-mental type beast tamers cannot control mental type beasts that exceed their level. They are easily usurped and killed by them. When tired, someone sends a pillow. Heaven really favors me. Chen Mo covered his head with both hands, looking very painful, but the corners of his mouth were raised. A yellow-white light shot out from his collar. What is that? The woman looked shocked, and when she focused her eyes, she realized her conch had disappeared without her noticing. But the connection remained, through her perception. She sensed that it seemed to have been grabbed by something and was moving away from her at high speed. The other party seemed to have immunity to the mental attack of the sound magic conch. The distance grew, and she could barely feel the existence of the sound magic conch. No beast's skill attack range can be infinite. When the sound magic conch was taken away by the Pixiu, Chen Mo finally freed himself from the pain and stood up. With gold coins in hand and a golden aura surrounding him, the ear mouse swarm surged from all directions. Unafraid of death, and engaged in battle with the ghost-faced spider, the four-winged sprite and the little dragon began to chant, raising iron pillars from the ground to form a cage, trapping the woman alone. The Dark Knight civet emerged from the shadows, transformed into a dark figure, and entered the cage to face the woman. Impossible. This is impossible. The woman stared in disbelief. You can control for beasts? But you're only level 3. She looked at Chen Mo as if he were a ghost, her back against the cage, distancing herself from the Dark Knight civet. Even if she was skilled in physical techniques, she was no match for the Dark Knight civet. She was finally scared, terrified to death. The upper-level materials given to her were not like this. The materials said that Chen Mo was a sentimental and righteous man, eager to help others, and friendly to the weak. But now, looking at him, he seemed like the Grim Reaper. Most importantly, the materials said he had contracted 2 beasts, but there were clearly 4. No, if you count the ear mouse swarm, isn't this a million of them? The woman couldn't understand, completely unable to comprehend. No one answered her. The fighting power of the ghost-faced spider was astonishing, and the ear mouse swarm was about to collapse. Originally, the Pixiu could finish the battle in just 2 breaths, but since she was a level 5 mental type beast tamer, it absolutely couldn't end in waste. The Pixiu only took the sound magic conch away and didn't directly eat it because the death of a beast would cause the beast tamer's level to drop. If the level dropped, it would be of no use. With a ripping sound, the Dark Knight civet tore through the woman's bodysuit, which couldn't be pierced even by knives, revealing her snow-white skin underneath. Chen Mo's dagger then stabbed in. The woman stared wide-eyed. unable to understand until her death what she had done wrong and why Chen Mo wanted to kill her. Blood from her heart dripped drop by drop onto the ground along the dagger, just like during the enlightenment ceremony. Chen Mo dipped his fingers in the woman's blood and touched her forehead. His spiritual power invaded the woman's brain through the medium of her essence blood. The so-called enlightenment is a kind of insight that beast tamers or exotic beasts gain when they elevate their rank. With it, one can more easily improve oneself. The closer the attributes, the greater the help. Indeed, this woman is a mental-type beast tamer, with good talent and extraordinary comprehension. Chen Mo felt his sea of consciousness expanding continuously, his spiritual power becoming stronger than ever before. This feeling of being filled with power was like swimming in warm sea water, very comfortable. Finally, the woman stopped breathing, and there was no more feedback from her spiritual power. When a beast tamer dies, their beasts must also die. The ghost-faced spider on her back let out a painful wail, seemingly about to follow its master. But in the next moment, the wail abruptly stopped, and its massive body vanished into thin air. Ugh, the Pixiu burped, having eaten too quickly, swallowing air along with its food. Everything returned to calm. But Chen Mo looked at his palm, feeling like cursing. He had indeed gained enlightenment, but why hadn't he leveled up? Could it be that his cleverness was misguided, and that this kind of human enlightenment was useless for leveling up, which required exotic beasts? Forget it, it wasn't a complete waste of effort. At least his spiritual power had doubled, but it was a pity about the many-ear mice. At his rate of consumption, if he fought a few more battles, the ear mice would likely go extinct. As compensation, he manifested a ton of gold, completely transformed it, and fed it to the remaining ear mice. Once they were full and had strength, they should seriously reproduce. Chen Mo took off the woman's space ring and handed the corpse over to the Night Stalker as a reward. A level 5 beast tamer's corpse was still quite nourishing. Scanning the ring with his spiritual power, he found not many gold coins inside, but a lot of gemstones and an identity badge. Songsha, what a silly name. After a brief rest, Chen Mo tucked the dozing Pixiu into his clothes and headed towards the Imperial City. It was already afternoon, and the city gates of the Imperial City were still bustling with people and vehicles. Entering the Imperial City, individuals had to pay an entry fee of 1 silver coin, and if they brought a vehicle, it was 10 coins. When Chen Mo registered, he casually filled in a fake name. He had no silver coins, so he casually took out a gold coin and tossed it into the fee box. The flash of gold immediately drew the attention of the guards. They quickly checked the registration book and found that Chen Mo had written Moro. Without a second thought, the guard took the gold coin out of the box and chased after Chen Mo, saying, "Hello, you are a noble. You don't need to pay the entry fee." With a flattering smile, he presented the gold coin with both hands. It turned out that nobles didn't have to pay taxes. Only commoners did. "I know. This is a reward for you." The guard was overjoyed upon hearing this. Really? But when he looked up again, Chen Mo had already walked far away. The imperial city of the Southern Kingdom was very large, covering an area about 4 times that of a university town. But its permanent population was only 1/20th of that of the university town. Apart from the mansions of various nobles, the rest were various businesses. Hunting teams from different cities would go to great lengths to come here to sell their prey for a good price. Merchant caravans from other countries would also conduct trade here. The commercial prosperity was something the university town could not compare with. "Sir, would you like to buy some insect-repellent incense? It's genuine and handcrafted, only 1 silver coin each." "Sir, insect-repellent incense, would you like to buy one?" "Sir." In the distance, a small girl with a big head and a small body was calling out on the street, holding something that looked like camphor balls, but unfortunately, no one was buying. The thing in her hand, called insect-repellent incense, was a spice that had a certain repelling effect on low-level exotic beasts in dense forests, and was generally needed by those who were about to leave the city. "Get lost, don't bother me." A beast tamer kicked the girl to the ground, causing the insect-repellent incense in her hand to roll all over the place, one of which rolled to Chen Mo's feet. Crack! It was the sound of her neck breaking. When the girl died, her face was directed at Chen Mo, and in that moment, her eyes, filled with fear, became hollow and lifeless. Chapter 56, Nine-Tailed Fox. Nothing can change. This world has never gotten better. It was like this when he was a child. And now that he has grown up, it is still like this. Chen Mo tightly clenched the insect-repellent incense in his hand, his veins bulging. "Sister, sister, sister." The children's cries were heart-wrenching. The youngest one was sucking on his finger, not understanding what had happened, only knowing that he was very scared. The most prosperous area of the imperial city was lined with large businesses. The east and west streets were entertainment streets, filled with bars, restaurants, and brothels. The main north-south street was a mix of various goods, regional specialties, auction houses, and hidden black markets. Chen Mo was visiting for the first time. Not understanding the ins and outs, he could only go to the places with the most luxurious storefronts. Nangong General Store. Looking around, this general store was indeed quite large. The huge crystal revolving door was being pushed by two exotic beasts turning the gears, constantly spinning. Chen Mo stepped inside, and immediately a waitress came over with a smile. "Hello, sir, what do you need?" The waitress smiled widely, discreetly sizing him up. The coarse cloth robe with a hood covering him from head to toe suggested that such a customer often valued privacy and didn't like being pried into. Therefore, to avoid trouble, they would also be quite generous. Thinking of this, her smile became even more radiant. "We have the best healing potions, the most durable armor. Anything you can think of, we have it here. May I ask, do you have a 5-tier 9-tailed fox?" The waitress was stunned upon hearing this. The 9-tailed fox was a divine beast, possessing the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. And this was asking for one around tier 5. Was it for enlightenment? Only a beast tamer who could withstand enlightenment from a tier 5 divine beast would also be preparing to advance to a level 5 beast tamer. She didn't expect someone so young to be a high-level beast tamer. "Is there none?" "Yes," the waitress quickly replied, "but such high-grade goods are generally not sold easily. If you truly need it, you can first become a member here, and after spending 1 million gold coins, you will be qualified to bid." 1 million gold coins just to qualify for bidding? Poverty limited Chen Mo's imagination. 1 gold coin weighed about 30 grams. So 1 million gold coins would be about 30 tons. Even he would need several days to manifest that much gold. "Is there any for sale today?" "Not today," the waitress explained with a courteous smile. "Such treasures are generally only available at the large auction held on the 15th of each month." The 15th of each month? There were still 10 days until this month's 15th, and he could gather the money in time. "Could you let me see the goods first, so I can decide whether to come on the 15th? Chen Mo raised his hand, revealing a pearl the size of an eyeball. The waitress's eyes widened in surprise, and she took it with both hands, repeatedly thanking him. Sure. I'll go discuss it with the manager. Please wait a moment." She led Chen Mo to the VIP area to sit down, then called for tea and snacks before going upstairs to find the manager. In the office, a woman dressed in a black dress was intently flipping through the account book. The blue inscription on her forehead indicated that she was a level 6 beast tamer. Nangong Yanhui, a legitimate daughter of the collateral branch of the Nangong family, aged 80, with average talent, was skilled in business management. When the waitress handed the pearl that Chen Mo had given her to the manager, she took a glance and immediately knew. "From Dongyi? Did you tell him what the minimum spending is for membership?" "I did, 1 million gold coins. Next time you encounter someone from Dongyi, just say 3 million. She slammed the account book shut and stood up. "A guest is a guest. We can't be stingy with money. I'll go take a look myself." Slowly descending the stairs, she took a distant glance at Chen Mo. He was no older than 20, and the ring on his hand was a common item found in the market, made using the craftsmanship of the southern regions. He did not look like a noble, nor like a Dongyi person. She frowned slightly, and when she reached Chen Mo's side, she put on a professional smile. "Hello, esteemed guest. I heard you want to see the exotic beasts in our trading firm. Is that correct?" "Yes." Chen Mo stood up, slightly raising his face. "May I ask, can we go now?" "We can go, but you need to pay a service fee." Nangong Yanhui smiled, her eyes revealing sharpness. "You see, exotic beasts are not like other commodities. Every time we open the enclosure, we bear risks, especially with something like the 9-tailed fox, which is truly troublesome." "How much is the service fee?" Chen Mo's tone was very calm, devoid of any emotion. "Not much, just 10 gold coins." Nangong Yanhui smiled, her smooth skin showing no trace of age. "Isn't 10 gold coins a bit much? Not long ago, a child lost their life over a single silver coin. 10 gold coins. Just a month ago, Chen Mo wouldn't have dared to dream of such a large sum of money." Indifferently, he reached out to brush over the ring, placing a handful of gold coins on the tea table beside him. "Now, can I go take a look?" "Please." Nangong Yanhui elegantly gestured for him to proceed, leading Chen Mo down to the basement. As they walked step by step, Chen Mo felt the power of the formation. The guards here were likely not much weaker than those in the Imperial City. Perhaps the power of the formation here was even more formidable. Deep in the dungeon, he sensed a terrifying force drawing him in. The Nangong family's trading firm was not to be underestimated. Finally, they arrived at the dungeon where the 9-tailed fox was kept. On both sides, there were juvenile foxes as well as adults, but there was only one 9-tailed. Its fiery red fur had white tips on its 9 tails. Each tail was chained and hung on the wall. Despite being a prisoner, it still maintained a lazy, alluring demeanor, as if it were on vacation rather than imprisoned. 8th rank, and it fell from the 9th rank. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. This was a bit too much to expect from him. How could he possibly handle an 8th-ranked exotic beast? "You have a good eye?" Nangong Yanhui smiled slightly. "If she hadn't fallen in rank, we wouldn't have been able to capture her. The 9-tailed fox has many uses, and her fur and beauty are top-notch. You could say she is the treasure of our shop. Indeed, she was quite a treasure. To comprehend her, at least an 8th level beast master would need to reach the 9th level to use her. There are so few 8th level beast masters in this world, let alone those who can ascend from 8th to 9th. Can one even appear once a century? Chen Mo didn't want her. But the Pixiu in his arms was extremely excited, almost unable to be restrained. It wanted to eat. It wanted to devour anything good. Sensing the Pixiu, the nine-tailed fox suddenly turned its head, its sharp gaze fixed on Chen Mo. The chains on its tails rattled because of its movement. Chapter 57. Help me. The nine-tailed fox suddenly rushed to the bars, staring intently at Chen Mo, and then smiled. Her laughter was filled with endless sorrow, containing a shock of mental power that reverberated through the entire dungeon. The cage became unstable under her power, with sand and stones falling from above, as if the dungeon was about to collapse. Quick, increase the binding force. Hurry, hurry. The people from the Nangong trading firm became tense. As orders were given, energy flowed rapidly through the chains binding the nine-tailed fox's tails. The nine-tailed fox began to tremble, blood oozing from the corners of its mouth, yet it continued to smile. It reached out a hand, trying to grasp Chen Mo. Kill me. The long years had made her forget how she fell into the trap of humans, how she fell in rank, and how she was trapped in this small cell, unable to see the light of day. Year after year, her strength had gradually faded with the passage of time. Yet humans had never ceased to torment and humiliate her. The other cages nearby held her children. Humans had forced her to conceive and give birth in captivity. Then, before her eyes, they sold her offspring. Her female children were sold to be toyed with by humans, while her male children were killed for their heart's blood, used to enhance the quality of beast taming. The Nangong family had always hoped that she would give birth to a little nine-tailed. How could she allow such a thing to happen? Now, she had already had 3 stillbirths. Was the Nangong family finally planning to set her free? After living so long, she could finally die? She looked at the youth before her, smiling through tears. Please, kill me. Chen Mo stood there, as if seeing the entire life of the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox clan was a bloodline of ancient divine beasts, possessing their own territories, isolated from the world. Yet the young girl was always curious about the outside world. Having lived in her territory for thousands of years, she, like a budding maiden, was filled with curiosity about the human world spoken of by her clan. She hid her tails and sneaked out, encountering her destined calamity, a talentless beast master. The nightmare began from that moment. Something seemed to drop from the corner of his eye, and Chen Mo reached up to touch it. It was a tear. The nine-tailed fox's mental power was indeed powerful, capable of influencing his emotions without any reliance. Esteemed guest, this place is not suitable for a long stay. Nangong Yunhui noticed he was affected and immediately urged him to leave. The Fox clan is best at bewitching hearts. Everything you just saw must not be taken seriously. Behind them, the pained groans of the nine-tailed fox and the cries of the juvenile foxes could be heard. Those juvenile foxes were the failed products of breeding. They would be sent to slaughter like pigs in a farm. Chen Mo looked at his palm, unable to calm down for a long time. Does good and evil truly exist in this world? Do you want them all? Nangong Yunhui frowned. An 8th-ranked nine-tailed fox. Given your strength, you might not be able to control it, right? Will you need us to escort you? Or will your family send someone to collect them? You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me how much money I should prepare. Chen Mo's gaze was cold, devoid of any emotion. Those will all need to be auctioned. You must know that it's hard to find a nine-tailed fox in the market. They possess divine beast bloodlines. I know. Chen Mo interrupted Nangong Yunhui. Count each one at your previous auction's highest price, and tell me how much. For the first time, his tone held impatience. This was no small sum. Nangong Yunhui was somewhat puzzled. The youth before her, with his accent and attire, seemed like a southerner. But to her knowledge, there were no families in the entire southern region that needed an 8th-ranked nine-tailed fox. Moreover, to afford such an expensive fee, one would at least need to be a wealthy merchant. Could it be that some hidden force was rising in the southern region? Sorry, but please come back to bid for purchase then. We allow a month to settle the payment. Nangong Yunhui revealed a professional smile, polite yet distant. Sometimes, just having money is not enough. Chen Mo knew that just wanting to buy an 8th-ranked nine-tailed fox had already piqued Nangong Yunhui's curiosity and suspicion. That nine-tailed fox was probably on the brink of death, right? He calmed his emotions, his entire demeanor becoming cold again. The Nangong family is known for their healing techniques. But this nine-tailed fox is desperate to die. I fear it won't last until the auction day. I pity her and want to help her and her kin. Buying her would be useless. Since he refused to sell, I can only look elsewhere. With that, he turned and walked out without hesitation. Shopkeeper, it's bad. That nine-tailed fox has gone into convulsions again. If it doesn't die, it will be useless. A guard from the dungeon rushed in to report, looking anxious. The living nine-tailed fox and the dead nine-tailed fox are 2 different prices. Please wait, guest. Nangong Yunhui stopped Chen Mo. Guest, your compassion is greatly admired. So, please wait a moment while I consult with my superiors and give you a response. How does that sound? At that moment, there was a loud bang, and the ground shook violently, causing chaos throughout the Nangong trading house. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as a golden ear mouse appeared at his feet, swaying its tail leisurely. Bang! A greater tremor occurred, and through the eyes of the ear mice, Chen Mo saw that the nine-tailed fox was burning her essence. She really wanted to die. However, the formation of the Nangong family and the beast masters were not to be trifled with. Even if she sacrificed everything, she still couldn't gain her freedom. Wanting to die was impossible. Help me. Her bleak smile reflected in the dark eyes of the ear mouse, tugging at Chen Mo's heart. Help her? How to help? The others were all level 6 beast masters. Was he going to seek death? No, not necessarily. In an instant, Chen Mo had an idea. In the deepest part of the dungeon, where the formation was most formidable, there was a hidden cell, seemingly holding something more dangerous than the nine-tailed fox. What Chen Mo needed to do was to give this thing a chance. More ear mice stealthily infiltrated the dungeon. All the people in the Nangong trading house were focused on suppressing the nine-tailed fox, and no one noticed the ear mice that were damaging the formation. Ziz. An ear mouse was burned by the power of the formation and soon died, turning to charcoal, but immediately after, a second ear mouse charged into the exact same spot. Roar. A terrifying roar shook the entire trading house. Quickly summoned the family head. Nangong Yunhui, in a fit of rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 58. Killing doesn't need a reason. Quickly summoned the family head. But it seemed too late. The formations of the trading house were collapsing one by one, and a vast and terrifying dark power was gradually eroding from below. Forget about the fox. Losing it just means a little financial loss. If that thing comes out, the entire Nangong family is doomed. An old man with white hair and eyebrows made a decisive decision, pulling all personnel to rush deeper into the dungeon. Some exotic beasts took the opportunity to escape, but the nine-tailed fox lay on the ground, barely alive. She looked at the cold prison walls, wishing to see the wildflowers blooming in the forest one more time, to see the color of the sky again. A figure blocked the already flickering light, and she looked up in confusion, seeing a face covered by a coarse cloth cloak. I knew you would come. She smiled, but it was hard to move. Although the formation had been destroyed, the cage that trapped her remained sturdy. The entire cage was reinforced with black iron on all 6 sides, strong enough to withstand the attacks of level 6 and above exotic beasts. A shadow emerged from Chen Mo's shadow. The Dark Knight Serval first slipped into the cage and, in just a few breaths, unfastened the chains on the nine-tailed fox's 9 tails, and finally, it slipped into the lock to open it. Nearly 100 years of survival in the human world had honed its skills in thievery and lockpicking. Nothing was beyond it. Open all the other cages. Chen Mo said calmly as he walked towards the nine-tailed fox. She really couldn't survive much longer, burning her essence. Even the strongest healing beast masters would find it difficult to save her. I can't carry you out. If you want to leave, you have to do it yourself. Chen Mo took out a pure gold cube measuring 30 centimeters on each side. It weighed a ton. You? The nine-tailed fox struggled to lift her eyelids, looking at Chen Mo and the gold in front of him with confusion. Soon, this ton of gold began to vaporize, most of it entering the nine-tailed fox's body, with a small portion shared among the other exotic beasts in the dungeon. As the cell door opened and her body received nourishment, the long-held anger from being imprisoned made the exotic beasts roar and rush out. The nine-tailed fox was also surprised to find that she had regained some strength. Although this strength was less than 1% of her peak, it was enough to break free. Why are you helping me? The nine-tailed fox smiled. Her unparalleled beauty appeared even more alluring in her weakened state. I need your spiritual insight. He wants to consume your physical body. Chen Mo said casually. But none of that matters. I don't want to get myself into trouble. You should fend for yourself. Don't use the front door. The Nangong family's reinforcements are coming. The cell doors were still being opened one by one. There were simply too many rare exotic beasts in here, especially the young ones. Uncertain if they were bred by the Nangong family or captured, the scene became even more chaotic as part of the dungeon began to collapse. In the dense forest, Chen Mo moved swiftly, having discarded the coarse cloak for a luxurious brocade outfit, but he still used a cloak to cover half of his face. The ear mouse signaled him, and he arrived before a group of people. This was the road to the Northern Kingdom, and the man at the head of the group was the one who had snapped the neck of the girl selling insect-repellent incense. Get lost, kid. The man shouted disdainfully, the flesh on his face shaking with the roar. Chen Mo, however, remained unfazed, merely lowering his head and standing there. Under the cloak, his face was obscured. A level 4 Beastmaster, Beast King type. The information had long been collected, since he was at the city gate. Chen Mo had sent ear mice to track this group. There were a total of 5 people, a very standard hunting team, 2 close-range attackers, 2 long-range attackers, and 1 support, all level 4 beast masters carrying 5th level beasts. Facing 5 alone was, under normal circumstances, tantamount to seeking death. But what Chen Mo wanted was a quick resolution. "Won't I go?" The battle ended faster than expected. Without their beasts, these beast masters were worse than ordinary people. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The man knelt on the ground, the death of his beast causing his head to throb. He lowered his head, and his hat fell off, revealing a bald head. "I can give you all my wealth. Just please don't kill me," he pleaded, trembling as he took off the space ring on his hand. "All for you. Everything. Please, we have no grievances or enmities. Don't kill me. Please. Don't kill me. You don't need a reason to kill. Why should I?" The cold words fell with his feet. This time, he didn't have the ear mice handle the body. He wanted to let others know that this person was dead. Just like the innocent girl he killed not long ago, they both met the same fate. Turning around, he saw a pair of captivating eyes. No wonder she was once a 9th level divine beast. Even though she was on the brink of death, she could still approach him silently. "You're quite interesting." The 9-tailed fox curled her lips. If not for the bloodstains on her body, it would be hard to tell she was about to die. Having escaped, she could now enjoy this hard-won fleeting moment. "Otherwise, I would think you want to die immediately." Chen Mo's gaze was as cold as his tone. He stepped away without a hint of hesitation. The 9-tailed fox's gaze followed his figure for a long while before she suddenly smiled. Her fluffy tail suddenly elongated, wrapping Chen Mo onto her back as they flew away. As the sky darkened, the setting sun was blood red. The 9-tailed fox landed on a hill. Panting as she gazed northward, there lay her homeland. She lay on the ground, her soft fox fur supporting her body, resembling a lazy noble woman. "The insight you seek, I will give to you." She smiled weakly, her pale face evoking pity. "The insight I willingly give you will be far better than the forced seizure after you kill me. With your level, you can bear it. However, I have one condition." With a flick of her tail, a baby still in swaddling appeared before Chen Mo. "Raise her for me. She has half human blood. The Fox Clan won't accept her, and neither will humans. I only ask you to let her live." Chapter 59, Level 4. Chen Mo frowned, looking at the baby in front of him with a sense of helplessness. How could a big man like him take care of a baby? "I don't have much time left. Can you decide now?" The 9-tailed fox's tone became humble as she earnestly pleaded, "Once I die, you won't be able to bear my spiritual power anymore. Although my level has dropped to the 8th tier, my spiritual power is still at the 9th tier. Just think about it. By raising this child, you can gain the strength that you humans have always dreamed of. But I can't guarantee that I can take good care of her." Chen Mo finally spoke. "It doesn't matter. Just do your best." The 9-tailed fox smiled. From Chen Mo's eyes, she saw something different from other humans. When he frowned and thought upon hearing he had to raise a child, she knew that this human could be trusted. When he said that he couldn't guarantee it, she was even more certain that this man was someone who kept his promises. Besides, she had no other choice. She smiled and gently tapped her finger on the contract inscription on Chen Mo's forehead. When the golden light shone, her beautiful pupils constricted. Ryu. It seemed she had been unlucky her entire life, but in the end, she surprisingly got lucky. "Relax. I will give you everything without reservation." The vast spiritual power of the 9th tier divine beast flowed like a gentle stream into Chen Mo's sea of consciousness. The 9-tailed fox carefully controlled her power, but was astonished to find that Chen Mo's sea of consciousness was much stronger than she had anticipated. He was actually a dual talent awakener. If a single talent awakener at level 0 had 1 unit of spiritual power, then at level 1 it would become 2 units. At level 2 it would become 4 units, and at level 3, it would be 16 units. But Chen Mo's spiritual power started at 2 units from level 0. Now at level 3, his spiritual power had already reached 256 units at level 4. No, his spiritual power was far beyond level 4. This calculation only applied when talent levels were comparable. Chen Mo's talent was clearly higher than that of ordinary people. What is this? The 9-tailed fox discovered a very concealed thought in Chen Mo's sea of consciousness. It was a remnant soul. He actually used a human beast master to comprehend it? The 9-tailed fox found it hard to believe. She had lived for 1 or 2,000 years and had never heard of any beast master using a similar kind. This is too dangerous. The human spiritual world is far more complex than that of alien beasts. They are more insidious, more cunning. Just like this remnant soul now left in the sea of consciousness, it would only bring endless troubles. With just a flick of her finger, Shasha's remnant soul could truly turn to ashes. The 9-tailed fox cautiously expanded Chen Mo's sea of consciousness, like a diligent housewife doing renovations. She polished every corner to perfection. She wanted to sleep and recuperate in Chen Mo's sea of consciousness until the day she would be reborn. On that day, she would make the entire Nangong family disappear from this world. Time passed little by little, and soon it was dawn of the second day. With a surge of ascending aura, The eager Pixiu swallowed the still warm body of the nine-tailed fox in one bite. Level 4. In less than 2 months, Chen Mo had reached a height that many beast masters could only aspire to in their lifetime. His natural lifespan could now exceed 120 years. Looking around, the only thing in sight was the baby wrapped in a fox fur blanket, sleeping soundly. The Pixiu lay beside her, unable to keep its eyes open, yet still salivating. In Chen Mo's mind, the thought kept repeating, I want to eat, I want to eat, I want to eat. It seemed that although this baby girl only had half of the nine-tailed bloodline, she was still a great supplement for the Pixiu. Chen Mo thought for a moment and blocked the Pixiu's thoughts. You just sleep quietly. The nine-tailed flesh was enough for him to digest for a while. After tidying up the scene a bit, with the help of the ear mouse group to clean up the traces, Chen Mo carried the baby girl and headed south. His rapid leveling up made it difficult for his beasts to keep up with his speed. Otherwise, with his current level, he could easily fly with the four-winged spirit. When Hou Yongshou saw him, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell? Did you eat fertilizer? He stared incredulously at the contract inscription on Chen Mo's forehead. How did you go from 0 to level 4 in just one day? Wasn't it said that Ryu's training speed is only twice that of Bo? I've been working hard, but I'm still at level 1. Just level 1. You've jumped 4 levels in a day. That is not twice as fast. You call that effort? Chen Mo disdainfully shoved the baby girl into Hou Yongshou's hands. I'm giving you a task. Raise her. What? Hou Yongshou stared at the soft, chubby baby girl in his arms, completely stunned. Your illegitimate child? I'll slap you. Chen Mo raised his hand, but then lowered it. She is adopted, probably abandoned by some woman who got pregnant before marriage. You raise her. She'll be your wife in the future. A girl? Hou Yongshou's eyes widened. I'm not like you. I wouldn't raise my own daughter to be a wife. That would be daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. He laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth, never expecting to become a father before even getting married. Chen Mo found his foolishness amusing. Back at the orphanage, it was common for older kids to take care of younger ones due to a shortage of staff. Especially for someone like Hou Yongshou. While other boys were fighting and playing, he would go up and just get beaten, to avoid being bullied. He always volunteered to help the caretakers with the children. In this regard, he was quite the expert. After resting for a few hours, Chen Mo gathered the older students after dinner. According to the promise, today was the day to feed the high-level pets. Chen Mo stood under the statue of the nine-headed wyvern, holding a handful of gold coins, and began to nourish the tens of thousands of beast masters in the square. The higher the level of the beast, the more energy it consumed, and soon the handful of coins was completely spent. These efforts were ultimately worthwhile. The more times he fed these beasts, the more firmly he established his position in their hearts. Over time, regardless of the time or situation, these pets he fed would see him as their primary master and would never attack him first. An idea gradually formed in his mind. A vulture descended from the sky as principal who looked at Chen Mo excitedly, repeatedly sizing him up but not daring to interrupt. Finally, when Chen Mo finished, he excitedly grabbed his shoulder. You're level 4. You really are level 4. He was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. At this rate, you will definitely become the youngest level 9 beast master in history. Hee, leveling up too fast isn't necessarily a good thing. Many things haven't caught up. Principal Hou, why are you looking for me? Is there something? Chen Mo nonchalantly pulled away, smiling. Only then did Principal Hou remember the matter at hand, and his expression became serious. It's like this. That old man Director Chi said that your level is so high that it wouldn't be fair for you to participate in the new student exam. So he requested you to skip to the 3rd year, and the Education Bureau has agreed. Is that it? What is the big deal? 3rd year is fine. I can keep up with the cultural classes. Chen Mo was unconcerned. What cultural classes? Principal Hou shook his head. If you really skip to the 3rd year, this month you'll have to go to the ancient battlefield for a simulated exam. Chapter 60, Preparing to Depart. The ancient battlefield is located near the demon realm. Every 333 years, a powerful demon beast is born in the demon realm. Any such beast would want to invade the human world. The cycle of war continues, and countless human beast masters have permanently remained in the ancient battlefield to protect the human world. 1,000 years ago, after generations of effort, the barrier at the exit of the demon realm was finally completed, completely isolating the demon realm from the human world. Every year, outstanding 3rd-year students from various countries are sent to the ancient battlefield to receive patriotic education. Due to the excessive killing and corpses, new demons often emerge in the ancient battlefield area. Students go there to experience the atmosphere of the battlefield and understand the sacrifices made by their predecessors, while also being responsible for eliminating these demons. This process is also a test of the student's willpower. The demons on the ancient battlefield are mostly formed from the terrifying and painful emotional energy of humans and beasts that died in battle over time. These demons are generally not very powerful, but are best at provoking the darkest sides of human hearts. Some weak-willed students, upon just stepping onto the battlefield, are eroded, contaminated, and fall into the path of demons. For the students who have not been contaminated, they must face the grim task of dealing with their former classmates and close friends without hesitation. In the end, before leaving the ancient battlefield, each student undergoes a corruption value assessment. Once the corruption value exceeds 10, there is no room for negotiation, and they are killed on the spot. Under such rules, there is actually a lot of room for manipulation. Principal Hou is somewhat worried that Chen Mo is too outstanding and may be secretly sabotaged by certain individuals. Some people are like this. They are not afraid of the destruction of the country or humanity, but they fear that a certain person or family may be more outstanding and possess greater power than them. The journey to the ancient battlefield is fraught with uncertainty, and Principal Hou is truly reluctant to let Chen Mo go. Although his level is similar to that of third-year students, and even higher than that of ordinary third-year students. In actual combat, merely having a level is not enough. Others have companions and teammates, but he does not. Their beasts are level 4 or 5, while his are only level 2 or 3. The disadvantage is obvious. However, a decision has already been made from above, and Principal Hou cannot arbitrarily defy it for such justifiable reasons. Chen Mo thought for a moment and asked Principal Hou, "The mock exam is at the end of the month, right?" "Yes, it is indeed at the end of the month, but preparation before the exam requires gathering at the ancient battlefield, and we will have to set off in about a day or two." He raised his head, choked up, and uttered a few words. Total annihilation. Among tens of thousands of third-year students, only a few dozen are qualified to participate in the mock exam. Such a ratio is already shocking, and in the end, total annihilation. This undoubtedly tells everyone that among civilian students, there can be no heroes or generals. This class can never transcend. Their future can only be coal mining, city repairs, and cleaning up after others. Even the mentors are the same. Chen Mo frowned and quietly inquired again, receiving a painful nod from Principal Hou. The Social Welfare Beastmaster Academy has very few level 5 mentors. Even if they are level 5, their combat power is not much different from level 4 students from other academies. So this time, I plan to send as few students as possible, but you, with your reputation, must go. He shook his head helplessly. However, this time, in addition to sending 2 regular mentors to accompany you, I also asked Zhou Wenbin to come along as an intern mentor, and his 5 students will also join. With them around, they can help you a little. Thank you. Principal Hou. Chen Mo did not say anything more. The situation is already like this, and there is no other choice but to prepare early. After finishing the conversation with Principal Hou, it was already completely dark. Chen Mo disguised himself and secretly left the school. Before setting off, he needed to make arrangements for Hou Yongshou and the Fox Girl. This trip would take about a month. The university town is not like the imperial city. Shops here close early, and he has no time to run around, so he headed straight for Wanhuahang. The owner of Wanhuahang is an acquaintance of Zhou Wenbin, and when Chen Mo arrived, they were already preparing to close. "Boss, do you have any good auxiliary cultivation medicines?" "Yes, there are plenty. All of them are goods from the imperial city and the Nangong family, guaranteed to be high quality and low price." The owner smiled as she looked up at Chen Mo, finding him familiar. "You are." Actually, she recognized him on the second glance. But since Chen Mo intended to disguise himself, she tactfully chose not to expose him. He took out a bag of gems and placed it on the counter. "Boss, how much are these worth?" "What is it?" The owner opened the bag and took a glance, gasping in surprise. "Xiao Air, hurry up and pack the best pills for the customer." She wanted to finish her drink and turned to Chen Mo. "Speak. Did you kill someone to get this, or was it stolen?" "Hey, don't misunderstand. I don't want to pry into the specifics. It's just that the difference between the two determines my offer. If it's from killing someone, then I'll give you the regular price, no less than your money. But if it's stolen, then it's half price. There's such a rule." Chen Mo found it amusing. "Then it's not up to me to say. You wouldn't know?" The owner weighed the bag in her hand. "With such valuable jewelry, the level should not be low, so you are most likely a thief?" "TCH. Chen Mo scoffed. "No? Just give a fair estimate. It should be reasonable to earn a little, but if you charge me too much, I won't come back next time." The owner's eyes lit up in surprise. She remembered the last time she saw this kid. She felt he was extraordinary, and now it seems she was not mistaken. Dongyi's jewelry is also considered a hot commodity in the Southern Kingdom, because the two countries have a poor relationship and trade is difficult. The demand for jewelry among nobles has always been strong, leading to high prices, especially good quality pearls, each worth a fortune. While this may be a bit exaggerated, it reflects some truth. "All right, I believe you." The owner waved her hand over her spatial ring and took out an unremarkable necklace. "To win over my wealth god. This is a gift for you." She handed the necklace to Chen Mo, a 1% experience bonus. Wearing it can speed up the evolution of beast masters. "This is a family heirloom of mine, a gift for you. Isn't it generous?" Chapter 61. Why should I suffer and endure? The so-called necklace that can increase the Beast Master's experience by 1% is actually made from the bones of devouring beasts, which used to be quite popular. Later, due to the experience boosting effect, devouring beasts became extinct, and such bone products became increasingly rare. Saying it's a family heirloom is somewhat believable. Then thank you, boss. Chen Mo accepted the necklace and placed it in his spatial ring. The shop staff had already packed all the medicines, filling more than half of the hall. So many medicines are enough for a class of students for a semester. Chen Mo collected the medicines, briefly said goodbye to the owner, and then left. When he returned to the dormitory, Hou Yongshou was feeding the fox girl porridge. Chen Mo, let me tell you, this child is the easiest to take care of I've ever seen. She only eats, drinks, relieves herself, and sleeps, not crying or making a fuss. Whatever you feed her, she eats. He happily held the fox girl up for Chen Mo to see. Isn't she adorable? Let's give her a name. Chen Mo took a glance. The child looked like she had just been born a few days ago, but her little face was fair and rosy, especially her little mouth, which was moist and cute, making one like her at first sight. You can name her whatever you want. After all, I'm leaving it to you. He handed half of the medicines from his ring to Hou Yongshou. I will probably go to the ancient battlefield for the mock exam tomorrow. So you just stay in the dormitory, don't go anywhere. If anything happens, just ask Principal Hou or other trustworthy people for help. My level has already exceeded, and it's not appropriate to take the exam with first-year students. The next morning, Chen Mo received the notification to prepare for departure. In the square, Principal Hou looked serious. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Kaihua, Mentor Zhang, level 5, skilled in reconnaissance and harassment, with a minotaur and a fire demon gorilla as his beasts. The Welfare Academy, from the orphanage to the university, has blue and white uniforms, and the mentors of the school are the same. Zhang Kaihua wore a blue and white mentor's outfit, with a bright red headscarf tied around his head, and his lively demeanor showed that he was an energetic person. This is Li Guangyao, Mentor Li, a level 4, skilled in healing, with a beast companion being a merfolk. Li Guangyao ties his blue headband, his appearance fair and handsome. At first glance, one might even mistake him for a woman. As for the last one, he is Zhou Wenbin, Teacher Zhou, who transferred from the National Guardian Beast Academy, also a level 4, skilled in close combat and defense, with a beast companion being a gnome rabbit. After introducing the teachers, Principal Hou briefly introduced the students participating in the ancient battlefield simulation exam. Including the 5 students led by Zhou Wenbin, there are a total of 20 people, all uniformly at level 3 Beastmasters. The beasts they carry are diverse, mostly from the Beast King category. As you all know, going to the ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. Principal Hou's tone was heavy. What you will face is not only the monsters that breed on the battlefield, but also the bullying and humiliation from students of other schools. I do not expect you to achieve outstanding results. I only hope you can come back alive. Remember, once you step out of this school, no matter how much you have disliked each other inside the school, outside, you must unite as one, because only with unity can you survive. Do you remember? Remember. Good. Let us go. At Principal Hou's command, the mentors led the students in an orderly manner towards the school gate. Chen Mo, wait a moment. A small spatial ring felt heavy in Chen Mo's hand. Chen Mo smiled confidently. Is there a list or something? When we get there, I'll help you vent. Vent. Principal Hou was taken aback, then immediately understood his meaning. The fearless young man. Got it. Chen Mo bowed, then turned nimbly to join the group. They set off from the north gate, passing by the imperial city, but not entering it. The students from other academies would set off a day later and rest and regroup in the imperial city. Avoiding contact with students from other academies was also Principal Hou's helpless move. As long as they reduce the opportunities for contact with other schools, they can minimize friction, so that when they reach the battlefield, they won't be overly targeted. But in fact, this approach had little effect. Poverty and weakness are original sins. 21 students. 3 teachers, in groups of 5, those with large beasts took turns leading the way. 3 days later, they arrived at the northernmost city of the southern kingdom, Anding City. The population here is small, mainly military personnel. After 3 days of roughing it, they needed to rest well for one night here. Alright, this is the place. You can divide the rooms yourselves. Zhang Kaihua, with a blade of grass in his mouth, smiled relaxedly. Right now, the main goal is to train your teamwork, so no one should get special treatment. At least 3 to 5 people per room. Teacher, why do we have to stay in such a shabby place? We finally got out, and this is worse than our school dormitory. A student complained. It was not his fault. The environment of the inn was indeed too poor. Like a deserted house. Free. What more do you want? Zhang Kaihua laughed. Back when I came here, I had to build a house. He pointed to one of the rooms. Look, that one. I built it myself. Your conditions are already quite good now. It's been so many years since there was a war. The country is wealthy and can still afford to subsidize a bit. So be content. I'm not content. Why should I be content? He looked at Chen Mo. I know you have money. Principal who gave you a ring filled with gold coins. Take it out. Let us stay in an inn and have a good meal. Chapter 62. Group Advancement. The students looked gloomy. They were going to face death. Who could be happy? Zhang Kaihua chewed on the grass in silence. He was only a level 5 Beastmaster. There might be level 6 Beastmasters from other academies accompanying them, with lower abilities, lower levels, and titles that couldn't compare to others. Once they reached the ancient battlefield and joined with students from other schools, they would be at a disadvantage. He also had to protect the safety of these students and try to prevent them from being bullied. He would be lucky not to be bullied himself. How could he protect anyone? This kind of simulation exam was inherently unfair to the students from welfare academies. But what is the use of complaining? Only by holding on to hope can there be a chance of survival. If you give up, how can fate help you? The reasoning was right at his fingertips. But he couldn't say it. Empty reasoning. Who can't say that? Can it alleviate the students' feelings of powerlessness towards death? Breaking the silence was Chen Mo's voice. Gold coins, I have plenty. A handful of gold coins appeared in Chen Mo's palm and then slipped from his hand. Clink, clink. Coins fell to the ground, making the unique, dull sound of gold, and soon formed a small hill of coins. Money can be given to you, but there's a condition. The golden mound was somewhat dazzling. These commoner students, who had never seen so much money in their lives, were somewhat tempted. If we drop out, we won't have a diploma, losing employment opportunities, and we might even be labeled as traitors. But at least then we can still live. Hiding one's head and exposing one's tail, what kind of life is that? The day I awakened my talent, I already made up my mind to stand out in this life. No one stepped forward to take the money. Some hesitated, while others looked down on it. Seeing their reactions, Chen Mo was somewhat satisfied. Who told you that we would definitely die if we went? He smiled faintly, his eyes filled with playfulness. The students looked at each other, and in the end, it was the round-faced boy who spoke up. What else? Didn't the entire army get wiped out last year? Along with 2 mentors? They started with the sky blue, while we green woods are still the worst. Once targeted, how do we have the ability to resist? This year will be different. Wang Suiyuan stepped out of the group and stood beside Chen Mo. This year, our Beast King system Beastmasters can make a stunning comeback. A comeback? The round-faced boy sneered. Just being alive is good enough. Thinking about a comeback? How to turn over, like a salted fish. Do you know why the Beast King system is called the Beast King system? Zhou Wenbin smiled. Also standing next to Chen Mo. Because the Beast King can command all beasts. Command all beasts? You must be joking. The round-faced boy scoffed. That's all after level 9. Right now, we can hardly command 2, let alone all beasts. You're already this old, and only level 4. Tell me, how will you command all beasts? Will you ever reach level 9 in your life? Faced with such a retort, Zhou Wenbin felt a bit awkward. But he did not refute, only looked at Chen Mo. Who told you that commanding all beasts requires waiting until level 9? As Chen Mo spoke, a mass of golden energy floated into the air, dispersing all around. Soon, like a black tide, countless ear mice surged from every corner. They crawled on the ground, flew in the air, and one by one landed on the students' shoulders, heads, and crawled towards their backs and waists. Everyone fell silent in shock. These ear mice did not attack anyone. They were very well behaved, quietly staying there. Upon closer inspection, their shiny black eyes, long whiskers, and small mouths were surprisingly cute. This doesn't count. The round-faced boy stubbornly said. Ear mice are social creatures. Of course, they are easy to summon, if you have the ability. Try summoning a higher beast king, just like his, the flying lion. He stammered, pointing at Wang Suiyuan, stubbornly. The flying lion is also social, and has successfully been summoned before. Zhou Wenbin smiled, his tone calm. This has nothing to do with being social. Didn't you notice the number of this ear mouse group? Number? Everyone turned their heads and observed all around. The ground, the roof. Every corner was completely covered with ear mice. Such summoning ability. Even a level 9 Beastmaster might not surpass it, right? You say he can summon a flying lion? That's ridiculous. The round-faced boy, although shocked by Chen Mo's ability to summon a large number of ear mice, did not believe Zhou Wenbin's words. As the master of an ear mouse, how could he possibly summon a flying lion? The king of beasts should at least be a dragon-type divine beast, right? I may not have read much, but I still know this kind of common sense. That's right, summoning beasts requires at least a dragon-type divine beast. Generally, a beast king can only summon groups of the same kind. There are barriers in the city, otherwise, I could show you. Zhou Wenbin smiled gently, looking up at the overwhelming number of ear mice. In fact, having a high bloodline for summoning beasts may not always be good. Beasts like flying lions can't enter with barriers. On the other hand, ear mice exist everywhere, regardless of location. We have no reason to deceive you. Chen Mo's skills can indeed support low-level beast masters in summoning beast groups. His gaze swept benevolently across everyone's faces. I said before, this year, our Beast King department can make a remarkable comeback. As long as you trust Chen Mo, no matter how strong the other students from different schools are, they cannot compare to the Beast Tide, supporting low-level Beast Masters to summon Beast groups. Most of the students had already understood the meaning behind Zhou Wenbin's words, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Teacher, do you mean that as long as we cooperate with Chen Mo, we can also summon Beast groups? The ability to summon Beast groups. What does that mean? Everyone's hearts were clear on this. Yes, we have already practiced. Cheers erupted, and the students passionately discussed. The previously heavy atmosphere lifted. Maybe this year, they really could be different. At that moment, a sudden surge of advancement energy was felt, and the golden ear mouse beside Chen Mo inexplicably leveled up. Exotic Beast, Ear Mouse. Type, Mutated Beast King Type. Rank, Level 4. Talents, Blood Break Frenzy Attack. Group Evolution, Plague Curse. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of leveling up echoed, centered around the golden ear mouse. As the ear mouse group each leveled up in turn, this scene left everyone dumbfounded. They had never heard of beast advancement being able to lead to the advancement of the entire species. They all widened their eyes, looking around in disbelief, as the facts told them that these ear mice had actually transformed from level 1 to level 2. Not only had their rank changed, but their appearance had as well. The originally gray-black fur now had a tuft of gold at the tips of their paddle-like tails. On the shoulder of the round-faced boy, an ear mouse grinned at him, showing off its two big front teeth. Those golden teeth sparkled. He couldn't help but lean back, widening his eyes. Level 2 ear mice weren't particularly rare, but ear mice with golden teeth were unheard of. One by one, the ear mice grinned, exposing their big golden teeth, and their proud demeanor was oddly frightening. Chapter 63, Tiger Jiao. The advancement of beasts leading to the advancement of the entire species was unheard of, and everyone present was stunned. Even Chen Mo himself was taken aback. It seemed that such skills should not be flaunted casually, as it easily exposes one's secrets. However, since it had come to this, there was nothing to worry about. This might be related to the social nature of the ear mice as exotic beasts. Zhou Wenbin frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking. Ear mice belong to a highly social species among exotic beasts, with strong blood ties. Besides this reason, I really can't think of what else could cause such a situation. It seems we need to have a more comprehensive understanding and research on ear mice as exotic beasts. No, besides ear mice, we should also try to understand and develop the abilities of other low-level exotic beasts. This way, if similar students appear in the future with these low-level exotic beasts as companions, we won't mistakenly treat them as garbage and abandon them. The ear mouse group had retreated, and Chen Mo put away his skills. However, the shock the ear mice brought to everyone did not fade. The ear mice had already reached level 4 and evolved. Could our beasts be worse than the ear mice? Our future also holds infinite possibilities. Why should we perish in the ancient battlefield? We must survive. Everyone turned their gazes to Chen Mo, their fervent eyes filled with eager hope. Chen Mo, I was wrong just now. The round-faced boy deeply bowed to him. My name is Yuan Xiang, and I apologize for my previous remarks and my attitude towards you. Please forgive me, help me. I want to survive, and please help us. Everyone echoed in unison. We all want to survive. Chen, you might not know. Yuan Xiang spoke with a slight choke. I have 3 brothers and 7 sisters. My brothers are all dead, and my sisters work as servants in wealthy households, risking their lives to earn money. I am the only one in my family who has successfully awakened. If I die, my parents and my sisters probably won't survive. I vow that as long as you can help me survive in this simulation exam, from now on, I will follow you. Saying this, he knelt on one knee and deeply bowed to Chen Mo. The others hesitated for a moment, but then also knelt down. We will follow you. Everyone get up. He said lightly, with no visible emotion on his face. We are all classmates. Principal who said that once we leave the school, we should unite and work together. It's not about who helps whom, but about helping each other. The opponent is so strong. I also need your strength. He extended his right hand, palm facing down, placed in front of him. We are in this together. Yuan Xiang stood up, placing his palm on Chen Mo's hand, his expression excited. And us. Let's work hard together. Let's fight together. Everyone's hands stacked together, forming a tight-knit group. Their hearts surged and drew close at that moment. Zhang Kai raised an eyebrow. Glancing at the other 2 mentors, a smile tugging at his lips. That expression seemed to say, it looks like this year, we really are going to make a comeback. Huh. His expression changed, looking up at the sky with slight confusion, but there was nothing up there. At night, the students were so excited they couldn't sleep. They originally thought they were going to their doom, but now everyone saw hope. As long as they passed this simulation exam, it would be equivalent to obtaining a qualification certificate for an internship, compared to those who did not participate in the simulation exam. They would be assigned to more promising units. Their status would change from commoners to national civil servants. How prestigious. Chen Mo, this is my living expenses. Although it's only 18 silver coins. A small, thin student walked up to Chen Mo with his head down, timidly placing a handful of silver coins carefully in front of him. I know silver coins are of no use to you, but Chen Mo, this is my money. Yuan Xiang also placed 5 silver coins in front of Chen Mo. Don't think it's too little. Whenever I have money in the future, I'll bring it to you. When I save enough, I can exchange it for gold coins. And mine. Me too. Before long, the silver coins on Chen Mo's desk had piled up into a small mountain. The relationships between people cannot be built on mere words. You must make a tangible contribution to earn genuine help. I don't know how the seniors in previous years managed, but this time, we all want to gain experience there together. The tiger Jiao, belonging to the dragon family, typically ranges from level 5, with the occasional level 6. It resembles a dragon, a fish, and a tiger, being fierce and capable of using music to confuse humans, leading them to their doom. Although it is the lowest ranked dragon, its meat is delicious, and eating it does not cause hemorrhoids, making it of high economic value. A complete tiger Jiao can be sold for a high price of 100 gold coins. Especially the female tiger Jiao, which contains roll-like substances that are worth 20 gold coins for just one bite. Hunting the tiger Jiao is dangerous, but it pays off quickly and offers great experience. Chen Mo wants to level up all his beasts to level 5 on the way to the ancient battlefield. The idea seems a bit greedy, but how would he know if he doesn't try? Hunting the tiger Jiao? Chen Mo actually wants to capture a tiger Jiao? Level 3 hunting a level 5 creature. They wouldn't even dare dream of such an audacious dream. The tiger Jiao, a top-level beast of level 5, roams the entire boundary river. It is because of them that the southern and northern countries can coexist peacefully. Also because of them, students from the southern country face their first challenge when they go to the ancient battlefield, which is crossing the bridge over the river. The bridge is 7 kilometers long, a vital economic and transportation route between the north and south, and an important hunting ground for humans targeting tiger Jiao. Yes, hunting tiger Jiao. They possess high intelligence and, just like humans hunt them for a reason, they find humans quite delicious. However, they only eat human brains and do not consume the flesh. Every year, students from the southern country die on this short 7-kilometer path. This happens year after year, not because the school is inactive, but because this 7-kilometer bridge must be crossed by the students themselves. This is their first test, a test of mental strength. Those who can be deceived by tiger Jiao are likely to be corrupted and fall at the ancient battlefield. At that point, they become the greatest danger. Are we going to hunt tiger Jiao? The students exchanged glances. Can we do it? Chapter 64. You look delicious. Hunting tiger Jiao? Zhang Kaihua couldn't help but scoff. A top-level beast of level 5, and still in the water, he himself wouldn't dare to attempt it easily. Yet these level 3 and 4 little kids actually told him they were going to hunt tiger Jiao? Sure, go ahead. You have ambition. If you die, I'll make sure to report your names. One sentence deflated the already unconfident students instantly. However, Chen Mo didn't mind. After 2 more hours of rapid movement, they arrived at the Boundary River Bridge. Those willing to go hunting can come with me. And those who are unwilling can go ahead and wait on the other side of the river for a little while. It won't take long. I'll go. We'll go. Wang Suiyuan and his 4 classmates volunteered. In terms of talent and potential, these students from the National Defense Beastmaster Academy naturally have a better foundation than those from the Social Welfare Beastmaster Academy. Moreover, the school spirit of the National Defense Beastmaster Academy is to move forward bravely and sacrifice for the greater good, so they naturally have more courage. Just as Chen Mo thought, at this moment, only they could step up. I'll go too. Yuan Xiang stepped forward, lacking confidence, but showing stubbornness. I'm level 3. And my beast is a level 3 wild boar. A wild boar. A pig that shoots poisonous arrows. Wild boars are generally level 2, and level 3s are rare. As a beast, this type advances slowly and consumes a lot, making it a very poor choice. No wonder Yuan Xiang's family works hard to earn money for his training. He is only at this level. But no one at the scene laughed at him because their beasts were even worse and less suited for battle. Alright. Chen Mo showed some appreciation. Let's discuss the battle plan for later. The 3 mentors exchanged glances, and Zhang Kaihua slowly spoke. What do you think? If not for the mission, I would want to participate too. Zhou Wenbin's eyes sparkled. He genuinely wanted to join the hunt, but as a mentor, his first task was to ensure the student's safety in reaching the ancient battlefield. Sounds good. Another mentor, Li Guangyao, spoke. In a place like this, one should have some bloodlust. Haven't we come this far to train and enhance ourselves along the way? This is a great opportunity. It seems you all are quite optimistic. Zhang Kaihua remained non-committal. Once they encounter the tiger Jiao, they won't be so optimistic. At the Boundary River Bridge, on the other side lies the territory of the northern country. The bridge was constructed collaboratively by beast masters from both countries. It is 30 meters wide, and the bridge body is embedded with formations, making it sturdy and able to self-repair to some extent. The boundary river below leads straight to the sea, with turbulent waters. Even if there are no tiger jiao in the water, it is hard to predict the outcome for a regular beast master who falls in. Standing at the bridgehead, one cannot see the other side of the bridge. The mist in the woods rises, ethereal and hazy, giving the entire bridge a fairy tale appearance. However, within this beauty lies a deadly threat. The moment they step onto the bridge, a beautiful melody resonates in everyone's ears. The tiger jiao's attack has begun. Its melody does not spread through sound, but through mental power, reaching directly into people's brains. The greater the difference in mental strength, the stronger the illusionary effect of the melody. In the music, everyone can see the things they desire most. Many students seem to see mountains of gold and silver piled up just outside the bridge. For families of commoners, compared to powerful abilities, they yearn more for a life of plenty. If someone cannot resist the temptation and reaches their head and hands out beyond the bridge to grasp the gold and silver, they will be snatched away by the tiger jiao leaping out of the water. A group of people walked on the bridge, heads down, hurrying forward. At the back was Chen Mo, along with his 6-member hunting team. Almost time to start. Coins in hand, golden energy connected all the beast masters. Wang Suiyuan and the others opened their beast attributes for Chen Mo to see the specifics of their beasts. A level 4 flying lion, good at physical attacks. A level 4 stone-armed gibbon, good at physical attacks. A level 4 golden-crowned red falcon, good at reconnaissance. A level 4 saber-toothed tiger, good at physical attacks. A level 4 armored rhinoceros, good at physical attacks. And a level 3 wild boar, good at physical attacks. This combination is very unsuitable for hunting. The 4-winged spirit flew on Chen Mo's shoulder, following his steps to the edge of the bridge. At an angle unseen by everyone, his collar revealed a pair of eyes from a Pixiu, which would certainly be considered cute if someone saw it. Leaning against the railing of the bridge, Chen Mo leaned half his body out. The wind rushed, blowing his hair upwards with such force that he could barely open his eyes. "It's here," he whispered to himself, his pupils dilating, and finally, he saw the true form of the tiger jiao. It was a giant beast with a mouth larger than his entire body, glaring with eyes bigger than his head. Black and yellow tiger stripes, imposing and dangerous. Dragon-like claws stretched out in front. Transparent wings like those of a flying fish spread behind. It leapt from 50 meters below the bridge's surface, its body over 10 meters long, still dripping with water. The speed was such that it seemed to arrive before Chen Mo in an instant. In the next moment, as its mouth opened wide, it could bite off half of Chen Mo's body. At that moment, the golden contract markings on Chen Mo's forehead lit up, and the 4-winged spirit began to chant, causing steel bars to appear out of thin air, blocking the tiger jiao's massive mouth. In front of such a giant beast, the steel bars were like noodles, easily broken by its sharp teeth. However, the spirit's chant did not cease, and more steel bars piled up in front of the tiger jiao's mouth, impeding its speed. Not just in front of its mouth, the steel bars extended, forming a massive steel cage that ensnared the entire tiger jiao. When the tiger jiao's force reached its peak, its sharp teeth finally stopped just before Chen Mo's eyes. A bloody scent sprayed from its mouth. In its eyes, Chen Mo saw mockery, as if on purpose. It curled its lips, slowly biting through the steel bars one by one. Clang, clang, clang. The steel bars broke faster and faster, and soon only 1 or 2 remained, barely holding on. Just then, a stone-armed gibbon suddenly grabbed the steel cage, roaring as it tried to pull the tiger jiao onto the bridge. The nearly 10-ton weight made it grit its teeth, appearing powerless. At that moment, the flying lion grabbed the steel cage from the tiger jiao's tail, and the golden-crowned red falcon came to help. Roar! The 3 parties exerted all their strength and surprisingly managed to move the colossal beast. The tiger dragon, trapped in its cage, showed no signs of struggle. Instead, it curled the corners of its mouth and fixed its playful gaze on Chen Mo. Boom. The moment the tiger dragon landed, the bridge trembled violently. Its massive and terrifying presence left them shaken. Did they really succeed? Zhou Wenbin appeared somewhat excited. But who had truly succeeded was still uncertain. Zhang Kaihua wore a mysterious smile. "You all leave quickly with the people. There's more than 1 tiger dragon. How could there be more than 1 beast of such size?" Just as everyone was astonished, a mocking voice from the tiger dragon rang out. You look quite delicious." Level 4 Beastmaster. Chapter 65, The Unannounced Battle. Level 5 is a watershed. A level 5 Beastmaster can have more than 2 beasts, and level 5 exotic beasts will gain intelligence. It's not surprising for an exotic beast like the tiger dragon, which already possesses high intelligence, to speak human language. It let out a series of hearty laughs, resembling a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, instilling fear in those who heard it. "For so many years, I've only eaten those who are tempted. Do you think it's for what?" Of course, it's out of fear, so no human dares to approach anymore. Haha. It laughed heartily, and just as its mouth opened wide, the stone-armed monkey suddenly jumped up and hurled a massive steel plate into its mouth. The laughter abruptly ceased. Chen Mo launched an unannounced attack. All the beast masters retreated to a safe distance, while the golden-crowned red falcon soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, diving down like a cannonball, aiming directly at the tiger dragon's round, bulging eye. Boom. The shockwave from the golden-crowned red falcon's dive created a massive air wave that nearly toppled the people in the distance. Under such force, the skull of an ordinary exotic beast could be easily pierced. Did they succeed? As long as the tiger dragon's eyes were injured, its movements would surely be affected. They just had to keep targeting its eyes, and victory was within reach. When the air wave passed, everyone opened their eyes again, only to see the tiger dragon angrily grasping the golden-crowned red falcon's claws with its front paw. The difference in level and bloodline was still too great. Under such impact, it was actually the golden-crowned red falcon's own claws that fractured. However, at that moment, the same shockwave struck again. Boom. The air wave was even greater than before. But like the previous result, the tiger dragon used its own paw to block the attack. Two golden-crowned red falcons. No matter how many useless creatures there are, they are still useless. Can't you see your companion's claws are broken? The disdain in the tiger dragon's eyes overflowed. If it weren't for the steel plate stuck in its throat, it would have laughed 3 times. Just then, its poor eyesight caught sight of an unforgettable scene. Countless golden-crowned red falcons were plummeting down like cannonballs, and the target was none other than itself. How could this be? This number was far beyond what these low-level beast masters could control. Chen Mo didn't give it time to think. The golden-crowned red falcon's sharp claws rained down on the tiger dragon's massive body like raindrops. Even a swarm of mosquitoes can be daunting, let alone the dive of a level 4 golden-crowned red falcon. Each claw struck at the tiger dragon's eyes, grabbing and immediately flying away, then diving back into the sky for repeated attacks. One claw, another claw, and yet another claw, within less than a second. The tiger dragon's eyes endured at least 3 impacts. With each strike, its head was pushed down a little. After several rounds of attacks, it collapsed onto the bridge. Its own sharp claws, entangled with those of the 2 golden-crowned red falcons, couldn't be swung free to block the attacks. It was going to work. Wang Suiyuan clenched his fists in excitement. If they successfully hunted the tiger dragon this time, they would have crossed ranks as level 3 beast masters to hunt a higher-level creature. What kind of glory would that bring when spoken of? Roar. The wounded tiger dragon could no longer bear it. It spat out the steel plate from its throat and let out an angry roar. But before its rage was fully vented, steel bars were pushed back into its mouth. The roar abruptly stopped, and just listening to it made one feel stifled. With its eyes attacked and its mouth stuffed, the tiger dragon was completely enraged, its massive body soaring into the air. It could fly. Its bloodshot eyes glared down at Chen Mo and the others on the bridge. The nearly 10-meter-long tail was raised high and swung down fiercely, creating a sonic boom. With this tail strike, not to mention humans, even the bridge would break. It was over. How could they possibly dodge? Beast masters are not beasts. Their reflexes and defenses are only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. Zhang Kaihua, standing on the back of his level 6 bull-headed Bralga, rushed toward Chen Mo at the fastest speed. Before leaving, Principal Hu had given a death order. No matter who dies, Chen Mo must not die. At the critical moment, steel bars shot up from the ground, with golden-colored objects among them. The two intertwined, forming massive nets. The first net shattered before even touching the tiger dragon's tail. Then came the second and third. One by one, the nets were effortlessly torn apart, with steel bars flying and embedding into the bridge's surface, gold shattering into powder, scattering in the air and then gathering again. The last net, after blocking the tiger dragon's tail for less than a second, also shattered. The air wave had blown Chen Mo nearly 10 meters away, and the tiger dragon's tail ultimately crashed onto the bridge, creating a massive pit. Although he wasn't directly hit, the damage from the air pressure still caused several people to spit out blood. Chen Mo, at the center of the attack, merely knelt on the ground but appeared very calm. He checked his body internally and found he was hardly affected at all. Was the physical quality of a level 4 Beastmaster that much higher than a level 3? Seeing the others spitting blood, he felt a bit puzzled. Little did he know that just a few days ago, he had merged with a Pixiu, resulting in his meridians being severed. During the reconstruction process, his bones and meridians were repaired by golden energy, and his physical strength was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary Beastmaster. Aside from that, everything else was as he had anticipated. In his theoretical Beastmaster class, he had nearly scored full marks, and he had memorized the descriptions of the tiger dragon in the textbooks. Brutal, arrogant, solitary, and disdainful of group hunting. Finding his advantage in the enemy's weakness, Chen Mo's golden energy was continuously vaporizing in his hand without interruption. Backup had arrived. The bridge trembled as countless stone-armed monkeys surged toward the tiger dragon from both ends of the bridge. Watching the stone-armed monkeys whizzing past, the students and mentors from Welfare Academy were dumbfounded. Primate exotic beasts are the most troublesome existence among all beast groups. They possess high intelligence, quick reflexes, and more importantly, they have not only sharp teeth, but also agile hands. Besides their teeth and hands, stone-armed monkeys also have powerful defenses and unparalleled strength. As the beast group magnified in the tiger dragon's eyes, it was stunned, its mouth agape. This feeling was like it had spotted a small fish in the river and used all its strength to crush it to death. This is too exaggerated, right? Faced with this group of stone-armed monkeys that were a level or two lower than itself, the tiger dragon began to have thoughts of retreating. Eating a human was not worth risking its life over. However, Chen Mo was determined to take its life. The chanting of the four-winged spirits gradually rose, and steel bars extended from both sides of the bridge, finally converging to form a massive and dense net. For the first time, it truly felt its life was under threat. Ugh! A low growl escaped the tiger dragon, its eyes filled with seriousness, as a terrifying aura emanated from its body. At the same time, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above everyone, and a light rain began to fall. The raindrops pattered down, soaking everyone's clothes. Not good. Get everyone out of here quickly. Zhang Kaihua shouted loudly toward Zhou Wenbin. Chapter 66. The Grudge Spirit Pearl. The rain fell heavier and heavier, making it feel as if one were underwater. The wounds on the tiger flood dragon were visibly healing at a rapid pace, a scene that filled onlookers with despair. All efforts and strategies had been in vain. Wang Suiyuan clutched his chest, feeling not only that his injuries had worsened, but also that his strength was being drained. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, as they all shared the same feeling. Chen Mo frowned slightly. The tiger flood dragon's innate skill infused the power of curses into the rain, absorbing the enemy's strength through the rain to replenish itself. The more enemies there were, the more advantageous it was for it. What should we do? Our beast swarm strategy is exactly what it wants. Everyone became anxious, and Zhang Kai shouted loudly, "Give up? I'll hold the rear. You all hurry across the bridge." Give up? At such a time, could they decide whether to give up or not? The initiative was no longer in their hands. The current tiger flood dragon was like a domain unto itself, and they were like meat on a chopping board within that domain. Indeed, overwhelming power was still very important. Do you trust me? Chen Mo's expression was calm as he coldly watched the tiger flood dragon's wounds heal completely. At this moment, what was there to say about trust? Wang Suiyuan straightened his chest. On the battlefield, there are no deserters. Right. Once on the battlefield, we are soldiers, whether injured or dead, but we will not flee. The brainwashing education of the National Beast Guard Academy was effective. All of them resolutely stood behind Chen Mo, ready to face death. Our lives are in your hands. What is there to trust or not trust? Yuan Xiang clenched his fists, realizing that his boar, at this level of battle, might be useless. But a man must keep his word. He placed all his hopes on Chen Mo, knowing that if there was a problem with his character at this moment, Chen Mo would definitely abandon him. Good. Then you all protect yourselves. Chen Mo smirked and directly sat down. In front of him appeared a large pile of gold coins, as if it were a small mountain, likely numbering in the thousands. The consumption of these coins had far exceeded the value of the tiger flood dragon itself. Yet at this moment, no one stopped Chen Mo from doing so. Ha! The tiger flood dragon, whose wounds had fully healed, laughed maniacally, then glared fiercely at Chen Mo. I've never seen a beast tamer like you. It seems my instincts were right. Your brain must be incredibly delicious. Let me eat you now. As the words fell, it charged towards Chen Mo. Golden light erupted, and countless golden energies coalesced, forming a massive dome that isolated the entire sky above the bridge. The rain fell upon the golden dome, sliding down into the river. The tiger flood dragon's domain was shattered. In that instant, the tiger flood dragon was stunned. How could this be possible? Its tiger eyes fixed on the four-winged spirit beside Chen Mo. But such a skill was not used by spirits. In other words, such a colossal skill came from this level 4 beast tamer. And it seemed he was still using this gold to control the beast swarm. Could a level 4 beast tamer do this? No one answered its questions. The stone-armed monkey swarm had already begun their attack. One stone-armed monkey grabbed another by the arm and forcefully hurled it towards the tiger flood dragon. Once one did this, countless others followed suit. Looking around, it seemed as if the stone-armed monkeys could fly. In just a few breaths, the tiger flood dragon was covered in stone-armed monkeys. It was not good at flying, and now with its massive body covered in these monkeys, it was weighed down and sinking further and further. The tiger flood dragon tried to shake its tail to throw off the stone-armed monkeys, but they were very cunning, noticing the dragon's tail smashing to the ground. They quickly jumped aside. The tail swung back and forth, but in the end, it was the tiger flood dragon itself that felt the pain. Meanwhile, on its head and neck, the stone-armed monkeys were digging at its eyes, poking its nostrils, and pulling at its scales, unable to be shaken off or killed. Like maggots on decaying flesh, the damage was minimal, yet it caused the tiger flood dragon immense suffering. At that moment, two figures, one yellow and one black, emerged from Chen Mo's shadow, flashing past. The Dark Knight Wildcat launched a surprise attack on the tiger flood dragon's lower body, heading straight for its rear. The ear mouse, meanwhile, flashed with golden light, activating its blood frenzy skill, targeting the reverse scale beneath the tiger flood dragon's throat. The dragon's reverse scale is the most defensively strong part of its body, and also its vital weakness. The ear mouse's skill was specifically designed to break defenses. A level 4 against a level 5, the difficulty was just within limits. The crimson gold sharp teeth, like a knife that could cut through iron, bit down diagonally along the outer edge of the tiger flood dragon's reverse scale, tearing it off along with skin and scales, and tossing it aside. Then came the strike that pierced the heart. At the same time, the Dark Knight Wildcat's sharp claws also pried open the tiger flood dragon's scales, probing into its rear to extract the moon. The piercing howl shook the bridge and churned the river. The intense pain caused the tiger flood dragon's body to convulse violently on the bridge, rolling and crashing about. Dust rose, and stones flew, everywhere the tiger flood dragon passed. The bridge was left in ruins. The bridge shook violently, and its self-repair speed could not keep up with the damage caused by the tiger flood dragon. If this continued, the bridge might collapse. The chanting of the four-winged spirit rang out again, with steel bars rising from the ground, hindering the tiger flood dragon's movements while repairing the bridge's gaps. The stone-armed monkeys surged forward once more, their fists clasped together, charging in like stone hammers to strike the tiger flood dragon. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed like the ringing of a blacksmith's hammer. Soon, the tiger flood dragon's body finally stopped rolling, lying on the ground, barely breathing. However, the attacks from the stone-armed monkeys did not stop. They continued to pummel the tiger flood dragon's body until it closed its eyes and let out its last breath. The sky finally cleared, and the golden dome transformed into golden energy, merging into every beast present. Poof! The ascending aura rippled, and Chen Mo's four-winged spirit rose from level 2 to level 3. Poof! Poof! The Dark Knight Wildcat rose from level 3 to level 4. Yuan Xiang's boar rose from level 3 to level 4. All participating beasts gained experience, and a single tiger flood dragon provided quite a bit of combat experience. Chen Mo truly did it. A tiger flood dragon was worth about 100 gold coins. But the consumption of gold coins in this battle by Chen Mo likely far exceeded that amount. Everyone had a strange thought in their hearts. If this were a hunt, then Chen Mo had suffered a loss. But if this were a battle, he had won brilliantly. The Dark Knight Wildcat walked over to Chen Mo, holding a pitch-black bead in its mouth. Under everyone's gaze, it dropped the bead in front of Chen Mo. What is this? Zhang Kai looked at the bead suspiciously, then exclaimed in shock. Could it be a resentment spirit bead? Chapter 67, Demon Beasts. A resentment spirit bead is formed when living souls cannot transcend and are forcibly condensed. It contains immense energy. High-level beast tamers can absorb it to enhance their mental strength, and beasts can absorb it to increase their rank, especially for magical beasts. For them, the resentment spirit bead is a tremendous tonic. The tiger flood dragon killed countless living beings, including many humans, to form such a dark resentment spirit bead within its body. The crowd slowly gathered around, watching the bead and the cat in silence. The appearance of the Dark Knight Wildcat had already astonished everyone, and when it respectfully placed the incredibly precious resentment spirit bead in front of Chen Mo, the crowd was left not only in shock, but also filled with confusion and disbelief. Wasn't Chen Mo just a level 4 beast tamer? Why could he contract two beasts, an ear mouse and a four-winged spirit, and now have a wild Dark Knight Wildcat as well? This Wildcat was wild. It is unknown who noticed that the Dark Knight Wildcat did not have a contract mark on its forehead. Previously, Chen Mo relied on the uniqueness of his skills to summon wild exotic beasts, but that was done through contracts with other beast masters. However, the Dark Knight Wildcat in front of them had no contract, and Chen Mo had not released any skills. Could it be possible that he could control exotic beasts without a contract? This was too unbelievable. If they could control exotic beasts without a contract, then ordinary people who could not awaken their talents would not be considered worthless, especially since the Dark Knight Wildcat was a man-eating exotic beast. Chen Mo bent down to pick up the vengeful spirit orb, and at the moment he held it, he felt an incredibly powerful force. This kind of thing was useful even for a level 9 beast master, and could be said to be invaluable. Its formation cost countless lives, and it was too evil to be accepted by the human world, but if it came from an exotic beast, it could be used. Can I take a look at this? Zhang Kaihua's eyes were fixed tightly on the vengeful spirit orb. Like a person who had been poor all their life looking at a piece of gold. Insufficient mental strength would result in backlash. Principal who had said before that one should not easily trust anyone, including these mentors. Chen Mo casually threw the vengeful spirit orb back to the Dark Knight Wildcat, saying, "What you found is yours." How could he give such a precious thing to a wild exotic beast? He, a level 4 beastmaster, actually dared to look down on his level 5 student mentor, claiming insufficient mental strength? His words caused a stir among the crowd. Everyone felt that Chen Mo was going too far. If this exotic beast were his, it would be understandable if he was a bit selfish. But this wildcat was wild. No matter how powerful he was, without the constraints of a contract, wild exotic beasts could turn against him at any time, which was very dangerous. He actually preferred to give such a valuable thing to a wild exotic beast rather than to Principal Hou. It couldn't be that he didn't know the value of the vengeful spirit orb, right? Although the vengeful spirit orb was precious, it was definitely not a good thing. Chen Mo's expression was calm as he faced Zhang Kaihua. If I were to give it to Principal Hou, I would definitely give him something better. This kind of thing, which can cause drastic changes in temperament. No matter how effective it is, I would never give it to the principal. This thing is meant for dark-type exotic beasts. It is more suitable. Besides, the tiger Jiao was hunted by me, and the orb was found by the wildcat. The things are ours. How we handle them is our business. Mentor Zhang, you should focus on your own duties. Zhang Kaihua scoffed. All right. Then I'll wait to see what better thing you find to repay Principal Hou. He looked Zhao Chen up and down. With an inexplicable expression in his eyes, that golden dome you created earlier, didn't it look very much like a manifestation-type skill? This was doubting that Chen Mo was concealing something about his skills. Does it look like it? I think it does. Chen Mo smiled. Wasn't he there someone who said that this is just a manifestation-type pet food skill? That statement is incorrect. Pet food skills are much lower than mine. His tone carried a hint of pride. TCH, you're quite proud. Zhang Kaihua rolled his eyes silently in his heart. The pet food skill at least doesn't cost gold, but your skill, if it weren't for so many people supporting you, let alone making a golden dome, you wouldn't even be able to produce a fart. Hurry up and tidy up, we need to get going. If another tiger Jiao shows up, your little bit of gold coins will be spent before you even reach the ancient battlefield. I wonder what you'll do then. He shook his head helplessly, not understanding why Chen Mo would give such a good thing to a wild exotic beast. Just then, the Dark Knight Wildcat suddenly emitted a strange aura. A vortex of dark energy surrounded it, filled with countless faces of vengeful spirits, emitting a terrible howling. The crowd quickly dispersed, fearing being affected. The sky darkened, and even the river below the bridge seemed to stagnate, with everything around falling into a terrifying darkness. Zhang Kaihua's face turned pale. He had never seen what it looked like when a vengeful spirit orb was absorbed, but this ominous aura was chilling. Chen Mo frowned, a bit worried. Whatever it is, you all hurry across the bridge. If you already feel something is wrong, why are you still standing there? Are you looking for death? Yes, let us hurry. Zhou Wenbin pulled Wang Sui Yuan and the others. Let us cross the bridge first. But Chen Mo will go first if anything goes wrong. It won't hinder his escape. Hurry up. With Zhou Wenbin's efforts, everyone finally retreated quickly towards the bridge. The sky grew darker, instantly turning into a night where one could not see their fingers in front of them. The Dark Knight Wildcat emitted excited howls as its power surged, the sound making people's hair stand on end. It wouldn't turn into some terrifying monster, would it? Chen Mo couldn't help but pull back more distance. As the Pixiu in his clothes poked its head out, its eyes excitedly watching the Dark Knight Wildcat. Can we eat it? It licked its lips, and its excited voice echoed in Chen Mo's mind. It really ate anything, and wasn't he afraid of diarrhea? Let us wait and see. If it goes berserk, you can eat it. But if it still has its wits and knows what it should do, then let us keep it for now. Dark-type exotic beasts are still very useful. To be safe, Chen Mo called out both the ear mouse and the four-winged spirit. At that moment, 10 miles away, students from the National Beastmaster Academy, led by their mentors, were approaching the Jijin Bridge. Teacher, what is that? Through the dense forest. The perceptive students looked up and saw a light that seemed like a dark barrier. There's a magical creature. The speaker was Su Mentor, who had confronted Chen Mo and the others that day. Prepare for battle. The magical creature is not weak, but if we can kill it, it will be a great achievement before we even leave the school. Chapter 68, Coming to Deliver Money. The Dark Knight Wildcat radiated a blood-red light, and its body gradually became immensely large, with scarlet eyes that looked more terrifying than a hellhound. With cat ears, leopard spots, a long tail, and a slender waist. The aura sculpted a delicate outline for her in the darkness. To be precise, she was no longer a Dark Knight Wildcat, but a Hellcat spirit. Level 5. Chen Mo observed the Hellcat spirit, not expecting that this vengeful spirit orb had the ability to mutate bloodlines. What stood before him was no longer a beast king type with magic attributes, but a true demon king type, an exotic beast capable of wielding magical power. Her cat-like blood-red pupils coldly gazed at Chen Mo, not knowing what she was thinking. Someone is coming. The first wave of exotic beasts sent to scout was a spotted demon snake. The level difference allowed the spotted demon snake to swallow an ear mouse on the way before Chen Mo noticed it. In the distance, the team from the National Beastmaster Academy was discussing. It seems that a student from the Welfare Beastmaster Academy has fallen behind and is confronting a magical creature. Should we save them? Su Minter exchanged glances with several mentors. The students they brought were all elites, and the magical creature in front of them was only level 5. Saving someone should be no problem. After quickly making a decision, they formed 5-person groups, with 10 groups clearly defined, and under the leadership of 2 mentors. They arrived at the Jijin Bridge. At this point, the bridge was in ruins, and the bridge structure was struggling to self-repair. The corpse of the tiger Jiao had already been stored in Chen Mo's spatial ring. They only saw a person and a magic cat quietly confronting each other. Is it him? Su Minter frowned, examining the situation. Although Chen Mo was standing next to 2 exotic beasts, they were clearly not in a fighting stance. The humanoid magic cat also seemed to show no hostility. Strange, is this a student from the Welfare Academy? When did the Welfare Academy produce a level 5 student? Or is he a mentor? He is not level 5, only level 3, the genius of the Welfare Beastmaster Academy, Chen Mo. So it's him. The people from the National Guard Beastmaster Academy slowly approached, and Instructor Su asked, Chen Mo, what's going on? I haven't figured it out yet. After speaking, he looked at the Hellcat spirit. Can you talk now? You couldn't speak when you were level 5, so you shouldn't be able to now, right? I hate. A crisp female voice came from the Hellcat spirit's mouth. I hate you. You killed my master. So what do you want? Do you want revenge now? Chen Mo curled his lips and smiled easily. No, my master doesn't allow it. She seemed to be struggling, looking very sad. Besides, I can't kill you. I still owe you a favor. Not bad. Even after absorbing the grievance spirit pearl, she still has a conscience. What a good cat. Since that's the case, let's just do what we need to do. Don't block others' paths. Chen Mo turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. At that moment, flames suddenly erupted into the sky, forming a fire prison that trapped the Hellcat spirit. Another instructor from the National Guard Beastmaster Academy stepped forward. This magical beast is not your contracted beast, so we'll take care of it for you. Is that okay? Wild magical beasts are not allowed to appear in the human world. The mission of the teachers and students of the National Guard Beastmaster Academy is to fight against magical beasts. If it weren't for seeing Chen Mo chatting with a magical beast for a while, they would have attacked long ago. Asking was also a sign of respect for this legendary genius who had risen 3 levels in a month. The Hellcat spirit walked out of the flames, looking down at everyone with an expression that seemed to say, trash. In front of everyone, she vanished into Chen Mo's shadow. This scene stunned all the teachers and students of the National Guard Beastmaster Academy. How is this possible? A wild magical beast can actually submit to a human? Are you level 4? Instructor Su stared incredulously at the contract markings on Chen Mo's forehead, recalling the words he had said a few days ago. If I don't work hard, it might take a year or 2, but if I do, maybe I can surpass your level in a semester. When Chen Mo said this, he knew it wasn't bragging. But when the fact was right in front of him, he truly felt the helplessness of being crushed by talent. Others level up by the year, while geniuses level up by the day. Just a few days, and he was already level 4. Not to mention leveling up so quickly. He even managed to contract a magical beast without a contract. Who could feel balanced about this? My classmates and instructors are still waiting for me ahead. I must take my leave. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he flew to the other side of the bridge using the ability of the 4-winged elf. So this is the genius of the Welfare Beastmaster Academy? No wonder the principal said not to mess with him when we reached the ancient battlefield. He's truly impressive. Adding that wild beast, he has 3 contracted beasts now. Isn't that too outrageous? What kind of outrageousness is this? When we encountered him that day, it was even more outrageous. The students were discussing animatedly, and the 2 instructors looked serious. My contracted beast is level 6, and that magical beast is only level 5, yet its attacks were easily resolved. How could such a powerful magical beast willingly submit to a level 4 beastmaster? The 2 exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's hearts. This can only mean that Chen Mo is even stronger than we thought. Instructor Su bent down and picked up a scale from the ground, examining it closely. It's a tiger jiao. He actually hunted a tiger jiao? Judging by the damage to the bridge, it must have been a successful hunt. Instructor Su looked in the direction Chen Mo had left, frowning tightly. Listen up, no matter what. Do not conflict with Chen Mo, or even with the students from the Welfare Academy. Do you understand? The students exchanged glances and finally spoke in unison. Understood. On the other side of the Jiangbei Bridge, Zhou Wenbin's frowning expression cleared the moment he saw Chen Mo's figure. Is everything okay? His tone was filled with excitement. Wei waited a long time. Chen Mo slowly descended and slightly bowed. Let's hurry. The people from the National Guard are coming. The National Guard? Zhang Kaihua glanced behind Chen Mo. Besides them, is there anyone else? I feel like we've been followed this whole way. Although my scouts didn't detect anything, they have this feeling, and it can't be wrong. Someone is following us. Chen Mo slightly closed his eyes, channeling his powerful mental energy through the ear mice and the bloodline nexus to connect with tens of thousands of ear mice in the dense forest. After passing through numerous scenes, he finally locked onto the target and smiled slightly. No worries, they are coming to deliver money. Chapter 69 North Country, U City. What do you mean by delivering money? Zhang Kaiwa was puzzled. The people from Dongyi, level 6 beast masters, are either here to win me over or to kill me. Chen Mo smiled slightly. Instructor Zhang, you must protect me. How do you know they are from Dongyi? Zhang Kaiwa frowned, half convinced. I just happen to know a bit about reconnaissance. Leaving this sentence, Chen Mo stopped talking and walked northward on his own. Behind him, Zhang Kaiwa's face turned red and then pale. He is a level 5 beast master, claimed to be skilled in reconnaissance. Yet it turned out that even a level 4 Chen Mo was clearer about it. The most infuriating thing is that he even said he knows a little. Who is he slapping in the face? The border city of the North Country, U City, has a population of 1 million and is a bustling city. In terms of history and development, the North Country is far ahead of the South Country, especially U City, which is the birthplace of the earliest beast masters. It is home to numerous noble beast master families, and the city's status is comparable to a holy land for beast masters. The team from the Welfare Beast Master Academy arrived at the city gate, gazing up at the 30-meter-high gate, filled with longing. Just looking is fine. This isn't our place. And there are no free inns to stay. Zhang Kaihua lazily crossed his arms. Since it's still early, let's quickly find a place to set up camp. Or if we run into students from other schools, we'll be laughed at again. The cost of living in U City is comparable to that of the southern country's royal city, with over 20 students and no subsidies. It is really unaffordable in U City. Just the entry fee is 10 silver coins per person. I really want to go in and take a look. I heard that the relics left by the ancients are very helpful for future upgrades and insights. The students looked at the bustling city gate, feeling a bit reluctant to leave. Instructor Zhang, long time no see. Instructor Su, leading over 50 students from the National Guard Beastmaster Academy, walked over leisurely. What you fear will come true, afraid of losing face, yet still end up losing face. Zhang Kaihua forced a fake smile and greeted. Hello, Instructor Su. I didn't expect you to be leading the team this year. It seems your strength has improved quite a bit. Not at all. I can't compare to Instructor Zhang. The two stood among the students, exchanging pleasantries, making everyone feel awkward. The atmosphere shifted, and Instructor Su finally got to the point. Why haven't you all entered the city yet? Oh, Welfare Academy has no subsidies. He seemed to smile awkwardly. Our side has ample funds, so why don't we enter the city together? It would be good for the students to communicate. As soon as he said this, the students of the National Guard Beastmaster Academy were filled with disdain. Who wants to communicate with trash? Hee. Thank you. Zhang Kaihua smiled stiffly. Our students' foundation is weak. It's precisely the time for training. We can't afford to be complacent. Thank you for your kind offer. But we'll take our leave. The group hurriedly walked towards the forest, a bit flustered. Behind them, some students from the National Guard Academy mocked. They were poor to begin with, and their skills burn money. It's really funny. The voice wasn't loud, but those with sharp ears could still hear it. Wait, Chen Mo's personality is relatively stable. He is not the type to act impulsively over a few words. But now, this little grievance is unnecessary to bear. Instructor Zhang, since the classmates want to go in and take a look, let's go in and have a look. He calmly spoke. Spending the night in the forest is a form of training, paying homage to the sages, and cleansing the mind is also beneficial for cultivation. Let's stay in Yuqing for a day or two. With this suggestion, the other students immediately perked up. Yes, let's go in and take a look. In front of the teachers and students from other schools, Zhang Kaihua couldn't bring himself to say anything. He could only grin and quietly remind Chen Mo. The entrance fee is 210 silver coins, and for accommodation, with 5 people in a room, it will cost several gold coins. I can't compare to Principal Hou. My salary is low, and I have both the elderly and young to support. Risking my life to accompany you all for a mock exam is already a virtue on my part. Please don't make me lose face. It's tough for a hero to part with a penny. Who doesn't want to maintain dignity? But he was genuinely poor. Zhang, did you forget? We hunted a tiger jiao. If we don't sell it today, the meat will spoil. Chen Mo's reminder made Zhang Kaihua's eyes light up, then dim again. Selling it will still be your money, to be used on the battlefield. No, it's everyone's money. Chen Mo smiled slightly. Money is earned, not saved. There are many exotic beasts in the northern lands. We can hunt freely. Zhang, Please let us go in and take a look. Faced with the students' requests, Zhang Kaihua looked at Chen Mo as if relieved. All right, then let's go take a look. We just hunted a tiger jiao. We need to hurry into the city to sell it. Otherwise, it's too big for us to eat alone. Oh, Su, have you ever eaten tiger jiao meat? If not, should I save some for you? Pride and showiness were all over his face. What is there to be proud of? We can hunt too. It's just that we don't bother to put in the effort. Students from the National Defense Academy whispered, but they were met with a sharp glare from Su. Not that impressive, just hunted a tiger jiao. Zhang Kaihua joked. I didn't do much. It was Chen Mo and the others who hunted it. Level 3 hunting level 5. Not too shabby. After saying that, he slightly cupped his hands. We'll take our leave first. See you at the hotel. The mention of level 3 hunting level 5 made the students from the National Defense Academy fall silent, not daring to refute even a word. Not to mention 6 level 3s. Even if there were 60, hunting a level 5 tiger jiao would probably only yield some leftovers. Crossing 2 levels, what a joke. But the truth told them that Zhang Kaihua had actually understated it. In reality, only Chen Mo did the fighting. Stepping into Yuqing, the students felt as if they had traveled through time, with a strong sense of ancient charm everywhere. The city still had large areas of wooden houses, with high-rise buildings concentrated in the new district. There were no beggars or poor people on the streets. Everyone looked quite affluent and well-dressed. Not far from the city gate, there were convenient hotels, with double rooms costing 1 gold coin per night. Hearing such a price, the students hesitated. How about we book 2 rooms, and everyone squeeze in? I can sleep on the floor. Someone suggested softly, but the front desk overheard and immediately frowned. I'm sorry, guests, but we do not allow that here. There is a square at the vegetable market in the east of the city. If you can't afford to stay, you can sleep there for free. The woman's voice was loud, drawing the attention of others, and outside, people from the National Defense Beast Academy had also arrived. Sigh, poverty limits ambition, Zhang Kaihua sighed softly, turning his face away from the wall. He truly felt embarrassed to let others see that he was a level 5 beast master. 10 standard rooms, 1 single room. Gold coins slipped from Chen Mo's palm, piling up on the service counter as he smiled slightly. Excuse me, where's the nearest purchasing station? We have some materials to sell. Chapter 70, VIP membership. Selling materials? The server quickly registered and placed the room card on the counter. For materials under level 4, you can set up a small stall in the market to sell for a bit more. For level 5 and above, you can go to the north of the city, where there are many purchasing houses. Each one specializes in different materials, and the prices will vary for the same items. What materials are you mainly selling? The woman kept her head down. Her tone might not have been very good, but it was clear she was decent. The corpse of a level 5 tiger jiao. Tiger jiao? The waitress instantly raised her head. We purchased those. The price is definitely right. Hunting tiger jiao is difficult. Low-level beast masters can't hunt them, and high-level ones find it troublesome. So tiger jiao has always been in high demand on the market, as if fearing Chen Mo would refuse. She took out a stack of meal vouchers. These are our hotel meal vouchers, right next door. With these vouchers, you can enjoy a 30% discount. Our meals that nurture spiritual energy are famous throughout Yuqing, and the pet food is also quite good. You can go try it. Rarely, she revealed a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Su was at another clerk for accommodation registration, occasionally glancing over at Chen Mo. Soon, a man who looked like a manager invited Chen Mo aside, and they began discussing the purchase. So, on the market, the price for a tiger jiao, as long as the quality is decent, is 100 gold coins each. Double for level 6. Our place offers you 110 gold coins each. How does that sound? The manager, dressed in a black long robe, smiled kindly. You can see the quality for yourself. I hope this price can be a bit higher. Chen Mo smiled as he handed over a ring. Hunting is not easy for us. A little more is better. Let me take a look. The manager took the ring and infused his spiritual energy into it. The next moment, he was completely stunned. 10 heads? He blinked in disbelief, counted again, and indeed, it was 10, and the quality was extremely good, with only 1 head being slightly inferior. How many years has it been since I received such a large order? Please wait a moment. The amount is too large. I need to ask for approval. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. He slightly bowed, performed a gesture of respect, and quickly turned to head inside. Su watched the commotion over at Chen Mo, slightly furrowing his brows. After settling the students, he walked over alone. Is the sale of materials going smoothly? If the price isn't right, I know a buyer who can probably give around 101. He meant well and hoped to build a good relationship with Chen Mo. Seeing someone approach Chen Mo to chat, the hotel manager rushed over. Hello, guest. The boss has agreed. Each head will be 125 gold coins. Your accommodation and meals today are all free, and we will also give you a membership. Next time you come, all your expenses will be half off. He almost gasped as he spilled all this out, fearing someone would interrupt him. Su stood aside, dumbfounded. Was it really that significant for just 1 tiger jiao? One head isn't a big deal, but 10 heads definitely is. Chen Mo spent so much money hunting a tiger jiao. Feeling a bit unhappy, he let the Pixiu run an errand. For a level 5 tiger jiao, there wasn't much appeal to the Pixiu unless it had a grudge spirit pearl. It made a trip, consumed the level 6, and those with grudge spirit pearls, and spat out the leftover level 5 garbage for Chen Mo to sell. Now it was full and asleep. The hotel staff were unaware and assumed Chen Mo had a powerful hunting team, with him being the weakest member, the lowest level. But the golden contract markings on his forehead represented infinite potential. People like him, with a strong background and great personal potential, are only beneficial to befriend, not harmful. Thank you, Sue, for your concern. I am quite satisfied with this price. If you have other matters, you can go ahead. We still have other things to discuss. Oh, all right. You take your time. I want to interrupt. Could it be that they hunted something particularly precious? He furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend the hotel manager's reaction. In the VIP room, the tea in front of Chen Mo wafted with fragrance, but he had no intention of drinking it. Manager Li is too polite. I just wanted to ask which materials the acquisition firms in Yuqing are interested in, so I can have a clear target when I go hunting tomorrow. Is that so? Manager Li pondered for a moment and handed over a list. I'm not too clear about others, but our boss is lacking some materials and is willing to pay 10 above the market price. Taking the list, Chen Mo glanced at it and couldn't help but exclaim. They really think highly of him. Chaos Iron-Eating Beast, Tier 7, 36 heads. Luan Bird, Tier 6, 49. Zhu Yan, Tier 8, 1. All of them are the hardest to hunt at each tier, and Zhu Yan even has the bloodline of a divine beast. Not to mention capturing it. Just seeing it would bring disaster. These materials are extraordinary at first glance. Your boss ISNT plotting something significant, is he? He stood up and nodded slightly. I hope Manager Li can keep my trading intentions confidential. I want a bit of private money. Manager Li was taken aback, then revealed an understanding smile. Don't worry, we're just having tea and chatting. Thank you. Chen Mo slightly curved his lips and went to the dining hall to join the other students. In the dining hall, the students were gathered around 2 large tables. No one had ordered food, and many wore anxious expressions. Some students whispered softly, while others bowed their heads in silence, looking quite dejected. Here, a dish represents their living expenses for several days. In the past, they couldn't afford to spend, and now, they dare not spend it all. Chen Mo's skills require a substantial amount of money, and his skills are their guarantee of survival in the ancient battlefield. Who would risk their lives for consumption? Why hasn't anyone ordered? Chen Mo noticed the waiter beside them looking sour, which was somewhat heartbreaking. The lives of the poor really aren't fit for humans. No matter what they do, they first think about money. Bound by money, they dare not do anything. The boss here said that it's rare to receive a tiger jiao, and the quality is quite good. He wants us to hunt it next time and sell it to him. So he waived the cost of this meal and the lodging. Really? The student's eyes widened in surprise. Then we should eat something good. Can we have the 1 gold coin set meal? Someone cautiously asked Chen Mo, their eyes filled with anticipation. The 1 gold coin set meal isn't the most expensive in this restaurant, just below average. Being able to ask such a question, Chen Mo felt these students are quite decent. They have a sense of proportion. It takes 1,000 days to raise troops, but the key to using them lies in their upkeep. Such soldiers are worth Chen Mo's investment. Let me order. Chen Mo took the menu, scanned it with his eyes. The price isn't important. What matters is what benefits we gain from eating. After he finished, he handed the menu to the waiter. Let us each have a high-grade nourishing meal. Wow. The students were so excited they almost cheered, and Zhang Kaihua couldn't believe it, staring wide-eyed. 10 gold coins per person. Are you really not afraid the boss will come out and hit you? What is there to be afraid of? Chen Mo chuckled casually. If I dare to ask for this, then I must be able to afford it. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for me. His confident demeanor made Zhang Kaihua fall silent, and like the other students, he eagerly awaited the food. He had never eaten a meal worth 10 gold coins before. Only Zhou Wenbin looked at Chen Mo with a hint of investigation. Based on his understanding of Chen Mo, he shouldn't be a frivolous person. After eating the school cafeteria's slop, having this high-grade nourishing meal made them realize what it means to be alive. This meal is really great. I feel like my spiritual power has increased. I feel that way too. If I eat this a few more times, will I level up quickly? The students excitedly discussed. While Chen Mo felt nothing special, just eating comfortably. Damn, this is what eating is about. Zhang Kaihua leaned back heavily, exhaling. No wonder those nobles level up so fast. How could they not when they eat like this every day? Everyone knows that noble ranks and strengths are built up with potions and money. One meal made them realize that it's not that they are useless, it's just that they don't have the money to eat these good things. If they had these resources, how could they be useless? Level up? The students exchanged glances. We're not like you, with such poor talent. How could we level up in such a short time? What do you mean by such a short time? He looked at everyone, his expression becoming serious. Tomorrow morning, let us go hunting and push ourselves a bit. Instead of complaining about poor talent here, it's better to spend time making up for the talent gap. Chen Mo is right. This is our opportunity. Wang Suiyuan stood up, looking at everyone. There are so many of us now. And with Chen Mo's powerful skills assisting us, if we still can't gain experience well now, when will we? I'll listen to Chen Mo. Me too. The goal is set. Regardless of success or failure, let us give it our all. Everyone's hands came together again, filled with passion. Chen Mo looked at them, smiling as he placed his hand on top. For a better life, let us go for it. At night, Chen Mo emptied all his spiritual power and fell into a deep sleep. The Hellcat spirit lay on the sofa beside him, staring blankly at his sleeping face. After a while, its ears twitched, and it looked out the window. On the bed, Chen Mo fell into a dream, which was a beautiful bay. The waves rolled in. The silver beach, under the coconut trees, a stunning long-legged beauty in a bikini. The silver bell-like laughter stirred the heart, enticing the innocent desires of youth. In a hidden corner, the nine-tailed fox didn't open her eyes, but was already awake. She quietly observed, ready to act if necessary. Few men can maintain their decency in such a dream. The more one knows it's a dream, the easier it is to indulge. But Chen Mo showed impatience. Damn it, the more he needs to cultivate his spirit, the more he is disturbed. He kicked away the woman who was bending over him and shouted, "Get out!" The nine-tailed fox in the hidden place was startled. Has she been discovered? She hesitated, wondering how to explain the situation, but then heard a woman's laughter. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with this? Tell me what you want, and I will surely satisfy you. Even I can do it. The woman, like a seductive snake, coiled around Chen Mo, her face stunningly beautiful. Chen Mo exhaled wearily. Are you leaving or not? If not, the consequences are yours to bear. Ha ha. As if hearing something amusing, the woman laughed wildly. Honestly, hearing you say that really scares me. But why are you being so boring? I just want to please you. Give me a chance. I will definitely show you my sincerity, okay? Speechless, Chen Mo closed his eyes. His spiritual power had already been emptied before sleep. And he really didn't want to waste it in such a situation. Since this woman is relying on her sixth-tier mental power and refuses to leave, he can only reluctantly drive her away himself. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. The sea was no longer blue. The sky was covered in dark clouds. And thunder rumbled. The woman who had been frolicking suddenly stopped, looking puzzled at the changing surroundings. How is this possible? She stared incredulously at Chen Mo's face. How can you control the dream? My sea of consciousness. How can I not control it? Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, filled with disdain. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The woman panicked as she realized her body was gradually becoming visible and difficult to move freely. The essence of her consciousness was being pulled. You're so foolish. How powerful could it be? Shouldn't you have discovered it the moment you entered my mind? Chen Mo raised his hand and grasped the woman's chin. The sensation was incredibly real, her skin smooth. I forgot. The reason you could invade is that I emptied my mental energy before sleeping. He smiled slightly. And this smile appeared terrifying in the woman's eyes. Emptying mental energy in a hotel? The woman's pupils shook. How could anyone empty their mental energy in a strange environment? How would he cope if ambushed? What shocked her even more was that this young man, even after emptying his mental energy, was still stronger than her. How could this be possible? Among beast tamers, a one-level difference could still be contested, but a two-level gap was an insurmountable chasm. Who on earth are you? She stared at Chen Mo in terror, still unable to believe that she had been captured. Why would one refuse a free supplement? He tightened his grip around the woman's neck, his lips slightly parted, a tremendous suction pulling her mental energy avatar into his mouth like noodles. Impossible, impossible. This kind of devouring behavior could only occur under absolute mental energy suppression, no matter how she thought about it. She couldn't understand how her sixth-level cultivation was being suppressed by a fourth-level punk. 100 miles away, a woman in a black mesh bodysuit was sweating profusely on a high tree branch. The conch shell in front of her cracked with a snap. Uffed. She spat out a mouthful of blood and opened her eyes wide, gasping for air. Chen Mo, you little brat, I remember you. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from her mouth, her eyes flashing with excitement and malice. This grudge of the mental essence, I will make you pay tenfold. Chapter 72, Ancient Sages. In the early morning, Chen Mo was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. It was all that Eastern woman's fault. He had just finished refining that strand of mental essence after a good sleep. Chen Mo, shall we first pay homage to the sages, or go hunting? Wang Suiyuan, leading the prepared students, blocked Chen Mo's door. At the end of the line, Zhang Kaida stretched lazily, as if still half asleep. Let's first pay homage to the sages. Chen Mo smiled, seeing the desire in his classmates' eyes. After paying homage to the sages, maybe we can gain better insights during battle, and perhaps even level up. All right. After a simple breakfast, The group headed to the Hero Square in Yu City. Here stood the statues of the greatest beast tamers from various eras. Some statues even contained the remnants of the beast tamers themselves. It was said that those who received guidance from the sages here experienced rapid cultivation growth. With such legends, beast tamers came to pay their respects daily. By the time the faculty and students of the Welfare Academy arrived, there were already some people in the square, their expressions solemn as they quietly walked past each statue in an orderly manner. The students automatically formed a line, inviting Chen Mo to walk at the front. He didn't decline and led the group slowly from the first statue forward. The heroes at the entrance were figures from a century ago, and beside them were their accompanying beasts. As Chen Mo walked past one statue after another, he looked up and could indeed feel the residual energy from some of the statues. However, this energy was too thin to support a moment of clarity. Perhaps it was also due to his insufficient perception that he couldn't gain anything from it. The line was long, and no one spoke. Upon reaching the core of the square, a towering statue stood tall. The statue depicted a middle-aged strongman. Unlike others, his accompanying beast was not merely a representation. It looked more like a fossil than a statue. This dragon, a true Yinglong. Its patterns did not appear to be artificially sculpted. Chen Mo frowned slightly and reached out to touch it. Hold! Where did this barbarian come from? Our Yu City ancestors are not someone you can touch. Haha, ridiculous. The man sneered. If I were of the same ancestor as you, that would truly be the greatest joke. He disdainfully glanced at Chen Mo. Letting you outsiders come to pay respects is already a rare grace. Don't sully our ancestors with your claws. Otherwise, I don't care who you are or how powerful you are in the south. I can still find someone to deal with you. If you really have the ability, then don't find someone. Chen Mo was genuinely skeptical. After all, he was just a noble. Would the North really go to war with the South over such trivial matters? Do you have no shame? The man spat. How old are you? How old am I? You're already at level 4, and I've only been awakened for less than 2 months. You dare to talk to me like this? Wait 3 years, and then let us meet in the beast arena. I'll take you one-on-one. The students from the Welfare Academy couldn't help but stifle their laughter behind Chen Mo. Ha. Laugh all you want. What is so funny? The man scolded impatiently, relying on your numbers and higher levels. Huh? Don't forget whose territory you're on. Now that you're in Yu City, you better behave. No. We're not laughing at what you think. Wang Sui Yuan couldn't help but step out of the line and stand beside Chen Mo. Let me introduce our classmate Chen Mo, who just turned 18 last month and jumped to junior year. In 3 years, the level gap will only widen. By then, one-on-one. He didn't continue but pursed his lips, struggling to hold back his laughter. The man's face flushed red. You're lying. I don't believe it. It's impossible. Yes, just a Sunday. Our city has had them before. After all, our national general is also a Sunday. That genius didn't boast about leveling up 4 levels in a month. A few people looked at Chen Mo as if they were looking at a fraud. The Welfare Academy students laughed even harder, and some couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. Such laughter sounded very unpleasant to the ears of several northern nobles. What the hell are you laughing at? The man was enraged, shoving Chen Mo to grab the loudest laughing student. With a mentor present, Chen Mo couldn't be bothered and stepped back, resting his hand on the Yinglong's tail fin. A sudden sharp pain shot through his fingertips. And when he looked again, a drop of blood seeped into the statue. His skin shouldn't be this fragile. Just as he was puzzled, an unexpected change occurred. The Yinglong statue shook, and a golden thread quickly climbed up from its tail fin, finally illuminating its eyes. With a distant, long sigh, the dragon came to life. The crowd that had been pushing and shoving froze instantly, all gazing up in shock at the Yinglong statue. Not just them. It felt as if the world had come to a standstill, and everyone in Yu City simultaneously sensed a terrifying aura, unable to look up at the sky. The massive Yinglong statue slowly moved its enormous dragon head, looking down bit by bit. What a familiar aura. A voice, resonating like an ancient bell, echoed above everyone's heads, as if traversing time and space. Slowly, like in slow motion, the Yinglong's head lowered, curiously searching for the familiar aura. This colossal being emitted an incredibly powerful aura, instilling deep awe from the depths of their bloodlines, and no one dared to move. Its gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, finally landing on Chen Mo's face. It looked puzzled, tilting its head slightly. The Pixiu in Chen Mo's arms poked its head out of his collar, gazing eagerly at the Yinglong and excitedly licking its lips. So it's you, little thing. The Yinglong seemed to laugh, its gaze laced with mockery. You haven't even grown your fur, yet your courage is rather great. As the words fell, no one understood what he was saying, except for Chen Mo, whose heart tightened instinctively wanting to escape. But before he could make any move, Yinglong pouted and took a gentle breath, causing blood to continuously surge from the wound on his finger, automatically drilling into Yinglong's mouth. Damn, my essence blood. Chen Mo involuntarily raised his arm, trying to cover the wound with his other hand, but he couldn't do it. He attempted to summon the ear mouse, but found his ability suppressed, unable to do anything. What should I do? Am I going to die? Chapter 73, Dragon Egg. Blood flowed endlessly towards Yinglong, and Chen Mo felt like he was about to be drained dry. Under Yinglong's oppressive aura, all beasts fell silent. And the 5th level Zhang Kaihua gritted his teeth and stepped forward, trying to pull Chen Mo away, but he was flipped over by the pressure and crashed into a statue. The others were pressed to the ground, unable to even lift their heads. Just when Chen Mo thought he was about to meet his end, the pressure around him suddenly lessened, and his arms fell weakly. Haha, after 70,000 years, I have finally come back to life. Yinglong's voice was deafening, and his petrified body erupted with countless golden lights, his massive form becoming agile, soaring into the air. Kid, your battle armor is at the demon suppression slope. Don't ever look for me again in this life, next life, or the life after that. With that, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Chen Mo's pale face was filled with anger. You drained my blood and just ran away? When I find you, I'll skin you alive. He shouted angrily, murderous intent bursting from his eyes. Chen Mo, kneel down. Zhou Wenbin covered his chest, suppressing his discomfort as he rushed in front of Chen Mo, pressing him to kneel. This is an ancient divine dragon. Do not offend it. Quickly kneel and apologize. You should die to atone for your sins. The northern nobles, who had previously targeted them, laughed maliciously. You have angered the divine dragon. You deserve to die. But Chen Mo remained unmoved, standing tall, glaring at Yinglong. Look at your stubborn temper. Yinglong seemed to ponder for a moment, then spat out an egg. Take it. What hatches from it is up to you. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Really don't come looking for me again, in this life, next life, or the life after that. The deep blue dragon egg slowly descended, hovering before Chen Mo. Not paying attention, Pixiu opened its mouth and bit the egg, preparing to swallow it. Spit it out. Chen Mo reacted quickly, snatching the egg out and holding it in his hand. When he looked up again, Yinglong had already disappeared. Is this the dragon egg? He wondered. But judging by Pixiu's reaction, it must be a good thing. After a while, confirming that Yinglong had really left, the people around began to stand up one by one. Hand over the dragon egg. It is a treasure of our northern country. Several northern nobles surrounded Chen Mo. Their gazes unfriendly. Hand it over to you? Chen Mo couldn't help but sneer. I exchanged half my blood for it. Why should I give it to you? He felt a bit dizzy, having lost too much blood. This is our ancestors, our territory. Everything here naturally belongs to us. A few of them reached out to grab it, and Chen Mo, feeling weak, found it hard to resist for a moment. At this time, the teachers and students of the Welfare Academy rushed over, protecting him in the middle. Your ancestor gave it to classmate Chen Mo. What face do you have to snatch it? Shameless. You are the shameless ones, southern barbarians coming to our northern country to steal treasures. The two groups began to argue, neither daring to strike first. Instructor Yen, the southern barbarians are stealing our national treasure. Several students spoke at once, recounting the situation. Upon hearing that Chen Mo had a dragon egg, Instructor Yan's expression immediately became serious. A dragon egg of a divine dragon. If it hatches, it will be a divine dragon. The ancient divine dragon has long been extinct, and now a dragon egg appears. Isn't that the only dragon in the world? Yinglong has the power of creation and the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Whoever hatches this egg will be the master of Yinglong and the ruler of this world. Such a precious thing must not fall into the hands of others. He glanced at Zhang Kaihua, who had blood at the corner of his mouth, then looked at Zhou Wenbin and Li Guangyao, his expression becoming disdainful. Hand it over. As for the matter of damaging our ancestor's statue, we can overlook it. Why should we? Zhou Wenbin stepped forward. Now that the highest-ranking Zhang Kaihua was injured, he had to stand up. It was personally given to Chen Mo by Yinglong. Do you dare to openly snatch it without fearing Yinglong's punishment? Humph. No matter how you say it, today you will hand over this egg, whether you want to or not. His gaze sharpened, and a massive phantom appeared behind him, a large snake with 4 wings. Ming snake, an ancient divine beast bloodline. Earth attribute, fierce and brutal. Chen Mo's face became serious. With their current strength, fighting against a high-level beast master with such a fierce beast was unwise, especially since he was currently low on energy and unable to concentrate. But this egg, he absolutely did not want to give up. Rather than let others benefit, he might as well feed it to Pixiu. I want to see who dares to bully the students of my southern country. A woman's voice suddenly rang out, and everyone looked towards the sound, seeing a woman in purple slowly approaching with a long line of followers behind her. Rose Beastmaster Academy, 8th level instructor, Huang Quan Fengming. She wore a disdainful smile, glancing at the northern country's 7th level instructor, Yin Dongxue. Quite intimidating, an ancient divine beast, Ming snake, huh? Her gaze suddenly turned cold. Deep blue light flickering on her forehead. Behind her, a massive figure appeared, stretching its wings, 6 wings, a holy spirit, like its master. The golden holy spirit looked down arrogantly at the people of the northern country. Spirits come in 3 types, 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged. The number of wings symbolizes both strength and bloodline. Not every 6-winged spirit can be a holy spirit. To become a holy spirit, one must possess the strongest and most sacred bloodline. Spirits are best at manipulating the 5 elements, while holy spirits master the power of the laws of heaven and earth. A mere earth attribute Ming snake, even if of the same grade, could be completely suppressed. Seeing the manifested holy spirit, Yin Dongxue withdrew his Ming snake. Unwillingly speaking, this is our northern territory. Miss Fengming, are you looking for a fight? With you? Do you think you're worthy? Huang Quan Fengming's slender finger poked the man's shoulder. My sister is your northern country's empress. My nephew is your northern emperor, and the national general is my subordinate. Even if I killed you now, the northern country wouldn't start a war for you. You. Yin Dongshue's face turned red with anger. I have never seen such a shameless woman like you. Even if you really kill me today, the things that belong to us must be returned. With that, he waved his long sleeve, releasing a swarm of colorful butterflies. The colorful butterflies turned into streaks of light, shooting towards the northern imperial capital. This is a signal. Chapter 74, Supreme Gene. With a bird's cry, countless shrike birds soared into the sky, chasing after the colorful butterflies, each one devouring them. Zhang Kaihua forcibly summoned his beast, covering his chest as he spat out blood. Meanwhile, Li Guangyao quickly summoned a mermaid to heal him. You are bullying us too much. Yin Dongxue was so angry his eyes were about to pop out. Haha. Huang Quan Fengming disdainfully flicked her fingers. Don't get angry. Go ahead and send your message. I won't stop you. Whether it's a person or an egg, they are the supreme treasures of my southern country. Anyone who dares to covet them better consider whether they can withstand my master's wrath. Her master is also the top among the 4 protectors of the southern country. A 9th-level beast master known as the Extermination Master, Li Moi. Li Moi was famous at a young age, with top-tier talent, and is the most likely to break through to level 10 and become a top beast master. The people from the north fell silent, each one clenching their fists, daring to be angry but not speaking out. Huang Quan Fengming lightly scoffed, walking up to Chen Mo and scrutinizing him without restraint. You look quite good, but you're a bit too thin. She beckoned one of her team members. Come here, help him recover. A shy girl in green walked over, summoning her beast. A huge leech. The leech crawled onto Chen Mo's back, wrapping around his neck. The sticky, cold sensation startled Chen Mo, who wished he could rip it off and smash it onto the ground. Classmate, I've had blood drawn, not because there's too much, but if you use a leech to suck more, I'll die? Chen Mo's body was filled with resistance as he grabbed Zhou Wenbin's arm, his nails digging into the flesh. You don't understand, do you? Huang Quan Fengming said with a hint of pride. There are many types of healing beast masters. This lady and her beast happen to specialize in blood healing. A little blood replenishment is nothing. Can leeches really replenish blood? This isn't mentioned in textbooks. Given Huang Quan Fengming's status, she wouldn't be trying to trick him in front of so many people, would she? Chen Mo calmed down. Feeling the leech's mouth pierce his skin, it was neither painful nor itchy. The healer's forehead glowed blue, and the leech shimmered with a hint of blue light as well. Normally, the leech would absorb a little blood, analyze the blood type, and then use its special structure to produce blood for the patient. It was a simple process. But after the leech absorbed the first drop of Chen Mo's blood, its entire body suddenly trembled and became agitated. Not good, my beast won't listen. The healer's expression turned pained as she extended her palm, as if using all her strength to suppress her beast's rampage. At her shout, everyone froze. How could this happen? Huang Quan Fengming blushed in embarrassment, thinking that while she could order someone to kill, she couldn't handle this situation. If the beast went berserk, the only way to stop it would be to kill it. However, that would cause the beast master to drop in rank, which was quite cruel to her student. She hesitated, knowing that if things became uncontrollable, she would have to resort to killing. Chen Mo felt speechless. He was already low on blood, and now he had to be drained more. Release your connection with the beast. Let me in. A gold coin appeared in his hand, which he transformed to envelop the leech. As the golden energy entered the leech's body, Chen Mo's consciousness, with the healer's permission, entered the leech's sea of consciousness. Low-level strange beasts have undeveloped intelligence, making them relatively easy to control. However, Chen Mo's blood was too delicious, driving the leech to rampage purely on instinct. The healer's mental power wasn't enough to forcibly suppress the leech's instincts. After Chen Mo intervened, his immense mental power instilled a different instinct in the leech, the instinct to fear death. It was an absolute suppression of lower life forms by higher life forms. The power of life and death was just a thought away. This terrifying feeling was something Chen Mo conveyed with his formidable mental power. allowing even this mindless creature to perceive it clearly. The fear of death is something that no creature can suppress. Next came the blood production. At the leech's current level, it was unable to produce Chen Mo's blood. After forcibly merging with the Pixiu, Chen Mo's bloodline had been enhanced by the Pixiu bloodline. And combined with the influence of his innate skills, his blood flowed like gold, unable to produce it, but still needing to force it. If the special information in his blood was revealed, it would bring more trouble. The gold in Chen Mo's hand multiplied into a large amount, and after transforming, it fused into the leech's body. He began to utilize the leech's blood production ability in conjunction with the golden energy, successfully creating blood suitable for himself. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As the leech's body wriggled, a large amount of fresh blood was infused into Chen Mo's body. Meanwhile, the leech's owner grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as a significant amount of mental power was forcibly drained with the use of the skill. The true user of the blood production skill was the healer herself. The leech was merely a vessel. To be precise, it was akin to a medical device. Gradually, Chen Mo's complexion became rosy, but the female healer looked as white as a corpse. After the healing finished, she collapsed directly to the ground. What happened? Huang Quan Fengming looked at Chen Mo in confusion. Kid, what did you do to my student? Huang Quan mentor, Chen Mo's innate skill is to nourish beasts. Zhou Wenbin quickly interjected, stepping in front of Chen Mo as if to protect him. This skill gives beasts a sense of fullness. After eating, they feel happy and will stop rampaging. As for this healer, she probably fainted due to the large gap in levels and Chen Mo's excessive blood loss. She will be fine after some rest. Really? Huang Quan Fengming said, half convinced. After checking her student's condition, she confirmed it was indeed mental fatigue. And she felt relieved. You're quite interesting. In this world, there are those who can confuse, deceive, entice, disturb, and attack people with powerful mental strength. But I've never heard of sharing a mental channel between a beast master and their beast through nourishment. She looked at Chen Mo with great interest, revealing a charming smile. Ladies, take note. In the future, when looking for a man, find one like this. The children born from him will possess strong genes. Huang Quan Fengming leaned closer to Chen Mo, winking flirtatiously. Kid, can I borrow some of your genes? Chapter 75, Hunting Points of Difficulty. Kid, can I borrow some of your genes? A single line from Huang Quan Fengming left everyone present in shock. Zhou Wenbin quickly pulled Chen Mo behind him to protect him. Huang Quan mentor is joking. Now that Chen Mo has obtained a dragon egg, it will definitely attract covetous eyes from all around. We should think of a proper way to protect him. Sigh. A dragon egg takes 300 years to hatch. Are you trying to fool us? Yin Dongxue clearly didn't believe her words. The divine dragon has long been extinct. No one has ever hatched a dragon egg. So how could Huang Quan Fengming know it takes 300 years? Right, I was lying to you. Huang Quan Fengming nodded with a smile. Come on, hurry up and snatch it. Once you get it, it will hatch tomorrow, and you will be the ruler of the world. The people from the north fell silent again. TCH. Huang Quan Fengming rolled her eyes. If a commoner asked such a question, I could understand, but you, a noble, should have access to the royal library. How can you not know this? Even if you haven't read any books, you should at least observe your surroundings. The lower the life form, the shorter the gestation period. And eggs can hatch in just a few days, and mice can mature in 2 to 3 months. The divine dragon possesses world-destroying powers and an almost immortal lifespan. For a dragon egg to hatch in 300 years, is that too long? Indeed, dragon eggs are naturally hatched by dragons. Dragons can live for tens of thousands of years, even over 100,000 years. 300 years is just a blink of an eye for them. But for humans, that equates to a lifetime, 2 lifetimes, or even 3 lifetimes. Seeing Chen Mo frowning, Huang Quan Fengming chuckled and patted his shoulder. Kid, not everyone can hatch a dragon egg. During these 300 years, it will need to consume a large amount of rare materials and require mental nourishment. You better pray that there are people coming to snatch it from you every day. Or where will you get the resources? She winked mischievously, causing the people from the north to feel a chill down their spines, hastily leaving in silence. So, what I have is essentially a money-burning machine, right? Chen Mo said with a bitter smile, his eyes filled with helplessness. Ahem. Huang Quan Fengming stopped looking at him and turned to her students, shouting, Quick, come admire the sage. You should also learn to drop some blood, bow down. And maybe you'll get an egg too. Yes, mentor. The female students of the Rose Beast Master Academy flitted about like butterflies, searching for their fortunes in front of the statues in the plazas. Chen Mo stood there, unsure whether to cry or laugh. Chen Mo, we will do our best to help you. Zhou Wenbin said seriously, you must not give up. I believe you can definitely reach level 9 and live for over 500 years. By then, the contract dragon will be just right. Yes, we will help you. It's just money. We are willing to support you. Just focus on hunting. Right. With so many of us, how can we not hatch one egg? The classmates were filled with enthusiasm. In Chen Mo's hands was a dragon egg, the most powerful existence in the world. As long as it hatches, Chen Mo could definitely become the ruler of this world. What an honor it would be to serve the future ruler and be under his command. Perhaps in the future, they could also have their own statues in places like Hero Square. All right, let's go hunting. Chen Mo tucked the dragon egg into his arms and placed it with the Pixiu. After thanking the royal phoenix, the group left Hou City. The exotic beasts in the northern country were different from those in the south. There were more large exotic beast species, and they were more ferocious and powerful. Besides the 3 mentors, there were only 18 actual students. Chen Mo divided them into 3 groups of 6. While one group hunted, the other 2 would be on guard, surrounding and supporting them. After one group finished hunting, the remaining 2 groups would rotate, allowing them to maintain a continuous state of hunting. Since it was hunting, costs had to be calculated. With their lives guaranteed, the classmates could freely go on the hunt. Wherever the team passed, they would hunt anything that could be sold. In the dense forest, the mournful howls of exotic beasts could be heard from time to time. In one day's time, they hunted over 1,000 first to third-tier exotic beasts. The battles were exhilarating, but when the final tally was made, all these exotic beasts combined were worth less than a single tiger dragon. The experience gained was also minimal. Divided among everyone, it had almost no impact. Hunting still required targeting beasts of a higher tier. Further north was the Mountain of Stone Beasts, where Mengji, a 5th to 7th tier beast, resided. Should we give it a try? Chen Mo looked at everyone, waiting for an answer. Mengji, resembling a white-striped leopard, was fast and preyed on low-tier beasts like the wild boar and deer. Among high-tier beasts, it was relatively easier to hunt. Easier didn't mean it was truly easy. Just the possibility of encountering a 7th-tier beast was enough to make people hesitate. They were only 3rd tier. Teamwork to cross 2 levels was already the limit. What if they encountered a 7th-tier beast? Wouldn't that lead to their annihilation? I know what you were thinking. Chen Mo took out his plan. To avoid encountering 7th-tier beasts, we need to do a good job with reconnaissance. Then, Yuan Xiong, your beast is a wild boar, right? Lure the target into the trap, and then we can all attack together. Theoretically, the success rate is quite high. Theoretically, high success rates could lead to various unexpected incidents in practice. The students looked at each other, unsure. As a mentor, Zhang Kaihua found it hard to speak up. He had already lost his leadership position in this team. If he opposed Chen Mo, he feared it would lead to resentment. Let's give it a try. Zhou Wenbin spoke up. I'll join too. He smiled somewhat awkwardly. Although I have been a mentor for many years, perhaps due to my work, I usually take students on practical lessons to hunt low-tier beasts, which has kept me stuck at level 4 for many years. Hunting low-tier beasts has not helped me improve, but rather worn down my will. Let us try to challenge a higher difficulty. If it doesn't work out, we can just escape. Besides, we still have mentors Zhang and Li here. If there is real danger, they just stand by. Everyone then looked at Zhang Kaihua and Li Guangyao, waiting for their response. The 2 exchanged glances and sighed. All right, let's go hunt. Chapter 76, Taking Advantage of the Fire. The Mountain of Stone Beasts, as its name suggests, consisted only of bare stones. As the group conducted reconnaissance and exploration, they arrived at the Mountain of Stone Beasts as night fell. The moon, as large as a wheel, hung in the sky, casting silver light that enveloped the world in a cold, ethereal glow. From the mountain, the sound of pickaxes striking could be heard from time to time, particularly pronounced in the night. Strange, this is indeed the Mountain of Stone Beasts, but why are there so many humans? Chen Mo looked puzzled at the large camp on the mountain, wondering if they had taken a wrong turn. The Mountain of Stone Beasts produced jade and had gold mines. The northern country had been mining here for many years. Zhang Kaihua spoke lightly. I wonder if the Mengji you want to hunt is still alive. Mentor Zhang, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhou Wenbin was somewhat annoyed. We traveled hundreds of miles for nothing. What are you hunting Mengji for? Money, right? Zhang Kaihua glanced at the yellow lights in the camp. Now there's a gold mine right in front of you, and you're still thinking about Mengji? This statement startled everyone. Robbing a gold mine was a serious matter. Fool. Zhang Kaihua disdainfully spat out a word. The Mountain of Stone Beasts stretches over 30 miles. And the northern people are mining in rich ore areas. Let us go to a more distant place to mine the poorer ore. We should still be able to find something, right? They had come with excitement for hunting, but now it turned into mining, which left everyone feeling a bit let down. A scream shattered the night's tranquility. Over at the mine, the lights flickered chaotically, and people were escaping from the mine. But they all met the same fate at the entrance. The screams rose and fell, and corpses rolled down from high places. Some even landing before the students from the Welfare Academy, with a pair of eyes still wide open. Sounds of fighting followed, and it sounded quite intense. Should we go help? A student weakly asked, sounding as if the miners had encountered some powerful exotic beast. If you want to die, go ahead. Zhang Kaihua shot him a look. We're not related to them. And this isn't our country's mineral. Why help? No one spoke again, lying low, afraid of being discovered. They didn't know how long it had been when a beam of light shot out from the mine, as if someone was fleeing. An 8th-tier Beastmaster is escaping? Zhang Kaihua's eyes widened, pressing the students down into the dirt. Everyone hold your breath. This is not something we can face. If even an 8th-tier Beastmaster couldn't handle it, then the exotic beast on the other side must be at least 9th tier. A 9th-tier beast was definitely the existence of a beast king. Even a country wouldn't easily provoke it. They were too close to the mine. With the perception of a 9th-tier beast, they would likely be discovered. Once discovered, the outcome would be the same. Chen Mo had a thought and called over a few ear mice, hoping to use them to evade the other's perception. However, he had worried unnecessarily. Blood flowed like a stream, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. In the moonlight, a figure slowly emerged from the mine. He was tall, dressed in a white long robe, with mysterious blue runes on his forehead, completely different from contract inscriptions. This was a 9th-tier exotic beast. Chen Mo's heart couldn't help but race. It turned out that once an exotic beast reached 9th tier, it would indeed gain intelligence and be able to transform into human form. An invisible pressure weighed on everyone, making them afraid to breathe, their muscles trembling uncontrollably. Absolute power was truly terrifying. After what felt like an eternity, everyone seemed to be on the verge of suffocation, and finally, the humanoid exotic beast turned into a white light and disappeared into the mountains. Phew! Almost simultaneously, everyone let out a huge sigh of relief. Chen Mo's ear mice and Zhang Kaihua's bull-headed sparrow cautiously approached the mine. What they saw was horrific. All around were the torn bodies of people, along with some beast corpses that hadn't had time to disappear. The deeper they went into the mine, the more such corpses there were. Along the way, thousands of miners must have died. Just a single 9th-tier beast was able to kill so many people so easily. What to do? 3 simple words. Yet they contained too much meaning. The crowd gathered together, exchanging glances. Should they leave like this, or take advantage of the chaos to steal the already mined gold? With such a powerful beast here, it was naturally impossible to go to a poor mining area, and hunting Meng Ji was also out of the question. If guessed correctly, that 9th-tier beast just now was Meng Ji. I will go alone. Chen Mo made a decision. Whoever has a space ring, bring it to me. I will get the gold mine out, and you all wait for me 100 miles away. Zhang Kaihua grabbed his arm, not wanting him to take this risk. I have a way to escape completely. It's just running away, no problem. Chen Mo pulled his arm away, looking at him seriously. Give me the space rings. His gaze was very firm, and the others ultimately chose to trust him. They handed over the high-level space rings to Chen Mo, a total of 8, plus his own, filling all 10 fingers. Be careful. Zhang Kaihua patted his shoulder and led the others away first. The surroundings once again fell into silence, with the air still retaining the aura of the 9th-tier Meng Ji, and no beast dared to approach. Chen Mo summoned the 4-winged spirit and slowly flew towards the mine. There was nothing valuable on the dead miners. They were all from various cities, without awakened talents or with very poor ones. Until he reached the mine entrance, he discovered a well-dressed male corpse, each hand adorned with a high-level ring. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo commanded the ear mouse to remove the rings and store them in his ring. Continuing forward, he found that the mine had collapsed, with only a small amount of gold ore piled up at the entrance. As Chen Mo collected the gold ore, he ordered the ear mouse to reopen the mine. He went down, with an ear mouse left as a lookout every 10 meters. Finally, he saw a minecart filled with pre-processed gold ore. 100 cubic space rings held exactly 7 full ones. Help me. A miner was half buried under a rock, weakly pleading for Chen Mo's help. Help me. I have Yaoyu behind me. It calms the mind and is best for mental-type users. Please, save me. He begged desperately, his eyes filled with a desire to live. Chapter 77. Not enough space. I'm sorry. The Hellcat Spirit's claws fell, which was the greatest respect Chen Mo could give that miner. The ear mouse swarm quickly moved the corpse and rocks aside, revealing the Yaoyu mine behind. After further excavation, Chen Mo saw a piece of Yaoyu taller than a person. The jade body was lustrous and full of energy. Such a large piece of Yaoyu. If made into a headpiece, how many people could equip it? Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. For beast tamers, Yaoyu is a rare treasure. Regardless of the type of beast tamer, they need to rely on mental power to control beasts. Yaoyu can reduce the mental power consumption during this process and nourish the soul. When suffering mental attacks, Yaoyu can also provide a certain degree of resistance, stabilizing the mind. High-quality Yaoyu circulates only among nobles. Commoners are not qualified to enjoy it. Even high-level beast tamers might barely qualify, but many lack the financial means to purchase it, unless they achieve merit and receive rewards. Many beast tamers above level 6 will find it hard to possess a piece of good Yaoyu in their lifetime. just like Principal Hou. Chen Mo had never seen him wear Yaoyu. Such a large piece of Yaoyu, once it comes into existence, is bound to attract trouble. If only there were a manifestation-type craftsman here, he could handle it himself. Wait, manifestation type? He is one. There are still large amounts of gold or underground. But now is not the time to be greedy. He must leave quickly. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head. An ear mouse was killed from a distance. Strong foes are coming. He quickly cut off the connection with the ear mouse at the entrance and summoned the ones inside the cave to him. The exit was no longer an option. He could only go underground. Hundreds of ear mice waved their claws, digging fiercely, quickly sealing off the mine behind them with earth. But that was far from enough. An 8th level beast tamer had run away before. This time, there would definitely be multiple 8th level ones, possibly even a 9th level. With such levels, digging 3 feet underground might not escape their perception. He had to hurry, faster. While they were still investigating the corpses at the entrance, he must quickly hide. The gold pieces in his hands rapidly transformed into golden energy, infusing into the ear mice. Each ear mouse glowed with a golden halo, triggering another round of group evolution. And all the ear mice's 4 claws turned golden, doubling their digging speed. Finally, when the beast tamers from the northern country entered the mine, thick layers of sand and rock had completely blocked the entrance. The ear mice were still digging, but from above ground, no digging sounds could be heard. Someone had been here. Yuan Lai, a 9th level beast tamer from the northern country. His sharp gaze swept over the people beside him, filled with suspicion. All the mine gold had vanished without a trace. What did that Meng Ji want with gold? We flew here as soon as we received the news. The speed of the other party is a bit unbelievable. He suddenly squinted his eyes, reaching out to grab the collar of an 8th level beast tamer, Master Chen's space ring. May I have a look? It seemed he did not need anyone's consent, as he directly placed his palm over the other's ring. At this, everyone tacitly lowered their heads. The person being checked didn't even dare to resist. After a moment, he tossed the person aside. Don't blame me for being suspicious. In this world, how many can take advantage of the chaos in front of a 9th tier beast and an 8th level beast tamer? It was also so sudden. If nobody intentionally caused trouble, it would be hard to convince others. Check all the corpses and see if anyone is missing. Below ground, Chen Mo was still digging with the ear mice. He collected gold, ore, and jade stones as he dug. Unknowingly, all 10 rings were already full. What a pity. Why couldn't there be a few more rings? They seemed to still not be out of the safe area. They had to dig out several dozen more miles. In this world, most craftsmen are manifestation type. If a manifestation type beast tamer could have a fire attribute beast like the fire candle bug, they might achieve great accomplishments. Just as he was fretting, the Hellcat spirit emerged from his shadow. I have something to pass to you. Release your mental perception. The sudden statement caught Chen Mo off guard. He glanced at the Hellcat spirit, chuckling lightly as he closed his eyes, tacitly agreeing to her request. In terms of mental power, unless it was a beast tamer above level 8, he feared no one. That was her former master. To survive, they did whatever it took. Stealing, assassination, plundering. The stolen goods needed to be disguised before selling, so her master taught himself crafting. Perhaps due to lack of talent, he always failed, producing chaotic results. Therefore, even though he worked hard, he ultimately lived on the edge. A manifestation-type beast tamer, able to manifest something, would have a strong affinity and control over certain materials. Just like Chen Mo, he could shape gold into any form without learning crafting. However, crafting is not merely changing the shape of materials. They need to recombine suitable materials and inscribe formations within them to maximize their effectiveness. Chen Mo didn't know anything about formations. Now we just need a fire attribute beast. At this moment, the Hellcat spirit casually picked up a gold mine from the ground. With a shout, a ball of black flame appeared in her palm. And as the flame burned, the gold mine quickly dissolved, floating above her palm. Hellfire. It reminded her of the day when the Night Saber cat mutated into the Hellcat spirit. She had used Hellfire then. The black Hellfire is not considered advanced. It can kill, but can also burn souls. However, it is not very suitable for refining weapons. Better than nothing. There's nothing to nitpick it now. Are we just temporarily cooperating, or will you become my contracted beast? Chen Mo smiled, but his eyes were serious. Chapter 78, Digging in the Small Mine. Contract? The Hellcat spirit tilted her head, looking at Chen Mo with disbelief. You already have 3 beasts. Her master only contracted a second beast when he reached level 5. Chen Mo has 3 at level 3, which is terrifying, but now he actually says he wants to contract with her? Level 4, with 4 beasts? No one knows how terrifying Chen Mo's mental power is now. If a normal 0-level beast master has a mental power of 1, then theoretically, after awakening twice, Chen Mo's mental power at level 0 should be 2. But that is not the case. When Chen Mo was at level 3, he already had the mental power level of a level 6 beast master. If it had to be represented by a number, it would probably be over 65,536. He experienced 2 forced expansions of mental power. The first was when the Pixiu forcibly merged with him. At that time, the situation was critical, and Chen Mo's physical condition was not suitable. Because of this, breaking and rebuilding led to a qualitative leap in both his body and spirit after that merger. The second time was with the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox, which had lived for thousands of years, voluntarily became his spirit and expanded his mental power by several times. There was also that woman named Matsushita Shasha, who contributed to this. Devouring a level 5 beast master greatly helped Chen Mo's mental power growth. Overall, Chen Mo's mental power level has already surpassed that of a level 7 beast master, and contracting for beasts is not a problem at all. You just need to tell me if you are willing to become my beast. Chen Mo's tone was calm, not too eager. The Hellcat spirit is indeed good. Any mutated beast is stronger than ordinary ones of the same kind. If there is a chance in the future, the Hellcat spirit might be able to advance into something else. It is good, but not to the point where Chen Mo feels desperate to sign a contract. The process of leveling up from 4 to 5 is very difficult. It might take a year, 2 years, or even longer. So that 4th beast slot becomes very precious. The higher the level, the greater the cost of changing beasts. At this level, it is basically impossible to change beasts again. Once signed, it is signed. The Hellcat's spirit fell silent. How could she become the beast of her enemy? But Chen Mo's power is evident. A night saber cat, relying on her own efforts, could at most reach level 7 in her lifetime. If she follows Chen Mo and becomes his beast, as long as Chen Mo can reach level 9. She can also reach level 9, or even level 10. At level 10, she would no longer be a beast, but a god. Because of this, so many powerful beasts are willing to become human servants. Becoming a god is an irresistible temptation for any person or beast. Conflicted, she felt pain. She wanted to be loyal to her previous master while also pursuing power. In the end, emotion triumphed over reason, and she chose to give up. I cannot become your beast. You killed my master. Helping you now is only because my master asked you to avenge him before he died. Once we find the noble who killed my master's family and kill him, we will be enemies again. All right, then thank you. Chen Mo seemed very relaxed. He took out gold coins, transformed them into gold energy, and used it as a medium to infuse his mental power into the Hellcat spirit skills. The black hellfire burned in the mine, slowly refining the gold mine. With Chen Mo's involvement, the originally unsuitable hellfire for refining became effective. The copper in the ore was decomposed first, then silver, and finally gold, with some iron and sulfur crystals at the end. The ear mice dug in front, while the Hellcat spirit and Chen Mo refined behind. The four-winged spirits also came out to eat the useless iron and copper. From 2,000 pounds of gold mine, they could refine about 1 gold coin. After refining all the gold mines for 10 rings, they had only just obtained over 100 gold coins. Although a lot of time was spent, the harvest was not as great as Chen Mo imagined. Fortunately, the refining process was very helpful for the enhancement of mental power. The four-winged spirits, due to eating a lot, also had a faint sign of leveling up. It turned out this guy had a better effect from eating metals than regular food. Since they had already dug to this extent, they might as well dig some more. The ear mice no longer only dug in one direction. They dug wherever there was more gold mine. Whatever was dug out was refined on the spot. For every gold coin produced, they would receive a half silver coin, and there was no shortage of copper and iron. They kept digging like this. They didn't know how long it had been, and Chen Mo's space ring had already consumed a large portion of the pills when he suddenly woke up. It seemed like they had deviated from their direction, and too much. They had agreed to meet Zhang Kaihua and the others 100 miles away. How long had it been? Were they still waiting for him? Just as they were less than a mile from the surface, a group of ear mice brought over a stone and presented it to Chen Mo. What is this? The stone wasn't too big, but it felt heavy in his hand, yet lighter than the gold mine, looking like an egg with a smooth shell. He held it in his hand and looked at it repeatedly, unable to figure it out. When the Pixiu crawled out from his collar, "Good stuff, I want to eat." It licked its lips. It didn't come out when so much gold was refined. Nor did it come out when it saw the jade. But why did it come alive upon seeing a stone egg? Do you know what this is? I don't know, but it's definitely delicious. Alright, this guy Pixiu relies entirely on instinct. The stone definitely couldn't be refined with fire. So Chen Mo handed the stone egg to the ear mice. They hugged the stone egg and gnawed at it like they were cracking seeds. As they gnawed around it, the entire stone egg suddenly cracked open and split in two. A green light shot out from the middle, fleeing at high speed. Where do you think you're going? The Pixiu kicked off from his back and shot out, transforming into a yellow-white light. The cave was small, with the ear mice digging in front. They blocked the back. The green light had nowhere to escape, and after a brief chase of about half a quarter of an hour, it was finally caught in the Pixiu's mouth. Hee hee. The Pixiu held a green stone in its mouth, raising its eyebrows proudly. Kid, this is your good fortune. It jumped into Chen Mo's arms, spitting the stone into his palm. What is this? Chen Mo curiously pinched the stone and looked closely. Inside the stone was actually a little person, the size of a fingernail, pouting and staring at him. Is it also a spirit? Sort of. The ugly ones are called monsters, while the pretty ones must be spirits. Chapter 79. How can you refine gold? Spirits are divided into many types, mostly based on the 5 elemental attributes. The one in Chen Mo's hand can be considered a stone spirit, earth attribute. How can she fly without wings? The little person in the stone was quite amusing. But what use could this thing have? Chen Mo took out a gold coin, transformed it into gold energy, and wrapped the jade stone in it. The trust between a pet and its owner begins with feeding. But he didn't know if the gold energy could be absorbed by the spirit inside through the stone. The concerns seem unnecessary. The golden energy was not only absorbed, but the spirit inside appeared quite happy as well. Its cheeks were no longer puffed out, and its eyes were no longer wide open. A green light began to emanate from its body, gradually thinning the jade-like stone that enveloped it, until it was visibly absorbed along with the golden energy. Boom! 2 wings suddenly sprouted from its back, and somewhat unexpectedly, it fell right into Chen Mo's palm. What use does this guy have? Chen Mo was not asking about the Pixiu, but about the 4-winged spirit, the little dragon. A spirit transformed from a billion-year-old jade essence. It had no offensive capability, but could restore mental energy. The voice of the little dragon echoed in Chen Mo's mind. Restore mental energy. With her by his side, he could become a perpetual motion machine. She would replenish his mental energy, and Chen Mo would convert that mental energy into golden energy to nourish his beast, increasing its fullness. This way, he could fight continuously without ever getting tired, right? He decisively made a contract. Chen Mo bit his finger, squeezed out a bit of blood, and quickly pressed it against the little spirit's forehead. Even though she was transformed from a billion-year-old jade, she was still only a first-tier spirit now. The absolute level difference made her unable to resist. Chen Mo quickly saw her attribute panel. Beast, Jade Spirit. Type, Sacred Beast Earth Attribute Spirit. Rank, First Tier. Talent Skill, Jade Nourishment. Restores 10% of mental energy. Consumes 80% of fullness. This data looked a bit awkward, as the consumption was much greater than the recovery. But if it were a percentage, then there would be no problem at all. Chen Mo possessed a vast amount of mental energy, and even restoring 10% would be a significant amount. Moreover, the little spirit had a low rank, so the required fullness for replenishing would be minimal. In that case, it seemed quite cost-effective. From now on, I'll call you Little Yu. He rubbed Little Yu's head with his finger. It was fluffy. Meanwhile, the Hellcat spirit felt inexplicably downcast. She had just rejected becoming Chen Mo's beast, and now he turned around and contracted a spirit. The digging by the ear mouse was still ongoing, and the mined gold still needed to be smelted. They were already 30 miles away from the incident's mining camp. It was uncertain how many days had passed, but after a simple cleanup, Chen Mo flew towards the agreed location. Northern Country, Tianyong City. Not far from the city gate, there was a pile of blue and white tents, which at a glance were clearly from the Southern Country Social Welfare Beastmaster Academy. It had been 5 days since Chen Mo went mining alone. Zhang Kaihua, leading his team, dared not enter the city for fear of missing Chen Mo, even though he knew it was quite embarrassing to pitch tents near the city gate. He couldn't care less. With each passing day over these 5 days, his heart sank further. The other students were also becoming increasingly listless. Chen Mo represented hope for the Welfare Academy, hope for survival, and the possibility of transcending classes to become someone exceptional. But 5 days had passed, and there was still no news from him. The mining area was so dangerous, with the 9th-level Meng Ji and high-level Beastmasters from the Northern Country. Just encountering one could cost them their lives. What should we do? There is still such a long way to go, and if we wait any longer, we might miss the mock exam. 7 out of the top 10 academies in the Southern Country had already passed, and with each passing one, they were ridiculed. Missed it. So be it. Zhang Kaihua looked helplessly into the distance. Missed it and got punished, caught up and sent to death. Which one would you choose? Arriving at the ancient battlefield, it was already easy to be influenced by vengeful spirits, and with some misbehaving students pretending to be mad. The students from the Welfare Academy would only serve as entertainment for others. Zhou Wenbin was worried that if Chen Mo were seriously injured and hiding somewhere, finding him might save his life. While the two were talking, a group of people flew in from the distance. From afar, they saw a golden light. Just this golden light made it clear that it was the team from the Southern Country Royal Beastmaster Academy. Unlike the Extraordinary Beast School, where the beasts were all sacred spirit beasts, those were artificially cultivated and later replaced with accompanying beasts. The Royal Beastmaster Academy was different. Those with royal blood would always awaken as 6-winged spirits. Anyone who awakened but wasn't a 6-winged spirit would be considered of non-royal blood and either exiled or executed. The extraordinary talent advantage was there. Other schools set off a month in advance, while these royals only needed 10 days to half a month to easily catch up. In both the southern and northern countries, flying was prohibited in the cities. Once the Royal Beastmaster Academy's team landed, they immediately spotted the Welfare Academy group. There was no ridicule, not even a glance. They directly ignored them, holding their proud heads high as they walked into Tianyong City, checking into the most luxurious royal hotel. Previously, the taunts from other schools had made Zhang Kaihua and other students furious, but now, the royal indifference left them disheartened. For a moment, everyone began to doubt the meaning of their survival. Like lowly ants, they knew there was no future, yet continued to struggle for life. Was it worth it? Look, it's Chen Mo, someone shouted, and as the crowd heard the voice, it was as if the dark clouds had parted, revealing a clear sky. Everyone's faces broke into smiles. Chen Mo steadily descended from midair, smiling slightly. Sorry, it took a bit of time. I didn't delay anything, right? Not at all. Not at all. Zhou Wenbin hurried over, examining him up and down. It's good if nothing's wrong. Good if nothing's wrong. His tone resembled that of a concerned mother. He brought out what he had obtained from the mine. Less than 1,000 gold coins and under 2,000 silver coins, all piled up, with gold dazzling and silver shining. Wow. The children from poor families had never seen so much money in their lives, and they all gasped in astonishment. Don't shout. Don't shout. Zhou Wenbin warned the students to keep quiet. How should these coins be handled? Chen Mo looked at everyone, his expression calm. However, Zhang Kaihua showed confusion while holding the gold coins. How did you manage to refine gold? Chapter 80, 5 Beastmasters. How did you manage to refine gold? Once the question was asked, everyone realized that the gold and silver coins in front of them were identical to those minted by the country, with even higher purity. This didn't look like it was cast from a mold. It seemed to have been produced using manifestation-type skills. Didn't you say that my skills were more like manifestation-type than mental type? Chen Mo appeared very calm. Is it strange for a manifestation-type Beastmaster to refine gold? But not everyone who is manifestation-type can refine gold. You need a fire attribute beast to assist. Zhang Kaihua still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhou Wenbin. Don't bring up what shouldn't be mentioned. If he were a mental type, he wouldn't be so severely limited in skills, with his day sun level talent. Would he still be looked down upon by the 10 major academies? Ask what you should ask, don't ask what you shouldn't. It won't harm you. Why ask so clearly? With a glance from Zhou Wenbin, Zhang Kaihua instantly realized he had talked too much. How Chen Mo managed to refine gold was a question that brought no benefit to him. I propose that this gold coin belongs solely to Chen Mo. Seeing that no one else had any objections, he turned to Chen Mo. What does Chen Mo think? Since that's the case, I won't decline any further. Chen Mo waved his hand, putting the gold coins into his spatial ring. A bad feeling followed. He looked up at the sky, where figures began to descend. It was the teachers and students from the Extraordinary Beast School. Ever since Chen Mo snatched the four-winged spirit from Nalen Hongji, the Welfare Beast Academy and the Extraordinary Beast Academy had become enemies. Among the nobility, there were many interests intertwined, mostly through marriage ties. Nalen Hongji was humiliated because of Chen Mo, which was not just a slap in the face for the Nalen family, but for the nobility as a whole. The people from the Extraordinary Beast Tamers Academy, upon seeing the tents of the Welfare Beast Tamers Academy from a distance, descended towards them. The leading mentor, with a small mustache, was named Nalen Kwong. Looking at the contract markings on his forehead, he turned out to be a level 7 beast tamer. His partner was also a level 7 female beast tamer, Nangong Ro. Hadn't the team from the Welfare Beast Tamers Academy set out half a month in advance? Why were they still here? Could it be that they were deliberately stalling to avoid participating in the mock exam? Nalen Kwong's gaze was like that of a venomous snake, narrowing with malice. Zhang Kaihua, accompanied by Zhou Wenbin and Li Guangyao, hurried over to greet him. Senior, there's been a misunderstanding. We just encountered some trouble on the road. But we will catch up and definitely won't be late. Hopefully, that's the case. Nalen Kwong stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. If you can deliberately skip the mock exam, then your loyalty to the Empire is questionable. When the war breaks out, you will be deemed deserters and traitors. At any time, the fate of deserters and traitors is only one, death. This was a warning to them that not participating in the mock exam meant death. Zhang Kaihua and the others lowered their heads, not responding. Who is Chen Mo? The sinister gaze swept over, and under the pressure of authority, everyone bowed their heads. What was meant to come could not be avoided. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo stepped out from the team and bowed. Chen Mo greets the mentor. You are Chen Mo? Bring out your beasts for me to see. Nalen Kwong's tone was not to be questioned, but this command was extremely disrespectful for a beast tamer, even somewhat insulting. What right does a mentor from another school have to inspect the beasts of students from his school? It was like demanding to see the whole cards of the opponent at a gambling table. When a gambler reveals their cards, they lose money on the ancient battlefield. If targeted, Chen Mo would lose his life. However, given the opponent's level and status, they had no ability to resist. Minter Nalan, this request of yours is unreasonable. Zhou Wenbin stood in front of Chen Mo. At any time, beast tamers have the right to withhold their strength. Chen Mo is not obligated to show you his beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, silence fell. The atmosphere shifted. The pressure from the level 7 beast tamer made Zhou Wenbin involuntarily take a step back. But at that moment, he felt Chen Mo's palm supporting him from behind. Since Minter Nalan wants to see, then let him see. They switched positions. And Chen Mo stood in front of Zhou Wenbin, his forehead glowing with golden light, followed by the appearance of 5 figures. These 5 figures split from Chen Mo's shadow, surrounding him, facing off against the level 7 Nalan Quang without showing any fear. Normally, a level 7 beast tamer could contract 4 beasts. Yet beside the level 4 Chen Mo stood a full 5. Even though the Hellcat spirit did not have a contract marking on its forehead, just calling it out was enough to prove it was not just a beast, but even better than one. Since they had to reveal their cards. Let us show you the trump card. The power of a bomb is greatest before it explodes. I am now telling you. Don't think that just because you are level 7, I am not a match for you. If you want to move against me, think carefully if you have that capability. Indeed, the moment the 5 beasts appeared, not only did the extraordinary Beast Tamers Academy team gasp, but even those from the Welfare Beast Tamers Academy were taken aback. They all knew Chen Mo was strong, but they never realized he was this strong. 5 beasts. Although they appeared to be of different ranks, there was a level 4 ear mouse, a level 3 four-winged fairy, a level 1 double-winged fairy, a level 5 Hellcat spirit, and a beginner dog. Regardless of what kinds of beasts they were, the number of contracts was already shocking. From a certain perspective, Chen Mo was already much stronger than an average level 4 beast tamer. Nalan Quang stood there, wide-eyed and speechless. He had almost inquired about every detail of Chen Mo's achievements, but the information he received was that he had 2 beasts at level 3. No one told him it was 5. He couldn't even contract 5 at level 7. Was this Chen Mo a monster? What are all these random things? He incredulously swept over Chen Mo's 5 beasts, and just by their appearances, he could basically judge each beast's attributes. Nalan Quang clutched his chest, his wide eyes seemingly wanting to swallow Chen Mo whole. If you were my student, I would definitely strangle you. How can you waste such talent? Chapter 81. We can. Is this considered a professional disease? Chen Mo was somewhat speechless, completely unprepared for Nalan Quang's reaction. I don't need you to teach me what beasts to contract. I got full marks in theory class, okay? The Pixiu, repeatedly referred to as a dog, was already quite displeased. And it didn't bother to entertain the old man Nalan, yawning and burrowing into Chen Mo's clothes to sleep with the dragon egg. This scene became a symbol of Chen Mo's lack of ambition in the eyes of everyone, and it was also a provocative act of contempt towards Nalan Quang. To everyone, beasts cannot act independently without their master's command. Chen Mo looked at their gazes and felt somewhat wronged. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding, whether it's provocation or not. You want to let me go anyway. Since I can make you furious now, I'm quite happy. Minter Nalan, Zhou Wenbin, sensing the atmosphere was off, hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. I taught Chen Mo, there are no useless beasts in this world. Only beast tamers who do not know how to utilize them well. He upgraded too quickly and contracted beasts he had a connection with. It's really no big deal. After all, he can contract more beasts than an average beast tamer. This statement was even more infuriating. No useless beasts. No useless beasts. Nalan Quang was both angry and amused. Where did this fallacy come from? He repeatedly assessed Chen Mo. A genius is truly a top-tier genius. Killing him would indeed be a pity. Perhaps this body could be exchanged for Nalan Hongji with forbidden techniques. It's just these random beasts that look too eye-catching. He felt heartbroken, as if the talent Chen Mo wasted was not his own, but the talent of the Nalan family. Nalan Quang shot Zhou Wenbin a fierce glare and left in a huff. Teacher Zhou, you really know how to talk. Zhang Kaihua gave Zhou Wenbin a thumbs up with a hint of mockery. All right, everyone is here. Let us hurry up and set off. We are not like those nobles who can fly. If we delay the mock exam, we could be charged with treason. Going to the battlefield means death. Not going also means death. Everyone hurriedly packed up and set off towards the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was located in the icy plains further north in the northern nation, where the weather was harsh. The students from the Welfare Academy traveled day and night, exterminating any beast they encountered along the way. They were in their prime, many shouldering family burdens, and no one wanted to die at such a young age. The stronger they became, the greater their chances of survival on the battlefield. Hunting continued tirelessly. They only slept 4 hours a day. And Chen Mo used the little jade to help them recover their mental strength. The high intensity and frequency of battles allowed them to undergo significant transformations in just half a month, with each person's temperament undergoing a qualitative change. Even their gazes were different. As for Chen Mo himself, the gains were even more apparent. Other beast tamers typically level up each beast individually to gain experience, as summoning too many beasts at once consumes too much mental energy. However, relying on his strong mental energy, Chen Mo, except for the Pixiu, let all the others out to fight. Even Little Jade, after releasing a skill, was fed and continued to unleash skills. For an ordinary beast tamer, at Little Jade's level, it would typically release skills 2 or 3 times a day. But under Chen Mo, Little Jade was releasing skills all day long, completely unable to count how many times. The more times skills are used, the higher the proficiency and the greater the possibility of advancement. Releasing skills day and night, combined with Chen Mo's nurturing golden energy, Hou Yu quickly leveled up from 1st to 4th rank. Exotic Beast, Hou Yu Spirit. Type, Holy Beast System, Earth Attribute Spirit. Rank, 4th rank. Innate Skills, Jade Nourishment, restores 40 of mental power. Concentration, resists 30 of mental damage. Solid Heart, resists 20 of illusion damage. Backlash, 10 chance to rebound mental damage. Little Dragon advanced to 5th rank. Exotic Beast, Iron Dragon. Type, Holy Beast System, Earth Attribute Spirit. Rank, 5th rank. Innate Skills, Will of Steel. Iron Dragon Roar. Ear Mouse, 5th rank. Exotic Beast, Ear Mouse. Type, Mutated Beast King System. Rank, 5th rank. Innate Skills, Mouse King's Fury. Super Evolution of the Species. Black Death Curse. Chen Mo himself also vaguely touched the threshold of 6th rank. It seems that after this exam, he would need to seek enlightenment again. With only 2 days left until the simulated exam, they finally arrived at the ancient battlefield's front station. This is a border city built jointly by the 4 nations, where each nation has its own guards. Every year, students about to graduate from the 4 nations are sent here for a mock exam. To avoid friction, the exam times for the 4 nations are staggered. Upon entering the city, they first need to go to the city guard general to register and verify their identities. This information is visible to everyone in the battlefield. If someone is polluted by a vengeful spirit and their corruption value exceeds 8, the surrounding students can, if necessary, besiege and kill them. After completing all this, it was already evening. When they arrived at the accommodation area, they were told that since they had arrived too late and due to a dormitory collapse, they could only set up tents in the square. Dormitory collapse? Why don't you repair it? Zhang Kaihua glared at the dormitory manager. It's just a few rooms. A few manifestation system beast masters could fix it in less than a day. Why not repair it? According to your logic, why didn't you arrive earlier? The dormitory manager rolled his eyes at him, completely dismissing him. You only come here once a year. We have been stationed here for 4 years. In this bitter cold land, there is nothing we need, and there are even monsters appearing from time to time. How could we have the energy to repair any houses? Before Zhang Kaihua could say anything else, he was directly kicked out of the office. Let's fix it ourselves. We've done it before. Zhou Wenbin, who usually had a good temper, found that getting angry in this situation was futile. No one cares what commoners say. But when they arrived at the accommodation area, they realized it was not just a collapse. It had been completely flattened. From the traces, it was evident that this happened in the past 2 days. In the team from the Welfare Beastmaster Academy, there were no manifestation system beastmasters. With this level of destruction, they could not fix it by hand. In minus 20 degrees weather, they want us to sleep in tents. Zhang Kaihua clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his hands. They had fought their way here, already exhausted, and just wanted to rest properly. But in this temperature, students of lower levels would definitely not be able to withstand it. They want us to die. The students were silent, looking confused. By night, it would be even colder here. It's fine. Building a house is just a matter of time. We can do it, even without the manifestation system. Chen Mo revealed a confident smile and gave everyone a look. Chapter 82 is about them coming to rob. A house is not necessarily something that must be built. It can also be dug out. Even in this extreme cold, ear mice exist. Chen Mo could easily summon the ear mice to dig out a basement that could accommodate 21 people. Digging a basement is not only convenient, but also warm. Although it doesn't look good, those people created this situation just to see them make a fool of themselves. If they dug a basement, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Therefore, they not only had to build this house, but also make it better than any of theirs. Bring out your beasts. Let them see what it means to have many hands making light work. When Chen Mo said this, everyone understood what he meant, but no one responded. Good steel should be used on the blade. We shouldn't waste gold coins just to prove a point. Zhou Wenbin helplessly patted Chen Mo's shoulder, sighing and shaking his head. Don't get me wrong. I have no intention of letting everyone see my trump card in such matters. Chen Mo smiled and looked at everyone. There are 21 of us here, plus our beasts. That's less than 50 people. With so many hands, isn't it easy to build a house for 21 people to rest in? It can also train the tacit understanding with our beasts and spare us from sleeping in tents. Let us challenge ourselves. Let us finish building the house within 2 hours before it gets completely dark. A house to keep warm is essential, otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing to suffer casualties from non-combat situations after just one night. Hearing him say this, everyone suddenly realized that it really is true. Many hands make light work. They exchanged smiles, no longer hesitating. Small beasts cleared the site below, while large beasts like the flying lion were responsible for packing and transporting the rubble. The short-legged rabbit compacted the cleared ground, stepping down to flatten it. Beasts like Little Dragon couldn't play a major role. Unlike manifestation system skills, the skills of spirits disappear once the energy supply is cut off. However, he could use iron columns and steel plates to create the framework of the house. To accommodate 21 people for rest, the house had to be large enough, and a place in the middle had to be dug out for a fire to keep warm. Long-term joint battles had already made the cooperation of the 21 people extremely tacit. A house rose rapidly from the ground. The Hellcat spirit even used its hellfire to carbonize the wood. As long as the house was not damaged by humans, it could last for decades without issue. By the time it was completely dark, a bonfire was already burning inside the house. With the wooden door closed, the room was warm. The pot hanging over the bonfire was simmering with wild game soup, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. After being exhausted for so long, they could finally have a good night's sleep. The students lay on the freshly made beds, too tired to move. It turned out that we are more capable than we think. At this speed, building a city wouldn't be a difficult task. If we are assigned a bad job in the future, can we build a city ourselves and live on our own? Wouldn't that be like building a country? Building a country requires a large number of alchemists, blacksmiths, and array masters. It's not that simple. You shouldn't have such thoughts. The beast tide won't wipe you out. The 4 nations will send troops to eliminate you first. Listening to the discussions of others, Chen Mo looked at the bubbling meat soup on the stove and said nothing. Building a country, as long as there is enough strength, is not impossible. Wasn't that how the Southern Kingdom came about? The world was originally one family. Whether it was the Southern Kingdom, Eastern or even Western barbarians, they all branched out from the Northern Kingdom. If they could separate in the past, they can separate now too. But separation, when is there a reunion? Tomorrow is the mobilization before the exam. Zhang Kaihua, along with Zhou Wenbin and Li Guangyao, sat next to Chen Mo, speaking with some concern. The exam content in previous years was based on how many monsters were killed to score between individuals and schools. Just received the notice that this year we have to replace the array stones. The array stones, a total of 108 pieces, with each school responsible for 10 pieces. The Welfare Beastmaster Academy is small and has lower capabilities, only responsible for 8 pieces. However, replacing the array stones is not an easy task. Each piece is located at the ancient battlefield closest to the entrance of the demon domain, where the demon energy is the densest and the monsters are the strongest. Strange beasts usually have their own living habits and territorial ranges. However, monsters do not. They wander around, devouring each other. You never know what level of monsters you might encounter, and that is the most deadly aspect. During the exam, instructors are not allowed to intervene unless lives are at stake. Even if they do intervene, with 1 level 5 and 2 level 4 instructors, how can they protect 18 students? Moreover, among these 18, if there happens to be someone with an unstable mind who falls into madness, that would be the most dangerous situation. I don't know if this sudden increase in tasks is some kind of conspiracy, but principal who has instructed that your life's safety must always come first. Zhang Kaihua took out a package from his spatial ring. This is what I hunted along the way. It can be worth some money. If I die, please sell it and send the money to my family. Chen Mo took a glance and saw it was just some common materials. He did not take it. You better not think too much. Otherwise, in your current state, you are most likely to fall into madness. When we reach the ancient battlefield, the scariest thing is not the monsters, but the companions who have fallen into madness. This is for you. Chen Mo's palm revealed a piece of jade, embedded in a piece of beast hide. What is this? Zhang Kaihua's eyes widened in surprise. Top-grade jade. Where did you get this? He couldn't help but glance outside, fearing someone might overhear. Top-grade jade. 1 piece is worth a fortune. You didn't use the money given by everyone to buy this, did you? Zhang Kaihua grasped Chen Mo's arm tightly, feeling frustrated. That gold coin was meant for use on the battlefield. I dug this myself. Chen Mo opened his palm again, revealing another similar jade headpiece. I dug it myself and made it. Everyone gets one. What does everyone get? The classmates quickly got out of their beds and surrounded Chen Mo. Wow. The exclamations nearly lifted the roof. Top-grade jade, and it was sewn with deer hide. They each held the headpiece in their hands, feeling overwhelmed with joy. Such a valuable item. Are you really giving it to us? If we wear it, won't it be too flashy? Wow. Wow. It really works. I feel so clear-headed and energetic. I could go out and fight 2 armored bears right now. The students were increasingly excited, while the three instructors holding the jade headpieces looked serious. Chen Mo, this is not something everyone can have. We can't use it. It's a provocation and will make them see us as prey. The value of jade is not about how much it costs, but rather, many times. It cannot be bought with money. They are low level, with poor beast control, and wearing such valuable headpieces to the battlefield is practically inviting robbery, right? However, Chen Mo did not care, smirking. If we don't wear them, will they not see us as prey? Who thinks of whom as prey is not certain. Just like the royal power Feng Ming said, he wants to hatch dragon eggs and needs a lot of rare materials. If no one delivers them, where will he get those things? What he wants is for them to come and snatch. Chapter 83. Everyone was fired up. If you don't wear it, will they not see us as prey? With this statement, the three instructors fell silent. Wearing or not wearing it makes no difference. They already dislike you and want to wipe you out. The nobles need chives, not prickly cacti. The few of them stopped talking and silently put on the headpieces with the jade side facing out. Even if we die, it's worth it to enjoy the privileges of top nobles. Zhang Kaihua said to himself. I never thought about dying. Chen Mo stood up, looking at the 17 classmates in the room, 17 still youthful faces. They are only just 20 years old. We are all human. Who is more noble than whom? When the knife goes down, ISNT the blood, all red. Rabbits fight eagles. The weak can still win against the strong. Yes, in a narrow encounter, the brave win. We cannot lose heart right from the start. Zhou Wenbin stood up alongside him, facing all the students. The road ahead is dangerous, which is why we must be fully alert. If we fight with all we have, as long as we don't die, it's a victory. As long as we don't die, it's a victory. The students were ignited with fighting spirit. Outside, in the dormitory exclusive to nobles, Nailan Kuang stood on the balcony, grinning, not knowing what he was thinking. The next day, the inspectors from the Education Bureau explained the exam precautions to all teachers and students. The ancient battlefield is divided into 4 areas. The 4th area, the outermost part of the ancient battlefield, is filled with some vengeful spirits. Killing these spirits does not earn any points. In the 3rd area, there are some mindless level 1 monsters. Each monster gives 1 point. In the 2nd area, the monsters have intelligence similar to that of a wild boar. They will evade and run away, each worth 2 points. In the 1st area, the monsters are approximately level 3 to level 4, with intelligence similar to that of a monkey, capable of cooperative combat, each worth 5 points. However, this time, we must go to the 1st area to replace the formation stone. Of course, to ensure the safety of the formation stones. Each stone will be guarded by a supervisor of level 7 or above. The supervisors only supervise and do not participate in any student actions. Even if a student dies in front of them, they will not intervene. Of course, this is not something they would say to the nobles. If a princess or prince were to fall in front of the supervisors, and they could save them with just a stretch of their hand, do you think they would save them? Every school must replace at least 1 formation stone to pass. If 1 formation stone is lost, compensation will be based on its value, which is 100,000 gold coins. At the same time, each student must score 100 points to pass. Those who fail will be sent to mine, and those who fall into madness will be executed on the spot. After the inspector finished speaking, he let the team leaders of each school mobilize for battle. Thank you for your trust. Chen Mo did not say much. After checking the formation stones, he stored 8 stones in his spatial ring. The rest was just waiting. At noon, when the sun was at its peak and the magic energy was weak, the Welfare Beast Control Academy, considered the weakest, could enter the battlefield first. On the surface, this was to avoid them being ambushed by other schools, but in reality, it was to let them go in first to test the waters. In a year's time, there are millions of variables in the ancient battlefield. No one knows if anything powerful has emerged inside during such a long time without anyone entering, letting the Welfare Beast Control Academy go in first. In case there are powerful and uncontrollable monsters, they can be discovered in time. When the time came, the formation gate opened, and a terrifying wave of magic energy rushed out. A vengeful spirit attempted to crawl out, but was instantly obliterated. The inspector left one last reminder and no longer paid attention to them. Chen Mo stood at the front of the line, but did not enter immediately. The contract inscription hidden under the headpiece flickered with a faint light, and then countless ear mice rushed towards the ancient battlefield. What are you doing? The gray-haired inspector looked at the continuous stream of ear mice, completely stunned. Are you creating trouble for yourself? Do you know that? These low-level strange beasts are the easiest to be corrupted by magic energy and become ferocious beasts. Chen Mo did not stop his actions. He turned to the inspector and smiled slightly. Monsters are still beasts. As beast tamers, isn't it our job to control beasts? Indeed. It's the young and fearless who do not fear tigers. When the situation arises, you will see how foolish your actions are. The inspector did not intend to persuade further. There is no rule stating that exam candidates cannot bring their beast families. He didn't know how to describe this scene. Having supervised so many mock exams, Chen Mo was the strangest candidate he had ever encountered. Wait, what is that on your forehead? The inspector looked at Chen Mo's forehead, then at the other students from the Welfare Beast Control Academy. Each of them had one. At first, he thought this was some kind of ritual or identification method. After all, the blue and white uniforms are not easy to recognize in the ancient battlefield environment. Jade. After watching for a while, he finally shouted in disbelief. You're wearing Yao Jade? At his shout, teachers and students from other schools looked over. Yao Jade is different from other jades. It actively absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while isolating impurities, especially demonic energy. Therefore, in such an environment, one can feel the power of Yao Jade without needing to check carefully. You all have such audacity. Previous candidates from the Welfare Beastmaster Academy were always as low-key as possible, wishing they could turn invisible. Yet this year, everyone is wearing Yao Jade that even nobles covet. Doesn't this give everyone a reason to hunt them down? The ear mouse swarm continued to surge toward the ancient battlefield, both on the ground and in the sky. It was overwhelming. It seemed that Chen Mo had summoned all the ear mice in the world. The sheer number left everyone astonished. Throughout history, there hasn't been a beastmaster known to summon wild beasts like this. How much mental energy must this consume? The proctors exchanged glances, and the students from various schools looked dumbfounded. Once the ear mouse swarm passed, the next school entering would be even more surprised to find that traces of demonic creatures were already hard to see in areas 3 and 2 of the ancient battlefield. This meant that with so many students, if they wanted to score 100, they could only hunt dangerous magical beasts in Area 1. As they moved forward, Chen Mo curled the corners of his lips. The murkier, the better. The pressure shouldn't be ours alone. Let you all kill each other. Chapter 84, Conspiracy. Looking out, it seemed one could still see the tragic scenes of battles between human beast masters and magical beasts over the millennia. There was no time for lamentation now. With millions of ear mice spreading out, as the proctor said, they indeed transformed easily into demonic forms. But no matter how much they transformed, they were still under Chen Mo's control. These ear mice had been secretly nurtured by Chen Mo using golden energy all along. The longer he fed them, the higher their loyalty became. Outsiders thought he relied on his bond with the bloodline of the beasts, but in reality, he was the true king of these ear mice. The ear mice ravaged the entire third area of the ancient battlefield like a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass behind. Outside the battlefield, the proctor was observing the entire situation on a crystal screen. Suddenly, a flicker in the data caught his attention. Others gathered around to look at the crystal, only to see the sensing plate marked with Chen Mo's name, its score jumping rapidly. It went from a single digit to 3 digits in less than 10 minutes. How could this be possible? Unless it was a level 7 or higher beast master releasing large-scale attack techniques, such an effect was impossible. But this Chen Mo was only level 4. How large could a large area be? The score continued to jump quickly, soon reaching 4 digits. Was the plate broken? The proctor looked at his assistant with great confusion. The plate couldn't possibly be broken. It was crucial for the candidates' lives. And each plate was issued only after ensuring it was intact. But how could this situation be explained? Even if he had large-scale techniques, it was impossible for all the magical beasts to run to him for him to kill, right? Everyone stared at the crystal screen, their brows furrowed. The proctor shifted his gaze to another crystal screen, which was used to detect demonic energy. According to the display, the demonic energy in the entire third area of the battlefield was decreasing. This meant that Chen Mo was not gathering the magical creatures together, but was instead fighting all over, sweeping through the entire third area. The proctor was so shocked he fell back into his chair, dumbfounded. Being able to score meant these ear mice were entirely under his control, not acting independently. How could this be possible? The third area was so vast. How much mental energy would it take to cover the entire area? Teacher, are you saying that the student named Chen Mo is controlling the ear mice to kill the magical beasts in Area 3? But most of the beasts there are second tier. And the ear mice are at most first tier, right? Everyone knew that ear mice were only first tier, and the Mouse King was only second tier. Even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. The number of ear mice he summoned must exceed 1,000,000. The proctor furrowed his brow tightly. Quantity is not the most important. The important thing is how he can cover such a large area with his mental energy. He thought and thought again before making a decision. Send a messenger one-eyed demon to monitor closely. Then connect the formation to the mother demon's brain, allowing them to see through the eyes of the subdemons via the crystal screen. In the ancient battlefield, Area 3, Chen Mo, along with everyone else, was tirelessly sweeping through the battlefield, determined to clear out the magical creatures in Area 3 before candidates from other schools arrived, leaving them nothing. There were a total of 11 academies, and only the Welfare Beastmaster Academy had the fewest students, with only 18 including Chen Mo himself. The next fewest was the Royal Beastmaster Academy, all third-year students. with only 20. The most numerous was the National Defense Beastmaster Academy, which had 200 students. If every person scores 100, that means 100 low-tier magical beasts. Even if they only got 5 points per magical beast in Area 1, they would still need 20 beasts. The score is fixed. If it doesn't reach 100, it's considered a failure, and they would be sent to mine. But if there aren't enough magical beasts, candidates would inevitably fight for them in the end. If candidates from the top 10 academies create chaos among themselves, they won't have the energy to plot against Chen Mo and the others. This is a conspiracy, unsolvable. However, to execute this conspiracy, immense strength is essential. The magical beasts in Area 3 are fearless and won't run away, which is very important. Even more crucial is Chen Mo's ear mice. Under the influence of the super evolution skill of the population, the ear mice can break through their bloodline limits, advancing from first tier to second tier, with a few reaching third tier. This makes them comparable in level to the magical beasts in Area 3. To have the ear mice cover the entire area without running around, control is vital. Although Chen Mo's mental energy is strong, it cannot cover an area exceeding 100 miles. Therefore, he selected thousands of mouse kings from the million ear mice swarm. Using the mouse kings as a base station, he transmitted commands to control all the ear mice. Even so, every second, the mental energy he consumed was immense. Fortunately, he had Xiaoyu. The level 4 Yao Jade Spirit can recover 40 of mental energy by consuming 50 of its fullness for a skill. Feeding her only costs Chen Mo 1 of mental energy. This created a perfect closed loop. Xiaoyu even had the energy to help others recover their mental energy. While Chen Mo sent the ear mice to sweep through Area 3, the other students from the Welfare Beastmaster Academy were not idle either. With the mere second-tier magical creatures, they didn't need to team up. Almost everyone could achieve a one-hit kill. This was the result of half a month of hellish training. Everyone seemed like a killing machine, rampaging across the battlefield. With incredible speed, they cleared Area 3 of its magical beasts and began to converge toward Area 2. As they went further, the battlefield area became smaller, and the density of the battle circle became larger. Additionally, the number of magical beasts in Area 2 was far fewer than in Area 3, and without any losses among the ear mice, the number in each battle group would be even greater. With more numbers, the winning odds and efficiency would increase. The magical beasts in Area 2 were also being exterminated at a rapid pace. The wails of magical beasts echoed throughout the battlefield when the nobles leisurely entered. They found no traces of magical beasts anywhere and began to realize something was wrong. How could someone do this? It was impossible. The first to notice the problem was the Shinshu Beastmaster Academy, which was at a disadvantage in both strength and numbers. The Shinshu Beastmaster Academy focused on healing and was not adept at combat, so scoring in Area 3 was very important to them. If they couldn't score 100 in Area 3, they would have to team up with candidates from other academies. But this is not a battle that requires therapists, who would be willing to share points with them. When the mentors of the Divine Wood Beast Academy, along with their students, scoured the entire Area 3 and found not a single magical beast, they realized the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, 10 one-eyed monsters were dispatched to observe the battlefield situation and monitor Chen Mo. When the battle scenes of all the examinees from the Welfare Beast Academy appeared on the crystal screen, the proctors were stunned. What were they doing? Fighting with all their might, depleting their mental and physical strength. What would they do if ambushed? Chapter 85. A single man holds the pass. This kind of reckless fighting style usually only exists during the final showdown. The proctors were dumbfounded. What was the Welfare Beast Academy trying to do? If it was just for scoring points, Chen Mo's score had already exploded, with the scoreboard hitting the maximum and no longer able to count. The other students were also close to maxing out their scores, making it unnecessary for them to fight desperately. Their goal was to leave no points for the candidates from other schools. An assistant proctor noticed the clue. If all the magical beasts in Area 3 and Area 2 were cleared, the other academies would have no points to gain and would have to go to Area 1 to hunt high-level magical beasts. Not only are the magical beasts in Area 1 hard to kill, but there also might not be that many. Even if there were enough, it would cause panic among some students, fearing there wouldn't be enough. This would lead to competition for the magical beasts, increasing friction among the candidates. The proctors nodded in agreement. It's a way, but such a method is ineffective against the nobility. No noble would fear not having enough points and being sent to mine, because that simply wouldn't happen. In the ancient battlefield, advancing in Area 2 was much more difficult than in Area 3. The magical beasts here had already developed intelligence. If they realized they couldn't win, they would flee. Before the magical beasts were cleared, the people from the Welfare Beast Academy encountered candidates from other beast academies. You guys are impressive, you cleared Area 3. The fire-red uniforms indicated that they were candidates from the Flame Beast Academy. Most of the beast companions of this school's students were fire attribute magical beasts. Not only were their magical beasts fire attribute, But these students also had equally fiery tempers. They were led by two 7th-level mentors who usually flew in the sky, not interfering with the candidate's actions. Once they intervened to help a student, that student would be judged as failing the exam. Chen Mo glanced at these students, but paid them no mind. Hey, a man with a red buzz cut called out to Chen Mo. I heard you're a once-in-a-century genius. Are you interested in a match? Chen Mo still ignored him. What's the matter? Too scared. As soon as he finished speaking, the students from the Flame Beast Academy burst into laughter. Counting them, there were a total of 158. Chen Mo coldly replied, give me a reason. A reason? The buzz-cut man laughed. We're already on the battlefield. What reason do you need? You have to fight whether you want to or not. Roar. With a furious roar, a massive fire bear appeared in front of him, towering 3 stories high. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the entire area rose significantly. Its massive body and the flames surrounding it created an overwhelming sense of pressure, not to mention using firepower. Even if it swiped down with its paw, it would obliterate a person. However, Chen Mo stood there without moving. The next moment, the fire bear disappeared, vanishing as if it had never existed. Its owner was taken hostage. The Hellcat spirit had somehow perched on the buzz-cut man's shoulder, extending her sharp claws towards his throat. She was originally skilled in assassination. All attention was drawn to the fire bear, who would notice the shadow extending from behind Chen Mo. By the time they realized, her claws had already cut through the buzz-cut man's skin, blood oozing out. You don't follow the rules of combat. You resort to sneak attacks. Chen Mo's gaze was icy. With such a simple mind, how many lives do you have enough to waste? Don't get too smug. Do you dare to have a fair duel? The buzz-cut man shouted. Fool. Really? The buzz-cut man actually believed it. Calling you brainless, and you really are? A classmate next to the buzz-cut man reminded him. Scoring points is important. Hurry and grab the magical beasts. The students from the Flame Beast Academy were not nobles, but they came from wealthy families. Given their status, if they failed the exam, they were very likely to be sent to mine. Therefore, points were crucial for them. Realizing this, everyone took their stances, attempting to snatch magical beasts from the Welfare Beast Academy. Points are impossible for you. As Chen Mo's voice fell, the 4-winged little dragon began to chant. Countless iron rods shot up from the ground, forming a massive cage that trapped all 158 students from the Flame Beast Academy and their magical beasts inside. The size of the cage was astonishing. Yet not a single person panicked. Who's the real fool? To use an iron cage right in front of us? Flames erupted, and the metal cage was quickly melted. The students from the Flame Beast Academy, along with their magical beasts, stepped through the molten iron cage. But as soon as they stepped out, the cage rose again. For a moment, Chen Mo raised the cage while the Flame Beast Academy burned it, repeating this multiple times until the ground turned into a sea of fire. Stop wasting time. They are about to clear the magical beasts. Realizing something was wrong, someone finally rushed towards Chen Mo. The next second, he was sent flying along with his magical beast. The Iron Dragon roared. The little dragon's upgraded skill allowed it to shoot metal at bullet-like speeds. No matter how many people charged, Chen Mo alone could hold them back. Boom, boom, boom. The Iron Dragon roared continuously, sending people and beasts flying into the air. Sparks and dirt flew together, and in an instant, it turned into a sea of fire. Chen Mo flew in the sky, with Xiaoyu continuously replenishing his mental strength. The Hellcat spirit was behind him, guarding against sneak attacks. The little dragon only defended and did not attack, successfully keeping the 158 students from the Flame Beast Academy in place. How is this possible? After a bout of charging, the people from the Flame Beast Academy were already gasping for breath. Anyone who got hit a few times by the iron cage roar would struggle to hold on. It felt like being pounded by a giant iron hammer in midair. He's a monster, doesn't he get tired? The buzz-cut man looked up at Chen Mo in the sky, who appeared solemn like a deity, feeling a deep sense of horror. If it were a 7th-level beast master, it wouldn't be hard to understand blocking over 100 of them. But the one blocking them was someone of the same level as them. They were all level 4. Yet among these over 100 level 4s, not a single one could control 3 magical beasts simultaneously like Chen Mo. Time was running out. They couldn't afford to dawdle anymore. Everyone should get serious and charge out. The flames intensified, and the heat wave rushed towards them. More than 150 fire attribute magical beasts released flames simultaneously, resembling a small sun on the ground. Not to mention the iron cage. Even sand and gravel would instantly melt. Under such high temperatures, the little dragon's iron cage roar was also minimally effective. Chen Mo flew in the sky, watching half the sky turned red by flames, simply saying, time's about up. Chapter 86, Fall into Darkness. The type of companion Beast 1 can summon represents the inner heart and character of the Beast Master. Fire attribute individuals are simple and bright in character. Therefore, Chen Mo did not go for the kill, and the students from the Flame Beast Academy wouldn't either. Gentlemanly behavior led to them being trapped in place for so long. This was not a momentary act of kindness, but Chen Mo's understanding of human nature. What he needed to do now was to buy time, not to kill. Above the sky, 2 level 7 mentors from the Flame Beast Master School approached, both smiling and exuding goodwill. From beginning to end, we only witnessed 2 forms of attack. Your dual-winged sprite made a move, but we didn't see the effect. Can you tell us what it was doing? We are very curious. Level 7 Beast Masters are the backbone of the Empire's strength. If Level 5 Beast Masters have a qualitative difference from Level 4, then Level 7 also has a qualitative difference from Level 5. Just their Beast Mastery rank can reach 8, which cannot be underestimated. He slightly nodded, as a form of greeting. She is a healing-type sprite. I still have battles to conduct, so I won't accompany you 2 mentors any longer. Farewell. The last magical beast in Area 2 has been reduced to ashes under the siege of others, and all the candidates from the Welfare Beastmaster Academy have accumulated enough points. However, Chen Mo is not satisfied with this. Magical beasts above level 3 do not dissipate upon death, they leave behind materials. Strategically, the fewer magical beasts left on the battlefield, the fiercer the competition will be among other schools. The muddier the water, the better. In terms of benefits, the materials from magical beasts are always much better and more valuable than those from ordinary exotic beasts in the dense forest. In terms of growth, magical beasts provide more experience. Killing one more could significantly increase the chances of leveling up. Why should such good fortune be given to others? The Hellcat spirit leaped once again in front of the candidates from the Flame Beastmaster School, the black hellfire dancing in her palm. Chen Mo flew in midair, overlooking everyone like a deity, and spoke loudly. Let me show you what true flames are. As his voice fell, his golden aura connected with the Hellcat spirit, and the black hellfire suddenly erupted. The sky was filled with red flames, which were soon tinged with black. Elements of the same attribute are mutually beneficial. Hellfire is also fire, but it is much more domineering than ordinary fire. This ancient battlefield, rife with demonic energy, is the domain of hellfire. It devoured the power of the red flames, almost instantly forming a massive black firewall that covered a radius of 3 miles. Anyone who touched even a little of the black flames would feel it as if it were a maggot gnawing at their soul. Even beast masters and beasts of the same fire attribute are no exception. Resistance to fire does not reduce the damage to their souls from being corroded. The painful wails echoed throughout the land. Not good. The 2 level 7 mentors from the Flame Beastmaster Academy realized at this moment that their students had fallen into a trap. If the area of the Sea of Fire weren't so vast, the black flames of the Hellcat spirit wouldn't be so rampant. In such a place where demonic energy is prevalent, being attacked on the soul is extremely dangerous. After a breath that seemed to break free from constraints, the red-haired bear mutated. Its originally fiery red fur turned black, constantly exuding demonic energy. Its form also grew taller, from about 10 meters to around 30 meters. Like a mountain, a single paw strike could cover an attack range of nearly 50 meters. The red-haired bear's blood-red eyes glowed with rising demonic energy as it slowly flew to the top of the demonized fire bear, merging into its body. This was not fusion. It was a backlash from the corruption of its spirit. The fire bear has consumed its master. Die, die, die. All of you go die. The voice of the red-haired bear emerged from the mouth of the fire bear, attacking indiscriminately at everyone. The battlefield was thrown into chaos. A level 4 Beastmaster, after falling to corruption, could temporarily raise their damage to level 5. Furthermore, after merging with a demon, their damage and defense could reach near level 7. A level 7 demon poses a significant threat to over 150 Beastmasters, especially after encountering hellfire and suffering soul damage. They fought desperately with no power to counterattack. The 2 level 7 mentors were torn between whether to intervene. If they intervened, all their students would be deemed unqualified. If they did not intervene, at least half of their students would be injured or killed. While hesitating, they saw the team from the Divine Wood Beastmaster Academy rushing over here. The previously overcast sky began to drizzle. This rain only fell in Area 1. When the people from the Welfare Beastmaster Academy stepped into the rain, they discovered a surprising phenomenon. The raindrops avoided all of them and fell beside them. This was the power of Yaoyu. The rain in Area 1 is the condensation of demonic energy, while Yaoyu has the ability to purify. Like raindrops on lotus leaves, not a single drop sticks. What a pity, we cannot intervene. Otherwise, I would really like to have a hearty battle. Zhou Wenbin looked into the distance. Although it was pitch black and nothing could be seen, he saw light. Once, he also participated in a simulated exam. And it was nothing like now. No one supported them. When they were tired, they could only take drugs. Once the drugs were exhausted, it was time to be hunted. Now looking back, Chen Mo controlled millions of ear mice and faced the Flame Beast Master Academy with over 150 people, yet showed no signs of fatigue. His golden aura nourished all the Beast Master's beasts in the Welfare Beast Master Academy, while the dual-winged sprite restored all the Beast Master's mental energy. Looking around, several people in the team were showing signs of potentially leveling up from level 3 to level 4. As long as they reached level 4 and successfully passed this exam, the fates of these common students would be rewritten. Level 4, at least, allows them to stay at the school as mentors. Becoming civil servants means they would no longer be ordinary people. Not only would they receive a salary every month, but when entering any town, they would not have to pay or would pay reduced city taxes. When selling materials at specialized civil servant collection shops, the prices would be slightly higher than those in the market. This was an opportunity to change their destiny, and everyone present knew it. Their eyes shone brightly. Their hearts surged with excitement. It was as if what they were about to face was not the unpredictable entrance to the demon realm, but a path paved with gold and silver, a road to wealth. Amidst the wind and rain, in the most central area of Area 1, where demonic energy was at its peak, a humanoid magical beast was bowing its head and gnawing at something. Dark red blood oozed from the corner of its mouth as it looked up in slight confusion, gazing into the distance. Chapter 87. This person is dangerous. Outside the ancient battlefield, in the monitoring room, the examiner watched the video sent by the Cyclops and fell silent for a moment. Evaluating Chen Mo as dangerous was not due to any terrifying acts or extreme statements he made. Rather, it was because his strength was too extraordinary. Having been a proctor for decades, he had never seen anyone clear areas 2 and 3 in such a short time. It was no longer a matter of necessity. No one could accomplish it. The entire battlefield spanned vast territories, 100 miles deep. Even flying would take time, let alone fighting. What was most concerning was that he could control a magical beast like the Hellcat spirit. This indicated that there was darkness within him. A person with a bright heart cannot control magical beasts, just as light cannot merge with darkness. News was transmitted via a special communication method to the imperial city of the Southern Kingdom. The Education Bureau was holding a conference. As the nominal principal of the Rose Academy, Li Mo Yin was also present. After everyone finished watching the video from the ancient battlefield, a profound silence fell over the room. All present were level 8 Beast Masters, who had previously watched some simulated exam footage, viewing it as if it were children playing house. However, when they saw Chen Mo repeatedly using large-scale iron cages and extensive iron dragon roars, they all fell silent. The four-winged sprite was originally not Chen Mo's. It was seized from Hou Yongshou, at that time, was also a prodigy, but he could not perform such attacks. A normal level 4 Beast Master, if their skill release area could reach even 1/10 of Chen Mo's, it would already be remarkable. Moreover, he simultaneously commanded millions of ear mice, a Hellcat spirit, and a dual-winged sprite. What is that dual-winged spirit for? Finally, someone asked the question, and they all looked towards Principal Hou of the Welfare Beast Master Academy. Don't look at me. He hadn't contracted that before he went out. Principal Hou spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. Chen Mo's progress was indeed too fast. He never expected that he would contract 3 exotic beasts at level 4 and even dominate a wild magical beast. So everyone turned to the principal of the Extraordinary Beast Master Academy. A chubby old man with a fair complexion, he always looked cheerful, resembling a statue of Maitreya Buddha. But in reality, the Extraordinary Beast Master Academy was the most terrifying and darkest among all schools. They researched the fusion of various exotic beasts and spirits, conducting all sorts of perverted experiments, just to obtain more powerful beast masters. Humans could also be their materials. When it comes to understanding spirits, no one knows better than them. The chubby man stroked his chin and slowly spoke. It's hard to judge with just the visuals, but I personally think it should be a recovery-type spirit, and a top-tier one at that. Mental recovery type, top-tier? But isn't the strength of a spirit judged by the number of wings? This spirit only has 1 pair of wings. Haha, it's not like that. The chubby man said with a beaming smile. The number of wings can indeed indicate the strength of a spirit, but spirits can reincarnate. Although the conditions are extremely harsh, what you see here is definitely top tier because it is an exotic species among elemental spirits and is a first-generation spirit. He stared at the screen with endless greed in his eyes. Only the senior researchers of the Extraordinary Beast Master Academy would understand what exotic species and first generation mean. From the perspective of elemental spirits, little you should be of the earth attribute, with skill outputs likely defensive types, like earth walls or earth prisons. But she is a recovery type, which means her mutation carries the nurturing ability of the earth attribute. In simple terms, little you possesses the power of the laws of heaven and earth. If she could be captured and then sliced for asexual reproduction, who knows how many 6-winged spirits could be cultivated? Opinions from the ancient battlefield suggested that Chen Mo is very dangerous because he has a non-contracted dominant magical beast with a naturally darker inclination. What are your opinions? The director of the Education Bureau tapped the table with his fingers, his expression serious. What's so surprising about having more contracted magical beasts and dominating magical beasts? Is there any difference between contracted and non-contracted? If you have the ability, why not dominate one? Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. Magical beasts only devour humans. How could they submit to humans? Even with the binding power of a contract, there is still the possibility of killing the master, let alone without a contract. Principal Hou opened his mouth but couldn't argue against so many people, so he chose to remain silent. Dangerous or not, what can you do? Li Moyan sneered. The Dongi side has already made some moves. The invitation letter has been received. Right? Yes. The Education Bureau director, sporting a full beard, nodded. A month later, the Sea Monster Hunting Conference, with the first prize being a 7-star Immortal Island. 7-star Immortal Island? The immortal hot spring island used by the Dongi royal family? The crowd at the venue exchanged glances, all with immense surprise in their eyes. The Immortal Island isn't truly immortal. There are springs on the island that can slow aging. Beast Masters will gain lifespans that exceed those of ordinary people as they level up, but ultimately, they will still die. If one could live a little longer, even an extra day would be quite precious. What if that day coincides with a level breakthrough? Such hot spring islands are numerous in Dongi. However, each one is a national treasure, essentially controlled by the royal family, and without outstanding merit, it's impossible to even catch a glimpse. The Sea Monster Hunting Conference has always been a competition for young beast masters from Dongi. The prizes are generally protective gear, pills, treasures, and so on. Li Moyan's voice was cold, with a hint of disdain. This time, such a grand gesture. With the invitation extended widely, anyone with confidence can participate, level 5 and below. What do you think their intentions are? Level 5 and below, this targeting is already quite strong. In the past, the Sea Monster Hunting Conference had no level restrictions, only age limits, because the purpose of the conference is to select the young talents within the country. Isn't this quite obvious? Principal Hou sighed and spoke. The purpose is naturally to buy off Chen Mo. The prize is not a treasure, but an island, aimed at keeping Chen Mo in Dongi. As long as he stays, his heart will naturally follow. Some people, when their own family produces a treasure, still want to throw it into someone else's house. Haha. It's truly amusing. Li Moyan stood up. You hold the meeting. I only have one thing to say. If Dongi comes over, I can at most resist one 9th level beast master. For the other 9th level, you can figure it out yourselves. Chapter 88. The Judge. This is a significant matter. Even though Li Moyan has already stated his position, the Education Bureau director does not dare to be careless. If anything goes wrong, he cannot bear the burden. Carrying the materials, he hurriedly went to the royal palace and repeated the same words to the Southern Emperor. After watching the combat video of Chen Mo, the Southern Emperor was also greatly shocked. A mental recovery type spirit? The Southern Emperor looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. In the history of our nation's founding, has there ever been such a spirit? Not in our country, but there was one in the Northern Kingdom. Who had that spirit, and what was the final outcome? Assassinated. And the spirit disappeared along with it. Assassination? This word seemed to inspire the Southern Emperor. So far, Chen Mo had not shown any uncontrollable signs. If he is controlled, the day he reaches level 9 would be the day he flattens Dongi. If necessary, it's best to get rid of him. If not, someone like Li Moyan is good to keep around. The director does not need to worry too much about things that have not yet happened. After careful consideration, the Southern Emperor made the final decision. Observe. Be on guard. Ancient Battlefield, Area 1. Along the way, the Welfare Beastmaster Academy's team did not encounter any magical beasts. After the Ear Mouse group discovered their prey, by the time they rushed over, the magical beasts had already escaped, losing quite a few ear mice in the process. What to do? It seems the magical beasts are very wary of us. Wang Suiyuan looked at the ink-black sky, feeling inexplicably melancholy. First, let's go change the erase stone and complete the task. Following the coordinates, they headed towards the first erase stone. Looking at the familiar traces on the ground, Wang Suiyuan frowned in confusion. Classmate Chen Mo, something's wrong. It seems someone has gone missing. Ah, a scream echoed from a distance. The sky was too dark, and the rain too dense. It was impossible to see what was happening over there. Don't move here. An iron cage appeared out of nowhere, surrounding everyone from the Welfare Beastmaster Academy, but no one panicked. Everyone understood that this was Chen Mo's fear of others going missing. In the sky, Zhang Kaihua, Zhou Wenbin, and Li Guangyao had completely lost track of their students. What to do? This is exactly the same as last time. Zhang Kaihua appeared very agitated. I watched last year's battle video, and it was just like this. The rain fog separated everyone, and then inexplicably, someone fell into demonization. One after another, they all died, all dead. he shouted, his tone filled with fear. If the leading instructor brings students for an exam and all the students die, the instructor's career would be over. It's okay, we need to trust Chen Mo. Zhou Wenbin patted his shoulder. Apart from trusting him, they had no other choice. Because their own challenge was also coming. In the sky, a figure appeared. Not tall, about 1.60 meters, with no clothes, all black. His appearance was unclear. Only those red eyes announced his identity. A humanoid, level 6 magical beast. The vengeful spirits in the ancient battlefield are of two types. One transformed from the death of a beast master, and the other from the death of a magical beast. In the mutual devouring of resentful spirits, they continuously advance, gaining a physical form under the influence of demonic energy. These anthropomorphized magical beasts have a human resentful spirit as their core, which makes them highly intelligent and gathers all the darkest aspects of humanity, making them extremely dangerous. The three of them, one at level 5 and two at level 4, find it very difficult to deal with a level 6 magical beast. However, they have already been targeted and must fight. Following the sound, Chen Mo finds himself trapped in deeper fog. The rain falls not like rain, but like a black river. Standing in the river, Chen Mo can only hear the sound of rushing water, unable to hear anything else. The screams have ceased, and the silence is terrifying. He cannot see the enemy, but the enemy is right beside him. Is there any experience in such a situation? The Pixiu crawls out from his collar, sniffs the surrounding air, and grins. Delicious. Can I go eat? Huh. Asking a young beast for experience, he was foolish. But it doesn't matter. Instinct works just as well as experience. Aside from our own people, feel free to eat. But before that, he glances at the flying Cyclops, which seems quite extraordinary. Is it because of its surveillance ability that it is not afraid of the rain and fog obscuring its vision? With a thought, the Hellcat's spirit transforms into black smoke and drifts behind the Cyclops. When its true form reveals, the Cyclops has already been split in half. Go. Before the words fall, the Pixiu has already turned into a yellow-white light, vanishing into the rain and fog. Ah! The screams continue, but the voices are strange. A slight feeling of pain comes, as if the Pixiu has been attacked by something. Damn it, shameless. How dare you ambush me? Just wait until I get up and bite your head off. It stretches out comfortably, seemingly quite satisfied. Chen Mo checks briefly. This guy has indeed been injured, but has already recovered. This self-healing ability is astonishing. The screams continue, but the rain and fog in the sky have faded significantly, and visibility has improved. Not far away in the sky, Nalan Kwong has a grim face. What have you done to my student? He roars, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Unless Chen Mo falls into darkness. So that's how it is. Chen Mo curls his lips and flies towards his lost classmate. The jade headband on his forehead has been snatched away, and although he has no injuries, his mind is unclear, as if trapped in some kind of illusion. Skills released by elves usually disappear after the elf dies. However, illusions are different, especially in an environment like an ancient battlefield. Humans inherently possess a dark side, and the role of illusions is merely to draw out that darkness. Under the influence of demonic energy, these dark emotions can turn into a heart demon, consuming a person's reason. It can be said that an environment like an ancient battlefield is the best place to cast illusions. His palm brushes over the spatial ring, and a jade headband appears in Chen Mo's hand. He places the headband on his classmate's head and ties it securely before getting up to look at Nalan Kwong. Last year, it was also your doing, wasn't it? Nalan Kwong's pupils constrict, and instead of answering, he asks, where did you get so many jade pieces? Both sides glance at the Cyclops, and no one makes the next move. According to the examination rules, unless someone falls into darkness, the instructor cannot attack the examinees, whether from their own school or another. However, there is no rule stating that examinees cannot attack the instructors. A golden-eared mouse appears beside Chen Mo, with a two-winged and a four-winged elf perched on his shoulders. The Hellcat spirit emerges from the shadow behind him, guarding his rear. I'll ask you again, last year. The complete destruction of the Welfare Academy, was it your doing? His voice is authoritative, as if at this moment, Chen Mo is not a student but a judge. Chapter 89, Death Crisis. Even if the entire Southern Kingdom knows that last year's incident is related to him, as long as it is not brought to light, no one can do anything to him. Seeing your posture, do you still want to fight me? He scoffs, the contract markings on his forehead faintly glowing blue, and three figures suddenly appear beside him. Unlike the palm-sized elves next to Chen Mo, he has a six-winged elf and two four-winged elves, each about the size of a 10-year-old girl. Their waterfall-like long hair moves without wind, and the light surrounding them makes even the demonic rain retreat. Do you think having many beasts makes you powerful? No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. Yes, no matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. Chen Mo's gaze is indifferent as he communicates with the little dragon and little jade. Can you tell the attributes? Little Jade has only recently come into existence and remains silent. Little Dragon, possessing memories from the extraordinary Beastmaster Academy, informs Chen Mo. The six-winged elf is a fusion elf that can control two elements, likely fire and lightning. The remaining two four-winged ones are one with the strongest defense, earth attribute, and the other is gold attribute, good at using wind. The so-called gold is not metal, but energy. Therefore, gold attribute attacks are sharp and come with a speed bonus. Nalan Kuang's three elf configurations are indeed perfect, with two supporting ones responsible for defense and evasion, and they can occasionally assist the six-winged elf. Fire and lightning are also both highly damaging spells, capable of both single target and area damage. However, artificial beings are still artificial. Having been to the holy domain and felt the true power of elves, Chen Mo easily perceives that Nalan Kuang's elves are merely superficial. Just as he said, ants are ultimately just ants. No matter how well a counterfeit is made, it can never compare to the real deal. Engaging in combat now is not without chances of winning, but it is unnecessary. Nalan's instructor is right. Slightly lowering his head, he notices that the classmate trapped in the illusion has already regained calm under the Jade's influence. In front of all the extraordinary Beastmaster Academy members, he turns around, preparing to leave. Stop! Nalan Kuang suddenly shouts loudly. My 3 students' beasts have been eaten by someone. Was it you? A level 7 Beastmaster is indeed different. Able to see the Pixiu's actions, Chen Mo stops, turns around, and smiles. So, the beasts were eaten right under Nalan's instructor's nose? You, a level 7 instructor, are also just a facade. What did you say? Nalan Kuang is provoked, the contract markings on his forehead glowing brightly. Do you dare? Chen Mo smiles as he glances at the flying Cyclops. I am someone who receives a monthly subsidy of 1,000 gold coins from the Southern Emperor, which is several times your salary. Think carefully before you act. Do you deserve it? Without waiting for Nalan Kuang to react, he disdainfully turns and flies away. Ah! A violent thunderstorm erupts behind him, and the shockwave lifts the sky. Chen Mo only needs 3 layers of steel mesh to block the shockwave, and when it blows onto him, it is merely a gentle breeze. Upon returning to the team, his classmates have already engaged with a magical beast. The iron cage has been shattered, some are injured, but the 16 of them cooperate well, surrounding the level 5 magical beast and launching a wheel battle to exhaust its stamina. Not long after he arrives, the battle is already nearing its end, with several beast masters swarming in, stabbing their claws into the magical beast's body, tearing it apart. A dark pearl falls from the magical beast's body and is quickly picked up by someone. Everyone is panting, both excited and happy. We successfully killed a level 5 magical beast. This is the dropped magic core. The magic core is the source of a magical beast's power and is essential for making large props. A level 5 magical beast's magic core can provide a family's lighting needs for about 10 years. It can also maintain the city defense array for a month. The purchase price for merchants is generally around 200 gold coins. 200 gold coins, if divided among 16 people, means each can get more than 10 coins. For them, this is simply a windfall. Very good. Let's keep it up and strive to level up here. Watching the eager expressions of his classmates, Chen Mo didn't say much and stored the magic core in his ring. Where are the 3 mentors? We don't know. It was at this moment everyone remembered that Zhang Kaihua and the others, who should have been following them, had mysteriously vanished. The area isn't too big, but with rain and fog obscuring the view, it really is hard to find them. Chen Mo closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Elemental spirits are very sensitive to changes in the surrounding elements. Found it. Suddenly opening his eyes, Chen Mo's expression turned worried. Get ready to fight again. Follow me. The handful of gold coins in his hand transformed into golden energy, nourishing the exhausted beast army. Xiao Yu also timely released her skills, restoring everyone's mental energy one by one. 10 miles away in the sky, Zhang Kaihua clutched his chest, blood staining the corner of his mouth. He was skilled in reconnaissance and harassment, but facing off against a high-level magical beast head-on was not his strong suit. The humanoid magical beast before him was incredibly fast, and it didn't attack the beasts. It focused solely on the beast masters. The 3 were only able to defend themselves, and Li Guangyao's merman healing speed could not keep up with the rate of their injuries. With each injury, the 3 of them suffered severe reductions in their mental energy. The magical beast's attacks also carried a curse, allowing wounds to barely heal but not fully recover. Call for help. As a mentor, dying before the students would be utterly disgraceful. Zhang Kaihua took a potion from his ring and downed it. We're all 6th tier. How can I lose to it? A green light burst forth from his forehead, and the Minotaur screeched, causing countless feathers to float in the air like arrows ready to be shot. Beneath the Minotaur, a magical flame gorilla, 3 stories tall, pounded its chest and then slammed its fists into the ground, charging at the 6th tier humanoid magical beast. Zhang Kaihua's two beasts launched their attacks simultaneously, creating a grand spectacle. The crimson eyes of the 6th-tier magical beast flickered, transforming into a black light to evade the rain of arrows as they came. After playing with the magical flame gorilla, it appeared right in front of Zhang Kaihua, grinning and revealing its jagged teeth. Its claws swiped through the air, and the gnome rabbit appeared just in time to block the attack with its thick fur. But in the next moment, the gnome rabbit was torn open, crashing into the ground and kicking in pain. Zhou Wenbin also felt the backlash of power, clutching his head in agony. The gap in strength was despairing. They couldn't hold on any longer. They would die. Deciding press. But the sensation of pressing the button didn't come, and just as he was puzzled, he saw the 6th-tier humanoid magical beast grinning at him, holding an arm in its hand. Chapter 90, Steel. Seeing blood gushing from his shoulder, Li Guangyao finally realized it was his arm. The merman stood in front of him, conjuring a water sphere to envelop them both in an attempt to heal Li Guangyao's wounds. But the 6th-tier magical beast sneered, tilting its neck, and the claws of Zhang Kaihua's magical flame gorilla, which were supposed to attack it, shattered the merman's water sphere, slamming both the merman and the sphere into the ground. Blue blood flowed from the merman's body. It was Li Guangyao's companion beast. If it died, Li Guangyao's cultivation would plummet, and with just a slight misstep, his beast master talent could be stripped away as well. No, he collapsed to the ground, feeling as if all his bones had shattered. The fear of death felt so real, and all the grand ambitions he had when he took on the role of team leader faded away. Now he just hoped someone would come to save him. But it was too late. Even if he summoned the proctor now, with the speed of the 6th-tier magical beast, he was doomed. Hey beast, come kill me. Zhang Kaihua laughed bitterly, a level 5 beast master, still unable to defeat a 6th-tier magical beast, even with assistance. Teaching elementary students would be better than dying now. Just then, a wave of golden mist quickly floated by. That golden color was like sunlight shimmering in the gloomy sky. Zhang Kaihua's eyes widened in joy. The golden energy enveloped the merman and gnome rabbit, quickly seeping into their bodies. The chant of the spirits reached their ears, and the mental energy of the three began to recover. Chen Mo had arrived. Not just him, all the students from the Welfare Beast Academy had come. Seeing this, the 6th-tier humanoid magical beast transformed into a cloud of black mist and turned to flee. But no matter which direction it ran, it would encounter the Iron Dragon roar. As it tried to dodge, 16 students from the Welfare Academy had already set up their formation. In the sky were flying beasts like the flying lion and the golden-crowned red falcon. In midair were large beasts like the stone-armed gibbon and the iron-shelled rhinoceros. On the ground were beasts like the wild boar, ear mouse, and saber-toothed tiger. In terms of speed, the golden-crowned red falcon could match the speed of sound, faster than the 6th-tier magical beast. In terms of defense, the 4th-tier iron-shelled rhinoceros could withstand a blow from a 6th-tier magical beast without much trouble. Even without the interference of the Iron Dragon roar, any beast attacked by the 6th-tier magical beast would be ambushed by the golden-crowned red falcon. Although it wouldn't cause fatal injuries, in this situation, even a slight injury could be deadly. Intelligence is a good thing, but weighing pros and cons can also make one hesitate, cower, and lose the opportunity. The 6th-tier magical beast was trapped in the formation, scanning its surroundings, trying to find an absolutely reliable breakthrough. In this searching process, it was destined to lose all opportunities. The Hellcat's spirit acted faster than it. The two sides engaged in fierce aerial combat, and at the same time, layers of enormous iron nets rose within a radius of 3 miles, trapping everyone, including the 6th-tier magical beast within. This net wasn't very sturdy, but with layers upon layers. Even a 6th-tier magical beast would find it impossible to break through in one go. Are you okay? Chen Mo picked up Li Guangyao's arm and handed it back to him. Can you fix it yourself? At this moment, in Li Guangyao's eyes, Chen Mo was no longer a student. He was a trustworthy powerhouse, a savior sent from the heavens. For some reason, even though the other party was only 4th tier, and compared to the 6th-tier magical beast before him, the level difference was so great, he still felt that Chen Mo would definitely win. Yes, he struggled to sit up, the blood loss making his lips pale, but he still managed to give Chen Mo a reassuring smile. The merman had already self-repaired under the nourishment of the golden energy, relying on the strong vitality of the exotic beast. The water sphere used for healing was conjured again, wrapping around both it and the gnome rabbit. Unexpectedly, we still needed you to save us. Zhang Kaihua self-deprecated, looking at the 6th-tier magical beast trapped in the sky. Although the 4 nations conduct simulated tests in the ancient battlefield every year to eliminate some magical beasts, those that remain are allowed to breathe and continuously advance. This one is already 6th tier. The border guards should have discovered and cleared it long ago to prevent damage to the erase stones. Was it an accident or human error? Who can say for sure? Chen Mo didn't have the energy to explore these meaningless matters. He focused his attention on the battle between the Hellcat spirit and the magical beast in the sky. Although there was a level difference, the Hellcat spirit, with the assistance of others, was surprisingly able to fight evenly. The 6th-tier magical beast was too concerned about being ambushed, making it unable to unleash its full strength. As time passed, the gap in strength between the two sides gradually narrowed. The 6th-tier magical beast was getting tired. Its visible fatigue showed in its speed and reaction time, which were not as quick as before. But the Hellcat spirit was different. She had Chen Mo supporting her from behind, replenishing her stamina. Once she let loose, she grew bolder in battle. The situation was turning. For the first time, the 6th-tier magical beast was injured, black magical energy oozing from its wounds. After the first injury, a second and third soon followed, and finally, it was caught off guard and slammed to the ground by the Iron Dragon roar. If it weren't for the quick reaction, it would have likely been struck down by a hit from the Iron Dragon roar and turned to mud. It had lost all will to fight, transforming into a mass of black mist, swiftly darting and dodging, trying to find an opportunity to escape. But how could Chen Mo give it that chance? The magic core produced by a 6th-tier magical beast is worth more than double that of a 5th tier. Selling it would provide enough money for a civilian family of 3 to live their entire lives. As they were about to achieve great success, everyone from the Welfare Beast Academy was filled with excitement. 6th tier. Their highest was only 4th tier, most were only 3rd tier, and there were not many of them. Only 18 in total, one of whom had fainted, leaving only 17 to fight. 17 people killing a 6th tier magical beast. What a boast that would be. Even if Chen Mo was the main fighter, having fought alongside the #1 genius from the Southern Kingdom, such a claim would carry significant weight. At that moment, the magical beast was left struggling in despair. It was only a matter of time before it was killed. But then an unexpected incident occurred. Nailin Kwong arrived with over 50 students from the Extraordinary Beast Academy. Grinning, Rob. With that command, more than 50 students from the Extraordinary Beast Academy took action simultaneously. And the layers of iron nets set up by Chen Mo collapsed instantly. Together with the 6th-tier magical beast, they surrounded the Welfare Beast Academy's group. More than 50 elves chanted together, and lights representing various elements shone simultaneously. The absolute suppression in bloodline, level, and numbers caused the teachers and students of the Welfare Beast Academy to panic. Were the experience and materials they were about to obtain going to be snatched away just like that? The elves were all ranged attackers, while the Welfare Beast Academy primarily had melee-focused beast kings. This wasn't a battle of the same dimension. It was like wielding a dragon-slaying sword against an opponent with a rocket launcher. Just then, the golden contract markings on Chen Mo's forehead shone brightly. Instantly, a massive steel fortress formed, blocking the attacks of the 50-plus elves while separating the two schools' personnel. Waves of formation runes appeared in the air, obscuring the entire sky. Boom, 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 boom. Chen Mo, you have some nerve to openly attack students from another school. Thunderclouds were gathering above Nailin Kwong's head, ready to strike at any moment. Chen Mo ignored him. During the exam period, minor conflicts between candidates were allowed. Robbery was a common occurrence. However, it was absolutely forbidden for instructors to attack students without reason, and Nailin Kwong didn't have that courage. One ear mouse after another twirled their paddle-like tails and soared into the air. They were slow, but there were so many of them. In no time, they blotted out the sky, all ear mice flying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. One by one, the ear mice fell dead to the ground, but countless others surged forward. The extraordinary students couldn't kill them all, and if they weren't careful, they would be bitten. Minor injuries could be easily healed with some medicine. The extraordinary individuals didn't take it to heart. The battle above and below was chaotic, and the 6th-tier magical beast was finally beaten to the point where it could no longer fight back, lying on the ground in despair. The iron wall then disappeared, and the extraordinary students saw their opportunity, preparing to strike again. But soon, they realized they couldn't muster any strength. Their heads felt hot and dizzy, unable to even open their eyes. It was like a wild pigeon that had eaten too much fermented fruit. One by one, the extraordinary students fell from the sky. Each one crashed into the ground, leaving a pit and spitting out blood. Everyone lay on the ground cramping and vomiting blood, not a single person uttering a sound. Nailin Kwong was shocked to see the students strewn across the ground and felt a surge of panic. Everyone's condition was terrible. Their blood was rapidly boiling, like shrimp being cooked. The ear mouse's innate skill, Black Death Curse, a curse-type skill, it spread quickly, had a high mortality rate, and was resistant to all forms of medicine. Only a 7th-tier healer could remove it within 24 hours. In this world, no one kept ear mice as beast companions. So naturally, no one knew what the ear mice's advanced skills were. The extraordinary students suffered because they didn't understand their enemy. Chen Mo, He rushed in front of Chen Mo, glaring angrily. How dare you use curse power against classmates? I want to kill you. If you kill me, that is a crime. Chen Mo coldly looked at Nalan Kwong. There are no rules saying that curse power cannot be used on the battlefield, and I haven't killed them. Look, they are still breathing. Within 24 hours, they can find the leading instructor of the Divine Wood to remove the curse. Don't pin any random accusations on me. They were trying to rob our magical beasts. I was just defending myself. After saying that, he no longer looked at Nalan Kwong and turned to his classmates. Commanding, take action. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6th-tier magical beast was torn to shreds right in front of Nalan Kwong. The pitch-black magic core was sent to Chen Mo and stored in his ring. Subsequently, the aura of advancement spread among the people of the Welfare Beast Academy. Out of 16 people, 10 leveled up, and along with those who had previously leveled up, a total of 13 reached 4th tier. At the same time, 13 beast companions advanced to 5th tier. Xiaoyu also successfully reached 5th tier. Exotic beast, Yaoyu spirit. Affiliation, sacred beast system, earth attribute spirit. Tier, 5th tier. Innate skills, jade nourishment, restores 50% of mental power. Concentration, resists 40% of mental damage. Steadfast heart, resists 30% of illusion damage. Backlash, 20% chance to rebound mental damage. Sniping, mental attack, effective against both humans and beasts. Chen Mo nodded slightly in satisfaction. After so much effort, he finally had some gains. Beside him, Nalan Kwong gritted his teeth, looking angrily at the Cyclops in the sky. On the surface, he truly couldn't do anything to Chen Mo, but how could he swallow this anger? His extraordinary beast academy had been established longer than the Southern Kingdom itself. Now, being easily annihilated, what dignity would the school have left if this got out? Chen Mo, do you know what consequences your actions today will bring? Although the extraordinary students were not from prestigious families, their influence in the Southern Kingdom was still considerable. Some wealthy young masters from other countries even came to seek them out. Chen Mo naturally understood the implication in his words. It was merely a matter of using status and class to oppress others. I don't know what consequences there will be. I only know that as an instructor, if your student encounters trouble and you don't think of a way to help them immediately, while here you are complaining and letting these young masters suffer. If I were their parents, I definitely wouldn't let you off easily. You? Nalan Kwong was furious, but realized that Chen Mo had a point. Prolonged high temperatures could damage the brain. Even if the curse was removed later, the person would be ruined. He waved his hand, calling over his assistant, a 6th-tier healer. Go, find someone from the Divine Wood. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The demonic energy seemed to have been attracted by something, surging like a flood toward the extraordinary candidates who had fainted on the ground. The pain of the curse ignited the darkest side of each of their hearts. At that moment, they were like heaps of rotten flesh, and the demonic energy was like flies drawn to the stench, burrowing into their bodies. Not good. Nalan Kwong panicked completely and grabbed Chen Mo's collar. Give them Yaoyu. Once they fell into demonic corruption, these 50-plus best students would undoubtedly die. It didn't matter if they died. More than 54 winged elves would be wasted. Such a thing must not happen under his watch. Quick, take out Yaoyu and give it to them, he shouted, his forehead markings shining brightly. Chapter 92. If only there were more people delivering themselves to my door. Quick, take out Yaoyu. Nalan Kwong's roar attracted everyone's attention. The scene was transmitted to the examination room through a cyclops. The invigilator frowned. How could a mere ear mouse possess curse power? Such power does not belong to a bloodline as inferior as the ear mouse. Even among high-ranking beast kings, there are very few extraordinary beasts with curse abilities. Generally, only high-ranking demon kings and sacred beasts possess such abilities. Perhaps Chen Mo's ear mouse is not an ordinary ear mouse. An assistant reminded, aren't there many ways to fuse extraordinary beasts? Maybe Chen Mo fused the ear mouse with other demon kings or sacred beasts. His ear mouse does have some issues, but it is definitely not a fusion. The invigilator had his own judgment. This is not the time to study this. Let us go. We need to rescue. We cannot let extraordinary students die on the battlefield. Last year's casualties were all students from the Welfare Beast Academy. Their survival rate was already low, so it wouldn't be surprising if they all perished. For poor families, it's just a matter of giving a few gold coins. But if these extraordinary students die, it will be a big problem. Orders had already come from the Southern Emperor. Chen Mo must be kept alive. Knowing this person is dangerous, the Southern Emperor still insists on keeping him, proving his value and that he is worth the risk. Since that's the case, as subjects, we must share the ruler's worries. Rescuing the extraordinary students would relieve the pressure on the extraordinary side, preventing them from forcing the Southern Emperor to deal with Chen Mo. But if we go to rescue now, wouldn't that be equivalent to declaring all extraordinary students failed? What does that have to do with us? A few beams of light shot from the examination room, heading straight for Area 1. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Hand over the Yao Jade now? He shouted again, the thunderclouds above him crackling with electricity, ready to strike at any moment. Chen Mo, however, smiled. Is the extraordinary a den of bandits? Not only robbing magical beasts, but also demanding Yao Jade? This is all you're doing. Now they are very likely to fall into corruption. I'm just asking you to hand over the Yao Jade to block the demonic energy for them. If you are still a citizen of the Southern Kingdom, you have this obligation to save your comrades. Nalan Kuang spoke with righteous indignation, playing the moral card, but Chen Mo was not fooled. Last year, did you save a single student from the Welfare Academy? He scoffed, forcefully shaking off Nalan Kuang's hand. My life is also a life. If I give you the Yao Jade, what if I fall into corruption? You're looking for death. Seeing that he was impervious to threats, Nalan Kuang suddenly struck. At such a close distance, with such a significant level difference, one blow would be enough to take Chen Mo's life. At that point, he could take his ring and naturally obtain the Yao Jade inside. He believed Chen Mo definitely had more Yao Jade. Lightning struck like a knife, aimed directly at the top of Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo could not dodge or withstand it. The result would only be obvious death. At the critical moment, Chen Mo's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The lightning struck the ground, creating a large pit. The earth charred. Nalan Kuang, having lost his target, panicked and looked around, only to find the Invigilator looking at him with a serious expression. Team Leader Mentor, Level 7 Beast Master, Nalan Kuang, disqualified for attacking an examinee. All extraordinary students from the Extraordinary Beast Academy, corruption value exceeding 5, exam declared a failure. With the issuance of the order, one extraordinary student after another was sent out of the examination room for treatment. Nalan Kuang clenched his fists, his eyes almost bursting with anger. This is unfair. He glared at the Invigilator. If it weren't for Chen Mo using curse power on my students, they wouldn't have fallen into corruption. If he hadn't stood by and done nothing, I wouldn't have been forced to take action to scare him. Well, clearly it was a lethal move. Yet he called it a scare tactic. Chen Mo scoffed in his heart, but put on a wronged face. Invigilator, all my actions comply with the examination rules. They were the ones who robbed the magical beasts we hunted hard for first. My actions were merely for self-defense. The curse is not something I can control. It's a passive skill of the ear mouse. Anyone with a bit of education should know that being bitten by a dog can lead to rabies. And being bitten by a rat can lead to the plague, right? As for saving people, I'm not a healer. What kind of person am I supposed to save? Mentor Nalan still wants to rob my Yao Jade. How could a dignified level 7 beast master stoop to such despicable and shameless acts? Yao Jade is so precious. And in such a special environment, robbing someone of their Yao Jade is tantamount to causing them to fall into corruption. Such actions, when spoken of, are indefensible both logically and morally. The Invigilator glanced at Chen Mo, feeling a bit helpless. He knew Chen Mo was pretending to be weak, yet he still had to speak up to comfort him. Please rest assured, I will report Nalan Kuang's actions truthfully to the Education Bureau, and he will definitely receive a serious punishment. Punishment or not, how serious it is not something for you to discuss under the covers, right? Chen Mo had no hope for this. The so-called justice still had to be fought for with strength in the end. Thank you, Invigilator. He slightly nodded, his attitude respectful. He did not overstay his welcome, which left a good impression on the Invigilator. He thought highly of Chen Mo. Perhaps this child is truly very talented and knows how to keep his composure. His extreme behavior might also be to avenge the seniors who died last year, right? If that is the case, it could be seen as having feelings and loyalty. Nalan Kuang's chest heaved violently, unwilling yet helpless. It was not that he was afraid of being unable to defeat the level 8 Invigilator, but once he defied him, it would be tantamount to rebellion. And he wouldn't be able to survive in the Southern Kingdom. Just you wait. He left that sentence with malice and swished away. Wait. You wait. But I want you wait. Chen Mo chuckled. A level 7 beast master with 3 level 8 spirits is quite a boon. The power within him surged, and he felt he was on the brink of level 5. The rest was just finding extraordinary beasts to comprehend. Last time he devoured a level 5 beast master. Although he didn't level up immediately after the devouring, he did gain some insights. He had awakened twice and possessed 2 talent skills. So comprehension would also require 2 sessions. He had already chosen the first target for comprehension, but he still needed to find a suitable second one. He did not like artificially spliced beast masters. With impure bloodlines, it was difficult to communicate with the natural world, and the effectiveness of comprehension would definitely be poor. It would be great if someone could offer themselves. Chapter 93, Seeing Clearly. Even some magical beasts were forced to flee towards the outskirts. But the entire ancient battlefield was like a pot with a lid on it, leaving them nowhere to escape. Chen Mo released the ear mouse to search for the next magical beast but accidentally glimpsed the battles of other schools. The battles of the National Defense Beast Academy were different. They were one of the few teams where humans and beasts fought together. Each person wore heavy armor and wielded sharp weapons, with the beasts charging ahead while they fought bravely behind. Unafraid of injury or death, they pressed forward, their fighting spirit soaring. The cooperation between humans and beasts made the battles highly entertaining. Moreover, they had a strong sense of teamwork, fighting together and sharing the spoils equally. After observing them, Chen Mo didn't bother with them. After all, Wang Suiyuan also came from the National Defense Academy, so he had to give some face. The battles of other teams were also standard, but the Royal Beast Academy was simply outrageous. They were openly cheating. 2 level 7 mentors were both support types and very powerful ones at that. They used the power of formations to create a small battlefield, trapping selected magical beasts within. They also created a protective formation, sheltering 20 examinees inside. They fought the magical beasts from behind the formation. On one side were the trapped magical beasts fighting for their lives, and on the other were the royal members leisurely drinking tea and taking medicine. The magical beasts felt wronged even unto death. Chen Mo found these people displeasing but didn't dare to provoke them. Although their unified 6-winged elves look very enticing. The 2 7th-level Beastmasters are not pushovers. They may appear to be supportive, but they are even more terrifying than a full-on assault. In this world, the position of an array master is far more esteemed and scarce than that of a high-level refiner. Chen Mo attempted to use his ear mouse to spy and learn a trick or two, but he was quickly discovered. With just a glance, his ear mouse was obliterated. He himself suffered some damage, which had never happened before. The so-called array masters are those who master the power of spatial laws. The 3 most powerful laws in this world are time, space, and life. Mastering any one of them allows one to walk alongside heaven and earth. Their companion beasts are very special, often possessing the bloodline of ancient divine beasts, such as the Candle Dragon. Array masters also have high requirements for mental strength, making them the type of beast masters with the highest innate talent requirements. Envious, truly envious. When Chen Mo was attacked from a distance, his yearning for array masters reached a peak. A 7th-level array master in battle can give even 9th-level beast masters a headache, clearly so powerful. Yet they are assigned to be caretakers. What a waste of resources. Unable to find suitable hunting targets for now, let us go replace the array stones first. Chen Mo had already taken on the role of team leader, issuing commands, and everyone responded actively, without any dissent. Replacing the array stones requires first finding the array tower. With the array stones in hand, one can approach within 10 meters of the tower. Each array tower has 7 slots for array stones, and usually, around 3 stones are enough to maintain the operation of the large array. Once a high-level magical creature breaches the array and fills all 7 slots, the protective array can transform into an extermination array, automatically hunting down magical creatures of level 7 and above. Replacing the array stones is simply a matter of swapping out the exhausted one to complete the task, having already accumulated enough points. While other schools were busy battling monsters and the monsters were busy fleeing, Chen Mo successfully replaced all the array stones. Since we rarely get a chance like this and it's not yet time to leave, let us hunt a bit more. A 5th-level magical beast is worth 200 gold coins. In a corner of Area 1, near the portal to the demon realm, a hunting team seems to be acting independently. They had just killed a 5th-level magical beast when one of them suddenly felt something calling to him from behind the portal. He crept closer, and suddenly someone shouted from behind him, "Don't go near there." But it was too late. A thick black mist suddenly engulfed him. And after a violent convulsion, when he opened his eyes again, everything was pitch black. Run! The teammates who had just fought alongside him unhesitatingly abandoned him. But he did not give up on his teammates. He devoured his teammates, merging them with himself. The magical rain in the sky inexplicably stopped. And Area 1 rarely revealed a patch of clear sky. Just as everyone was joyous, the protective array sounded an alarm. Chen Mo didn't know what had happened, only that he felt a very ominous sensation. In the sky, brilliant lights streaked across. Those were the figures of border defense commanders, along with that 8th-level proctor. It seemed something big had happened. Let us go take a look. He led the members of the Welfare Academy towards the incident site, while the instructors from other academies ordered their students to retreat to the entrance and wait. Finally, they arrived in time to witness the developments. At the entrance to the demon realm stood a figure in school uniform. However, his state was very strange, lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. A large amount of magical energy poured into his body, causing a qualitative change. He appeared to undergo cellular division, visibly growing from a standard height of 1.75 meters to about 2.50 meters. His school uniform burst open, revealing dark scales beneath. A black light shone from his forehead, and a normal Beast King-type companion beast was summoned. But soon, the body of this companion beast underwent a huge transformation. It grew larger, another head emerged from its shoulder, and a pair of wings rose high behind it. A beast type with 2 heads, one not found in textbooks. The beast masters on the human side seemed to have gathered. 2 8th-level beast masters exchanged a glance, without any words, and immediately began fighting. A 7th-level beast master flew past Chen Mo, scolded him, and hurriedly joined the fray. The elves began to chant, and layers of protective arrays stacked up, not imprisoning the magical beasts, but the array tower itself. A breach by magical beasts is not frightening. What's terrifying is a highly intelligent magical beast destroying the array tower and releasing a horde of magical beasts. The task of the 7th-level beast masters is to protect the array tower. The magical beasts are left to the 2 8th-level beast masters. This was a battle that could be described as earth-shattering, absolutely thrilling. Chen Mo had seen Principal Hou fight against a 9th-level elf, and that scene was incomparable to this one. At first, he couldn't even see the figures of the 2 fighting sides clearly. All he heard were loud explosions, rocks collapsing, and the earth violently shaking. Right before his eyes, the originally flat ground instantly transformed into a pit several meters deep. It was unimaginable what the consequences would be if one were hit by such an attack. This is not a place for us to stay. We need to leave quickly. Too late. Chen Mo looked up at the sky. Once we move, we will be noticed. What to do then? Staying still could also get us hit. Yes, the outcomes of moving or staying still are not much different. I can see it clearly. Chen Mo suddenly smiled. He finally saw through the dazzling battlefield. Chapter 94, Kid. Are you enjoying the show? After level 5, for Beast Masters, each level up not only increases the number of beasts, but also brings a qualitative change in strength. The higher the level, the greater the gap between levels, like a chasm. At Chen Mo's level, he should not be able to see the serious battle scenes of 8th level and above Beast Masters. But now he could see clearly. No one else could understand the excitement he felt at this moment. Everyone else was deeply worried about their lives hanging by a thread. In an instant, mountains and rocks could be utterly destroyed. How could mere flesh and blood withstand it? They didn't know if such an attack would land on them next. Even if their companion beasts used all their strength to block it, they probably wouldn't last even a second. Chen Mo understood their fear. Jump into the pit. Huh. Shells 1T land in the same pit. Jump. There was hesitation, but no doubt. The members of the Welfare Beast Academy jumped into the nearby pit at the fastest speed. Even earlier than them were the remaining ear mice, fewer than 100,000. They continued to dig deeper into the pit. While shells wouldn't land in the same pit, the targeting spells would. The ear mice worked together and quickly dug the cave to a safe depth. As long as the 8th level beast masters above won the battle, they would be in no danger. Why hasn't Chen Mo come down yet? Yes, he flew up. Such a war could affect anyone at any moment. Yet he actually flew up. The battling sides of humans and demons were too engaged to notice the fearless little shrimp. Chen Mo was temporarily safe. He smiled, watching both sides of the battle. In the Beastmaster world, the rules state that unless in a beast fighting arena, spying on others' battles could lead to death, and that would be self-inflicted. Under such rules, one can imagine the benefits of observing high-level beast masters in battle. The use of beasts, the application of skills, the breakdown of defenses. One can see the battle experience gained from real combat in seasoned beast masters. The more Chen Mo watched, the clearer it became, and the more excited he grew. With the same 4 companion beasts, if he faced such an attack, could he do better than others? He repeatedly simulated what it was like to participate in battles in his mind, as if he had truly fought before. A faint light enveloped him and his beasts. This was the light of enlightenment. Enlightenment is a process of inner communication with the outside world. It can be passively obtained, for example, by devouring a high-level exotic beast and digesting its insights into leveling up. This is a form of opportunism. At this moment, Chen Mo was genuinely experiencing it, drawing nourishment from the battles of others. One person took out a potion to replenish mental strength from their ring, while another stood guard in cooperation. In contrast, the humanoid demon beast seemed to have just finished warming up and was completely energized. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Taking a deep breath, a large amount of magic energy surged continuously into its body. Its body underwent another transformation, growing a pair of horns on its head, and its bat-like wings flared open with a whoosh, blocking the sunlight and casting a large shadow. The situation was not good. They had to activate the extermination formation. The 2 level 8 beast masters exchanged opinions, clearly feeling each other's helplessness. At that moment, a breeze blew by. A purple light shot in from afar, joining the battle circle. It was the Royal Power Phoenix Ming, from Rose Academy, a level 8 beast master. Have you all not fought for too long? Why is it taking so long to deal with a heart-eater demon? She stood there with an arrogant smile on her face. The 2 level 8 beast masters beside her couldn't help but smile wryly. There are always people better than you, and there are heavens beyond this world. Even though they were both level 8, their talents were different, and their strengths were worlds apart. The battle reignited, with Royal Power Phoenix Ming as the main attacker, while the other two level 8 Beast Masters assisted from the side. Chen Mo was astonished, his mouth agape. He had never seen a royal like Royal Power Phoenix Ming fight like this, dressed in purple golden armor and wielding a black iron sword. 4 six-winged fairies sang in unison behind her, but there was no attack effect. Support. All 4 six-winged fairies were support. 1 increased speed, 1 increased strength, 1 increased defense, and 1 cursed the opponent. Focus can lead to perfection. Unlike others who pursued diverse skills, Royal Power Phoenix Ming sought the ultimate. As soon as she appeared, the entire battlefield shifted from evenly matched to one-sided. Clang. The black iron sword struck the scales of the Heart-Eater demon, creating sparks. Royal Power Phoenix Ming fought in an extremely savage and brutal manner, chopping like cutting vegetables, her sword as decisive and fierce as a knife. The Heart-Eater demon, which had just been leisurely battling, was suddenly rendered defenseless. Not only was it unable to defend itself, but even the 2 level 8 Beast Masters found no opportunity to intervene. They could only attack the beasts targeting the Heart-Eater demon, and they quickly succeeded. This scene left Chen Mo dumbfounded. Luckily, he had never provoked this woman. From the start, he sensed that she was not to be trifled with, and now seeing her in action was truly terrifying. Anyone who provoked her would surely be torn to pieces. Who would have thought that a woman with 4 six-winged fairies would fight like a warrior, wielding a sword? The battle quickly concluded, with the Heart-Eater demon chopped into who knows how many pieces. It was pitiful. After one arm was severed and just regrown, it was cut off again. It kept growing and being chopped. By the end, it may have collapsed under the pressure. It gave up, resigned to its fate. It turned out she had always known the Heart-Eater demon's weak point. It was just play. What a terrifying woman she was. Chen Mo couldn't help but swallow hard and turn to escape. He couldn't let this woman find trouble. She was too frightening. Kid, you seem to be enjoying the show, she said, weighing the level 8 magic core in her hand with a cold smile. Hee. Chen Mo mechanically turned around, forcing out an awkward smile. I just wanted to observe and learn. If Teacher Royal Power doesn't like it, I'll forget everything I saw. I usually prefer to gouge out my opponent's eyes. Royal Power Phoenix Ming tilted her head and smiled, her eyes revealing no hint of truth. No need to be so serious, right? After all, I'm a man favored by the Southern Emperor. Give me some face. Just as Chen Mo was about to argue, he saw the severed head of the Heart-Eater demon quietly floating behind Royal Power Phoenix Ming. Watch out. At such a distance, there was no time. Without thinking, Chen Mo activated Xiaoyu's 5th skill, Sniping. Chapter 95, Demon Suppression Slope. Bang. A dull sound echoed, and blood splattered all over Royal Power Phoenix Ming. At this moment, it was discovered that during the previous battle, not a speck of blood had touched her, no matter how she did it. This result undoubtedly showed she had a cleanliness obsession. The air grew tense, and the 2 level 8 Beast Masters awkwardly cleared their throats, indicating they would go check the formation and slipped away. Only Chen Mo and Royal Power Phoenix Ming remained, staring at each other. I see it seems to want to attack you, because one of them was originally created after that student fell into darkness. Royal Power Phoenix Ming rolled her eyes and tossed the level 8 magic core to Chen Mo. Consider this a reluctant thank you for saving me. It's actually a bit unnecessary. So generous. Chen Mo looked at the magic core in his hand, which resembled a black gemstone, raising an eyebrow. If he sold this, it would probably fetch a sky-high price. He decided to keep it for future use. He stored the magic core in his ring, slowly descended to the ground, and called out the others hiding in the cave. After a day of battle, everyone needed time to rest and digest the experiences of the day. Chen Mo's gaze swept over everyone, feeling their admiration for him had increased a few more notches. In such a battle, everyone feared becoming collateral damage. Yet Chen Mo had flown into the battle circle and survived successfully. Just based on that, he was already an extraordinary presence. This respect was akin to that of mortals towards deities, devout and loyal. They automatically divided into 3 groups of 2, taking turns keeping watch at night, allowing Chen Mo to rest assured. No medicine could compare to a good night's sleep for restoring one's spirit. After experiencing the high-level magical beast breaking through the formation, the other schools also tacitly chose to stop and recuperate. Among the 11 schools, all extraordinary students were judged to have failed, while all benefits had been distributed, and the task of replacing the formation stones had been completed. Of the remaining 9 schools, the majority of candidates had not yet met the score requirements. The rain in Area 1 began to fall again, with magical beasts roaming in the night, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The next day, Chen Mo could only rely on the recovery of his spirit to judge that it was the second day. He observed his classmates. A night's rest was indeed very worthwhile. There were still 3 students who had not reached level 4, but judging by their aura, they were already close. The remaining factor was the timing of enlightenment. The hunt began again. The magical beasts in Area 1 were much more cunning than those in other areas. They hid within the magical ring, making it impossible to find them just by sensing. Hunting relied purely on luck. Fortunately, they had good luck, and the last 3 successfully leveled up. Thus, all third-year examinees from the Welfare Beastmaster Academy successfully advanced to level 4. This was an unprecedented achievement. It could even be recorded in the school's annals. Most of the welfare students had reached the peak of their Beastmaster careers at level 3, and that was it for their lives. They either went to mine or to repair the city. Being able to become ordinary employees and do some service for the nobles was already quite fortunate. But now, they were all level 4, and their destinies had completely changed. For Beastmasters at level 3 and below, the monthly subsidy was 20 silver coins. The exotic beasts hunted in teams were mostly below level 4, not worth much, and could be deadly. Upon reaching level 4, they could remain in school for employment. Even if assigned to guard the city, they could at least become a small team leader. Every month, they receive 1 to 2 gold coins as a subsidy. If they don't buy medicine for cultivation, it's completely enough for a regular family's daily expenses. All of this is given to them by Chen Mo, and they remember it in their hearts. The hunting is still ongoing, and everyone thinks the magic cores are valuable. They want to earn money to spend on Chen Mo. However, by the afternoon of the 3rd day, the proctor personally came over and told them they must leave the exam room. Why? Isn't the exam supposed to last for 7 days? Wang Suiyuan and the others had just killed a 5th-tier magical beast and handed the magic core to Chen Mo. This isn't an exam. You're just here to stock up. The proctor helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Leave some face for the other schools. There aren't enough magical beasts left. If you keep hunting like this, how many people will fail the exam and be forced to mine? Mining is fine. It won't kill anyone. Chen Mo wouldn't back down. The exam room is like a battlefield. We follow the rules. Whether we pass or not depends on our abilities. What kind of favors can we talk about? He refused to leave. And the only way to drive him away would be to resort to violence. Everyone knew Chen Mo had a bright future. Resorting to violence now would be tantamount to making an enemy. After hesitating for a long time, the proctor eventually gave up. On the 7th day, Chen Mo led his team through a canyon. The bare rocks piled up to form a narrow strip of sky. Magical rain collected in the low-lying areas, creating puddles. And around the puddles grew many ghost orchids. Ghost orchids are hallucinogenic and can be made into pet food, which helps improve beast taming illusion skills. The market price might be higher than 1 gold coin per plant. You can pick some as needed. You don't need to give them to me anymore. Chen Mo looked at everyone. Over the past few days, everyone had handed him all their valuable finds, but in reality, he didn't need the money at all. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They were working so hard just to ensure a better life for themselves and their families, right? If Chen Mo said he wanted these ghost orchids, they would still have to pick them willingly without complaint. They felt a sense of being treated like people. Everyone busied themselves picking ghost orchids, but Chen Mo felt something calling to him. What was on the other side of the canyon? That was the demon suppression slope. The name felt somewhat familiar. Chen Mo walked forward in confusion and exited the canyon alone. A cold wind blew past him from behind, the sound of the wind wailing as if someone was crying. In the distance, on a bare hillside, there seemed to be a grave. The large stone tablet was covered in scars, and the ancient characters were still faintly visible. Demon Suppression Slope. Chapter 96 indeed had something. Demon Suppression Slope. Demon Suppression Slope? Chen Mo slowly walked forward, his palm brushing over the stone tablet, and at that moment, it felt as if a horn was sounding in his ear. Vaguely, he seemed to see a grand scene of war. A face gradually became clear in his mind. It was a woman's face, filled with overwhelming hatred but also shedding tears. It hurt. Chen Mo clutched his chest. Why did he feel pain? Where exactly was this place, and why did these images appear in his mind? You are too greedy. If you pick like this, the ghost orchids will be picked to extinction. Exactly. What will others do if you do this? A group of students in earthy yellow clothing, led by 2 6th-tier beast tamers, pointed at Chen Mo's classmates and cursed loudly. Who are the poor fools cursing at? Chen Mo strolled over and glanced at everyone. It turned out to be the Alchemy Beast Taming Academy, a school that was only slightly better than Welfare Academy. This school only accepted manifestation system students, and they didn't want the rubbish manifestation students. Back at the awakening ceremony, the representative from Alchemy ran the fastest. Fearing the Education Bureau would assign Chen Mo to them due to skill compatibility. Who are the poor fools cursing at? But as soon as her words fell, a burst of laughter followed. She immediately realized she had fallen into Chen Mo's verbal trap and became furious. How can you laugh? Doing such immoral things. How can you still have the face to laugh? The so-called immorality was that the ghost orchids were all picked without leaving any for them. Since when did this world start talking about morals? Chen Mo disdainfully ignored their quarrels and turned to order. Let's go. Wait. The woman, along with her classmates, blocked Chen Mo's path. She lifted her chin, thought for a long time, but didn't know what to say. Finally, she blurted out, "Those who see should share. You must give us half of the ghost orchids." "So, is this your so-called morality?" Chen Mo scoffed. "If you want to rob, use your strength to take it. Don't whine about it. I won't fall for this, so get lost." His expression suddenly turned cold, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The woman involuntarily took 2 steps back, clearing the way but clenching her fists in unwillingness. "Forget it. This guy is on a roll. We can't afford to provoke him." The leading tutor comforted her. "Maybe we can find some elsewhere." They suddenly quickened their pace, surpassing the people from Welfare Beast Taming Academy, rushing towards the demon suppression slope, and began rummaging around on the slope. Chen Mo didn't care and just looked at the stone tablet and asked Zhang Kaihua, "Do you know what this stone tablet means?" "This." Zhang Kaihua smiled awkwardly. "I saw it during my exam, but I don't really understand it. The leading tutor didn't introduce it to us. We're not here for tourism. We're already exhausted dealing with magical beasts. Who has the energy to care about this stone tablet? You want to know what significance it has here?" A tutor from the Alchemy Beast Taming Academy suddenly interjected. "I know." He was thin, with 2 little mustaches, looking quite shrewd. "The reason it's called Demon Suppression Slope is that over 10,000 years ago, the most outstanding beast tamer of humanity killed the most powerful magical beast king of the demon realm here. Legend has it that a relic of ultimate treasure is buried here, waiting for a fated person to take it away. Do you want to know what this treasure is? And how to become its fated person?" He raised his eyebrows with a smile, looking like a street con artist trying to swindle money. "Uft. If you know, would you still tell others?" Wang Suiyuan rolled his eyes in disdain, but at that moment, Chen Mo showed interest in the topic. "I want to know, tell me. And you can mention any requirements you have." "Sure. You're straightforward." The little mustache smiled and looked at the stone tablet. Legend has it that the beast tamer, although he killed the magic king, was also severely injured. Before dying, he removed his armor and divine weapons and buried them on this slope. Because he had killed too much in his life, both the armor and divine weapons carried demonic properties and could no longer be wielded by ordinary people. So he ordered people to set up restrictions to prevent outsiders from approaching. Such precious treasures are certainly not lacking in covetous thieves. However, without exception, they all fell victim to demonic energy when they came into contact with the divine weapons. To prevent continuous tragedies, the Emperor of the Northern Kingdom ordered the armor and divine weapons to be buried deep underground, using formations to suppress them. "Do beast tamers really need armor and divine weapons?" One female student asked in confusion. "Shouldn't beast tamers command exotic beasts in battle? If it's 1 gold coin per plant, then that's 10 gold coins. That's really not much. It's just the salary of a senior tutor for a month. You think you can just talk and ask for so much money? Do you think people are fools?" "I'm sorry, I can give you gold coins, but I can't give you ghost orchids." Chen Mo smiled slightly. "The ghost orchids are theirs. I have no right to decide how to divide them with you. Aren't you just messing with me?" The little mustache glared angrily. "If you're so untrustworthy, who would dare to trade with you in the future? You don't want gold coins? Then let it be." Chen Mo casually spread his palms. "You talk a big game, but I can't tell if what you're saying is true or false. You want me to give you 10 ghost orchids? Besides, I just asked you to say it. When have I ever been untrustworthy? You?" The little mustached man nodded in annoyance. "Fine. If I prove what I said is true, will you give me 10 ghost orchids?" "Sure." Chen Mo readily agreed. If there really was some divine armor, spending 10 gold coins would be worth it. Just wait and see. The little mustached man's forehead glowed blue, and a massive excavator appeared out of thin air. This scene left Chen Mo dumbfounded. Wow, there's actually such a materialization skill? His beast, a pink 4-legged lizard, jumped onto the excavator and surprisingly merged with it, causing the machine to start moving. It began digging the earth, faster than 100 mice digging simultaneously. In no time, a tomb door was unearthed. "All right, I've dug out the door for you, proving that there really is something here. As for whether you can get in, that's your own ability. Now, hand over the ghost orchids." "Hand over the ghost orchids." The little mustached man extended his palm. Chen Mo's gaze lingered on the tomb door. Not looking at him, he casually tossed a handful of gold coins into his palm. "Here's your money. Go buy them yourself." What? Since that was the case, he didn't bother to dwell on it anymore and was about to take out 10 coins to buy ghost orchids from others in the welfare group. But before he could act, the gold coins in his hand were snatched away. Zhang Kaihua took all the coins, putting them into his spatial ring, and casually handed over 10 ghost orchids to the little mustached man. "This." The little mustached man looked at the ghost orchids in his hand, feeling inexplicably frustrated. Why did he feel like he lost several coins, even though it was clearly the result he wanted? No one paid him any mind. Everyone turned their attention to Chen Mo and the tomb. "Since there was something good, we can go take a look. What if there's some opportunity?" Several alchemy students discussed among themselves and rushed towards the tomb ahead of Chen Mo. through the residual energy. It seemed they could sense that there had indeed been a very powerful formation here. Thousands of years had passed, and these formations seemed to have exhausted their energy, no longer able to prevent people from entering. The alchemy students smoothly pushed open the tomb door and entered. Chen Mo, they rushed in. Wang Sui Yuan, not knowing when, had a sword in his hand. He looked at Chen Mo, seemingly wanting to rush into the tomb and drive the alchemy students out. The space inside the tomb was limited, and large beasts couldn't enter. The students of the National Defense Academy all practiced martial arts and were accustomed to fighting alongside their beasts, so he was prepared to go in himself. It's fine. If the treasure were that easy to take, it would have been gone long ago. Chen Mo didn't care and waited patiently. Time passed little by little, and just as he was about to go in and take a look, a sudden scream came from the tomb, followed by hurried footsteps. Before long, someone ran out, but only half of their body remained. It was as if they had been burned or sliced, with a neat cut and charred wound. They collapsed right at the door, completely lifeless. The terrifying scene made everyone's hearts skip a beat, but the people from the alchemy side appeared very calm. Are you still going in? The little mustached man smirked. The treasure is right there. It's said that the armor is made from the bark of the world's only life tree from the creation of heaven and earth. Wearing it not only makes one impervious to blades and guns, but also automatically restores life. And that sword can cut through the void, taking a person's head from 1,000 miles away. Don't you want to get it? Haha, I believe you. If it were really that powerful, how come its owner died in the first place? Just the fact that it can die proves that the life tree and all that is pure nonsense. But Chen Mo still wanted to go in and take a look. He called 3 rows of ear mice to lead the way and entered the tomb by himself. Behind him, the little mustached man smiled contentedly. He simply found a stone to sit on, waiting for news of Chen Mo's demise. Teacher, do you think Chen Mo will die in there? Who knows? It's said that the Southern Emperor values him a lot. If he dies here, will they blame us? The sky is going to rain, and the daughter is getting married. We've already reminded him with the lives of 3 students. If he insists on going in, it's not our fault. His smile was particularly glaring to those in the welfare group. Chen Mo won to die. The things in the tomb were originally his. Zhou Wenbin said firmly. He remembered that day in Yuqing. Yinglong's last words were to Chen Mo, saying that his armor was in the demon-suppressing slope. The things in the tomb were originally his. The little mustached man laughed uncontrollably. Yes, everything good belongs to him. He's the chosen one. And the entire beast world will belong to him. Don't put your rebellious words on Chen Mo. I'm just saying the armor is his, and he will definitely come out with it. Humph. The cold snort was filled with disdain. The little mustached man wanted to see whether today would be Chen Mo's rise or the fall of a genius. He had no enmity with Chen Mo. He just found it more painful to see others rise while he had been struggling for 100 years and was still just a senior instructor. The tomb was not very large and had no traps. Chen Mo quickly arrived at the main chamber. The everlasting lamp, having endured for thousands of years, was still lit, but it seemed to be running out of oil. The flickering light cast eerie and terrifying shadows. Chen Mo stepped forward and did not immediately look at the armor and sword placed on the main seat. Using the dim light, he noticed the paintings on the walls. The time was too long, and the murals had become mottled. As Chen Mo's palm gently brushed over these images, they seemed to come to life, rushing into his brain one after another. In his sea of consciousness, he finally saw the contents of these paintings clearly. It depicted an era of wilderness, where there were no nobles or commoners in the beast world, and humans and beasts were partners without any so-called beast contracts. A young and strong man, using his powerful strength, defeated Yinglong and brought it under his command, becoming the king of humanity. That year, the demon king from the demon realm came to negotiate, wanting to share the land with humans and coexist peacefully. Furthermore, she fell in love with the man and eagerly awaited him to marry her. But what she received was the man swearing a contract with heaven and earth, using all living beings as offerings, and the demon king's heart's blood as a guide, to offer a sacrifice to the way of heaven and establish a contract. From then on, humans could use their blood as a guide to contract all spirits, and the creatures that were contracted, regardless of species, would be unconditionally loyal to humans. As a sacrifice, the demon king was supposed to vanish along with her love. However, it was the countless demons in the demon realm that sacrificed themselves to preserve her physical form. But her heart was already dead. The hatred from betrayal made her curse the man at the cost of her soul. In life after life, love but cannot obtain, live in loneliness until old age. After finishing the story, Chen Mo felt sympathy for the female demon king. Clearly strong, yet lacking in brains. If it were him, why would he curse about unrequited love? With that kind of ability, wouldn't it be better to take revenge on the spot? His gaze turned to the armor placed on the main seat. It looked gray and shabby. At first glance, Chen Mo felt deceived. Is this really the life tree? Cut through the void? But the alchemy students had indeed died. and their bodies were not whole, leaving not a trace behind. Could it really be made from these two rags? He sent an ear mouse forward to touch the armor. But nothing happened. Strange, did he go to the wrong place? Suddenly, a laugh echoed in the tomb, and the originally gray armor lit up with a green light. Chen Mo stood there, expressionless, just awakening the Pixiu. He chuckled. Today is quite lively. It's been so many years, and it's the first time I've smelled such a delicious scent. A girl in green, with black hair flowing like a waterfall, bright eyes, and skin like moonlight, was partially covered by her emerald green dress. She lay sideways on an ancient table, one hand propping her cheek, revealing a playful smile. A boy in black stood beside her, expressionless, like a black stone statue, almost invisible unless one looked closely. Just one? Then the old rule applies. I want his heart. You can have the blood. Whatever. The two chatted to themselves, arranging Chen Mo's body. With a flash of green light, the girl disappeared from the table and appeared next to Chen Mo. She sniffed the scent on him, laughing as if enchanted. She slightly opened her mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth that didn't resemble human ones. Just as she was about to bite into Chen Mo's heart, she was surrounded by a large mouth. Realizing the sudden suction from the Pixiu, the girl was startled awake and, with a flash of green light, fled to the side of the boy in black. Pixiu? She widened her eyes in disbelief. You old thing, weren't you supposed to be dead? The Pixiu in Chen Mo's collar tilted its head, seemingly not understanding what the girl was saying, and grinned. You look quite delicious. In a flash, it transformed into a stream of yellow-white light and dashed out, targeting the girl in green. The girl in green dodged frantically, but she couldn't escape the tomb chamber. This left everyone a bit puzzled. Old dog, don't go too far. Don't think I can't deal with you. The girl, cornered and in a panic, stopped dodging. As the Pixiu lunged at her, she actually grew larger, using both hands to brace against its wide mouth. While she held it back, the black hole-like suction created a storm in the tomb, making even Chen Mo struggle to stand, as he leaned against the iron pillars of the little dragon, sliding closer to the Pixiu's mouth. Sigh. With a sigh, the black-clad boy, steady as a mountain, moved. In a flash, he struck the Pixiu's neck with a knife-hand strike. Instantly, the wind stopped, and the Pixiu closed its mouth, glaring at the boy with teary eyes. If you can handle it, why didn't you act sooner? The girl shot a glance at her companion, pulling the Pixiu closer. Reaching to pluck its fur, I told you to bite me. Stop. A golden light shone from Chen Mo's forehead, and the Pixiu's body began to fade, being drawn into his shadow. Who are you? The girl looked at Chen Mo with suspicion as she noticed the absence of the Pixiu. What's your relationship with that old dog? Who are you? And why are you in this tomb? Chen Mo stood with his hands behind his back, holding his head high, appearing calm and composed. But he was actually thinking of a way to escape. Fortunately, the tomb was not deep, and the possibility of a successful escape was not non-existent. Humph, kid. The dead have no right to ask questions. The girl's gaze turned cold, and green moss sprouted from beneath her feet, quickly covering the entire tomb. This was not ordinary moss. The feeling was somewhat similar to when he fought Hou Yongshou, who used a steel domain, but the effect was vastly different. Hou Yongshou's steel domain was only a semblance of a domain, possessing an advantage but lacking the ability to establish rules. What was before him was a true domain. A domain is a space-time forcibly borrowed from the heavenly path by a practitioner based on their formidable strength. In this space-time, the practitioner enjoys absolute control. They can enhance their own advantages and weaken other strengths. They can even establish their own rules, and those who violate them will die. In a domain, the practitioner is king. They are the heavenly path. Faced with battles against beastmasters above level 8, Chen Mo did not panic. Facing the pursuit of a level 9 elf, he was not afraid. But now he felt somewhat regretful. He had been too rash. Everything had gone too smoothly, making him somewhat complacent. Forgetting that he was only a level 4 beastmaster and that there were many terrifying existences in this world. Spreading his mental power, he tried to find a way to escape, but all he discovered was the girl's strength. Those substances that looked like moss were devouring all elemental forces around them. This meant that in this space, elemental skills of elves were ineffective. Little Dragon, let alone the Steel Will, could not even use Iron Cage Roar. The Ear Mouse's attacks could have some effect, but the level difference was too great for it to be very effective. He could only place his last hope on the Hellcat Spirit. The Hellcat Spirit did not use elemental power, so the girl's domain should not be able to do anything to her. However, that boy in black was quite troublesome. A person who could injure the Pixiu with a mere knife hand was not to be underestimated. A series of combat plans quickly formed in Chen Mo's mind, simulating based on the strengths of both sides. After countless simulations, the final results still indicated an inevitable death. Could it be that he had to burn his essence to survive? The girl stepped closer to him, her smile full of confidence. I'll give you a chance. Tell me your story. I'm so bored here. If you can make me happy, maybe I won't eat you for a few more days. She leaned in close to Chen Mo, her small foot like pink jade on tiptoe. Why do I feel like you're getting more and more delicious the more I smell you? Because you're stupid. The boy in black suddenly interjected. Don't you think about it? What kind of person can make the Pixiu obey him? As soon as he finished speaking, the girl's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly jumped back from Chen Mo, staring at him in disbelief. Dishang? He is not Dishang. The boy in black denied her words. Stepping forward and kneeling on one knee before Chen Mo, Sword Spirit Hou Yongshou greets the master. He knelt straight, his attitude sincere. Have you lost your mind? He is not Dishang. Why do you call him master? No matter how the girl argued. The boy in black showed no intention of getting up and repeated. Sword Spirit Hou Yongshou greets the master. This resolute attitude made the girl suspicious. She scrutinized Chen Mo repeatedly, saying nothing more. Chen Mo observed the starkly different reactions of the two, not daring to be careless. You say I'm your master. Why? Whether or not I'm the master will be clear when the sword is drawn. Hou Yongshou extended one hand, and the sword on the rack flew into his hand. He raised the sword above his head, signaling Chen Mo to take it. According to Little Hu's words, the sword's murderous aura was too heavy. Anyone who touched it would instantly fall into madness. To take or not to take. Chapter 99, The Armor Returns. The sword was 4 feet long, rusty and battered, appearing like scrap metal. However, Chen Mo could feel the energy it harbored. There was a strangely familiar feeling that compelled him to reach out and grasp the hilt. In an instant, it felt as if the wails of countless vengeful spirits rang in his ears. His gaze fell upon a scene of corpses strewn everywhere. Red blood soaked the earth, and everything was desolate. The entire world was filled with the aura of death. He seemed to see a figure standing amidst a sea of corpses and blood. This person was clad in dark green armor, holding a pitch-black sword, with a Yinglong coiled behind him and a Pixiu crawling at his feet. Alone with his sword, he stood in the fierce wind, his eyes filled with an indomitable spirit. Who is this person? Chen Mo wondered as the scene before his eyes shifted in an instant. It was a primitive tribe, where humans struggled to survive in a world filled with monsters. Whether beasts or demons, they took pleasure in torturing humans. They would eat human brains and rip out internal organs, and the screams of humans excited them. The higher-level demon clans even raised humans like humans raised chickens and ducks. The heavenly path showed mercy and sent down a chosen one. From then on, under his leadership, humans were able to contend with beasts and demons, gaining a place to survive. The world called him Dishang, symbolizing creation and death. Chen Mo was puzzled as to why he needed to look at these things while holding a sword. What did they have to do with him? The scene shifted again, revealing a woman who was very beautiful. However, the knife in her hand pierced the heart of the emperor's sorrow. The woman looked at him with determination, the essence of life burning within her. On the battlefield, countless vengeful spirits heeded her summons, overwhelming the emperor's sorrow's body and devouring his soul. The pain of 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart made Chen Mo feel the same, sweat oozing from his forehead. Finally, he could no longer bear it and shouted, "Retreat!" In an instant, it was as if a hurricane had swept through. The woman and the vengeful spirits, everything, vanished without a trace. He gasped for breath, looking at the sword in his hand with lingering fear. At that moment, the rusted blade suddenly cracked, black light seeping from the fissures. As the light intensified, the sword revealed its original form. It was entirely black, faintly shimmering with an obsidian-like glow, and when held, it seemed to hum like a dragon. Congratulations, master, for regaining the sword. Xian Yuan deeply bowed, transforming into a beam of black light that merged into the sword. The sword gained a spirit, as if reborn. In the next moment, the entire sword vanished into thin air. With nothing in hand, Chen Mo couldn't help but frown. But soon he discovered that the Xian Yuan's sword had appeared in his sea of consciousness. The black sword hung in midair, exuding a chilling aura. In the hidden corners of the sea of consciousness, the nine-tailed fox sensed the change in the environment and hid itself even deeper. In the tomb, the girl in green looked astonished, nervously swallowing her saliva as she knelt before Chen Mo's spirit of the artifact. Qinglong pays respects to the master. She bowed down to the ground, filled with deep fear and apprehension. Chen Mo glanced at her, but did not immediately tell her to get up. He seemed to understand why the two of them were so powerful, yet had not been able to leave the tomb for tens of thousands of years. The spirit of the artifact needed a vessel. Wherever their vessel was, they had to be there too. If the vessel perished, they would vanish along with it. He placed his palm on the armor, but did not experience the sensation of grasping Xian Yuan. The tattered armor remained as tattered as ever. Master, Qinglong was already damaged during the great battle. As time goes by, the spiritual energy has gradually been consumed. Please, Master, show mercy and repair Qinglong, granting it new life. With the spiritual energy almost exhausted, it was already so formidable. What would it be like if it were repaired? How could it be repaired? What is a wood attribute spirit? Simply put, 9 ninth tier would attribute spirits would be about enough. 9 ninth tier would attribute spirits, and 9 of them? He thought it would be hard to repair, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. If he could casually obtain 9 ninth tier spirits, what would he need this armor for? He could dominate the entire Beastmaster world. It was tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Return to your place. Is it alright to put you in the space ring? Please, master, show mercy. Worn on the body, nourished by your aura, Qinglong can slowly recover some. Wearing such a tattered armor? Chen Mo sighed and complied. As the armor left the rack, the entire tomb suddenly shook, showing signs of collapse. The tremors reached outside the tomb, startling everyone. The man with the small mustache stood up, looking at the swaying tomb with a smug smile. Ah, it seems a genius is about to fall. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Wenbin's forehead glowed blue, and the dwarf rabbit rushed out, its massive body blocking the tomb's entrance. Wang Suiyuan also moved, wielding the sword and rushing in, but before he got far, he retreated. Boom. The entire tomb collapsed, dust flying everywhere. TSK, people die for wealth. Birds die for food. A genius's fall is not unjust. The man with the small mustache laughed and shook his head. Let's go. We still need to look for other useful materials. Teacher, look. The alchemy student pointed at the direction of the tomb as if she had seen a ghost. What is it? He not only hadn't died, but was also completely unscathed. How is this possible? He widened his eyes, frozen in place, after tens of thousands of years. He had never heard of anyone coming out of the tomb safely. Don't get close to him. He is very likely to have fallen into demonic corruption. As soon as the small mustache shouted, everyone involuntarily stepped back, on high alert. If I really had fallen into demonic corruption, do you think you all could still live? Chen Mo scoffed. Falling into demonic corruption could instantaneously raise one's cultivation by at least 1 to 2 levels. Not to mention he still had tens of thousands of ear mice. In necessary circumstances, he could even incite Zhou Wenbin and the others' beasts. He had long since fed them. You haven't fallen into demonic corruption and came out safely? The small mustache didn't believe it, pushing through the crowd that had rushed up to check on Chen Mo, examining him closely. No way, it's impossible. If you haven't fallen into demonic corruption, why did the tomb collapse? Maybe it's because I took the armor away. Chen Mo lowered his head and pointed to the tattered armor on his body. This is the so-called unique, living armor you mentioned. Huh, a cow in the sky. Did you blow it up? The small mustache didn't believe it. You call this tattered thing a living armor? Don't tell me you didn't even go in. Just found a piece of ragged clothing, and are pretending here? As he spoke, he reached out to poke the armor. Little did he know. The moment he touched the armor, it suddenly rebounded fiercely. Boom. Like a cannonball, it shot 100 meters away, crashing against the cliff of a narrow sky. Teacher. The alchemy students rushed over in a swarm, fearing he might have died. It must be said that a 6th-tier beastmaster had quite a sturdy body. He didn't die from that, and could still take out medicine from the ring to consume. Quite impressive. Chapter 100, A Life Plant. Divine armor, truly divine armor. Cough, cough. The small mustache covered his chest, his face filled with disbelief. Why can he wield divine armor? Could it be that he really is the chosen one? The alchemy students looked at Chen Mo with serious expressions. Their previous attitudes had not been good. What if Chen Mo held a grudge? Meanwhile, he himself quickly arrived at the scene. Chen Mo. The invigilator descended from the sky, his expression serious. He called Chen Mo and gathered everyone together, regarding today's events. I hope you all can keep your mouths shut and not speak of it outside. Otherwise, if necessary, the higher-ups of the Education Bureau will consider erasing your memories. As for Chen Mo, it would be best if he didn't promote this outside. This matter would not be beneficial to him. I appreciate the senior's reminder. I will be careful. He slightly nodded, acknowledging the courtesy. We still have some time. We should go hunt some magical beasts. Chen Mo led the people with benefits away in front of everyone. The invigilator frowned tightly, shaking his head. It seemed Chen Mo hadn't taken his words to heart at all. He had meant well, but it was of no use. Those who should know already knew. Dongyi knew, and the Northern Kingdom knew as well. The two nations held emergency meetings one after another to discuss the emergence of the ancestral armor. That night, the Northern Kingdom sent a formal letter to the Southern Kingdom's emperor, demanding the return of the divine armor. The divine armor was an ancestral item of the Northern Kingdom. Chen Mo had taken advantage of the long-neglected array of the ancestral tomb to steal the divine armor. Considering his youth and ignorance, he was not to be blamed. As long as the divine armor was returned, they would no longer pursue his responsibility. On the Dongyi side, there were factions advocating for either Chen Mo's recruitment or assassination. Those advocating for recruitment stated that the invitations for the Sea Demon Hunting Conference had already been sent out, and the bait from the 7-star Immortal Island had been cast. As long as Chen Mo came, beautiful women, wealth, status, whatever he wanted, they would give him. Once the opportunity was ripe, They could use his power to sweep through the three nations and then eliminate him afterward. Those advocating assassination were worried about Chen Mo's rapid growth. Now with the divine armor protecting him, they feared they would be unable to control him. In the end, all efforts are in vain. It would be better to send a level 9 Beast Master to eliminate him while he is still down. However, any country's movements regarding a level 9 Beast Master are closely monitored. Once discovered, it would be equivalent to declaring war without notice. Given that everything is not yet prepared, this action is inappropriate. Even within the Southern Kingdom, opinions are divided on this matter. Otherwise, they would lose an ally. The Southern Emperor is caught in a dilemma. Neither action seems appropriate. Most importantly, it is said that this armor has the ability to restore life. On the battlefield, this is equivalent to having an extra life. Such a divine armor, how could it be given away so easily? Even if the Northern and Southern Kingdoms are as close as brothers, it is impossible. In the conference room, the arguments are endless, and the Southern Emperor is overwhelmed. He turns his gaze to Li Moyan, General Li. How do you think this matter should be handled? Li Moyan scanned the crowd and smiled slightly. Why not make him a prince and request to marry a noble girl from the Northern Kingdom? What? Make him a prince? Isn't he an orphan? The Southern Emperor had taken him as an adopted son, and making him a prince would be reasonable. Absurd. Isn't this tarnishing the royal bloodline? Without a six-winged fairy, how can he be included in the royal genealogy? The Northern Kingdom is not foolish. How could they let such a trick go unpunished? The voices of opposition were incessant, but Li Moyan remained silent. The Southern Emperor frowned, pondering for a long time, and finally made a decision. However, the chosen master of the armor must be recognized by our ancestors. This emperor is grateful for the wishes of our ancestors and takes this child as an adopted son. A family must exist for a nation to exist. My beloved son has reached adulthood and lacks a suitable companion. Thus, I request to marry a princess from the Northern Kingdom, hoping for the Northern Emperor's approval. Once the emperor spoke, no one dared to discuss it privately anymore. Yet jealousy, resentment, and hatred still surged in the hearts of some. As the exam approached its end, there were still candidates searching for magical beasts everywhere. No year has the battlefield been cleared as thoroughly as this year. 3 months later, when the Easterney comes for a simulated exam, they may not encounter even a level 4 magical beast. Teams from various schools were gathering towards the exit. When Chen Mo and his group arrived, they were met with hostile glares. It was because he had cleared the area. Even though there were enough beasts, he was still hunting everywhere. As a result, many people failed, and while they might not be sent to the mines, at the very least, they would lose face. A female student from Shinmu angrily walked up to him, glaring without saying a word. Most of Shinmu's students were healers and not skilled in combat. So many of them had failed. The girls from Shinmu, in particular, were crying and very pitiful. Chen Mo, you are being unethical. The female mentor from Shinmu, heartbroken for her students, scolded Chen Mo. I remember when principal who said you were on the verge of death and asked our principal for help. Our principal didn't ask for anything in return, yet went anyway. Although in the end, it wasn't you who was saved. Just think. If Nalan Hongji had died at that time, would the Nalan family not have sought vengeance on you? Could you still be alive now? But you, instead of showing gratitude, have caused so many of our students to fail. You have no conscience. You repay kindness with malice. Chapter 101. I'm just here to deliver a message. The label of being ungrateful is not something an ordinary person can bear. Chen Mo awkwardly rubbed his nose. He initially only wanted to create a sense of urgency for other schools and had no intention of harming anyone. Yet he inadvertently hurt Shinmu's students. It was indeed a lack of consideration. Teacher, you are mistaken. Zhou Wenbin stepped forward to explain. We certainly remember Shinmu's help, but we cannot mix it with matters on the battlefield. We did not harm any students from Shinmu. Shouldn't you reflect on your own situation regarding the exam failures? Reflect on what? Is it our choice that we can't kill magical beasts? We level up slowly. One day, when someone important to you dies in front of you, don't blame us for being useless, unable to even use a resurrection spell. Zhou Wenbin, who was not very eloquent to begin with, found himself at a loss for words when confronted by a woman. The others also lowered their heads. Indeed, it was difficult to offend Shinmu's people. I'm sorry. I didn't consider this properly. Chen Mo smiled apologetically. I will find a way to compensate you. Is that okay? Compensate? How will you compensate? The female mentor said as tears streamed down her face. Do you know what will happen to these girls if they are sent to the mines? Healers who only know how to heal, with no understanding of killing, will have no protection in the mines. Survival will not even be an issue. Don't worry. I will keep my word. A handful of gold coins appeared in Chen Mo's palm, and the golden energy quickly entered the bodies of the ear mice. Of the 1,000,000 ear mice brought into the battlefield, less than 30,000 remained after 7 days of consumption. Although Chen Mo felt pained by such a large loss, he had no other choice. Driven by the golden energy, the bodies of the ear mice began to change, growing as large as small pigs. When all the ear mice completed their transformation, Chen Mo released his mental control. Lower-level exotic beasts are easily corrupted by their instincts. In just a few breaths, one by one, the ear mice shed their golden color and turned pitch black. Their bodies grew larger, and their claws and teeth became sharper. At this point, they were no longer ear mice, but had transformed into third-tier corrupted ear mice. Boom, boom, boom. Iron walls burst from the ground, enclosing the corrupted ear mice in a semi-closed area. Phew. Chen Mo let out a long sigh. The ear mice served him. Yet he was sending their lives to help others earn points. Anyone would feel uncomfortable about that. All right, 5 points for each one. There are 30,000 here. Enough for you to pass. As his words fell, the gate at the battlefield's exit opened, and according to the rules, the formation would only remain open for 2 hours, after which it would close. Killing more than 10 third-tier magical beasts in 2 hours was still too difficult for Shenmue's students. However, the opportunity was right in front of them. If they gave up, no one could help them. The girls wiped their tears and, with their respective beasts, dashed into the iron cage without hesitation, temporarily enhancing the heart's muscle vitality to accelerate its beating speed, ultimately leading to heart explosion and death. Alternatively, one could speed up the target's metabolism, thus accelerating aging. TSK. Chen Mo rubbed his forehead. It seemed he had acted improperly again. Having never battled with Shenmue's people, he did not know their strength. He overestimated the opponent while underestimating his own ear mice. The corrupted ear mice had undergone a qualitative improvement in speed and strength, and they were bloodthirsty and fearless. With their large numbers, it felt less like Shenmue's students were entering to earn points, and more like they were being thrown in as fodder. It's over. He still had to go in to save people. Just as he was about to regain control of the ear mice, people from the Flame faction approached. They had previously missed their chance due to battling Chen Mo and had many failures as well. Chun, we were disrespectful earlier. Please forgive us. The mentor from the Flame faction awkwardly cupped his hands and requested, now that there are plenty of magical beasts, may we allow our students to earn some points too? If so, we would be very grateful. A level 7 beast master spoke to him in such a humble manner, giving him enough face. If he refused again, it would show a lack of emotional intelligence. Of course, but I ask all of you students to help Shenmue's students as well. Naturally, the students from the Flame faction had been healed by Shenmue's students, so if they went in, they would certainly lend a hand. With the addition of the Flame students to the battlefield, the situation improved significantly for Shenmue's students. Seeing this, students from other schools rushed over. Those whose scores were not enough. They pleaded with kind words, and Chen Mo didn't put on airs, allowing them all to enter. Apart from the people from the Royal Beast Academy, there were basically a few from each school whose scores were insufficient. Calculating like this, among the top 10 schools, 8 owed Chen Mo a favor. Time passed bit by bit, and before the formation closed, everyone finally had their scores up to par, while the poor ear mice. Some ran away, some were injured, and there were still a few left. Chen Mo couldn't be bothered with them, considering them a gift for the Dongi candidates. Thus, the mock exam came to a complete end. Unlike the previous session, where the benefits were completely wiped out, this time, all the extraordinary students failed. As of now, most of the extraordinary students were still recovering from their injuries in the border city. With too many people and facing a deadly curse, even if they were removed, their vitality would be hurt, requiring rest and recovery. Level 7 mentors naturally could not be sent to teach elementary school, but their future would only reach the level of senior mentors. The extraordinary had stopped all subsidies for him, and even if he were to advance to level 8 in the future, there would be no more spirits for him. Nalan Kwong sat in his room, deep into the night without turning on the lights. His hatred for Chen Mo increased by the second. In his mind, he had skinned and flayed the other countless times, yet still felt unsatisfied. He really wanted to kill Chen Mo. Unfortunately, the information he overheard indicated that the Imperial City not only had no punishment for Chen Mo, but was also preparing to confer him as a prince. At this rate, he would never be able to take revenge in his lifetime, and when facing his enemy, he would have to bow and scrape. Is there even justice in this world? He slammed his fist on the table, making a loud noise. Who? Suddenly sensing someone watching him, he sprang up, and 3 spirits were already beside him. My Lord Nalan, forgive me. I just came to deliver a message. Outside the window, a woman in a black mesh bodysuit smiled slightly. Her long, beautiful legs perched on the windowsill as she climbed in. Chapter 102, Advanced Manifestation System. Nalan Kwong pulled up his pants. Slightly doubtful. Is Dongi really willing to grant me a military position and give me a university? Of course. The woman lazily adjusted her outfit, ensuring everything was covered properly. As for the torn garment on the floor, she glanced at it and ignored it. In the future, as long as my lord can cultivate spirits for Dongi, the benefits will far exceed this. The woman's jade arm wrapped around Nalan Kwong's shoulder, whispering in his ear, even being conferred a prince or a minister. It's possible to enjoy an immortal island all to yourself. Humph. All right. Then I look forward to the good news from the emperor. Nailan Kuang smiled with relief. If Donnie only asked him to kill Chen Mo, he would still be somewhat worried. No matter how good their promises were, they couldn't be trusted. But when it came to cultivating spirits, the credibility was much higher. The extraordinary spirit cultivation technique was the top secret of the Southern Kingdom, and the other 3 countries had long coveted it. Although he didn't know the core content, he could still deceive them. Besides, what if he really figured it out? What Donnie, what emperor? I could arm my own team and establish a nation to become an emperor myself. In the border city. Along the way, all the exotic beasts that should have been hunted in the dense forest had already been captured. After hunting magical beasts, the welfare students had lost interest in those exotic beasts. They not only passed the exam, but also advanced to level 4, with a bright future ahead. When they returned home, they could sell the ghost orchid, exchange it for money to improve their family's life, and their families would surely be very happy. Everyone thought this way, their hearts already flying thousands of miles away. However, it didn't matter how eager they were to return. Their beast companions were too poor. Apart from a few that could carry people, most still had to walk. At this moment, the alchemist with the little mustache approached, saying he would give them a ride. Their previous relationship had not been very good, so Chen Mo was skeptical about the little mustache's proposal. Clearing the field is your skill. Sacrificing your own beast to let others pass the exam is a kindness. I'm a bit blunt, but I understand basic principles. The little mustache explained. Although this isn't really a repayment, being able to help you a little makes us feel better. Please, Chen classmate, give us a chance. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply. Given his status, this gesture was quite significant. It was rare for a teacher to bow to a student. Chen Mo figured he couldn't pull off any tricks, especially with so many people watching, so he agreed. The little mustache's eyes lit up with joy, and a blue light flickered on his forehead, revealing an airplane in the open space before them. It was really an airplane, over 30 meters long. Accommodating 100 or 200 people was no problem. Looking at this airplane, Chen Mo finally understood why he was so disliked during the awakening ceremony. What is the manifestation system? This was the real manifestation system. His own skill, which looked like pet food and required the consumption of gold, was not a true mental system, nor did it resemble a genuine manifestation system. Now he even felt ashamed of it. Looking at the airplane, his eyes sparkled. A flying bear with wings merged into the airplane, and the steel-crafted plane instantly adorned itself with a majestic pattern. The cabin door opened automatically, revealing spacious and neatly arranged seats inside. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The little mustache made a gesture of invitation, his smile laced with pride. Wow. This is my first time on a plane. The welfare students were still innocent, unable to hide their thoughts, and couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Mo examined the airplane's interior, which really looked quite impressive. If only he could have such skills. May I ask? He opened his mouth, not yet knowing what to call the little mustache. He couldn't just call the person little mustache teacher, could he? My surname is Lu Nang. The little mustache introduced himself, already aware of what Chen Mo wanted to ask. The complexity of the manifestation system is no less than that of the mental system. So far, there are over 300 major categories of specific researched manifestation skills. The raw material manifestation is the lowest level. Those like me, who can directly manifest various objects from raw materials, are considered high level. There are no more than 1,000 people worldwide. Then, can low-level skills advance to high level? This is already determined at the time of awakening. I haven't heard of any advancements so far. In a single sentence, Chen Mo's hopes were completely dashed. So he had the most useless skill in the manifestation system. Unable to maintain his composure, he could only turn his head to look out the window. The airplane took off smoothly, and above the clouds, the scenery was fantastic. No, he wanted this airplane. Otherwise, should he try to devour a high-level manifestation beastmaster? He glanced at Lu Nong, who inexplicably shivered, and looked at Chen Mo in surprise. Better not. Uncertain things are best left alone. Chen Mo turned his head back to continue looking out the window. With Lu Nang's mental strength, carrying so many people in flight, he would need to rest after flying a few thousand miles. Taking drugs couldn't keep up with the consumption rate. The best solution was still to sleep. Chen Mo summoned Xiaoyu, flying along the way while replenishing Lu Nang's mental strength. They completed the journey in 1 day, which would have taken 3 to 5 days. Not only that, but Lu Nang also kindly sent the students to their respective cities where their families were located. The greatest advantage of the manifested airplane was that it could hover, like a helicopter. There were no requirements for the landing site, making it very convenient. Chen Mo, would you like to come to my house? Zhou Wenbin invited Chen Mo. After all, you have no home in the university city. Why not come over and have some fun? My parents would be very happy to see you. He meant well, wanting Chen Mo to experience the warmth of family. Thank you. Chen Mo declined. Hou Yongshou is still waiting for me in the dormitory. He acts like a woman, and I'm afraid he might get bullied. He wasn't without family. After all, Hou Yongshou was his family. Not only Hou Yongshou, but also the daughter of the nine-tailed fox, who is now their daughter as well. The plane finally stopped at the university town, and Lu Neng politely said goodbye to Chen Mo. By the way, your skill is to vaporize gold, forming a kind of nutrient. This skill is somewhat forced to be classified as a manifestation type, but it is very similar to manifestation skills. To be precise, it is the reverse of manifestation skills. Generally, manifestation skills materialize mental power, while yours molecularizes the entity. It is the opposite. As long as you figure out how to correct this reverse process, you can change the shape of gold at will. Imagine the gold that has been reshaped as yourself. Merge with your beast, and find that feeling. Imagine the gold as yourself, and yourself merging with your beast. Chen Mo suddenly thought of something and smiled. Thank you. Teacher Lu, I will try it. Chapter 103, I will kill them. Chen Mo's dormitory. You're acting like a woman, even nursing a child. You might as well find a teacher from Chen Mo to change your gender. He is so ugly. Changing gender alone isn't enough. He needs plastic surgery too. Haha. Hey, last year they were completely wiped out. No matter how strong Chen Mo is, what can he do? Besides, look at him, holding a child. Oh. A group of lower-grade boys leaned over the railing, laughing at Hou Yongshou, who was taking care of a child in the yard, having been laughed at since childhood. He was also ridiculed for helping caregivers take care of children in the orphanage. Let them laugh. However, when someone mentioned Chen Mo and said he would die, Hou Yongshou became unhappy. He grabbed a nearby clothes rack and pointed at the group of boys. Are you guys going to get lost or not? If you don't, I'll beat you to death. Ouch, so fierce, I'm so scared. One boy turned around and patted his own butt. Come on, poke here. Haha. Seeing his comical action, everyone burst into laughter. Hou Yongshou was so angry that he tightened his grip on the rod, and his forehead glowed. Boom. The boy who patted his butt was suddenly pushed up by something and thrown into the air. Just at the first level of cultivation, his body was no different from a strong mortal. With a single iron dragon roar, he was knocked up, and he fainted. If the ear mouse hadn't flown over to catch him, he would have probably fallen into a meat paste. Several boys were scared out of their wits by this scene, looking around in fear, and then saw Chen Mo returning. Their legs went weak with fright. They wanted to escape, but didn't dare to, so they just knelt down on the ground. We were wrong. Please don't kill us. The few of them knelt on the ground, wishing they could bury their heads in the dirt. Get lost. Chen Mo shouted in a low voice. And the group immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not caring about their fainted companion. Hou Yongshou was delighted to open the yard door, tears welling up in his eyes. You haven't leveled up yet? Chen Mo looked at him, and couldn't help shaking his head. Others with lesser talent than him had leveled up in the past month, but Hou Yongshou was still at level 1. Where can I level up? I can't hunt, and I ran out of elixirs long ago. Hou Yongshou appeared somewhat aggrieved, wondering why others could openly cultivate while he couldn't even showcase his true talent. He didn't want to be insulted as garbage or laughed at like a woman every day. If he could stand tall, who would want to be laughed at behind their back as useless? Out of elixirs? Chen Mo didn't notice Hou Yongshou's emotions. He only felt that the elixirs were consumed too quickly. The medicine he bought before leaving was shared equally between them, and he had only a little left after giving some to his fellow students on the way. How could Hou Yongshou have finished his? I finished them. Hou Yongshou brought over the fox girl. I found she doesn't like ordinary food. She really likes elixirs, so I gave them all to her. She refused to eat anything else for the past 2 days and kept crying until I finally coaxed her to sleep. So that's it. It's normal for the daughter of the nine-tailed fox not to eat human food. Then I'll go buy some more. You take care of that kid. Chen Mo casually pointed at the fainted boy, who was probably injured internally, with blood oozing from his 5 orifices. He can't move like this. If he does, he might die immediately. Why move him? Heal him and let him go. Just like that? Otherwise. Chen Mo looked at Hou Yongshou in surprise and walked out of the yard to buy elixirs. Didn't you say not to use skills in front of others? Hou Yongshou mumbled, looked around, and seeing no one, he confidently summoned his 6-winged spirit. An internal injury is a big job for a level 1 Hou Yongshou, requiring a lot of mental power and time. Seeing Hou Yongshou's 6-winged spirit, he suddenly realized and somewhat understood why Principal who didn't want Hou Yongshou to use his skills in front of others. Although he didn't know the principal, all the students of the Royal Beast Academy had 6-winged spirits. Chen Mo hadn't thought much about it before, as transcendent beings also used spirits. But after encountering transcendent beings and the royal family, he understood that there was an essential difference between a naturally awakened 6-winged spirit and one that was artificially cultivated and replaced. It's like the difference between a genuine product and a counterfeit. Transcendent spirits are flashy, with mixed attributes, looking strong but actually being a hodgepodge. Royal 6-winged spirits have very pure attributes, making it easy to feel each spirit's affinity for surrounding elements. Focus is what allows one to reach perfection. Just like the 4 six-winged spirits of the royal phoenix, they may not seem useful when viewed separately, but together, they can obliterate all artificially synthesized spirits. Aside from royalty and those with royal bloodlines, it seems no one else can awaken a spirit-type companion beast. Could it be that Hou Yongshou actually has royal blood? Is he a love child of some royal family? It's also possible for a cat to swap a prince. No wonder Principal Hou was unwilling to let him expose his skills. It turned out to be for this reason. However, Chen Mo didn't care, the more lice, the less fear of bites. The dragon egg and divine armor on him were more troublesome than Hou Yongshou's background, right? Just as the royal phoenix said. If they want to snatch it, let them come. With more people trying to snatch it, they'll have to fight among themselves first, right? Hiding and tucking away is not as good as letting everyone know. You're thinking about it, and he is thinking about it. You're afraid he'll snatch it away, and he is afraid you'll snatch it away. They're scheming against each other in the dark. While Chen Mo is fishing in troubled waters. Making a little blood and sweat money is pretty good. Hou Yongshou, if you find your parents in the future, will you live with them? No. Hou Yongshou answered decisively without thinking. He had suffered for over a decade, begging and pleading just to survive. Now that he was an adult and useful, the other party could easily enjoy forgiveness and support with a casual excuse. What did the suffering he endured for so many years count for? After answering, Hou Yongshou looked surprised at Chen Mo. Why did you suddenly ask this? Did the director of the orphanage contact you? No, just asking casually. Hou Yongshou wasn't stupid. He immediately sensed something in Chen Mo's words. If his parents couldn't support him because they were poor, he could understand. But if they were wealthy and powerful and still abandoned him, how could he understand? I will kill them. For the first time, Hou Yongshou revealed his dark side in front of others. No matter the time, whether he was beaten or scolded, he always wore a flattering smile, like a servant. But now, his gaze was serious, revealing an aura of someone who had come from hell. Chen Mo was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. But he quickly understood, the orphanage was not a place of comfort. For a bite to eat, some people would do anything. Hell is just like that. What position did he have to ask Hou Yongshou for tolerance?